Chapter 1 The First Encounter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the vast city was enveloped in a soft, warm glow, painted with soft twilight. Shi Buyu leaned against the carriage, gazing upward for quite some time, until a voice beside her broke the silence. Miss, he haste returned. Blinking, Shi Buyu withdrew where Gazitothan residence and at faraway Themon reigned in his Horsean graceful, dismounted, his lithe form lifting her spirit slightly, though she could not discern his features from this distance. She was relieved Tono was the port lemon with a bloated visage. Watching house and turthus, she white mom and longer before a woman driving the carriage moved forward, handing the letter to Ezer Vantwa had come a a visitor from the past. The servant, possessing honest to for discerning character, glanced at the woman and, recognizing their importance, hurried in sid with the letter. Another servant Temerjed from the frontal, inviting Thetwa women to enter and wait. Shi Buyu waved her hand dismissively, continuing to Gazithaski, where clouds resembling both foxes and fish spread across the expanse. She did not wait long before Ezer Vant returned, leading Gamunwo appeared to Bane charge. I am Yenja, White's team at guests arriving, our master awaits you in the main hall, please, follow. Shi Buyu regarded him with a cursory glance. His demeanor was upright, and his features were remote and trustworthy. Following the steward in Tathy house, Shi Buyu did not shy away from observing her surroundings. From what she knew, this residence had beauty master, and its decor reflected his character and temperament. Everywhere she looked, symmetry and arranged, the environment clean and elegant, lacking nothing that should represent, while devoid of anything superfluous, utterly impeccable. Shi Buyu chuck led softly to herself, it was almost too perfect. Up and entering the main hall, Themon standing with his back to her turned around, revealing a handsome face that took her by surprise. Their eyes met, and the man bowed first to Yenshan. Shi Buyu, she introduced herself, casually selecting Gasharanti left hand sitting down, as comfortable as if she were in her own home. Yenshan appeared momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I am from Shi family, the initiated to be executed in 3 days. Yenshan studied her, seemingly searching for an resemblance to her family in her features, and then sat down opposite her right as well known throughout he said ithaf dukoff loyalty and valor hasna daughters. Let my jojai or memory. The Shi Famalito Asheva daughter born under a cloud of misfortune, known as star of calamity. She called speak at 6 months, recitever sesatonier, and Dianga 3 familiar, Hisid not, Shi Buyu pointed to Haranos I am that star of calamity. Her self-identification Asakala Midabroad Hera stranges ends off pride, prompting Gasmal from Yenshan ha continued the conversation. What does a star of calamity wish to accomplish? Being a star of calamity, it must bring some calamity in return for the title, such as Shi Buyu slightly forward usurping his throne. Thesmilian Yenshian's face gradually faded, hello Erediscase, unfolding gapis off paper he had folded in his palm, revealing to a character seen scribed upon it Jen. G. Theroyal surname. May inquiry wick estimated individually hour for tos an old acquaintance? A false deoist Twokilsh himself wusu 9 out of an office prediction serena curate, and the anathatis correct can be quite terrifying. Shi Buyu chuckled, amused by high around words I sound like him fabricating gadel. You may choose a not to believe method subsequent events serena this concern. Yenshan, it proposio transaction. Yenshian immediately discerned her intent to wish forma to help save the Shi family. Correct. It won't be easy. If it were easy, he would not be seeking our assistance. That was indeed the case. Yenshian lowered his case since this is a transaction. What per can you offer? Will she familiar vemite the future? Thepres I can offer a salar lateta mijilf. Shi Buyu Rosian moved tacit beside him, leisurely adjusting her si vss spoke you help Mesavicha family, and I will assist you in your endeavors. Yenshian had never encountered Adenioni with such audacious confidence, especially as he peered sodas, as if merely discussing through ether, it seemed he was the taken aback. Silencing Bullapedtham. After a moment, Yenshian asked, what is the basis of your confidence? The basisly shared. Shi Buyu jin light up at her temple egu. Thuomanho had been shadowing her like a spectre stepped forward, presenting a scroll with both hands. This is sincerity I hope height meets your satisfaction, young master Yen. Yenshiano dead slight lightly to Yenja. Yenji prochadan to the scroll unfurling as substantial piece of paper has scanned it from beginning to end, and upon seeing that his fingers remained unblemished, he confidently handed it back to his master. These ways into a live test forpas and he was cautious but given histus, such caution was warranted. Shi Buyu observed Yen's fingers with curiosity, pondering the secrets contained within, deciding to inquire later when they were more familiar. Yenshian's gaze fell upon the paper, revealing some things entirely unexpected. I'd listed Alpha officials and scholars in the court. Each individual was like a fish on a cutting board, some weird, some white, some useful, others expendable, some toxic, and some thought could be combined for astu, all meticulously dissected and understood. The emperor likely had no so kintima technology of a subjects. Yenshian recognized several names, which for Thurisha redim that thighs was not mere fabrication. Hito took a deep breath, raising Isaias to meet woman resting her chin on her hand, their gaze locking, she smiled, seemingly pleased with his reaction. Did he right Tethys? Every stroke he's me own. Yenshian char trace looked at enemies. If this trolli represented her by escape abilities, then this transaction would be immensely profitable for him if her prowess stemmed from a powerful figure behind her. It was worth the gamble as long as he could be of use to him. Heck carried not for the means bewitched sheezert, especially if it me and gaining on a life from duke of loyalty and valor. Is theory atom a limit for this transaction? It was settled. Shi Buyu leaned back, her shoulders relaxing until our task is accomplished. And if I spend my entire life you without a even jit? In my life, Ford betray Aldo as no Texas. How confidently audacious. Asmali graced Yenshian Shansum faced a Shifamilis Las Lam an unknown royal bloodline who hot knows will cadentite terrify a Shamar? No later, it will beam. Iluk for ward toik. Yenchi roll the paper back a pan placed it into the scroll, handing it back. What doyanid metodo? Shi Buyu set the scroll in thes multiple between him the warrior soft duke of loyalty and valor are skilled with long spears and double blades. Please prepare amply weapons and grappling ropes. Once we rescue them, escort them out of Thessaly, as long as they leave the capital. The Shifamalai can't protect themselves. Those Ohori exiled should betaken to the nearest Pavilion outside West Gate of Ufsiana and handed over to Somio named Wufe. It seemed she had revealed everything, yet the most crucial destination wasn't Livigli and Decate to Sushian, which was clearly not the final stop. Yenchi nodded as theory and angels? One more thing I would like to ask of you. Shi Buyu Matienchi and Skazani to visit the prison to speak with them. Their cooperation is essential for all your plans. That is not difficult, Yenchi replied. Commendam at the beginning of TC Hor tomorrow, and he will make the necessary arrangements. Thank you. Chapter 2 The Star of Calamity from Sir Family. With her objective achieved, Shi Buyu pushed the scroll towards Yenchi and said, "But this is merely a transaction. I am still grateful Fashitia, young master Yen are willing to ally with me. Please accept the small token of appreciation." Yenchi did not refuse his genuinely desire at the contents of the scroll. I cannot believe that Duke of loyalty and valor would betray his country. However, if I'm miserable powerless in the current climate, I cannot let my utmost to shield women of the family, allowing them to suffer a little less. Shi Buyu was taken aback by his sincerity. She had not anticipated these, while it here dealing henceforth would be transactional. This moment revealed the genuine heart of demon before her. I am a person who, when faced with a villain, can be more evil than than he, yet, when I encounter a good person, is Traveto even better. Shi Buyu rose a slight lion off a red respectfulness. It pleases me great light of form an alliance with you, young master Yen, farewell. Yenchi accompanied her to the door, watching as he and Festower departed. The woman was still and graceful, her movements and restrained, devoid of Hesha demeanor of unseen in women. She acted with an air of effortless independence that they had never before witnessed in a woman. In retrospect, he realized that she possessed an exceptionally striking appearance. A man with a beard stepped forward from behind the screen. "Do you trust her, young master?" "I hope if Duke of loyalty and valor shall hold cane of a death's calamity," Yenchi replied, stepping out of the Roman gazing at Fes getting it with her away for the sake of honor. The Shi family hassle ways lived up to the loyalty bestowed upon them by our forefathers. They should not fall victim to the shimis of petty villains. On a personal note, Shirley was my father's companion in learning, and they grew up together. Mimo Therofan remarks Don how my father trusted him. If ever need to confide in some own. He's the first person Takamoto mind. Shi Buyu's identity I like genuineness and should arrest to approach for assistance. She must have immediate arrangements. If her ability is insufficient and her efforts ultimately fail, the blame will not fall upon. You are indeed thorough in your calculations, remarked the Birdedman. Yenchi gestured read towards the scroll infitable. Take a look. The man deadened upon recognizing the contents. His expression shifted to nefast astonishment. He quickly understood with young master had agreed so read Elisa occurring such an would be immensely advantageous. I am curious about their background, he said. You will find in due time. Yenchi couldn't help but recall Shi Buyu's large, expressive almond-shaped eyes. Even with the imminent threat of execution hanging over Duke of loyalty and valor household, those eyes revealed not trace of anxiety or urgency. Her demeanor remained composed and will she held her ground with unwavering confidence. If she were retroly indifferent, why would she risk herself to severe others? They must confirm her claims further. Robert, select Tafu and familiar name as front as list and investigatito see if the alleging with her assertions. Understood. Once outside, Shi Buyu looked up at the clouds she had seen earlier. Thought they had dispersed somewhat. Their previous shapes remained visible, indicating that their time inside had not been long. And, was it truly caught in of danger just now, she inquired. Indeed, it was nearly impossible to escape, the woman replied, her eye sparkling with amusement. While you may away from the hardships of training, your innate sensitivity to danger is remarkable. Not surprising, Shi Buyu said as he descended the steps, and, I am hungry. The woman nodded, having noticed severally Atirius and Fairway, the approach at the most crowded Doniand requested aidable with a window on the second floor. In the liberal atmosphere of Dio, it was common place for women to venture out on the upper floor, to tables were occupied biggest accompanied by their ladies, and in thorough elegant compete Shi Buyu somewhat drab appearance so into noticed. Leaning against the windowsill, she rested her chin on her hand and gazed down. It's quite lovely here. The woman ordered here food and, while pouring tea, responded, the curfew was lift until the third watch. It's still early. As Shi Buyu prepared to speak, a pseudo outburst interrupted her. Loyalty and valor, what nonsense, Hesofto Donba, how can Shi live up to thetital bestowed upon their family our ancestors? Shi Buyu do casa prefertia, listening quietly. No was enough, leaving governor and people ain't Duke of loyalty and valor household to face the consequences. It truly can't fathom the benefits Dan bahas wisdom, is it worth it? Has already a lord and dio. Will have a deking in Danba? With his family on thebring cough destruction, a tight leaf king isn't worth much. I say there is nothing to understand how could that calamity fall upon his family without reason, it's all too clear. Indeed, it's a calamity not only hasher you in Eddie's own house, be has brought misfortune up an elafuse in dio. I was skeptical at first, but no I can't deny it. The Duke of loyalty and valor has been loyal for so many years. Could he turn disloyal after this calamity? I feel like Duke had he dad this back then and dealt with that calamity early on, perhaps this disaster could have been avoided. Ho cold arg with that? The woman or filcher Biastian said softly, there are always giasip swear of egos. But Shi Buyu's curtain light with such a reputation, it must ensure right remains intact. Amidst fetal chatter, Shi Buyu finished 3 bowls of freeze. To her surprise, the food of his establishment was quite delicious. As he left, she cast a glance at the individuals who had been speaking so loudly, committing thyropirenses to memory. Calamities are known to bring misfortune, just like Athes people. One man, inebriated, suddenly shivered, glancing around in confusion. Why do I feel so cold and such a hot day? The person found a nearby in Tustathanite, and Phoenix Day, a Thea pointed har, Thea arrived at Yant's residence. It was Yenzo Hokami to receiveth him, he explained. The young master left for the academy early. The teacher has had expectations of him and religrants leave unless it's urgent. However, the young master has arranged everything properly and restassured, he will not delay your matters. Shi Buyu raised any brow, her curiosity about Yenshine piqued. The old man had kept their clothes, recounting historical figures as Thotho Arimura stories day after day. Had shared tales, stripping Berethi hierarchy of officials in Dado. Thetacuman she had prepared for Yenshian was nothing more than a diversion at that time. She han wankling would return to the capital in such a manner. The old man had never mentioned Yenshian to her before. It twazily went duk off loyalty and valor faced calamity faith pointed her towards thispathy. Without needing further guidance, she'll read I understood how to proceed. Thought she had done spent 3 years since duk off loyalty and valor household, they had treated her well, regardless of how to outsid were labeled Hera calamity or relative SN friends advised her, the she family hadal waste protected her, when the time Kama thought they could no longer shield her and had to stage her death for her escape, they still found her the best possible refuge. Shara memberetti tal vivid litha tears in her mother's eyes, her father's reluctant grip on her hand, her grandfather's earnest entrustment to the old man. Thesa memory is formed Thebans thought connected her to shy familiar earthiers, whenever she full tempted to forget them, those moments would reserve in her mind. Thuff manure should passed, the affection they had shown her was a mething she felt compelled torpate, she was willing to pay any price for it. However, she hadn't anticipated that when she inquired about the man known as Jian, the old man would say nothing but ask, if Atelio what kind of person he's, will you heed me advice? Shi Buyu, ever rebellious, replied with an, I cannot promise it. Thus, while she was well acquainted with the official Synthi court, she remained a stranger to her potentiality, yet now she had learned a little about him. The teacher clearly held him in high regard, was she planning to pursue the imperial examination. If Hekude achieveth that leaf ginger, Ike would mark iconic place for Ryman history when the time Kama to reveal his identity, the old scholars will constantly lament at the downfall of Deo would likely weep bitterly. Imagining that scene brought as my leto Shi Buyu lips. Chapter 003 The reunion of kin. The two attendants disguised themselves as servants, carrying a basket of items as they followed Yenze to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The one who escorted them inside was a different individual, whom Yenze referred to as San Cun. Shi Buyu, having learned of Yen Shiran's identity, remained uncurious and trusted him to a degree. San Cun was well acquainted with the prison guards, able to converse with anyone he encountered, and the head jailer treated him with considerable respect, accepting the bribes he offered while jesting. Your relatives are truly a handful. They all reside in the prison. San Cun, slumping his shoulders, sighed, indeed, there are far too many of them. The head jailer, amused by his words, laughed heartily, leaving one guard to keep watch and instructing them not to wander, especially not towards the back, before heading off with several others to enjoy the feast San Cun had prepared. The remaining guards silently exchanged a few words with San Cun before moving to the front to stand watch. San Cun led them deeper inside, where the crowd thinned. Upon rounding a corner, he whispered, the Shi family is at the innermost part. You have only 15 minutes. When someone approaches, I will knock on the cell door. One of you should remain halfway to keep an eye on the situation. If anything unexpected occurs, immediately head to the cell door at the corner, where Zhang Chun is. He is one of us. Shi Buyu glanced in the direction he indicated and nodded in agreement. San Cun halted his steps, while the master and servant continued onward, leaving a gu near Zhang Chun. Shi Buyu observed the man leaning against the cell door, understanding he was meant to provide cover. She placed the basket before him and proceeded alone towards the innermost area. Aside from those imprisoned from the Shi family, all other cells were empty, indicating tight security. The first individual she encountered were the female relatives, and Shi Buyu instantly recognized her mother. The woman who had wept bitterly upon her departure now wore plain clothing, exuding a strength that seemed to shield others from harm. She sat at the outermost edge and, upon hearing footsteps, lifted her head. Not recognizing the familiar guard, she immediately stood up, alert. As Shi Buyu approached, ready to speak, the woman across suddenly grasped the cell door, her voice strained as if forced from her throat. Buyu? Buyu? Shi Buyu was momentarily taken aback. While children easily recognize adults, it is far more challenging for adults to identify children. She had not anticipated that, after 13 years apart, her mother would still recognize her at first glance. Where is Wan Xia? How could she allow you to come here? She is stationed outside, keeping watch, Shi Buyu replied. Stepping closer, she gazed at the woman who was silently weeping as she fixed her eyes upon her, attempting to call her mother, but the term felt too foreign. Ultimately, she merely nodded. I am Buyu. The Shi family members, alerted by the commotion, gathered closer, straining to listen. What brings you back at this time? Her mother whispered urgently, her voice barely above a murmur. Listen to me, leave the capital at once. Go as far away as you can. Adding your name to this charge will only increase the severity of the punishment. There is no room for negotiation. Shi Buyu surveyed the others, recognizing them all. The light in their eyes dimmed as they absorbed their mother's words. Alone, she indeed could not save the Shi family. To make a long story short, Shi Buyu leaned closer to her mother and whispered, we will stage a prison break on the day of execution. Her mother's face was a picture of shock as she tightly grasped Shi Buyu's arm, struggling to find her voice. Do you understand how stringent the security will be? Regardless, the outcome cannot be worse. Why not fight for a glimmer of hope? This plan requires coordination from both inside and outside. I am here to establish communication. Realizing the immense risk her daughter had taken to see them, her mother could no longer afford to delay. She pointed further inside. Go and speak with Uncle San Yen. Shi Buyu acknowledged her with a nod and proceeded in that direction. Her mother watched intently, fearing she might never see her again. Each passing moment felt precious. The men of the Shi family recognized who had arrived and looked at her, wanting to speak, yet feeling that any words would be superfluous. Among them, the one she was most familiar with was her second brother, Shi Su, who was 4 years her senior. Every year on her birthday, regardless of her whereabouts, he would appear before her, first accompanied by family, then alone as he grew older, acting as a true brother, celebrating her birth with gifts and artwork. Now, despite his disheveled appearance, he still smiled at Shi Buyu. Have you come to ensnare yourself? I have come as a harbinger of disaster, Shi Buyu replied, finding his unkempt hair bothersome, choosing not to look at him as she approached Uncle San Yen. The youthful figure she remembered had grown a short beard and had become much sturdier, unable to utter the words uncle. Shi Buyu nodded in greeting, then spread out a piece of paper on the ground, swiftly sketching a rudimentary map with charcoal. The Shi family, recognizing the urgency, instinctively gathered the most astute among them to the forefront, pointing to several marked locations. Shi Buyu quietly relayed her plan, detailing how they would coordinate within the city, the routes to take, and what to do if they encountered obstacles. She considered nearly every possible scenario. The Shi family, listening intently, felt a renewed sense of hope that, if they followed her plan, they might truly escape. Shi Yen examined the map and posed the critical question, can we trust those who will assist us? I have made a deal with him. It is a transaction that benefits us both, creating mutual reliance that is more trustworthy than mere charity, Shi Buyu explained. Shi Yen accepted this reasoning, gazing at his composed niece, uncertain whether her confidence was genuine. We will cooperate fully. Prepare for the worst-case scenario. If things go awry, do not sacrifice yourself for us. Our lineage relies on you alone. Should it come to that, leave at a distance and never return to the capital. Once the storm passes, do your utmost to care for the exiled branches of our family. Shi Buyu scanned the faces of her family, noting that their condition was far better than she had anticipated. They may have once known despair, refusal, rage, and fear, but now, their eyes shone with earnestness, nodding in agreement with Shi Yan's words. Regardless of their relationship, they all wished to preserve her lineage. According to the Diyu law, the entire family is subject to execution, sparing only children under the age of 7 and the elderly over 90. I never imagined they would be so thorough, leaving no one unscathed. The Shi family was filled with sorrow and indignation, never having anticipated that the loyal and valiant Ho family would meet such a fate. Shi Buyu refrained from pouring salt into their wounds, adding a few strokes to the map before folding it away. Rising, she declared, we shall meet again in 2 days. No one spoke further, their expressions a mixture of fragile hope as they watched her depart. If survival were possible, who would choose death, especially a death so shrouded in ambiguity? As she passed by her mother, Shi Buyu paused, turning to ask, how were you able to recognize me? Her mother, suppressing the urge to touch her, fearful of being overheard, clutched the cell door tightly, her voice trembling yet resolute. I watched you grow up through your portraits. How could I not recognize you? So, the annual portrait served such a purpose. Shi Buyu took a few steps before halting again. Are the portraits still intact? They are not renowned masterpieces. They likely hold no interest for them. By the time we decided to burn them, it was too late. That would only draw attention. Instead, they were rolled up and placed in the painting jar, though I do not know if they were damaged. Cough, cough. Hearing a goose warning, Shi Buyu immediately approached to regroup, squatting before Zhang Chun, who was indulging in food, as if engaged in conversation. What could take so long to say? It's about time to wrap up. The head jailer remained somewhat vigilant, picking his teeth as he approached. Seeing them behaving properly eased his mind, and he pointed at San Cun, mockingly scolding, I don't want to see you for 5 days. San Cun smiled obsequiously. Yes, I shall come back to see you in 5 days. Go on, go on. He. Chapter 004. Growing up with the painting. Upon emerging from the prison, Yan Zhejing awaited him. He discreetly slipped a pouch of silver to San Cun and lowered his tone to utter a few flattering remarks. Had he not just experienced it firsthand, Shi Buyu might have believed that Yan Zhe had indeed used money to forge connections. Moreover, the jailer who had granted them freedom and the accomplice Zhang Chun made Shi Buyu realize that Yan Xian's influence extended further than she had anticipated, and it was directed towards this very matter. The prison, indeed, served as an excellent venue for uncovering unspeakable affairs. Once they boarded the carriage and departed from that area, Yan Zhe turned to inquire, do you have a destination, miss? To the welcome inn, Shi Buyu responded, fixing her gaze upon him. When did Zhang Chun enter? The day after the Shi family was imprisoned. Shi Buyu pressed further, was the Shi family given special attention? Indeed, no visitors are permitted, Yan Zhe remarked, casting her a glance as he divulged, according to our sources, this order came from the vice minister. Zhang Shuji, the foremost among the officials, had only the military power wielded by Grand Tutor Fu Wei to rival him. The Chenggong Marquis residence was an old faction of the late emperor, having grown increasingly discreet since his passing. Shi Buyu rummaged through the histories of both families but could find no evidence of animosity. Yet, if this calamity befalling the Shi family had nothing to do with him, why would there be a prohibition on visits? What were they guarding against? Upon returning to her quarters, Shi Buyu asked, Aunt, while you were in the capital, did you hear of any grievances between the two families? Wan Xia pondered briefly, I have not heard anything. That was peculiar. It couldn't be that they were merely preventing others from taking advantage of the Shi family's misfortune. Shi Buyu shook her head. The two families lacked such rapport. The Grand Tutor's actions were more comprehensible, given that they were both military figures. Setting aside that matter for the moment, Shi Buyu declared, tonight I shall visit the Chenggong Marquis residence, there is still ample time, and, since you rarely return, would you like to meet old acquaintances? Wan Xia appeared somewhat dazed. Should she go? It seemed not entirely necessary. If I can go 13 years without seeing them, then 30 years is no concern. Wan Xia moved behind Shi Buyu to loosen her hair, combing it as she spoke. Would it not be a bit risky to visit the Marquis residence at this time? The names on the Shi family roster are either deceased on the battlefield or imprisoned. There is no one to guard against. An empty Marquis residence holds little significance and will not attract undue attention. Wan Xia remained unconvinced. I will go and scout the area first. Shi Buyu did not dissuade her. She had great confidence in her aunt's abilities and turned her thoughts to the plans for the following day. The capital at night was aglow with lights, bustling with people and carriages, a vivid tapestry of prosperity. The two women moved along with the crowd, growing quieter as they ventured westward. Wan Xia skillfully led the way until they reached a secluded corner, where she hoisted her niece over the wall into the Chenggong Marquis residence. The estate was vast. They entered through a corner of the rear courtyard, and as they proceeded, the evidence of calamity was apparent. Broken flowers and withered branches littered the ground, and even the small garden had been thoroughly ravaged. This family had been thoroughly pillaged. Relying on her childhood memories, Shi Buyu located their quarters, and with a little analysis, she found the room where Shi Su resided. Influenced by family traditions, few in the Shi family took to the arts, and those like Shi Su, who preferred reading over swordplay, were even rarer. However, the foundational skills had not been neglected in the least. The room lay in disarray, chairs and cabinets were overturned, ink pots scattered in the corners, brushes strewn about, and sheets of paper and drawings blanketed the floor, some torn in half, others reduced to mere fragments. Beneath the moonlight, the two women forged a path through the chaos, and Wan Xia found an oil lamp to illuminate the surroundings. In the large vat of paintings, only two remained. With a careful selection, Shi Buyu picked one up and unfurled it, smiling. Aunt, how old was I here? Wan Xia leaned in for a closer look and smiled in return. This must be when you were 7 years old. See that scar on your face? You got it the day before your birthday from a scuffle with a cat. Shi Buyu recalled that year vividly, when the old man had taken her north, where not only were the people fierce, but even the cats and dogs were as well. She had been chased by dogs and later clawed by cats, engaging in daily skirmishes, whether to reclaim her dignity or to defend herself. Strangely enough, after several battles, the cats and dogs began to follow her around. The very cat that had scratched her face even stealthily boarded a ship with her, accompanying her to many places. Eventually, that cat, whom she named 9 Lives, perished one winter, and the old man had said its time had come. Gazing at the portrait, which seemed to capture her in the midst of yet another brawl, Shi Buyu mused, how many fights did I engage in back then? You always return spotless, having only engaged in verbal sparring, Wan Xia reminisced, unable to suppress a smile. Yet, you had a penchant for contention with animals, even fighting with mice. Those creatures were no match for me, Shi Buyu quipped, picking up another painting. No, she grabbed one from the ground beside the vat, and indeed, it was another. This one captures you at 10 years old, and you had ceased fighting. Shi Buyu turned to her aunt. Wan Xia chuckled, no longer teasing her. That year, we traveled to a coastal county, where you encountered many novel sights and met people who looked different from us. In just a few months, you learned their language and expressed a desire to visit their homeland. But the old man forbade it. Shi Buyu picked up another piece, still depicting her, but lacking a signature, clearly not painted on her birthday. At such a frequency, one could only wonder how many paintings had been created in her daily life. Those who had ransacked the house might have assumed they belonged to Shi Su's beloved. Sitting on the floor, she examined each painting, some intact and others torn, spanning her ages from 4 to 16. Observing the evolution of her artistic skill from clumsiness to maturity, it felt as if she were witnessing her own growth. With each piece, her thoughts naturally drifted back to those years, uncertain of the lives of others. Her own past was unencumbered, devoid of reprimands, and filled with unrestrained freedom, each day soaring with abandon. She said she recognized me immediately because she had watched me grow up through the portraits, Shi Buyu remarked, rolling up the 13 birthday paintings one by one. Yet, I do not miss her. In fact, I often forget them. A mother's concern for her child is instinctual, and it is natural for you to feel as you do. There is no right or wrong. Wan Xia assisted in rolling the paintings, adding, did the old gentleman not say that your temperament serves as a form of self-preservation? To possess an exceptionally sharp mind while being born with a sensitive and fragile disposition is to court an early demise. Thus, I feel no guilt, Shi Buyu replied, rising with the paintings in her arms. Yet, knowing she has always thought of me brings me a certain joy. Though you may not think of her, the sacrifices you made to save them are beyond what most could afford. Wan Xia found a piece of cloth to wrap the paintings, gazing at the child she had nurtured. You need not resemble anyone else. You are simply perfect as you are. Chapter 005 of the Alliance to Rescue Prisoners. The following day, Shi Buyu chose a time when Yan Shiren was at home and, bearing those paintings, once again approached the Yan residence. This time, there was no need for an announcement. He moved forward unimpeded. The two reviewed their plans for the next day one last time, patiently awaiting the morrow. As the sound of the night watch echoed, Shi Buyu pushed open the window and gazed upward. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Indeed, today was the 15th of May, and their adversaries were so anxious that they could not afford to wait for the execution in the autumn. Leaning against the window frame, Shi Buyu mentally rehearsed the events of the following day, contemplating every conceivable scenario. As for her, she would certainly not place herself in danger. At dawn the next day, as the city gates opened for the first batch of early risers, Shi Buyu slipped out of the city, leaving behind her most trusted ally, a gu, to oversee matters within. The capital was already buzzing with unrest, throngs of people crowded every corner, whether in tea houses or taverns, anguished voices rose in denunciation of traitors, a disgrace that transcended dynasties. As the sun ascended higher, the streets grew even more cacophonous, with numerous individuals armed with rotten eggs and foul leaves. "Here they come!" a voice shouted, drawing everyone's gaze toward the end of the road. A group of shackled prisoners, bound in chains, advanced slowly, and in an instant, rotten eggs and foul leaves filled the air, accompanied by even harsher curses. "My grandfather would never betray the country." 11-year-old Shi Buyu shouted defiantly, expressing unwavering faith in his grandfather. "He is the loyal and brave Marquis, a loyal and courageous man personally appointed by the founding emperor. He would never turn traitor." The response was a barrage of even more rotten eggs. He glared at the crowd lining the streets, tears welling in his eyes, yet he fought valiantly to hold them back. His grandfather had said that the men of the Shi family could only die standing, they would never kneel to live, he feared not death, but his grandfather had never mentioned that one day the men of the Shi family would find themselves on the executioner's block, not standing, not kneeling, but lying prostrate in eternal disgrace. With a fierce glare directed at every contorted face within his sight, Shi Buyu clenched his fists. The Shi family would never, ever bow down. Heavens, the smoke in Lingyu Alley is so thick. Which household has caught fire? The crowd turned to look, the smoke billowing ominously, suggesting a significant blaze. Another voice cried out, "Willow Alley is on fire too." Everyone's head swiveled towards Willow Alley, where the smoke was even denser than that of Water Street. The area they occupied, Guard Tower Street, lay nestled between these two alleys. Quick-witted individuals sensed impending danger and attempted to escape, but the throngs surrounding them made it impossible to break free, only inciting further ire and escalating the chaos. No matter how the Imperial Guard shouted commands, they could no longer contain the situation. At that moment, a group of masked figures leapt from the crowd, swiftly breaking the shackles binding the men of the Shi family and severing their chains. The liberated Shi family members seized weapons and grappling hooks, joining in the effort to rescue their kin. Simultaneously, masked figures appeared at a similar distance, each holding a rope which they hurled forward, catching the ropes thrown back by their comrades. They crouched low, sweeping aside the soldiers attempting to intercept them, and with a powerful tug, cleared the panicked civilians from the main thoroughfare. The ropes danced in their hands, and the Imperial Guards were subdued, unable to rise again. With the time they had secured, the Shi family finally freed themselves entirely of the men of the Shi family, and their capable retainers hoisted the elderly and children onto their backs, using the grappling hooks to leap to the rooftops and into the alleys below. Soldiers pursuing them were shot down by archers lying in ambush on the rooftops, causing the following ranks to slow involuntarily. By the time they caught up, the Shi family had vanished without a trace. The masked individuals exchanged glances, tossed their ropes, and dove into the crowd. When they emerged, their masks had disappeared, blending seamlessly into the panicked throng. By the time the Imperial Guards regained their footing, all that remained were scattered shackles and a tumultuous crowd. Yee! The sound of horses neighing echoed, growing louder as they approached. A multitude of horses charged recklessly, causing a cacophony of shrieks. The chaotic street spiraled further out of control. In an instant, the city was filled with alarm bells. Those who understood knew that the city gates were about to close. Simultaneously, smoke began to rise again in several locations throughout the capital, the most significant emanating from the loyal and brave Marquis' residence. The Imperial Guards received orders to abandon their pursuit and redirect their efforts to extinguishing the fire at the Marquis' estate. They were not overly concerned. Since the establishment of the Great Yu dynasty, there had never been a successful case of prisoner rescue from the capital, precisely because they had never faced such an ordeal. There were no heavy troops stationed at the city gates, yet those planning the rescue were well prepared. However, Shi Buyu and Yan Shiren had never intended to storm the gates. Shi Yan led a dozen of the most skilled individuals to cast grappling hooks first upon the city walls, targeting the most significant threats, the archers, and securing the ropes in place, allowing those with children to descend first. As a relentless tide of soldiers surged forward, the Shi family, outnumbered and wounded, held their ground. Shi Yan yanked an arrow from his arm, gasping as he glanced back, knowing they needed to endure a little longer. The longer they held out, the farther the others could flee. As long as they could escape safely, the Shi family would not perish. At that moment, a grappling hook was thrown up, and a spark of hope ignited within him. "Cover," he shouted. Recognizing the familiar hook, he knew reinforcements had arrived. The morale of the Shi family surged, and they charged forward, protecting the masked figures as they landed safely. The leading masked figure ordered, "You all retreat first." Shi Yan exchanged no words with him, leading his family down the rope. At that moment, he spotted the archery formation on the bridge, realizing that their bows and shields were of comparable quality to those found within the army. Using their cover, they finally withdrew from the city gates. From that day forth, the capital had witnessed a successful rescue of prisoners. Whoa! Spotting a lone figure waiting ahead, Yan Shiren reined in his horse, feeling extraordinarily pleased. His part of the transaction had been completed, and now it was time for the other party to fulfill their end of the bargain. Shi Buyu rode forward. "Has everyone made it out? What are the casualties?" "Everyone is out," Shi Yan replied, his arm drenched in blood. 7 retainers have died, and the others sustained various injuries. This outcome exceeded Shi Buyu's expectations. Glancing at the mothers among the crowd, she stated, "Let's go." Their departure lasted for the better part of a day. Aside from allowing the horses to rest and drink, they made no other stops. Everyone gritted their teeth and persevered until they finally halted at the foot of a mountain. Shi Buyu spoke without preamble. "There is a den of bandits atop this mountain, none of whom are innocent. All may be slain. The Shi family understood, this place would henceforth be their territory. Shi Yan gathered the remaining members and ascended the mountain. The task of eradicating bandits had never been the responsibility of the loyal and brave Marquis estate, yet it was not beyond their capabilities. Shi Buyu whispered a few words to Agu, who nodded gently and rode away. The hoofprints cannot end here. Shi Buyu turned to Yan Shuren. Have your men disguise themselves as members of the Shi family and take the horses, riding continuously forward, passing through Xing'an County and Taolu County, and head to the docks. The water route left no trace, requiring considerable effort to navigate, making it an excellent strategy. Yan Shuren gestured to his subordinates, and soon the sound of hooves echoed. Shi Su approached and asked, should we clear the traces? Shi Buyu nodded, I will lead a team into the mountain first. The cleanup will be your responsibility. This task posed no challenge for the men of the Shi family. Their retainers had all seen battle. They first disguised the hoofprints to appear as though no one had paused there, then eliminated any unwanted traces. Once everyone had entered the mountain, it seemed as if no one had ever lingered there. Chapter 006 Seizing territory. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, a few naturally formed caves came into view, shallow enough to accommodate only a handful of individuals. After a brief absence, Shi Wuyo returned, presenting a bag of jerky to Shi Su, saying, I prepared this during my reconnaissance. Noticing his mother gazing longingly from a distance, Shi Su, with a hint of concern, murmured, at home, it's my mother who makes the decisions. You should take it to her. We are not familiar, Shi Wuyo replied, releasing the bag into his embrace before turning away towards the secluded shade of the trees. Quick on his feet, Shi Su caught it, fully aware of his mother's anguish, yet feeling helpless. As the individual most acquainted with the Shi family and his younger sister, he understood her nature well enough. When she claimed unfamiliarity, it was the unvarnished truth. There was a familial bond, yet a palpable distance. Yan Shuren stepped into the shade, offering a water flask to the person seated against the trunk of a tree. It's clean. Shi Wuyo accepted it and took a few sips, remarking, your involvement in this affair is not a prudent choice. If things go awry, I have my own means to extricate myself. Yan Shuren responded, puzzled, and inquired, I can grasp the rationale behind the arson at the other locations, but why the fire at the Zhangxiang Marquis' residence? What motivates that? To quote the old man with the white beard, even if the Daido dynasty were to fall, my grandfather, Shi Lai, would never betray the country. Shi Wuyo averted her gaze from her mother's direction, continuing, since the passing of the late emperor, the Zhangxiang Marquis has kept a low profile in the capital, wielding far less influence than other nobles, posing no real threat to anyone. Yet, someone has pinned upon him a charge from which there is no escape, not even sparing the children. Who is it that fears him so? Even now, the Shi family is compelled to set fire to his residence, which, in the eyes of the discerning, must conceal monumental secrets. Surely, it necessitates more people to extinguish the flames? Yan Shuren surmised that the white-bearded man was the charlatan she had previously mentioned, Wusu Daozhang. That residence has been the Shi family abode for over a century. You will provide them with an even grander one in the future. Shi Wuyo dismissed, her indifference apparent. The people were nearly gone, so what significance did the estate hold? Yan Shuren chuckled softly. You possess a remarkable ability to inspire belief in others. It is indeed a valuable skill. Quite so. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the sweltering summer heat seemed to dissipate. After days of plotting without a single restful night, Shi Wuyo felt drowsy. As Yan Shuren turned to speak, he swallowed his words upon seeing her state, stepping aside to shield her from a particularly harsh ray of sunlight. Squinting, he observed the group resting across from them, and a sudden question arose in his mind, who was Wu Fei, male or female? This was the only individual Shi Wuyo had mentioned, yet there were certainly more than one person waiting there. Today, in the capital, how many were collaborating in this endeavor? How extensive was her network? Shi Wuyo was roused from her stupor by a sudden commotion. Blinking awake, she realized she was facing a wall and, squinting, sat up, yawning as she asked, have they returned from the mountain? Only two have come back, Yan Shuren replied, glancing back at her and shifting aside to reveal Shi Su approaching. We've secured the territory. Shi Su's gaze flickered between the two. Third uncle sent word, instructing us to send some efficient workers up to tidy things up, and we shall follow in half an hour. What are we tidying? Bloodstains or severed heads? Shi Su crouched before his sister, observing her bleary-eyed demeanor, fully aware of her recent hardships. She had seldom remained in one place for long over the years. It was uncertain where she had received the news prompting her return or arranging matters in the capital, seeking a place to settle, and negotiating deals. Each task was daunting. Without responding to her inquiry, Shi Su said, you should rest a bit longer. Shi Wuyo indeed dozed off for another half hour, finally regaining a measure of energy before following Shi Su up the narrow path. Tiger Head Village may not have had a notorious reputation, especially when compared to other infamous strongholds, yet it was still significant. Yan Shuren, who had never heard of this village before, recalled Shi Wuyo's previous assertion that the people on the mountain were hardly innocent, and thus inquired, why was Tiger Head Village chosen? Tiger Head Village may not be well known, but it is steeped in misdeeds and is ideally suited for underhanded dealings without drawing unwanted attention, Shi Wuyo explained, lifting her garment to avoid snagging it on the branches lining the path. Who would have thought? A den of bandits is, in reality, a nest of water ghosts, often lurking along the Fengxian River. To cite a recent incident, last year, a ship sank in the Fengxian River, its cargo of gold and silver vanished without a trace. This was their doing. I have heard of this. The ship's owner was a wealthy merchant returning home with his wife and elderly mother to pay respects to their ancestors. Counting household servants, 59 souls perished without a single survivor. The authorities investigated, yet found not a shred of evidence. It was indeed their handiwork? Their debts of life far exceed those 59. Saying this, Shi Buyu refrained from divulging further details. How did you come to know such intricate matters and fixate on their territory? Observing the slow-moving figures ahead, Yan Shiren tucked this question away in his heart. Given their current rapport, he feared that asking would elicit the response, "We are still not familiar." This narrow, winding path appeared to be a retreat reserved by the people of Tiger Head Village, seldom used, overrun with fallen branches and leaves, and climbing mines. Had it not been for the family members forging ahead, few could have maintained their garments in pristine condition. Shi Buyu plucked a wild fruit and popped it into her mouth, a sweet and sour taste tinged with a hint of bitterness and echo of a familiar flavor. "Is this edible?" Turning at his inquiry, Shi Buyu noticed him pinching a fruit, recalling that her overseer, who was responsible for tasting, was not present. She took one herself and said, "I can eat it, you probably cannot." Yan Shiren rubbed his stained fingertips, acknowledging the truth. He could not. He required others to sample food first, to procure items first, to enter unfamiliar rooms first. Such were the dictates of his mother since childhood. Tiger Head Village, while not widely known, was indeed sizable. As Shi Buyu trailed behind, she spotted Shi Yan waiting at the end of the path, her blood relative, her third uncle. "It's much larger than anticipated, and we've discovered quite a few valuable items," Shi Yan remarked as she approached. A total of 19 individuals were found in the village, with no women or children. "You can ascertain the numbers yourselves. I only know their families do not reside here, and on the surface, they all possess clean identities. They commit their crimes in the summer and autumn. Only during these seasons can they be apprehended here." As for the valuable items, they had just completed a significant haul at the beginning of the month. "I see." Shi Yan refrained from probing how she acquired such knowledge. "How would you like to handle these items?" "Bury them," Shi Buyu replied, gazing at the darkened ground ahead. "Ill-gotten gains should not be claimed." Shi Yan nodded in approval, recognizing from her words that, regardless of her usual conduct, her character remained unblemished. She was indeed a commendable child of the Shi family. Chapter 007. The direction of the Shi family. The Tiger Head Village, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, boasts houses that ascend the mountainside, arranged in a charmingly haphazard manner, resembling a secluded hamlet far removed from the tumult of the world. Here, there is no trace of it being a den of murderous bandits. Of course, in the future, it shall not be. Shi Yan led the two individuals to the uppermost house, where a sign proclaiming council hall hung prominently in the main hall. Shi Buyu chuckled. What matters could a group of water bandits possibly deliberate upon? Which auspicious day to take a life? Yan Shiren turned his gaze to the landscape below, remarking, "The leader of this Tiger Head Village appears to be a well-read individual. The chief is indeed valiant, but it is the second in command who is the learned and cunning scholar." Shi Yan paused momentarily. "Are you well acquainted with them?" "One must know their targets well to dare consider them as such," Shi Buyu replied, stepping further inside. "Every action leaves traces. One may conceal for a time, but not for eternity. Coincidentally, I have always had a penchant for unraveling mysteries." At that moment, Shi Mu was diligently tidying up the council hall. Aware that this place would soon be put to use, she heard the commotion and quickly emerged from the room, eager to approach her daughter yet hesitant, striving to exhibit a natural smile as she said, "Third brother, this place is nearly ready for use. I have instructed someone to brew tea, and it will be brought shortly. With so many matters to attend to, I must trouble you, sister-in-law." "It is my duty," Shi Mu replied, glancing at her daughter, who remained fixated elsewhere, causing her smile to dim. Observing the usually forthright sister-in-law in such a state, Shi Yan sighed inwardly. If his niece possessed a temperament akin to that of other young ladies, he could engage her in conversation as an uncle should. However, she had always been different since birth. Though he was unaware of the extent of her transformation over the years, her demeanor today indicated she was not someone who could be easily manipulated due to her status. At this juncture, Shi Yan could only say, "Sister-in-law, please send word for everyone to gather here for a discussion." Shi Mu nodded in agreement, stealing another glance at her daughter before leading the attendants away. The three entered the room, and Shi Yan took his place at the head, gesturing for Yan Shiren to join him. Yan Shiren, unreserved, returned the gesture and took a seat in the first position on the left. Shi Buyu naturally settled in the seat below him. To the left was the guest seat. Shi Yan's intended words morphed into a sigh. Although he had risked his life to rescue the Shi family, Buyu did not regard herself as one of them. "Your mother, I cannot bring myself to call him third uncle," Shi Buyu interjected, speaking in perfect synchronicity with him, seemingly oblivious to his previous words, continuing, "As for the others, they remain too foreign to me. I hope for your understanding." Shi Yan could only swallow the words that had risen to his lips, opting instead to say, "It is natural for you to feel estranged, having left home at the tender age of 3. In time, through shared experiences, you shall find it easier to address us." Shi Buyu remained non-committal. The likelihood of fostering such connection seemed slim. Yan Shiren busied himself with his sleeves, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The attendants served tea without delay. Before long, members of the Shi family arrived in succession, the highest ranking among them being the second uncle, Shi Qing, the second brother of the loyal and brave Marquis, Shi Lai. He had suffered poor health since childhood, unable to serve in the military like his elder brother and third brother, and had remained at home to preside over affairs, becoming the last elder of the Shi family. The loyal and brave Marquis' line was now upheld solely by Shi Yan, while the third uncle had ventured to the borders with his youngest son. Their fates uncertain, the family was left with only the eldest son. Among the younger generation, Shi Su led the pack, the youngest being a child of merely 7 or 8 years. In a short span, the once vast Shi family lay in tatters. The preservation of what remained was largely attributed to Shi Buyu's tireless strategizing from afar. Now, observing her seated in the guest position, though their expressions varied, none dared utter a word. Ahem. Shi Yan cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself. For 43 days ago, I could scarcely have imagined that our father would meet such a disgraceful end. Until today, I never thought we would escape the capital alive. Buyu. Shi Buyu lifted her gaze to meet the call. Third uncle, I am unaware of how you managed it, but I understand the difficulty. Your success speaks volumes of your capabilities. I will not mince words. Do you have any plans for the future of the Shi family? Speak candidly. Candidly, that was not in her nature. For now, we shall refrain from any actions and lay low until the storm passes. Dispatch trusted individuals to the borders in disguise. We must see the living and the dead. Unless the Shi family's military is entirely extinguished, it is implausible that there are no leads whatsoever. Shi Yan nodded. I am inclined to take that course of action. I have also made arrangements for those exiled from the Shi family. Shi Buyu glanced at Yan Shiren. He caught on and added, considering the distance, we should receive news by nightfall. The elder Shi Qing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. The emperor had decreed the execution of the Shi family as 3 lines and the exile of 6. He had thought it fortunate to preserve the direct line, yet here was Shi Buyu, who had not abandoned even the branches. The others appeared equally delighted. The family's honor and disgrace were intertwined. In times of adversity, regardless of familial ties, preserving even one member was a cause for celebration, and preserving all was nothing short of miraculous. However, after the initial joy, Shi Yan inquired, are there any troublesome individuals among the branches? Their presence could bring calamity to the family. I have no intention of putting all my eggs in one basket. Shi Buyu felt no qualms about likening the Shi family to eggs. I have arranged for their transport to an island where over 700 people reside. Unless I send someone to retrieve them once everything settles, they shall not return. I have assisted their leader in the past, and this time, he shall repay that kindness. Pausing briefly, Shi Buyu continued, if you wish to bring anyone back, provide me with a list, and I will arrange for their return. If there are others you wish to send away, I can facilitate that as well. Yan Shiren turned to Shi Buyu, astonished that she had established rapport with such a difficult-to-approach leader, and that he owed her a favor. Shi Yan was evidently aware that this was no simple matter. He cast a deep glance at his niece and said, you mentioned not putting all your eggs in one basket. We must send away all children under 10 from the direct line. Additionally, some of the branch brothers and nephews have become quite skilled in military tactics and marksmanship, having been taught by my father. 2 of them have gone to the borders. I wonder, taking a deep breath, Shi Yan skipped over the difficult words, if it is not too much trouble, perhaps we could bring back a dozen or so individuals. If it proves cumbersome, we shall forego it. Shi Buyu nodded. The Shi family was in need of capable individuals. Shi Yan then asked, are there any other arrangements? Shi Buyu replied succinctly, none. And what about you? Shi Buyu appeared puzzled. You have dismissed Wan Xia, now there is not a single capable person by your side. If you encounter danger, how will you ensure your own safety? Aunt is visiting you county and will return tomorrow. Shi Yan silently swallowed the words he had intended to express, glancing at the person beside her. He changed the topic, this individual, you have yet to make a formal introduction. Chapter 008 The unprecedented affair. As Yan Shiren was about to rise and introduce himself, he heard a voice beside him say, the name Yan Shiren is but a pseudonym. The true name has yet to be revealed. I struck a bargain with him, he would assist me in a prison break, and in return, I would aid him in his endeavors. He has fulfilled his part of the agreement, and now it is my turn. Once Auntie returns, I shall accompany him down the mountain. A sense of foreboding washed over Shi Yan as he inquired, what endeavor? The matter of replacing a person on the imperial throne. A gasp reverberated through the room. Such audacious words left everyone stunned, staring at the speaker as if he were casually remarking on the pleasantness of the weather. Shi Yan rose, his voice grave. Buyu, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The Duke of Loyalty and Valor earned his name through unwavering fidelity and courage, and to this day, he has never sullied the illustrious reputation of his ancestors. What if the current emperor is illegitimate? Would unseating a usurper tarnish the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's honor? If it indeed does, Buyu chuckled softly, then let me be cast out from my family. A heavy silence enveloped the room, no one daring to speak. The Duke of Loyalty and Valor, a paragon of integrity and bravery upheld by generations of the Shi family, was now being challenged by someone who seemed to regard such values with disdain, and strangely, his words held a semblance of reason. Cough. Shi Qing broke the silence with a series of coughs, asking, do you possess any evidence? You are more familiar with the Duke than I. Could he ever betray his country? If he would not, why then assign him a treasonous label that even the infants of the Shi family would not escape? Eradicate the roots, the phrase echoed in the minds of all present. Buyu continued, the late emperor grew up in the Shi household, trained in martial arts by the Duke, who was his companion. What bond can rival that in the court? The emperor's sudden demise, who among you would dare claim that the Duke did not investigate this matter in secret? Those with guilty consciences are surely fearful, no? Yan Shiren reacted swiftly, springing to his feet. Are you suggesting that the Duke unearthed something that would lead to this calamity? This is merely my conjecture, yet there is merit in it, Buyu replied, turning to him. He has held the throne for 20 years. Why would he suddenly target a Duke who poses no threat, or do you believe the Duke is no longer loyal? The Duke would never betray. Yan Shiren slowly resumed his seat, though shaken by Buyu's words, he retained his composure. As Buyu pointed out, the late emperor had grown up in the Shi family, holding a close bond with the current duke. Even in his final moments, he entrusted his mother to seek the duke, indicating a lack of complete trust in him. However, Shi pondered another thought. Does the old gentleman know your intentions? He does, Buyu replied, lowering his gaze. The elder rarely engaged in divination. The last time Shi had mentioned it was 13 years prior. After a trip to the capital, he returned with her. Upon learning of the duke's troubles, he once again consulted the oracle, yet offered no clear interpretation, merely stating that she ought to return to the capital, speaking cryptically. Had it not been for the elder's weary countenance, not a single hair of his beard would have remained intact. Did he not try to dissuade you? Not at all. Shi exchanged glances with his third uncle, uncertain of the elder's true identity. He had only heard from his grandfather that the man was no ordinary individual, deserving of respect even from the late emperor. Under his protection, Buyu faced no fears throughout her life. Over the years, he had observed her transformation from a sensitive and fierce girl to one increasingly bold and flamboyant. Her gaze softened, her claws still sharp but now able to retract without inflicting harm upon herself or others. He had invested over a decade in shaping Buyu into her current self, yet he did not intervene as she contemplated such a monumental upheaval. Shi turned his attention to the only outsider in the room, Yanshuren. Such matters bear little relevance to you. There is no need for concern, Buyu declared, rising. I am fatigued, I shall retire. Yanshuren also stood. All necessities will be provided shortly. It would be wise for you all to refrain from descending the mountain for now. This was the greatest worry of the Shi family at present. Shi Yan rose and solemnly bowed. Thank you, young Master Yan. With the exception of Shi Qing, everyone returned the bow. Escaping from imprisonment was no small feat, attributable to Buyu's efforts, yet it was also thanks to Yanshuren's assistance. Shi Yan added, Buyu has made a deal with young Master Yan concerning the Shi family, and thus it concerns us all. If you require anything, young Master Yan, as long as it is within our means, we shall not refuse. Yanshuren could discern the implications behind these words, glancing at the figure turning back towards the entrance. My transactions with him cannot be substituted. You are not my master, nor can you fulfill that role, Buyu stated softly, her words carrying significant weight. Refusing to diminish herself before her elders, Shi Yan was about to speak again when Shi Qing interjected. Shi, ensure your mother makes proper arrangements. Do not neglect our esteemed guest. Shi quickly complied, leading the two out. Buyu's sharp claws had emerged. He feared that continuing the conversation would distance them before they had even drawn close. Shi Qing dismissed the others, leaving only Shi Yan behind. Second uncle, what is your intention in stopping me? Shi Qing dipped his brush in tea and inscribed the name Yanshuren upon the table. Take a look. Shi Yan saw no significance. Buyu claims this is a false name. Shi Qing dipped the brush again, this time writing horizontally from left to right. Now, examine it again. Shi Yan was baffled by his uncle's intentions, but as he observed the name inscribed, a realization struck him. Yan and Shi were too close together. Could it be a scheme or royal connection? If Buyu asserted that the emperor's ascension was illegitimate, it could only mean that it was acquired improperly from the late emperor's sudden passing. Shi Yan stared at his uncle in shock. Are you suggesting? Consider his age. It is not impossible, Shi Qing mused, gently rubbing his wrist. His health was frail, having spent many days in confinement without sunlight, and today had proven exhausting. Yet his spirit was invigorated. If his conjectures proved correct, the Shi family might yet rise again. Shi Yan paced back and forth, torn between excitement and anxiety. I trust that Buyu learned great skills from the Taoist, but she is only 16. No matter how talented, she cannot possibly handle this matter. You seem to remember only her reputation as a calamity but have forgotten how she acquired it. In my life, I have never encountered a child more astute than Buyu. Even the annals of history yield few such prodigies. If that Taoist is indeed an extraordinary figure, with Buyu's innate talent under his tutelage, how can you be certain she does not possess the skills to instigate such upheaval? Shi Qing's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. It is entirely possible. If it truly comes to fruition, that would indeed be splendid. However, should it fail, there would be no escape for Buyu. Without taking this gamble, the Shi family will be forever burdened with the stain of treason, condemned to live in obscurity without a future. What purpose would such a Shi family serve? Shi Qing strode to the door, squinting at the sky tinged with crimson hues. Sending the child away has already secured enough incense offerings. Shi Yan approached, gazing at the same sky as his uncle. After a moment, he smiled. Father often lamented that second uncle lacked a robust physique, otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the most daring and strategic of generals. In the past, I too lamented this, but now, I do not, Shi Qing replied, hands clasped behind his back as he stepped outside, speaking softly. I must survive to watch over the Shi family as it rises from its fall. Otherwise, how could I find peace? Shi Yan's eyes instantly glistened with tears. A lifetime of unwavering loyalty had led to such an unfortunate fate. How could their father find peace? Chapter 009. To become a rebel. As the taut tension in her heart began to ease, Shi Buyu found herself yawning repeatedly. It had been a fortnight since she had enjoyed a restful slumber. Stretching languidly, she turned to the person beside her and inquired, have you arranged for someone to await us below? Of course. Then I shall not concern myself with it. Waving her hand dismissively, Shi Buyu added, I leave it to your discretion, as you wish. As she walked away, Shi felt a twinge of exasperation at her carefree demeanor. It was rather too reckless. He turned to apologize on behalf of his sister to the esteemed guest, only to find a smile plastered across Yan Shan's face. Shi stepped forward, positioning himself to block Yan Shan's line of sight. I must apologize for any neglect. Young Master Yan, please follow me. The two walked silently for a few paces, with Shi Su, as the host, breaking the silence first. Yesterday in the prison, a guard brought us some jerky, and he mentioned it was in your name, Buyu. Had he not mentioned her name, would you have dared to partake? This was tantamount to admitting that he had indeed orchestrated it. Shi Su halted and clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. Thank you, with these provisions, I shall not falter today. Yan Shan averted his gaze, pressing his hands down and resolutely continuing forward. There is no need for such formality. All I do is in service of ensuring a successful transaction with Miss Shi. If the Shi family were to be exchanged for my sister, would you consent? Not at all, Yan Shan replied, looking at him. Compared to the Shi family, Miss Shi is far more likely to aid me in achieving my desires. Their gazes locked, neither willing to yield. After a moment, Shi Su chuckled and nodded. You possess keen insight, young Master Yan. I share the same sentiment. Then, how about we add the Shi family to your transaction? Yan Shan halted and turned to face him. If young Master Shi suggests this, I may misinterpret that the Shi family intends to ally with me. Yan Shan, what a splendid name. Shi Su retreated a step, bowing slightly, 2 characters in a name, yet so melodious. Yan Shan regarded him for a moment before supporting his arm to assist him back to his feet. Can you truly represent the Shi family? I cannot, Shi Su replied, meeting his gaze. However, the fact that the House of Loyal and Brave still evokes trepidation from the Emperor today suggests that its leadership cannot be entrusted to those lacking in intellect. Yan Shan was somewhat swayed but did not acquiesce. I yearn for the support of the Shi family, yet this matter requires Miss Shi's approval. My dealings with her do not encompass appropriating the Shi family. Should I provoke her ire, it would be a most regrettable loss. To say it would be a regrettable loss implies that the entire Shi family is worth less than a single Shi Buyu? Shi Su found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel pleased for Buyu or aggrieved for himself. Surely he could not be so inadequate. This day stretched on interminably. The Shi family, having narrowly escaped death, felt utterly exhausted yet inexplicably exhilarated, yawning incessantly but unwilling to rest. Deep down, they feared awakening to another grim reality. After all, this place was not far from the capital. At last, Shi Buyu had slept enough. Hearing the commotion, she approached, surprised to find them gathered in the council hall. Have the discussions continued until now? We are finally at ease, gathering to converse. Shi Su rose to greet her, tactfully concealing his family's worries. You must be hungry. Mother noticed how soundly you slept and refrained from waking you. Their mother hurried forward to add, the meals have been kept warm on the stove. I shall fetch them for you. I can simply eat in the kitchen, Shi Buyu replied, navigating her way there without requiring guidance, as she was quite familiar with the layout of the residence. Their mother's expression dimmed. Her daughter still seemed reluctant to draw near. You are too anxious, Shi Su gently reassured her. My sister has always possessed such a disposition. Even when she was a child, she did not grow particularly close to you when she was by your side. After so many years apart, it is only natural that she might feel uncertain. If she were truly heartless towards the Shi family, how could she risk her life to save us at this critical juncture? She has indeed rescued us. Had she not, it would have been a vain sacrifice. Buyu is certainly not a cold-hearted person. Their mother interjected without hesitation. I simply wish to speak with her, to have her glance my way a little more. She is far too perceptive to hold any resentment for being sent away. She must understand that it was to save her life. Do not overthink it. Grant her some time, Shi Su said, casting a glance behind her. He gently urged, it is time to rest. With her arm tightly grasped, their mother followed her son's gaze and realized the fatigue evident among the yawning family members. She waved to her eldest daughter-in-law, who was cradling her 2-year-old grandson. There is much to attend to tomorrow, you may all disperse. With someone taking the lead, the weary women and children began to depart. The men, however, remained. They had to take turns patrolling. Despite the presence of guards, given the current circumstances, it was wise to exercise utmost caution. Shi Yan made the necessary arrangements, leaving only Shi Su to converse. Are you aware of Yan Shan's true identity? I have my suspicions. Shi Yan was not surprised. His nephew was always astute. What are your thoughts? The Shi family has no other path left to pursue. Shi Su looked at his uncle. Unless the Shi family intends to abandon my sister, allowing our descendants to live as cowards for generations to come. Why do you regard me so? Do you think I would abandon my family, or that I could tolerate allowing future generations to live as cowards? Shi Yan was incredulous, tossing aside the empty teacup beside him in exasperation. Shi Su caught it effortlessly, twirling it in his hands. The Shi family does not harbor such spineless individuals. Then why do you voice such concerns? Shi Yan's smile faded. If we take that step, the Shi family will be branded as rebels. Better a rebel than a traitor to the nation. That is true. After a moment of gallows humor, both uncle and nephew sighed deeply. Whether branded as rebels or traitors, it was a stain that would last for eternity. No one would choose such a path unless absolutely necessary. When we left the city today, I feared we might perish there. Even now, Shi Yan vividly recalled the feeling of teetering on the brink of death. The Imperial Guard has been deteriorating over the years, yet we were but a handful, standing as targets on high ground. Even with a war of attrition, they could have worn us down, yet the outcome exceeded my expectations. Not only were there those archers who appeared unexpectedly, but someone had also left an opening in the city walls. This was news to Shi Su. He hurriedly inquired, was he among the Imperial Guard? It may not be his men, but someone is undoubtedly aiding him. Shi Yan pressed a hand to his increasingly racing heart. Shi Su, I believe we have a chance to turn the tide. Shi Su remained silent, his thoughts drifting to Buyu. The person who chose to engage in transactions must possess redeeming qualities. She would not sacrifice herself unnecessarily, nor would the old Taoist. Shi Su. Shi Su turned to his uncle. I must go to Sidong City. I will depart tomorrow. Following the loss of Xinfu Town, the Daio army had retreated to Sidong City, and Xinfu Town had been a crucial border stronghold under the command of the Duke of Loyal and Brave for 5 years. Chapter 010 Fiancé. Shi Su rose to his feet, exclaiming, Third uncle, the household requires your leadership. You cannot leave, I shall go instead. Your second uncle is sufficient to oversee matters at home, Shi Yan interjected, raising his hand to halt further discussion. Father has been stationed at the New Axe for 5 years, and I accompanied him for 3. I am well acquainted with Sidong City. Had it not been for your fourth uncle's stubborn insistence on going, it would be me facing the unknown at this very moment. You have only been there once, I know it far better than you, Shi Su. I must go. Shi Su's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Third uncle, you are my last remaining elder. Shi Yan stepped closer, firmly patting his shoulder. Your grandfather is not so easily felled, and your father and fourth uncle are both capable men. They are surely waiting for me somewhere. I must go find them. Third uncle, your second uncle's health is fragile. He cannot endure much strain and often relies on you, as well as on Buyu. Shi Yan's tone shifted. From what I gathered, she only intends to take Wan Xia and Yan Shiren with her, entirely disregarding the Shi family's involvement. However, we cannot simply allow her to bear this burden alone. She shares a bond with you, so consider how we might proceed. Shi Su nodded in silence, aware that he could not dissuade his third uncle. Shi Yan smiled gently. I leave the household in your capable hands. Return alive, Shi Su implored, his eyes reddening once more. Third uncle, you must come back alive. Shi Yan gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. My life is no longer solely my own. I shall not relinquish it easily. He intended to preserve his life to shield the Shi family from the tempest. Meanwhile, Shi Buyu had already devoured 2 bowls of rice and was preparing to fill a third. Tiger Head Village had stockpiled ample grain and cured meats, all of the finest quality reserved for her, the aroma delightful. Hearing footsteps, she looked up to find Yan Shiren. Yan Shiren did not enter but stood at the threshold, speaking to her. My people have returned with news. Come in. I have no such formalities, Shi Buyu replied, her appetite sated for the moment. Setting down her chopsticks, she inquired, Are they all safe? Safe, Yan Shiren confirmed as he stepped over the threshold, taking a seat opposite her. We acted swiftly to intercept the news from the capital before it spread. The few escorts were no match for my men, and the goods were successfully handed over to Wu Fei. Shi Buyu poured him a cup of tea and pushed it across the table, raising her glass. The deal is struck. I shall honor my commitment. Yan Shiren lifted his cup to clink with hers, smiling. Will you not wait for Agu to return for further confirmation, before you betray my trust? I shall place my faith in you. Trust. Yan Shiren reflected on the rarity of this word in his life. He did not trust anyone and was acutely aware of his own lack of trustworthiness, yet, here was someone declaring faith in him, a phenomenon indeed. Their gazes locked, and they raised their cups in a silent toast before downing the contents in one go. Shi Buyu resumed filling her bowl with rice, and despite claiming no formalities, they remained silent until she finished her bowl before speaking again. Agu will return tomorrow, and we shall head back to the capital. Yan Shiren refilled her tea, smiling. Are we to abandon this place? They are not children, they know how to survive, she replied, slowly swirling the tea in her cup, her gaze fixed on the gentle ripples. My people have cleared the traces, and yours have done so multiple times. As long as they hide well, they will not find their way here. On that note, I am quite curious, Yan Shiren remarked, looking at her. From your various arrangements, it is evident that you possess considerable manpower. Relying solely on yourself might suffice. Why then engage in this transaction with me? Some matters can be risked. Should I fail, I can simply start anew. Others cannot be trifled with. Lives lost cannot be reclaimed. Moreover, I do not possess manpower. They are merely my. Shi Buyu paused, searching for the right term. They are my acquaintances. Then it seems you have quite the network of acquaintances. Wherever I go, I meet new people. However, they are not all close allies. Perhaps the cramped kitchen brought them too close together, for in those few exchanged words, Yan Shiren glimpsed the vibrant tapestry of Shi Buyu's life, so starkly different from his own. She must have traversed many places, forging new friendships at each stop, encountering adversaries, and engaging in a battle of wits that colored her existence with vibrancy. When calamity struck the Shi family, her acquaintances arrived from far and wide to lend their aid, some wealthy, some of noble lineage, others tribal leaders from remote lands, yet they all risked their lives to support her, potentially comprising even those she had once clashed with. Shi Buyu stifled a yawn, feeling the weight of her fullness urging her to sleep. I have been dreadfully sleep-deprived. I shall take my rest. There is one more matter, Yan Shiren said, rising to follow her. The capital will soon tighten its scrutiny on outsiders. You will enter the city under the guise of my cousin, bearing the surname Luo, with your name unchanged. This identity has been prepared in advance, ensuring no issues arise. Pausing, he added, this identity carries the narrative of having lost both parents. When you were young, a marriage was arranged for you, and you came to seek refuge with me after your mourning period ended. Should you be concerned about your reputation, we can alter the engagement to a verbal agreement. Shi Buyu nodded thoughtfully. Yet you wish to utilize this connection. Indeed, Yan Shiren admitted candidly. I have reached the age of 19, and my mentor holds me in high regard. He has seen me alone in the capital for years, and thus harbors a degree of concern for my well-being, particularly regarding my marriage. I wish neither to offend his kindness nor to accept it outright. In my interactions with fellow students, I often mention my sisters at home. Should I have a fiancée, many complications may be avoided. Shi Buyu crossed her arms, appraising him from head to toe. You are handsome and possess a highly esteemed mentor. Even a third-rank official would likely not overlook you. Have you not considered seeking a noble match? With your intellect, it should be easy to turn them to your advantage. Why not pursue that path? Receiving her compliment regarding his looks, Yan Shiren felt a slight heat rise to his cheeks. Perhaps it is simply because I am still young enough to indulge in a few more years of freedom. Once I have tempered my ambitions, I may well take that route. His honesty was refreshing, prompting Shi Buyu to stifle yet another yawn. I care not for such hollow accolades. If it serves a purpose, let it be so. I shall take my leave now. Yanchuren did not attempt to detain her further, accompanying her out of the kitchen, watching as she walked away beneath the moonlight, her silhouette exuding a carefree elegance. Since their acquaintance, she had consistently embodied this quality, as if she were never faced with a dilemma, boldly and resolutely pursuing her goals, even in matters as grave as captivity. The responsibilities entrusted to him were now entirely in her hands. He held no doubts, refrained from interference, asked no questions, and focused solely on his designated tasks, departing without hesitation once arrangements were secured. Such rationality bordered on the unfeeling. Chapter 011. Profound thoughts. Those who had been intermittently slumbering suddenly found themselves as the last to rise the following day. Shi Yan had already assembled everyone and donned their disguises, bidding farewell to her family. Thus, when Shi Buyu arrived after breakfast, she was greeted by an atmosphere thick with desolation. Observing Shi Yan in her guise, Shi Buyu understood the cause of this gloom. She felt somewhat surprised. The Shi family would undoubtedly seek clarity on the matter, yet she had anticipated it would be Shi Su taking the lead. The current Shi family required Shi Yan's steadfast presence. She couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. I shall take my leave now. Shi Yan approached her. If there is anything you wish to convey, please speak plainly. Shi Buyu had no intention of being indirect. She stated directly, there must be issues with the military governor upon arrival. Avoid contact with the remnants of the Shi family. Given that the Shi family has been compromised, they may very well use the Shi army to lure you out. Not all members of the Shi army can be trusted. The speed at which the city fell is also suspect. The old man with the white beard remarked that it hardly resembled a city taken by siege, but rather as if someone had opened the gates to let them in. I suspect there may be a traitor among us, though I cannot ascertain whether this individual is within the military or in the capital. Shi Yan immediately thought of the implications. The loss of Diyu due to treason would render the loyal and brave Marquis a sinner in Diyu's eyes. Even if someone wished to speak on behalf of their father, they would find themselves silenced. That unseen hand has set a trap using a key border town of Diyu, solely to solidify the charges of treason against my father, leaving him no chance of redemption. Those with distinct personalities are often the easiest to manipulate. The Shi family, who have always upheld loyalty and bravery as their family creed, are even more susceptible to such machinations, Shi Buyu remarked. If that unseen hand possesses even a modicum of intelligence, they would lay a vast net in Sitong, waiting for you. Prior to the abduction, there may have been doubts about the loyal and brave Marquis' loyalty, but after the fact, it would be impossible to clear his name. Should you be captured in Sitong, there would be no way out. Shi Yan was already aware of these matters, yet hearing her niece articulate them so clearly made her heart quiver, sharpening her focus to an acute degree. I am not seeking death. I shall not act foolishly. Shi Buyu lightly tapped her palm with her fingers. Rather than venture to Sitong, it would be wiser to go to Xianfu town. If the loyal and brave Marquis left any clues, they would surely be found there. The worst outcome would be falling into enemy hands, which would lead to immediate betrayal. After all, he is already burdened with the guilt of treason. Preserving one's life comes first, far better than being lost to Diyu and meeting an untimely end. The ease with which she spoke of betrayal silenced the council chamber for a moment. The loyal and brave Marquis' house had always been far removed from such notions of treachery. Oblivious to the weight of the atmosphere, Shi Buyu turned back and said, please summon Yanchuren. Yanchuren, wishing to avoid any implications, did not approach the council chamber but soon arrived nearby. Do you have a route to Sitong? Her question was too direct, and Yanchuren took a moment to respond. Yes, if it pertains to the loyal and brave Marquis' affairs, I have already dispatched someone to gather information. Then there is no need to go to Sitong. We shall wait for news instead. We will head to Xianfu town, but not via Sitong, Shi Buyu declared with finality. We shall go to Jiamu Kingdom. Jiamu Kingdom has a favorable relationship with Danba Kingdom, which occupies Xianfu town. Entering through Danba's rear will be much easier and will arouse less suspicion. Yanchuren immediately replied, I will handle the matter of our identities. Do you as trade relations with Jiamu Kingdom, so we can travel with a merchant convoy. Agreed. Both were decisive individuals, and their back and forth quickly solidified the plan, with no one inquiring about Shi Yan's thoughts. Shi Su glanced at his third uncle, relieved to see no signs of anger, though he felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Among his father's three brothers, the third uncle seemed the most mild-mannered, yet he was, in truth, the proudest. This proud man now placed himself behind his family. Further and further back, Yanchuren departed to prepare the necessary documentation. Shi Buyu felt her involvement was no longer required and was about to leave when Shi Yan spoke up. When will you send the child away? Wu Fei will notify me once the side branches of the Shi family are settled, and then I shall send the child off, Shi Yan replied, handing her a piece of paper. When the time comes, please give him this list as well. I have taken 10 capable hands, they must return swiftly to fill this gap. Shi Buyu glanced at the list, nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Yan wished to discuss matters unrelated to the family, but as she opened her mouth, she realized there was nothing else to say. The distance in Shi Buyu's gaze was palpable. Sighing inwardly, Shi Yan said, should you require assistance from the family, do not hesitate to have one Xia send word back. Although the Shi family has suffered greatly, we are not entirely without means to retaliate. I shall not be courteous if the need arises, Shi Buyu replied, sensing that he had no further words to share, and turned to leave. For her, farewells were all too commonplace, scarcely worthy of note. Before long, Shi Su returned with their mother. Without allowing Shi Buyu to speak, he began, I wish to discuss the relationships between the Shi family and other households. It will be of use when you return to the capital. Shi Buyu suppressed her words, refraining from gazing intently at her daughter, merely nodding in agreement. Shi Buyu did not refuse. This information would indeed be useful. Their discussion continued until noon, when Wan Xia returned. Shi Buyu covered every conceivable detail, and for each family he mentioned, Shi Buyu supplemented with her own knowledge. It was only during this exchange that she allowed her gaze to rest on her daughter. With her husband and eldest son's fates uncertain, her daughter's return had been her sole solace during these tumultuous days. Yet now, she too would depart. Wan Xia was not a servant of the loyal and brave Marquis' household. Upon seeing the two, she merely offered a slight bow. Shi Buyu rose and clasped his hands. Thank you, Aunt Wan, for your efforts over the years. Taking care of the young lady has been no burden, Wan Xia replied, accepting the water poured by Shi Buyu and adding gently, rest assured, everyone is safe. I shall return to my room to freshen up. Shi Buyu looked at the teacup Wan Xia set down, her heart heavy. Her daughter had never poured tea for her. I shall be leaving shortly, Shi Buyu addressed the two, acutely aware of her mother's unspoken hopes. Yet, the distance between them felt insurmountable. She could not bring herself to bridge that gap. Shi Buyu dared not retain her, simply saying, you should eat before you go. A few pastries will suffice, Shi Buyu replied. I shall have them prepared, Shi Buyu interjected, preventing his mother from insisting further. Once you reach the capital, prioritize your own safety above all else. Shi Buyu acquiesced, having been taught from a young age by the old man with the white beard that her life was paramount. Therefore, she would always cherish it, never placing herself in perilous situations. As she watched Shi Buyu support their mother away, Shi Buyu turned to Wan Xia, who had just emerged, and said, I know she longs to hear me call her mother, and I wish to fulfill that desire, yet the words elude me. The young lady is simply slow to warm up. With time, it will improve, Wan Xia observed with a soft and gentle gaze. From her understanding of the young lady, this reluctance was partly intentional. The Shi family had recently faced great adversity, and the atmosphere was fraught with anxiety. They needed someone capable of commanding respect within the household. The young lady, having saved their lives, was the perfect candidate, despite their long separation and unfamiliarity with one another's temperaments. With her presence, the matriarch of the Shi family would feel emboldened, and others harboring ulterior motives would have to think twice before acting. However, it seemed that for now, no one in the Shi family had realized the depth of the young lady's thoughts. Chapter 012 Disguised Unforeseen. Shi Buyu sat back and inquired, what is the situation with Wu Fei? Wu Gongzi has prepared a splendidly luxurious ship, intending to take a waterway disguised as a wealthy merchant after picking up the people. I rented a boat to follow for a while and confirmed there were no tails before turning back. Did he say anything? Indeed, Wan Xia chuckled. Wu Gongzi mentioned whether he could refrain from being sought only during times of trouble. What reason would I have to seek him without cause? Shi Buyu snorted, then laughed. Let us give him an opportunity. Once this matter concludes, we shall indulge in his hospitality. If Wu Gongzi were to hear you say such things, he would certainly demand a written agreement with your signature and seal. It was only because he could not hear that she spoke so freely. Shi Buyu rested her chin on her hand, pondering how long this affair might take to resolve. I have heard that a gu has returned, Yan Shiren's voice drifted in from outside. The political climate in the capital was shifting, and he could hardly contain his impatience any longer. At the sound of a gu, Wan Xia raised her brows. It was a title reserved solely for her own daughter. He is eager to return, Shi Buyu remarked to the approaching figure, inform them and then depart. Yan Shiren breathed a sigh of relief. I shall wait for you outside. Upon learning that Shi Buyu was descending the mountain, the Shi family set aside their tasks and made their way to her quarters. They encountered her midway, and even the ailing second uncle, Shi Qing, was carried over. Upon seeing her, he inquired, are you leaving now? Yes, we cannot afford any delays with the situation in the capital, Shi Buyu replied, glancing at her elder, who bore a visage marred by illness yet was trusted by Shirian. The exiles have all secured safe passage. As for when the child will be sent away, await my further instructions. Shi Buyu could not resist asking, will you return then? A gu is back. Shi Buyu gently pushed her mother behind her, guiding her to lean against her sister-in-law for support, and stepped forward. Once the storm has passed, I shall send a few unfamiliar faces your way to assist you. When you need to convey messages home, there will be someone to run errands, so that a gu is not burdened with everything. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Buyu nodded, entrusting a gu with all matters indeed seemed a waste of her talents. Having said all that needed to be said, Shi Buyu did not linger further, clasping her fists in farewell as she turned to leave. The Shi family stood in silence, watching her retreating figure. Such formalities were not typically reserved for family. It is entirely normal for Buyu to feel estranged after years away from home, Shi Qing spoke solemnly, yet we must not forget that our safety has come at her expense. Regardless of whether the Shi family can rise again, we must remember all she has done for us, and that her perilous journey to the capital was for our sake. Everyone nodded in agreement, their earlier feelings of being treated as outsiders now tinged with embarrassment. Huda village was a considerable distance from the capital, and they spent the night in Fengrao County, the nearest town to the city, where Yan Shiren owned a residence. Having rested early, Shi Buyu awoke at dawn, leaning over the edge of the bed to survey the somewhat exquisite room, remarking, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It seems this crafty rabbit has at least 30. Given his status, 300 would not be excessive, Wan Xia replied while tidying the bedding from the floor, having spent these years sleeping in front of her daughter's bed regardless of their location. Shi Buyu rested her arms lazily, her tone equally languid. Even the old man with the white beard would commend him for being astute. Only a clever person stands a chance of success. Otherwise, it would be the young lady who bears the brunt of his shortcomings, Wan Xia said, entering with water. Agu hopes he will become even wiser and not waste the young lady's prime years in the scheming city. One's prime years are not solely defined by youth. As long as one lives, every day is a prime day, Shi Buyu replied, rolling over to lie down, allowing Agu to wash her face. Her voice emerged muffled from beneath the cloth. You are scarcely over 30. Why must you resign yourself to believing your prime has passed? Who decreed that youth is only at 18? Look at the old man with the white beard. Despite his age, he remains lively every day. Indeed, what you say is true, young lady. Of course it is. If others draw a circle and declare it the best place, must you confine yourself within it? Would it not be more fitting to kick them into that circle instead? Wan Xia laughed. Such antics were typical of her daughter. Agu shall remember this. Should anyone speak thus again, I shall kick them in. Shi Buyu, disinclined to continue the conversation, rose from the bed, extending her arms to allow Agu to dress her. After so many years, this was still their routine, and Agu had never taken her words to heart. Lost in thought, Shi Buyu eventually felt the dressing was taking longer than usual. She lowered her arms and looked down, a hint of confusion crossing her features. Agu, do I possess such garments? Wan Xia stepped back, taking in her daughter's appearance, clad in a delicate blue top and a high-waisted skirt of red and white, complemented by a red jacket with a straight collar and half sleeves, enhancing her complexion splendidly. After draping a golden scarf over her shoulders, Wan Xia said, You slept early last night, and Yan Gongzi had someone deliver these clothes, saying we had previously made an appearance in the capital, and today we must dress appropriately to avoid being recognized. Intrigued, Shi Buyu waved her sleeves. Having spent so long outside, she was accustomed to practicality in her attire. This was her first experience wearing such finery, and it was indeed quite beautiful. Wan Xia sat her down, expertly arranging her hair into a bun and adorning her with accessories. Shi Buyu gazed at the array of cosmetics on the vanity. Did he send these as well? Yes, everything was delivered together last night. Seizing the rare opportunity to adorn her daughter, Wan Xia cradled her chin, scrutinizing her closely. The young lady had not been raised in seclusion. Her skin was not the pale, sickly white often concealed by layers but rather a glowing, healthy complexion with a naturally rosy hue, rendering any makeup superfluous. Her brows were neither too thick nor too thin, her almond-shaped eyes large and expressive, particularly when she smiled while plotting. Her nose was elegantly upturned, and the corners of her lips naturally curved upwards, clearly reflecting her good spirits. The longer Wan Xia observed, the more she felt that the fashionable makeup trends of the capital would appear overly gaudy on her daughter's face. After some contemplation, she opted for a light dusting of powder, a subtle enhancement of the brows, a hint of lip color, and affixed a plum blossom ornament to her forehead. Young lady, do you like it? Shi Buyu gazed into the mirror, raising her hand to touch the ornament on her forehead. Indeed, it is true that one must dress well. With a bit of adornment, I too am a great beauty. You are beautiful even without adornment. Beauty does not fill the belly. My stomach is already singing, Shi Buyu declared, rising. I must consult Yanshuren. If I must dress like this every day, I may as well not go to the capital. Living here is quite pleasant. As she opened the door, two maidservants stood waiting outside, greeting her with a bow. We wish the young lady well. The young master is awaiting you outside. The man standing with his back to them turned at the sound, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the young lady stepping out. In recent days, he had only seen Shi Buyu in a drab state, yet now she appeared as though the layer of dust had been swept away. Though she wore no heavy makeup, her radiance was striking, illuminating the space around her. Chapter 013 Returning to the capital. Good morning, young Master Yan. Shi Buyu approached with her characteristic briskness. Will I have to dress like this from now on? Yan Shan thought the attire was quite suitable, but sensing her reluctance in her tone, he replied amicably, Once we arrive in the capital, a slight alteration will suffice. Relieved, Shi Buyu preferred to avoid wasting time on appearances, valuing an extra half-hour of sleep more. The group did not linger long in Fengrao County. Shi Buyu and her servant opted for a carriage, which slowed their pace considerably, causing them to arrive in the capital just before noon. As Shi Buyu lifted the curtain to gaze at the lengthy queue, she frowned. How long will it take to enter the city? Yan Shan, who had been riding ahead, turned his horse back upon hearing her voice. I have sent someone to negotiate. Those residing in the capital need not endure such a wait. Understanding immediately, Shi Buyu realized the suspicion surrounding long-term residents was indeed minimal. As expected, it wasn't long before Yan Shan's envoy returned. Shi Buyu lowered the curtain and settled back into her seat. The carriage halted before the city gate, and Yan Shan presented his fish token, followed by the fish tokens and travel permits for both of them. The guards examined the tokens, glancing at the permits while inquiring, You come from Baishui County? Indeed, just the two of us. Without waiting for further prompts, Yan Shan gently tapped the carriage. Soon, Wan Xia opened the carriage door. The guard stepped forward to inspect the interior, confirming it contained only two women with no hiding places. He squatted down to check beneath the carriage before returning the items and waving them through. The connections within the capital were intricate. None could ascertain which families held significant influence, and they were acutely aware that offending those who resided in certain areas was unwise. Entering the city proved more seamless than anticipated. Shi Buyu raised the curtain once more, leaning against the window to observe the outside. Not only was there a long line to enter the city, but those leaving also formed a serpentine queue. Under the scorching sun, perspiration dripped from their brows, yet none dared to move an inch. Of these checkpoints could not be thwarted by power or wealth. Even the nefarious could not escape scrutiny. Those they truly sought to apprehend slipped right under their noses. The only ones truly obstructed were the law-abiding common folk. Wan Xia lowered the curtain and supported the weary young lady against herself. The sun is too fierce. You should find some shade. Auntie, I suffer in summer. You suffer not only in summer. When your spirits are low, every season brings its own trials. Shi Buyu leaned back against the carriage. The door of the Yan residence stood wide open, with Yanzai leading the servants along the steps. Noticing his master was yet to arrive, he turned to the shadowy figure of Robert within the entranceway. By my calculations, they should have arrived by now. Entering and exiting the city gates can be somewhat time-consuming. Yanzai understood this too, but the absence of their master made him anxious. The young master has been rather impulsive this time. Perhaps it is more surprising that he displayed impulsiveness at all. Robert stepped out from the shadows, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed down the road. Having served the young master for a decade, this is the first time I have seen him act with such daring. Oddly enough, it brings me a certain joy. This version of him carries a certain vitality. Yanzai, having accompanied the young master for an even longer duration, understood the implication behind Robert's words, yet he cautioned, the young master must exercise restraint. One cannot stretch the bowstring too tightly without risking a break. Robert observed the approaching figures at the end of the alley, straightened his attire, and stepped out. The carriage came to a stop, and Yanshan raised his arm. Shi Buyu, unreserved, grasped his arm as she descended from the carriage. I have the honor of meeting my cousin, the servant remarked. Shi Buyu raised an eyebrow at Yanshan, surprised by the grand reception. Yanshan spoke sternly, from this day forth, my cousin shall be regarded as a half-master of this household. Should anyone show her disrespect, they will face dire consequences. Understood. The cousin adjusted to her new title with some difficulty, but the thought of being attended by so many people made her feel quite at ease. Memories from her early childhood were distant. After following a white-bearded man around, she often found herself deprived of sufficient food, never having experienced the lavish lifestyle of a household filled with servants. Now, it seemed she would finally indulge in that luxury, waving away the others, only allowing Robert and Yanzai to accompany them. Yanshan guided her inside, introducing her to various areas of the residence. Where the library was located, where the guest quarters were, and where banquets could be hosted, among other details. By the time they reached the main hall, Shi Buyu had a thorough understanding of the layout of the residence. Robert, originally named Luo Cheng, is my advisor, while Yanzai is the chief steward responsible for all matters within the household. The two stepped forward to pay their respects. Shi Buyu raised her hand in a gesture of modesty, discerning from Yanshan's demeanor that these were individuals he relied upon. Yanshan continued, previously, the estate lacked a female head, and there were only a few maidservants. Thus, there was no housekeeper. Auntie, from now on, they shall all be under your supervision. Wan Xia did not decline. The young lady would be residing here long-term, and it was best for her to hold the reins of management. However, she added, young Master Yan, you may call me Wan Gu. My cousin is my younger sister. It is only fitting she address you as auntie. Following her lead, I shall do the same, and you should refer to me as cousin Yan. Yanshan justified, it is best to maintain consistent titles within the household to avoid raising any suspicions. It seemed to make sense. Wan Xia looked toward Shi Buyu, awaiting her decision. Indifferent to such trivial matters, Shi Buyu nodded in agreement. More pressing was her curiosity. Do the household servants know your true identity? They are all aware. Have you noticed that there are no particularly young servants among them? So now she was a younger sister. Shi Buyu, never one to back down, replied with a spirited tone, if you hadn't mentioned it, I truly would not have taken note. Ahem. Yanshan coughed lightly into his fist, turning his head to conceal a smile. The youngest among them is my personal attendant, Yan Yi, who has just turned 17. All the others have been with me for many years and bear no family burdens. Those with issues would not have remained until now. Shi Buyu nodded, realizing that Yanshan was certainly backed by capable individuals. It was no small feat to cultivate someone to such a level. Given his standing, those who served him would have been meticulously selected. In his youth, he would have required someone to manage these affairs on his behalf. Yanshan reminded her, the storm has not yet passed, it would be wise for you to rest at home for a while and venture out sparingly. And you, will you continue attending the academy? Naturally. Shi Buyu found Yanshan to be quite intriguing. If he truly had no plans, his influence had already extended far beyond her expectation. If he was indeed calculating, he exhibited remarkable patience, as he held the reins of the negotiation without rushing her for a formal agreement. I had thought you might prefer to discuss future plans and strategies with me. Those who achieve great things must avoid haste, impatience, and greed. Yanshan smiled gently, having gained such substantial assistance from you, if I were to rush for more, I fear you would be the first to be disappointed. Disappointment may not ensue, but I shall certainly take care to safeguard my own interests. Chapter 014. Grant me trust. The two exchanged a glance, both feeling quite satisfied with one another. Robert lifted his gaze to the relaxed gentleman, pondering whether this time his actions were truly impulsive or perhaps motivated by a desire for greater gain. One more thing, Yanshan seemed to recall suddenly, your second brother has already deduced my identity. Not surprising. Shi Su has always navigated the Shi family's affairs with a strategist's acumen. Shi Buyu inquired, did he seek your allegiance? To some extent, I neither accepted nor declined. Given the formidable support of the Shi family, I am naturally eager to seize it, but I wish to hear your thoughts first since our dealings preceded this. If you disapprove, I shall refuse. There is no need for pretense before me. Shi Buyu met his gaze. Whether or not I agree, you will secure the Shi family's support. The only difference lies in whether you do so openly or through me. Yan Shan, we must establish some ground rules. For instance, when I place my trust in you, I expect you to reciprocate. When I am fully committed to strategizing for you, I hope for your candor in return. My temper is not to be trifled with. Should you lead me to futile efforts, I will not hesitate to withdraw my support. The sound of the teacup lid snapping shut echoed crisply as Shi Buyu continued. Before you ascend to that position, I am not beneath you. I trust that Master Yan will not treat me as a subordinate. Having lived until this day, aside from his mother, it was the first time someone had spoken to Yan Shan in such an undiplomatic manner. Strangely, he felt no anger. It seemed Shi Buyu was inherently this way, not diminishing himself because of Yan's status, nor seeking to ingratiate himself. My relationship with Miss Shi is one of alliance, marked by equality, certainly not one of hierarchy. Shi Buyu was satisfied with this, jestingly offering a distant promise. When you achieve your aims, a brief period as a subordinate would not be out of the question. Should that day come, I hope Miss Shi does not run too swiftly. Very well, then I shall hasten my pace. With their respective thoughts, they exchanged smiles and rose simultaneously. Yan Shan extended his hand, saying, My home is open to you, dear cousin. Feel free to instruct the servants for any matters. If you wish to bring anyone else here, as long as you trust them, they are welcome. This place had already been fortified like a fortress. Shi Buyu had no intention of introducing further variables. Having a gu around is sufficient for me. This arrangement was undoubtedly the best. Yan Shan paused momentarily but then steered the conversation back. As for the Shi family, you require the Shi family's strength, yet they too seek the opportunity you present. Shi Buyu gazed toward the courtyard where he would reside for a considerable time. I shall remain the master of my own affairs. The Shi family will have their head to make decisions. He was truly perceptive, and Yan Shan chuckled as he halted his steps. After working hard for many days, cousin, do take a good rest. The repeated address of cousin sparked an instinctive resistance in Shi Buyu. No need to see you off, elder cousin. Yet receiving the title once more, Yan Shan departed contentedly. He had always been surrounded by many, yet he had never truly been with anyone alone. He dined, slept, read, and stood high above, often observing the bowed heads of servants and subordinates. He had relatives, yet none he could meet, not even his own mother. He did not know the feeling of having siblings to care for him, nor the sensation of looking after younger kin, nor the comfort of relying on family. He only had a bloodstained blade hanging over him, a reminder of threats and intimidation, often waking him in the night to check his own pulse and assure himself of his existence. In his childhood, he confided his fears to his rarely seen mother, who told him that his father could not have a timid son, and from that moment on, he needed no one. Yan Shan glanced back to see Shi Buyu leaning closer to the courtyard wall, examining a vine. He understood clearly that they were engaged in a transaction, yet the utterance of elder cousin made him feel their relationship had grown significantly closer, making him realize he was no longer alone. With this thought, a corner of his heart brimmed with warmth, even entertaining the notion that if the day of success ever arrived, he would gladly welcome another cousin like her, ensuring he would never be solitary again. He would learn to be a good elder brother, bestowing upon his sister beautiful jewelry and fine clothing, gifting her houses and lands, anything she could make use of. The courtyard had evidently been meticulously maintained, the vines climbing and entwining to form a verdant wall. Shi Buyu recognized them as bougainvillea. When in bloom, the wall would burst forth with vibrant blossoms, transforming from green to a tapestry of red. Within the courtyard lay a small garden, with greenery and flowers arranged in order, and a little pond at its center filled with lotus flowers, which were in full bloom. Alas, the hour was late, and many had begun to close into buds. Beyond that lay the living quarters. Shi Buyu did not enter the house, choosing instead to sit under the eaves sheltered from the sun, taking in the beauty of the exquisite courtyard, and remarked, "How wonderful it is to have wealth." Wan Xia covered her mouth and laughed. The young lady is not lacking in funds. Yet no one has taught me how to spend it. Had I known money could be used in such ways, I would have indulged long ago. Shi Buyu sighed deeply against the back of his hand. It is easy to slip from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to descend from luxury to simplicity. In the future, when the old man with white whiskers wishes to take me on a journey, I shall first inquire whether there will be good food and lodging. Wan Xia merely smiled. When that time came, the young lady would surely be the first to run ahead. Though it was summer, a gentle breeze wafted through the place, prompting Shi Buyu to feel languid as he lay still. Wan Xia wandered through the various rooms, contemplating what provisions to arrange, as the young lady would likely reside here for an extended period and needed to make long-term plans. Before long, she emerged from the study. "Young lady, look what I have found." Shi Buyu tilted her head to take a look and smiled. It was the painting she had left with Yan Shan. "Young Yanzai has come to deliver some items for the young lady." Wan Xia returned the painting and called out, "Please enter, Manager Yan." Leading the way was Yanzai, followed by two maidservants carrying a sandalwood chest. "I have brought two individuals here for Aunt Wan's assistance. Qing Shan and Jai Ji." The two placed down the chest and stepped forward to greet Wan Xia, who, upon noticing the young lady's gaze, hurriedly performed a deep bow. Shi Buyu waved her hand from a distance. After the handover, Yanzai pointed to the chest. "The embroiderer has crafted several outfits according to the size of the attire you exchanged that day. You may wear them temporarily, and in the afternoon, when you have time, the embroiderer will come to take your measurements." "Any time is fine. Please extend my thanks to my elder cousin." "Certainly." Yanzai added, "A meal will be delivered shortly. There is a small kitchen in the courtyard, and one may prepare a menu for me, and I will ensure it is brought each morning." This was precisely what Wan Xia intended to discuss, and she replied, the young lady has been eating my dishes. We appreciate your help, Manager Yen. It is no trouble, it is my duty. After conveying this, Yan Zhe withdrew with Chapter 015 where his familiarity, Qing Shan and Jai Ji remained motionless, awaiting their master's admonition. Shi Buyu approached, memorizing the features and characteristics of the two. You have both accompanied my cousin for many years, have you not? Indeed. I have but a single rule here. Unless summoned, you are prohibited from entering the main residence. You may conduct yourselves according to your usual customs. The two responded in unison, their brows unlifted, exuding an air of composure and dignity, indicative of their meticulous training. Gesturing for them to depart, Wan Xia carried a chest into the room, opening it to retrieve the topmost garment, which she held up against the young lady, jesting, you need not worry, for it is not of the style you are currently wearing. It appears quite similar to what I wore before, Shi Buyu remarked, squatting before the chest to examine each piece. The colors varied, and the details displayed subtle differences, yet they were indeed reminiscent of her previous attire. For the sake of convenience in travel, she often donned round-collared robes. In the open atmosphere of Diyu, there was no need to feign masculinity. It was not uncommon for women to wear men's clothing, and others would not mistake them for men. In the future, I too shall employ a seamstress, so that I may have whatever style I desire. Wan Xia, ever indulgent, responded, yes, hire several, but they must possess exceptional skill. Shi Buyu leaned on the chest, contemplating a change into her accustomed style. However, considering the rarity of donning something so exquisite, she decided against it. After all, once dressed, she could enjoy the beauty for a day, and tomorrow, she would not expend such effort. The two individuals living under the same roof felt no inconvenience. Shi Buyu rarely ventured into the courtyard, and had it not been for Yan Shiran's daily visits upon returning home, they might not have crossed paths at all. Each time he visited, he found Shi, the young lady, deep in thought, reluctant to engage in conversation, leading him to assume she was preoccupied with her own affairs. Thus he refrained from lingering, fearing to disturb her. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the tense atmosphere of the capital began to ease. After 5 days of resting comfortably at home and releasing the lethargy that had settled within her bones, Shi Buyu was finally willing to contemplate serious matters. She began to untangle the web of relationships among the officials in the capital. Coincidentally, on this day, Yan Shiran returned early, and upon seeing him, she inquired, who has been the most active in apprehending members of the Shi family these past few days? Can you find out? That is not difficult. Yan Shiran instructed Yan Zhe to make arrangements, then asked, have you discerned who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? I do not know, Shi Buyu replied succinctly. It is unfeasible to maintain such strict control over the capital. They must take action before I can catch a hint of their trail. Yan Shiran nodded thoughtfully. Regardless of who the orchestrator was, they would undoubtedly conceal themselves tightly for the time being. Only when the capital relaxed its grip would the other party make a move. The loyal and valiant Marquis' household had fled. It was inconceivable that he would remain unperturbed. The list was personally delivered by Yan Shiran, far more detailed than Shi Buyu had anticipated, clearly outlining who had been dispatched, who had left the city, who remained within it, and who had been the most proactive. Shi Buyu relished the sweet taste of collaboration with Yan Shiran. She had always been the one to speak, yet this was the first time she was so thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of their endeavors. After reviewing each individual's background, her finger rested upon the name Chang Jing. Investigate this person. Yan Shiran leaned in for a closer look. Is there something amiss with him? He can be tasked with arrests, but he should not be among the most zealous. The positions of others are clear. They are either the pawns of the Prime Minister or the confidants of the Grand Tutor. However, Chang Jing has a good rapport with the loyal and valiant Marquis' household. Is it possible that he seeks to gain an advantage by finding a reliable informant before others do, to prevent members of the Shi family from falling into the hands of others? Shi Buyu shook her head in negation. His connection with the Shi family does not extend to that level. With this possibility dismissed, it seemed he was nearly attempting to claim credit for the capture. Yan Shiran questioned, did you suspect him from the beginning? No, I initially intended to observe who among them was most active, to incite conflict between the Prime Minister and the Grand Tutor. I did not expect to receive such an unexpected boon. Shi Buyu lightly tapped the name. I shall begin to pursue this lead. Yan Shiran felt a stir of interest. Is it possible to uncover the truth even after erasing the traces? If you were my enemy, then I could. Shi Buyu directly addressed his concerns, assuring him, rest assured, only a white-bearded man could catch my trail. Yan Shiran furrowed his brow. He was accustomed to being in control, yet this matter was evidently beyond his grasp. You must learn to trust me a little. Shi Buyu folded the paper and placed it on the tea table. If I am of no use to you, why engage in trade with me? Since you have chosen to trade, you must believe that I can be of assistance. It is not that I do not trust you, it is simply unfamiliarity. Yan Shiran picked up the folded paper and refolded along the creases. I have never offered such trust before, and I do not know how to give it. It is simple. Just believe what I say. For him, this was anything but simple. Yan Shiran regarded her, who spoke so nonchalantly. Do your acquaintances trust you in such a manner? Naturally, otherwise, how could they be considered acquaintances? What of that Wu Fei? Is he aware of the nature of his involvement and whom he has sent away? Shi Buyu nodded as if it were a matter of course. He knows. Yan Shiran genuinely could not comprehend. Should things go awry, this could lead to the annihilation of entire clans. Are they truly willing to take such risks? Moreover, if you disclose the truth, are you not afraid they will turn against you? Do you think just anyone can become my acquaintance? What about me? Yan Shiren could not resist asking, do I count as an acquaintance? Shi Buyu looked at him with bewilderment. We have only known each other for a few days. How can that be considered familiarity? Yan Shiren regretted asking. He should not have broached the subject. An acquaintance may still turn against you, but our relationship is different. A betrayal would be tantamount to capsizing a ship, and should that occur, we would all perish. Is that not more reliable than any other relationship? Shi Buyu frowned deeply. Have you lost your mind? Am I placing too much faith in you? I merely wish to learn how to extend trust from your acquaintances. Yan Shiren's mind raced, striving to prove that he was not lacking in intelligence. If your acquaintances can trust you, then surely I can too. From now on, I will endeavor to believe what you say. Shi Buyu's tightly furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. In the future, there will undoubtedly be times when our opinions diverge. You may question me, but you must not doubt me. I have taken note. Shi Buyu cast him a glance, her brow still unyielding. This was the first time she had encountered someone who did not trust her, yet, trust was not something that could be demanded. The thought that he did not trust her made her reluctant to engage further, prompting her to dismiss him. I wish to rest. Yan Shiren observed the slanting sunlight outside, realizing that her displeasure stemmed from his lack of trust. Yet, how could he provide something he did not possess? No one had ever taught him how to trust others. He sought to find an escape. I will have someone investigate Chengjing. Shi Buyu rose and departed. Chapter 016. Shiren meets her mother. Roberto paced back and forth outside the young master's residence, eagerly approaching anyone who returned to inquire, what did cousin say? Yan Shiren had omitted her trust in those words but had concealed nothing else. Stir the waters of the capital, and it will be easier to fish in troubled waters. Roberto followed the young master inside, adding, it seems cousin harbors suspicions towards the state councillor and the Grand Master. There are few who can provoke the loyal and brave Marquis' household. Those nobles have coexisted with the Marquis for many years. Even if there are some grievances, it hasn't reached the point of exterminating their entire clan. It is only natural to harbor doubts about those two. Roberto nodded in agreement. What you say is true. Although the loyal and brave Marquis' household has diminished, its foundation remains, and common folk cannot easily disturb it. Wiping his hands with the handkerchief that Yenny had handed him, Yan Shiren remarked, the Buddha peaches sent this morning are quite good. Select the finest ones to send to cousin. Yenny complied, seeing that the cook had brought the dishes, assisting in arranging the meal. Yan Shiren urged, go at once. Yenny, taken aback, hurriedly retreated to attend to the matter. Roberto, observing this exchange, mulled over several thoughts and cautiously inquired, is cousin displeased? Displeased was an understatement. She was infuriated enough to dismiss him outright, as Yan Shiren counted the grains of rice with his chopsticks. Trust, he had always learned how to guard against others, yet, there was an inexplicable joy in him. Having someone at home who would express anger and treat him without decorum made him feel alive, as if both he and the other were vibrantly real. Young master, a letter has arrived. Yanzei entered briskly, holding out a letter. Yan Shiren paused in his actions of picking food, not immediately taking the letter, and leisurely finished his bowl of rice before accepting and opening it. The letter arrived later than he had anticipated, and he was certain the presence of another person beside him had not gone unnoticed. The letter contained but a few words, tomorrow at the 4th hour, at the Jiangui temple. Folding the letter along its creases and returning it to the envelope, Yan Shiren instructed, tomorrow, inform the teacher that I shall be taking a leave. I have been plagued by nightmares and wish to pay respects at Jiangui temple. Understood. Jiangui temple was bustling with activity, naturally forming a market outside, vibrant with the comings and goings of people. Yet, once inside the temple, the noise seemed to dissipate, and though many entered and exited, each remained quiet and reverent. Yan Shiren offered incense within the hall, raising his gaze to the gilded statue of the Bodhisattva, his expression somber, which deterred any from intruding upon his thoughts. When he turned, a matron who had been waiting in the corner stepped forward to guide him. Yan Shiren followed slowly behind her, as if indifferent to her presence, entering a courtyard where the door closed behind them. In the main hall, a woman clad in white sat with her back to him on a mat, her hair styled simply with a wooden hairpin, devoid of any excessive adornments. Yan Shiren crossed the threshold and bowed, Mother. The woman remained still, her voice hoarse. From a young age, I have warned you against impulsiveness and placing yourself in peril. Your life does not belong solely to you. Have you cast all my words aside? I have not forgotten. Forgotten, yet you have not heeded. Who is she? Shi Buyu, the calamity of the Shi family who met an untimely demise. I have made a deal with her. Yan Shiren regarded the woman as silhouette, recounting the transaction with Shi Buyu and the negotiations with the Shi family, subtly emphasizing her capabilities while effortlessly glossing over her methods. The woman seemed on the verge of turning but ultimately restrained herself. Is the Shi family willing to serve your interests? They are. Does the Shi family acknowledge her? They do. Can she be trusted? Yes. Does she have backing? Presumably. The woman fell silent for a moment. Even if she possesses myriad talents, you should not place yourself beneath precarious circumstances. Yan Shiren's lips curled slightly. Mother, rest assured, I am ever mindful that my life does not belong solely to me. I will not easily cast it aside. The woman remained silent for a longer duration. Will she be living under the same roof as you henceforth? She currently bears the identity of my cousin, having lost her parents and come to seek refuge with me. I have already arranged her status. After a brief pause, Yan Shiren continued, she has capable individuals behind her, whether she serves as my agent or directly intervenes on my behalf, it is all to my benefit. There is no need for veiled words. I will not interfere with those who are useful to you, whatever actions you take and whatever words you speak, you must keep in mind that no roots of calamity must be left around you. I understand. Yan Shiren replied coolly, does mother have any other inquiries? After a moment, the woman spoke in a hoarser tone, you may leave now. Yan Shiren bowed, mother, take care of your health. Your son takes his leave. The woman remained silent, listening to the sound of his footsteps receding, the door opening and closing again, her rigid posture finally collapsed, and a series of low coughs ensued. Shi Buyu rested at one end of the rain and wind corridor, munching on a Buddha peach while scattering grains of rice to feed the fish in the pond below. Wan Xia approached with a tray of tea, you fed yourself Buddha peaches all morning and the fish all morning as well, you must be full by now. They must be fed quickly to grow. There are many ways to prepare fish, Shi Buyu replied, wiping the juice from her hand. When Yan Shiren comes, I'll ask him where he bought these Buddha peaches. They are delicious. Their appearance is indeed splendid. Wan Xia used a damp cloth to wipe the young lady's hands, jokingly adding, are you no longer angry if someone sends you a peach? One's mouth is sweetened by food. I am no longer irked. Wan Xia's eyes brimmed with mirth, tossing the clean pit into the pond startled a school of fish, and Shi Buyu leaned on her arm, saying, if he were so easily trusting of others, the grass on his grave would be 3 yards high. Then why are you still angry? He has never trusted anyone, and I have never been distrusted. How could I not be upset? There was merit to her reasoning, and Wan Xia unconditionally sided with her mistress, even if he comes, you need not acknowledge him. Unless he brings Buddha peaches. Then it would be forgiven, for I love to eat them. Wan Xia could no longer contain her laughter, her mistress was truly a paradox, commanding and formidable in the world outside, yet indulgent and lazy at home, evoking affection and a desire to place all good things before her. The two fell silent, leaning against the railing, watching the fish scatter and then gather again below, as if they knew they could find food here, swimming back and forth in that one spot. Shi Buyu's rebellious spirit resurfaced, deciding not to feed them anymore. When Yan Shiren entered, he beheld the scene. Miss Shi lazily sprawled there, with Wan Xia watching her with a smile that radiated indulgence. The dynamic felt more akin to that of mother and daughter than of master and servant. At the very least, they shared an intimacy that surpassed that of his own relationship with his mother by 100-fold. Young Master Yan, Wan Xia rose and offered a slight bow, her eyes sparkling even more upon noticing the plate of Buddha peaches he held. Nodding slightly at Wan Xia, Yan Shiren approached and said, Buddha peaches do not keep well, I cannot consume them all alone, so please send some to my cousin as well. Shi Buyu propped her chin on her hand and looked at him, where did you buy them? Are there more? Upon hearing her fondness for the fruit, Yan Shiren placed the peaches before her, saying, I will have someone bring more. That settled it, their friendship was temporarily restored. Chapter 017. Who is most suspicious? Shi Buyu rose unexpectedly, leading others into the room. Have you found anything? I have, Yan Shiren replied, placing the Buddha peach down and sitting beside Shi Buyu. Chang Jing indeed surprised us. On the surface, he appears to be neutral, but in truth, he has long allied himself with Minister Fu. However, he is, in fact, a man of the Prime Minister Zhang. I underestimated him, Shi Buyu mused, realizing that this individual was not merely affiliated with one faction but was a double agent with layers of allegiance. Yan Shiren turned to her, asking, what do you plan to do? Of course, we shall expose him. Minister Fu's cunning is as narrow as a needle's eye. After years of rivalry with Prime Minister Zhang, he has now been driven to accept such a substantial betrayal. He has lost both face and substance. Shi Buyu picked up a Buddha peach, inhaling its fragrance, her appetite piqued, yet her stomach could not accommodate more. If he can swallow this humiliation and continue to focus his efforts on capturing the Shi family, then he is likely the one pulling the strings. However, if the Shi family is of lesser importance to him than his pride, and he turns against the Prime Minister, then he is not. Yan Shiren nodded, recognizing that the urgency of the matter would reveal where his priorities lay. Tomorrow will bring clarity. The following day, news spread throughout the capital that a near altercation had occurred between the Prime Minister and Minister Fu in the court after the morning assembly. The capital, which had been tranquil due to the prisoner rescue incident, suddenly buzzed with activity. Teahouses, inns, and restaurants, previously empty, were now bustling with patrons, the waitstaff bustling about with light footsteps. Initially, conversations were hushed, but as soldiers patrolling the city became fewer, voices grew louder. Today, the emperor did not attend court, and it seems the conflict between Minister Fu and the Prime Minister nearly escalated to blows. They did not come to blows, but I'm sure there were plenty of spittle flying. Both factions have been at odds for years, so this is not surprising. This level of contention has not been witnessed in some time. What was the cause this time? It is said that a new concubine in Minister Fu's household was arranged by the Prime Minister. No, I heard that Minister Fu has bribed someone from Prime Minister Zhang's camp. Minister Fu learned of the news last night and promptly sought verification. Today, the academy was closed for rest, and upon hearing the news, Yan Shiren rushed over to inform her. During the morning assembly, Minister Fu's people implicated Cheng Jing, listing 6 or 7 charges against him. If the Prime Minister does not intervene, the lightest punishment would be exile, and execution is not out of the question. The Prime Minister must intervene, otherwise, who would dare serve him in the future? Minister Fu will not allow him to rescue his man easily. Yan Shiren chuckled, these two will have to contend with each other for a while. Shi Buyu toyed with her fingers, contemplating, since Minister Fu is no longer under suspicion, Prime Minister Zhang's culpability increases significantly. Have someone keep watch over his movements. If, amidst his struggle with Minister Fu, he continues to fixate on the Shi family, then it is highly likely he is the one. Moreover, when the Shi family was imprisoned, he forbade anyone from visiting them. I have already instructed someone to keep an eye on him. If it truly is him, Yan Shiren paused, I have not heard of any enmity between him and the loyal and brave Marquis. Even without enmity, such ruthless actions indicate that the matter is not trivial. Has the capital been fully liberated? Essentially, it has been. The West Market has reopened, and the curfew has returned to its usual hours. Shi Buyu nodded gently, deep in thought. Yan Shiren stood up. We agreed to meet with classmates. I must take my leave. The winds of change are not as fierce now, your cousin may venture out as well. Shi Buyu waved her hand, watching him depart before heading to her study. Though her courtyard was small, it was well equipped, and everything was of high quality. She ground the ink, spread an uncut sheet of rice paper on her desk, dipped a small brush into the ink, and wrote two names. Zhang Shuji and Fu Wei, then proceeded to outline their intricate web of relationships. With two or more princes, factional rivalries were inevitable. Even among siblings, the same held true for the Dao dynasty. The emperor's offspring were few, with only 2 sons and 1 daughter surviving. The eldest son and daughter were born of the favored consort, while the other prince's mother perished during childbirth, leaving him under the care of the Duan consort. With no designated heir, the favored consort held the highest status. Although an heir had not yet been established, the favored consort had long enjoyed supremacy in the harem, and her son, though fourth in line, was the eldest among the surviving princes. The 5th prince's mother held a lowly position, and the Duan consort's timid nature influenced her child to adopt a cautious demeanor. Without a legitimate eldest son, legitimacy became a contentious issue. Moreover, in comparison to the 5th prince, the 4th prince was indeed more remarkable. Beneath Zhang Shuji's name, Shi Buyu wrote 4th prince. The favored consort was a distant relative of the prime minister, having entered the palace through him, thus firmly aligning the prime minister with the 4th prince's faction. Minister Fu had no choice but to align himself with the 5th prince's faction. Over the years, the emperor had heavily relied on Prime Minister Zhang, yet he also elevated Minister Fu to compete against him. The two sides exchanged blows, but due to the strong presence of the princes in the palace, the prime minister consistently maintained a superior position over Minister Fu. Of course, Minister Fu concealed his true intentions. Would Zhang Shuji's desire to eradicate the Shi family be connected to this? However, the loyal and brave Marquis' house was not as formidable as before. Even aligning with the 5th prince did not warrant such drastic measures. Wan Xia entered with a teapot, pouring the girl a cup of floral tea. She watched as the girl meticulously inscribed names, her gaze lingering on one name longer than the rest. Shi Buyu glanced at her, setting down her brush to sip from the teacup. If you are concerned, go see for yourself. I am safe here. Wan Xia shook her head. Sometimes, it is better not to meet. Then let it be. I worry that if you meet, you may become reluctant to part ways, leaving me behind. Shi Buyu poured tea for her aunt. Once this matter is settled, we can roam freely across the world. Why confine ourselves to this small city? Aunt, you should rest assured and follow me. I will ensure your comfort in your later years. In an instant, Wan Xia's overwhelming sorrow dissipated. The promise of care in her old age was the most intimate expression the girl could convey, one earned over 13 years. When she first arrived by the girl's side, even 10 words would scarcely elicit a response, and the few replies she received were devoid of any superfluous words. For a long time, her gaze towards the girl was one of unfamiliarity. At night, she had to feign sleep to soothe the girl to rest, taking nearly a year for the girl to accept her presence. The old gentleman had once said things would gradually improve, and indeed, once the girl turned 6, she no longer required such lengthy adjustments to accept a person. By the age of 7 or 8, she could easily engage with others, yet her most trusted confidant remained the old gentleman and her. I once had a child, but I lost them. Shi Buyu was taken aback. So, at that time, you cared for me as if I were your own child. Wan Xia's well of sorrow had yet to surface before it vanished, retracting her intended words. Yes, I lost one child, and then I gained another, so it was not so sorrowful. I lost my family at that time, but I was not saddened. Shi Buyu held her teacup aloft for her to see. From the moment I was born, the Shi family has cradled me in such a manner. Wan Xia gently ruffled the girl's hair. Although the girl did not grow close to the Shi family nor called them by name, she had never forgotten the kindness bestowed upon her by the Shi family. Thus, upon learning of their troubles, she was driven to rescue them with all her might. The old gentleman had declared that had the girl not been born into the loyal and brave Marquis' household, she would not have become the Shi Buyu of today. Indeed, that was the case. Chapter 018 Entering the Game 1. On the other side, Yan Shiren arrived at the appointed place, the Zuexian Lu, the finest tavern in the capital. You are the last to arrive. Come, you owe us 3 cups as punishment. Yan Shiren, with a gentle smile, accepted the wine from his friend and waved his hand, saying, you know my capacity for alcohol. After 3 cups, I might as well head straight home without even sitting down. After all this time, make sure you don't just drink. Yan Shiren glanced at the speaker, sensing that today's gathering might have ulterior motives. The one who had just passed the wine chuckled, Zhang Shijin, it's rare for you to speak a sensible word today, so I shall grant you this favor. Zhang Shijin's expression darkened. He was clearly struggling to contain himself. Yan Shiren, as usual, took on the role of the peacemaker. Yuan Chen, let us keep it down a notch. Dou Yuanchen chuckled and fell silent, yet his gaze towards Zhang Shijin remained provocatively challenging. There were 6 others at the table, well aware of the long-standing enmity between the two, and they held their cups, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. As the wine flowed, the conversation shifted from the struggles of the factions in court to matters concerning the academy. Suddenly, Dou Yuanchen turned to Yan Shiren and said, "I heard you plan to participate in this year's autumn examination?" "Yes," Yan Shiren replied, clinking his cup against Dou Yuanchen's. "I wish to give it a try." Those present were not contenders for the imperial examination, and their surprise was palpable. They soon recalled that although Yan Shiren hailed from a wealthy family, he lacked connections in the capital, leading them to understand his intentions. Dou Yuanchen furrowed his brow. "This path is fraught with difficulties. Have you thought it through?" "I have discussed it with my teacher, who supports my decision." With even Master Chi Xin in agreement, Dou Yuanchen felt he could no longer interject. He raised his cup to his friend, saying, "You have always been the best among us at the academy. Even if faced with 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge, you will undoubtedly emerge unscathed." "Poof." Dou Yuanchen shot a glance at Zhang Shijin. "Try scoffing again. I'm generous enough to let you drink this cup on behalf of your pride." Zhang Shijin knew he could retaliate, but being publicly challenged left him no choice but to respond. Just then, the voice of the tavern keeper rang out, "Young Master Zhang, your guest has arrived." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shijin tempered his anger, snorting in a displeased manner, "Let them in." Dou Yuanchen let out a derisive laugh as he turned to the newcomer, exclaiming, "Isn't this Chi from the Qiming Huafang? What brings you ashore today?" It was rare for the young women from the pleasure boat to set foot on land. Even when guests wished to board, they were typically ferried across in small boats. The Qiming Huafang held considerable renown, with its leading star, Qiming, captivating the capital, while Chi was a close second, known for her purity as a courtesan. "Greetings, gentlemen," Chi said after performing her curtsy, lifting her head only to reveal eyes reddened like a rabbit's. Dou Yuanchen immediately reacted, slamming his cup down on the table. "Zhang Shijin, you haven't resorted to any underhanded tactics to force her here, have you? Everything should be consensual, don't be repulsive." "Don't cast your filth upon me," Zhang Shijin retorted, placing his cup down with even greater force. "Miss Chi is unmatched on the Guzheng. I've paid a handsome sum to have her perform a few pieces. How does that become repulsive in your mouth?" "Let us all keep our voices down," Yan Shiren interjected, maintaining his role as the diplomat, and turned to the young woman, gently inquiring, "If you are feeling unwell today, there is no need to force yourself. Young Master Zhang is generous and won't hold it against you. You may sing for us another day." "Such kindness from you, how could I claim otherwise?" Zhang Shijin scoffed, his tone ambiguous. "Who in the capital does not know that young Master Yin possesses a face like jade and a heart like cotton, avoiding even an ant? If you have grievances, why not voice them now? Once this opportunity passes, there will be no further chance." Without hesitation, Chi knelt before Yan Shiren, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, "I know you are kind-hearted, young master. I implore you to save me. I am willing to serve you as a maid, to be your servant." The moment Chi raised her head upon entering, Yan Shiren grasped the situation. She was a courtesan, and he had heard from Dou Yuanchen that she was soon to be listed as the benevolent young Master Yan. He felt compelled to play his part in this unfolding drama. "There is no need for such distress, Miss Chi. If there is any way I can assist, I will certainly lend my hand." "Tomorrow, I am to be listed," she replied, lifting her head, her sorrow palpable. "These past 2 years, I have managed to save some silver, but it is still far from enough to buy my freedom. I have contemplated jumping into the river, but the crew aboard are skilled swimmers. Even death would elude me. Seeking help has crossed my mind, yet those who come to hear me sing only desire my body, and once they have had their fill, they would likely discard me like a worn shoe, selling me off again, leaving me even lower than before." Tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face, yet her words remained articulate. "I once came from a respectable family, having studied the classics from a young age. I am aware of the fate that awaits me after tomorrow, young master. I harbor no extravagant hopes. I merely wish to escape this mire in the future. Even if I must serve as a concubine or a maid, I would accept it willingly, as long as I do not indeed." "Miss Chi is an innocent victim," Zhang Shijin interjected. "Were it not for her father and brother's misdeeds, she would be preparing for marriage now." Many women had found themselves in the brothels due to similar misfortunes, with some enduring even harsher fates. Yan Shiren appeared moved, a glimmer of compassion evident in his eyes. "Would Miss Qiming be willing to release her?" "Miss Qiming is kind-hearted, but she has her own rules to uphold. As long as the silver is sufficient, she will certainly set her free," Chi expressed, hope igniting in her voice. "You need not provide all the ransom. I can contribute a portion myself. I still possess some jewelry that, if pawned, could yield a bit of silver. Young master, I beseech you to save me." Chi knelt, her anxiety rendering her ears buzzing, straining to catch every sound, fearful of missing even a single word. Zhang Shijin, sensing hesitation, immediately exclaimed, "You sought the right person. Young Master Yen loves to meddle in such affairs." "Be quiet," Dou Yuanchen shot him a glare, for any discerning individual could see this was a complication. Even if she were a courtesan, she was still a woman of ill repute. "Shiren, do not be naively kind. Remember you are preparing for the examination. Do not tarnish your reputation." "My heart is clear. I fear not what others say," Yan Shiren replied, turning to Chi. "Please rise and speak." Chi looked up sharply, disbelief etched on her face, yearning to ask but hesitating, afraid of misinterpreting his words. Yan Shuren opened his purse and counted out several banknotes, handing them to her. There should still be some left. Keep it safe. Being a concubine is not a desirable fate. Move far from the capital and find a good family to marry into. With some silver in hand, life will not be too difficult. Instinctively, Chi-Chi accepted the banknotes, staring blankly at the gentleman who regarded her with a smile. She had contemplated various outcomes on her way here, wondering if her wishes might be fulfilled, but no matter how she imagined, she never dared to dream it could turn out this well. Chapter 019 Entering the Game, 2, Yan Shuren lifted his wineglass and gestured towards several classmates, stating, "My cousin has come from our hometown, and I have yet to properly converse with her during my daily visits to the academy. Today, I must take my leave. As a form of apology, I have treated you all to this meal." Dou Yuansheng, having taken a drink, stood up in unison, saying, "I shall accompany you." As the two departed, Chi-Chi bowed her head towards Zhang Shijin and hurriedly pursued them. A moment of silence enveloped the room before someone chuckled. "Dou Yuansheng truly understands you, Zhang Shijin. Your methods are rather unscrupulous. Yet you all seem to revel in the spectacle," Zhang Shijin remarked, gazing into his cup. He could not abide Yan Shuren's facade of gentility, which he perceived as a guise for deception, reaping all benefits. He was eager to witness whether the rumors of him keeping a courtesan would deter the women vying for his hand in marriage. Outside the tavern, Yan Shuren mounted his horse. Young Master Yan, Dou Yuansheng furrowed his brow, recognizing that today's events were evidently a trap set by Zhang Shijin. This woman could not be oblivious to the machinations at play. As she caught up to them, holding the reins of his horse, he obstructed her path, saying, "Miss Chi-Chi, Yan, and you have no grievances. He has even paid a substantial sum for your freedom. To linger here amidst the crowd would be an egregious act of ingratitude." Chi-Chi hastily stepped back, the sunlight casting a shadow over Yan Shuren's face, obscuring his expression. "The kindness of young Master Yan shall never be forgotten by Chi-Chi. For me, it was merely a trifling effort. If that effort can extricate you from suffering, it is well worth it." Yan Shuren gently nudged his horse. "Yuanchang, let us depart." Dou Yuanchang mounted and rode alongside him, cautioning, "She will undoubtedly seek you out. You have entangled yourself in an inescapable predicament. Knowing this trap was laid by Zhang Shijin, why do you still leap into it? If I disregard her, come tomorrow, she shall have no further prospects in life. Putting myself in her shoes, I too would seize every opportunity to fight for my existence. Your kindness makes you too easy to manipulate. Zhang Shijin is aware that you will undoubtedly come to her aid, which emboldens him to employ such treacherous tactics." Dou Yuanchang sighed, "You possess wealth beyond measure. Many can come to her rescue, but you must also ponder your own escape from this mess. Do not ensnare yourself." Yan Shuren regarded his concerned friend, a genuine smile gracing his features. "Rest assured, I am not so foolish. Aside from your studies, I have yet to witness much intellect from you in other matters," Dou Yuanchang remarked, shifting the conversation to what he had heard earlier. "Your cousin has arrived? Alone in the capital, should she not seek refuge with your parents instead of coming to you?" "That is indeed my parents' intention." For reasons unknown, the words that followed made Yan Shuren's heart race. "She is betrothed to me. She is my fiancée." Dou Yuanchang stared in astonishment. "You have a fiancée?" Yan Shuren chuckled, "Why should I not?" "Not that," Dou Yuanchang urged, drawing closer by the reins. "Do not feign ignorance. How many young women are enamored with you, at every banquet? How many secretly watch you? Has Master Chi Xian not acted as your matchmaker? Master is aware that I intend to participate in the imperial examinations, and those who approached him were politely declined." "Then that is precisely the issue." Dou Yuanchang slapped the horse's back, prompting it to prance forward. He swiftly reined it back in to continue. "Master Chi Xian undoubtedly declined on the pretext of your upcoming exams. With your intellect, you are certain not to fail. How many await the chance to capture a son-in-law beneath the examination list, and you have a fiancée already? Your words make me grateful for my fiancée. Should I have been taken as a son-in-law, would you have come to rescue me? I would only assist my sister in capturing you." Dou Yuanchang remained skeptical. "Is it truly so? Think carefully. Having a fiancée may not be advantageous for you." With thoughts of the gluttonous girl in mind, Yan Shuren lowered his head and smiled. "I find her quite amiable." Dou Yuanchang lamented, "You have a tendency to view everything favorably. This disposition may lead to your downfall. If you had a formidable family backing you in the capital, with your capabilities, you would undoubtedly achieve great success. Instead, you are severing your own path to greatness. The road to success is forged through one's own merit. Anything else is merely a shortcut." Yan Shuren patted him on the back. "I know what I desire. There is no need for you to lament. I anticipate not venturing out much in the near future. Should anyone seek me through you, kindly decline on my behalf. My cousin has just completed her mourning period, and I wish to spend more time with her. With both talent and beauty, it is astonishing that young Master Yan, coveted by so many, has a fiancée. Should this news circulate, alas, hearts will shatter like glass." Dou Yuanchang mused, contemplating transforming this classmate into a brother-in-law. Many in the academy shared this sentiment. Although Yan Shuren hailed from humble beginnings, his knowledge was unparalleled, his appearance striking, and his character commendable. Once supported, no one need worry that he would turn ungrateful, especially as he was the most esteemed disciple of Master Chi Xian, with many willing to marry their daughters to him. Indulge in your musings. I shall take my leave. Yan Shiren waved his hand, spurring his horse homeward, his demeanor suggesting a sense of urgency, as if someone awaited him there. Dou Yuancheng watched his departing figure, uncertain whether to keep this news under wraps or to let it spread. If it were to circulate, his sister would likely weep. What a calamity, why must he be so handsome, enchanting young maidens to the point of distraction, what a sin. Upon discovering that Shi Buyu had not ventured out, Yan Shiren made his way directly to her courtyard. You are back quite early. Shi Buyu remarked, one hand holding food while the other tossed pebbles into the fish pond, surrounded by an array of fruits and snacks, exuding an air of leisure and tranquility. Yan Shiren glanced at her left hand, then her right, perceiving a harmonious blend of two distinctly different personalities. Shi Buyu tilted her head, regarding him. What has transpired? Nothing of great consequence, Yan Shiren replied, tossing a handful of rice into the water, noting how she followed suit with a pebble, startling the fish and causing them to scatter, while the rice sank to the bottom untouched. After a pause, he leisurely recounted the events. In essence, you are a wealthy and kind-hearted individual, and that Zhang Shijin exploits your nature, scheming to ensnare you with a courtesan, tarnishing your reputation. That is about the crux of it. Shi Buyu leaned on her arm, turning to face him. She will undoubtedly seek you out. Do you have a plan? I intend to send her away openly and honorably, thereby thwarting Zhang Shijin's scheme and preserving my reputation. Shi Buyu simultaneously tossed rice and pebbles into the pond, observing the trained fish return, undeterred by the scare, and consuming the rice. Do not fret. I shall meet with her. Yan Shiren raised an eyebrow. What do you intend to do? Do you know where the most accurate and rapid information can be found? It is in the brothel. Shi Buyu chuckled lightly. Rather than meeting this Miss Chi, I am far more interested in encountering Chi Meng. Yan Shiren noted the tone of her voice, as if she had frequented such establishments. Chapter 020. You follow me. Chi arrived sooner than they had anticipated. In the afternoon, when Shi Yu was just about to step out for a stroll, she found a beautiful young lady obstructed at the entrance by the doorkeeper. Clad in simple garments and adorned with only a few delicate flowers, her already striking features appeared even more enchanting. Upon catching sight of Chi, who was facing her, she paused momentarily, then swiftly maneuvered around the doorkeeper to bow before her, saying, Chi is deeply grateful for the young master's kindness. I implore you, kind lady, to grant me the chance to meet him. Truly, she was a refined courtesan who had managed to preserve her purity after 3 years in the pleasure quarters. Her words conveyed both vulnerability and intent, while her use of the term servant affirmed her status. Shi Yu smiled enigmatically. Do you know who I am? Those with even a modicum of insight were aware that he had neither a wife nor a beloved companion, yet Chi did not entertain such notions. After a moment of contemplation, she ventured, Are you perhaps the young master's sister? To say I am a sister is not entirely incorrect, Shi Yu replied. Observing her expression of realization, she continued with a playful tone, however, a cousin may be approached with greater intimacy. Chi gasped in astonishment, approached with greater intimacy? Shi Yu gestured for the doorkeeper to step aside and turned back, saying, Come inside. Chi bit her lip, lifting her skirt to follow, realizing that if her assumptions were correct, she would need to appeal to the lady's compassion. Shi Yu, possessing a strong sense of authority, did not lead her back to her own quarters, instead casually entering a guest chamber to sit. Chi hurriedly knelt before her, exclaiming, Lady, I am not greedy, nor do I dare to harbor any foolish dreams. I merely seek a place to reside. I beseech you to grant me this. First, you must secure a place to stay. For that sanctuary, you may want a child, and once you have a child, you may aspire for a status. By then, even if he marries a woman of equal standing, your position will be secure, for he would not easily cast you aside. Shi Yu accepted a cup of tea from Aunt Gu and took a sip, exclaiming, Oh, sweet. She took another sip. Chi-Chi's heart sank. I would never dare to think such thoughts. You need not rush to call yourself a servant. Without my consent, you cannot become a servant of the Yin family, Shi Yu said sweetly, her demeanor surprisingly amiable. Among so many young masters, why do you seek only my cousin? Master Yan is renowned for his kindness. Anyone who approaches him for aid will receive it. Is it not because my cousin is a soft touch? Apart from him, the other gentlemen present hail from families of officials. Dare you tarnish their reputations, and you will be redeemed with one step while another will ensure your demise. My cousin is different. Without parents nearby, he is the sole master of his household. As long as you hold sway over him, even if he later marries a lady of equal status, you will have entered first, and given his nature, he would not cast you away. Shi Yu's smile bore a hint of mockery. So, what benefits did Zhang Shijin promise you that you would conspire with him against my cousin? One after another, she unraveled Chi-Chi's thoughts, which sent her into a panic. Hearing the subsequent words, she hurriedly shook her head. No, not at all. Master Zhang only promised me a chance to meet Master Yan. I have no intention of causing him harm. Last year, Master Yan helped a sister escape, and I took note of him then. However, he has never shown interest in frivolity, and I have had no opportunity to meet him. Tomorrow is my debut day, and I am truly anxious. Master Zhang said he could assist me, so I could not think of anything else. Zhang Shijin's motives were easily discerned, and Chi-Chi's intentions were even more transparent, making her words credible. Shi Yu took another sip of the sweetened tea, and the sweetness made her words seem less abrasive. Rise and sit, let us converse. Chi hesitated before taking her seat, her heart filled with trepidation. How unfortunate her fate was. After much scheming, she had finally escaped the mire, only to find herself entangled with the betrothed of the man she desired. She could hardly fathom the consequences that awaited her. Gazing at the remaining sweetened tea, Shi Buyu reluctantly set the cup down and turned her full attention to Chi. Do you believe that being a concubine is your best path forward? Chi dared not respond, but in her heart, she thought. It is far superior to being a mere plaything for countless men. Once you become a concubine, the head matron and the master may easily sell you or give you away at any moment. Should your new owner possess ill intentions, you might end up as a mere courtesan. As time passes, they may cast you aside into some forgotten corner to scrape by. How does that improve upon your previous circumstances? Chi pursed her lips and quietly retorted, Master Yen is not that kind of person. He is not, but the head matron may not share his sentiments. She refrained from defending her position. Seemingly detecting her silent dissent, Shi Buyu scoffed lightly, the head matron may not necessarily be me. Until marriage, anything can happen. As far as I know, there are many families in the capital wishing to invite him as a son-in-law. Chi knelt once more, if you are willing to speak to me thus, it must be out of pity. I implore you to show me a way out. Without this place, I have no means to survive. Indeed, she was astute, and Shi Buyu smiled when she spoke of having no way to survive. It was the truth. Lacking a family to rely upon and devoid of any means of self-protection, yet blessed with exceptional beauty, this was a calamity for a woman. Follow me. When I leave the capital, I will take you with me. If you wish to marry, I will find you a worthy family. Chi was utterly unprepared to hear such words, which seemed to suggest a reasonable method to remove anyone from Yan's side. To claim she had no feelings for Master Yan would be a lie. Just as this cousin had said, if she could capture Master Yan's heart and later bear him a child, her life would be secure. That was all she sought. Anything more was beyond her consideration given her background. Her greatest ambition was to hold on to what she could, yet, if there was an opportunity to become the head matron, what would it matter if her lineage were less esteemed? Tentatively, she inquired, what shall I do if I follow you? When you speak of leaving, when do you mean? The tasks will undoubtedly be clean and proper. You have expended considerable effort to reach this point, and I will not allow you to wallow in mud again. As for when we will depart, that remains uncertain. Shi Buyu leaned slightly forward, her tone softening, by following me, you need not ingratiate yourself with men, nor live in fear. If anyone schemes against you or seeks to harm you, I will ensure they are dealt with. You can walk freely on the streets, face everyone openly, without retreating or feeling inferior. A future filled with genuine marriage proposals awaits. Do you not wish to live such a life? Desire, oh, how she longed for it. This was the life she had known before turning 12, but after that, her world had been turned upside down. If she could reclaim that existence, would she not embrace it? She yearned for it more than anything. Chapter 021. In meeting seventh brother Chi crawled forward on her knees, saying, if you can truly provide me with these, I would not only be willing to follow you in your endeavors but would gladly offer you 10 years of my life in return. I find my own life too long. Why would I want your years? Shi Buyu pulled her up, stating, empty promises are bound to breed suspicion. Later, I shall have the trustworthy young Master Yan act as a guarantor, and we will draft a contract. Upon hearing this, Chi felt a greater sense of security. At this moment, her faith in young Master Yan was indeed stronger. The words of the young lady were exceedingly pleasing, and she wished to believe them, though she hesitated to place her full trust. Yan Zhe. Yan Zhe entered from outside, addressing her, young lady. Go and find Chi. What was your original name? Since you have departed from that place, you may revert to your original name. Chi felt a pang in her heart, and after a moment of silence, she uttered the name that had not been spoken for several years. My name is Xuanning, Wan Xuanning. Arrange for Xuanning to have lodging nearby, close to my courtyard. Yan Zhe acknowledged and led Wan Xuanning away. At this moment, Wan Xia finally spoke up, does the young lady wish to employ her? Shi Buyu sipped her sweet soup delicately. To have fallen into such dire circumstances at the age of 12 and, over the course of 3 years, to have preserved her purity while receiving the protection of Qiming, is not merely a testament to intelligence. Her cunning and means are not to be underestimated. Such a person is hard to trust. Not necessarily. Shi Buyu cradled the last remnants of her sweet soup in her teacup. From what Yen Xian has uncovered, all her cunning and stratagems have been employed for her own protection. Her intention is to find a reliable person to help her escape. Thus, even when aware that Zhang Shijin harbors ill intentions, she clings tightly to this opportunity. She once lived a life of great happiness, and what she seeks now is to return to such a life. As long as she determines that I am the only one capable of providing this life for her, she will be quite useful. Wan Xia ceased her inquiries, recalling the elder's words that the young lady possessed a keen eye for discernment, adept at distinguishing loyalty from treachery. Will you go out today? I must. Shi Buyu rose and stretched. If I do not, seventh brother may come looking for me. In the capital, there are several bookstores, among which 2 are the most renowned. Yixing in the South City and Lixian in the West City. Standing outside Yixing bookstore, Shi Buyu was somewhat astonished. She had thought seventh brother was merely boasting in his letter, yet the bookstore was indeed quite grand. Upon entering, the neatly arranged rows of bookshelves further impressed upon her the grandeur of the establishment. Just as she was about to seek out the shopkeeper, she felt a tap on the back of her head. Without thinking, Shi Buyu kicked backward, but the person behind nimbly dodged. Knowing full well you wouldn't hit, yet you persist with this tactic every time, the man behind her said, amusement lacing his tone. Shi Buyu turned around and looked up at the tall man dressed in scholarly attire, snorting lightly, before you criticize me, perhaps you should check if you don't also tap my head every time. I always manage to tap it. Shi Buyu retorted, yet I have never managed to kick you. Ha, it has been 2 years since we last met, and our little Shirmu has not changed one bit. The man smiled broadly, bending slightly so that others could look up at him was a source of amusement. Before his little junior sister, he dared not tower over her, for she would indeed tug at his hair to force him to lower his head to speak. Wan Gu, it has been a long time. Wan Xia bowed in greeting, smiling, I have met young Master 7. The man waved his arm, grinning at the little junior sister, this bookstore has every book you can imagine. If there is any book you desire that I do not possess, I shall gift you the bookstore. Then this bookstore is mine. Oh? Shi Buyu casually pulled out a book and flipped through its pages. I have a book that is yet to be penned in my mind. Do you have it here? The man laughed heartily and tapped her on the head. Why don't you say that you will soon have a child, just that it has not been conceived yet? Receiving another tap, Shi Buyu unceremoniously grabbed his hair and retaliated with 2 swift tugs, adding 4 more for good measure. You never said it was forbidden. All right, the bookstore is yours, yours. The man defended his hair. Be gentle, my hair has been falling out quite a bit lately. If you keep tugging, there will be hardly any left. Shi Buyu looked at the top of his head, which indeed appeared sparser than it had 2 years ago. Releasing her grip, she remarked, Brother, your hair is in peril. Reveling in my misfortune, are you? Jun Yun, this is engaged in jovial banter with his little junior sister, he was abruptly interrupted. Cheng Junyu, however, was not particularly pleased, yet, given the amicable relations, he opted not to harbor resentment, saying, a child I have watched grow up has unexpectedly arrived in the capital. Please convey to everyone that I shall not be attending the small banquet today. Shi Buyu, disinterested in turning around, began perusing a book, and the man, wishing to meet someone, had no choice but to take his leave. Cheng Junyu was well aware of the character of the young nobleman in the capital. After escorting the little junior sister out through a side entrance of the bookstore, he retreated to the alley behind the establishment. Understanding that the siblings had matters to discuss, Wan Xia refrained from following them in, choosing to wait at the main entrance. Cheng Junyu offered her a slight bow, instructing a servant to brew the fruit tea favored by his junior sister, then dismissed the other servants, saying, it has been 6 or 7 days since that day. If you do not come soon, I shall truly have to seek you out. It has been inconvenient to go out lately. Shi Buyu sank into a circular chair, comfortably crossing her legs. Among her senior brothers, Cheng Junyu was the most indulgent towards her, especially since their meetings had been rare since his return to the capital. Their last encounter had been 2 years prior, and now he was quite eager to see her. She felt free to cross her legs, or even rest them upon him if she so desired. Have your family settled in well? Yes, 5th brother informed me that the place is quite satisfactory. Of course, if you are to have a hiding place, it must be the safest. Cheng Junyu smiled, withholding the fact that the location was originally intended by 5th brother to be reported to the court. Though Tiger Head Village was not widely known, the group of water bandits there had quite the reputation, each bearing numerous debts of life. The authorities had attempted to encircle them, yet they slipped away like eels every time. Last year, when 5th brother took office as the governor of Yanxi County, he had put forth great effort to discover that they were hiding in the inconspicuous Tiger Head Village, located on the frequently troubled Fengxian River. What he did not disclose, Shi Buyu could surmise, 5th brother will undoubtedly ensure that those water bandits meet their end, Auntie. Wan Xia nodded in agreement, revealing herself from outside the door. Tomorrow, you shall make a trip to Tiger Head Village and unearth the buried treasures to send to 5th brother. With these items as proof, it will be easier for him to set a trap. Wan Xia frowned slightly. She was reluctant to leave the young lady's side, yet she understood that this task could only be undertaken by her. Shi Buyu, knowing Auntie well, promptly assured her, upon your return today, I shall not step outside until you come back. Only then did Wan Xia relent, for the Yen family was as solid as a fortress. As long as the young lady remained indoors, her safety was assured. Chapter 022 Brothers Advice. Cheng Junyu listened attentively to the two before continuing. Your 5th brother has prepared several escape routes for you, yet it seems you have truly succeeded. With so many people coming to assist me, I find myself at a loss. If I were to fail despite this, the one who should weep the most is Whitebeard. What kind of students has he produced? It is evident that his abilities are rather lacking. Imagining Whitebeard's furious expression, Shi Buyu felt an urge to laugh, yet the laughter would not come. After all these years, she had never been away from Whitebeard for so long, and she was uncertain whether he had recovered from his ailment. Seeing her head droop, Cheng Junyu understood her thoughts all too well. In the year he departed from their teacher, he too often found his mind drifting. Those years spent alongside their mentor had been the happiest and most carefree of his life. He had assumed that his little junior sister would always remain by the teacher's side, but he had not anticipated her desire to venture into the world. Is Yen Shiren's identity as I have surmised? Shi Buyu held an unwavering trust in her senior brother and nodded in affirmation. Even though Cheng Junyu had mentally prepared himself, he inhaled deeply at that moment. His concern was not for himself, but rather for his little junior sister, fearing that she might not be able to retreat unscathed in the end. After all, when has the royal family ever produced anything commendable? As Wan Xia brought over the brewed fruit tea, Shi Buyu took a sweet sip, her spirits lifting slightly. Brother, I wish to engage in business. Do guide me. Are you not considering a bookstore? Absolutely not, Shi Buyu replied with firm conviction. I desire something more mundane, a business where information flows freely. Cheng Junyu chuckled heartily. You claim to seek something mundane, yet it seems you already have an inkling of what you want. I only have a vague direction, and I possess no business to speak of. I see, you have come to me seeking a venture. Shi Buyu nodded vigorously, her resolve bolstered. Noticing her newfound vigor, Chung Junyu felt a swell of happiness. It was clear what sort of business she intended to pursue. After deliberating, he remarked, certainly, the most reliable sources of information are the Qin Lu and Chuguan. A few rounds of drinks, a little flattery, and whether one's lips are sealed or not, even the most tight-lipped may spill secrets in the end. Shi Buyu nodded earnestly, considering the potential of establishing a brothel. However, I cannot endorse that idea. Chang Junyu smiled at her puzzled expression. The young women within are not celestial beings. They each bear their own burdens, be it for survival, being sold off, or as courtesans. How, then, would you confront them should you open such an establishment? Shi Buyu was incredulous. Do you think I am so easily swayed by sentiment? You have never been one to be soft-hearted indiscriminately. It is simply that I cannot bear to see it. Chang Junyu took a sip of tea. Our teacher has always employed a singular approach. Your emotional depth is lacking. In your eyes, humans are akin to plants and animals, or even mere paper. He took you on journeys across the world, exposing you to the myriad facets of life, so you could comprehend the essence of humanity. Though he cared for you, and with Aunt Wan by his side, you would not have suffered, yet the experiences you underwent were far from easy. You learned to recognize beauty because you had seen it, you understood darkness because you had witnessed it, you discerned filth because you had known how low humanity can sink. Chang Junyu's smile grew gentler. Our dear little 12 has come this far through great effort. I wish for you to remain distant from the less savory aspects of life. Through his words, Shi Buyu glimpsed her past self. Whitebeard had never explicitly taught her the notions of good and evil. He merely encouraged her to see, to listen, and to feel. Gradually, she learned that laughter stemmed from joy, that tears could be shed not merely from sorrow but also from happiness. She recognized that it was wrong to burn down a house simply because the winter fire made her comfortable, and that when someone flailed in the water, she should reach out with a bamboo pole to rescue them, not push them further down. At that time, she could hardly be considered virtuous, yet the Shi family had never given up on her. Her parents and elder brother guided her with care, repeating their lessons until she understood. Her grandfather, far from perceiving her as a burden, would take her to the training grounds to demonstrate marksmanship, regretting only her disinterest in the art of shooting. Even when her grandmother was still alive, despite her cool demeanor, she would defend Shi Buyu when others spoke ill of her. Only upon grasping the ways of the world did she realize how difficult it was to achieve such growth. Shi Buyu took another sip of the fruit tea, its sweetness lingering in her mouth, her voice softening. I will heed your advice, brother. I shall not pursue this business. So obedient, Chung Junyu felt a pang of affection and rummaged through his sleeves for something to cheer up little 12. Ultimately, he produced a rather silly poem, but had to abandon the effort. Great vulgarity leads to great elegance. Perhaps we could shift our perspective? Chung Junyu leaned towards his junior sister. Those who come to indulge themselves may indeed be truly vulgar, reveling in wine and women until dawn, yet they can also appreciate a more refined experience. Why not create a place of elegance? And how elegant would that be? Shi Buyu pondered, perhaps with music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Not necessarily, Chung Junyu replied with a grin. After all, it is a place for enjoyment. There must be song and dance. As for the rest, it depends on who we can find. If we could truly enlist someone of extraordinary calligraphy, that would be a delightful addition. Such individuals love to cultivate an air of sophistication, even if it is merely a facade. How astute, Shi Buyu nodded thoughtfully, considering a place where one could showcase talent without compromising their dignity. Xuanning could serve as a manager. Having experienced the trials of being trapped, she would undoubtedly possess a measure of compassion for others, requiring only that they do no harm. I have a clearer direction now, brother. Please help me find some people. Chang Junyu searched high and low, almost wishing to cast off his shoes and throw them at her. In your eyes, do you think I am so unambitious, idling away among the perfumed crowd each day? How could you be unambitious? Shi Buyu retorted, you underestimate others. Those who excel in both talent and beauty possess remarkable skills. You might not even surpass them. Are you suggesting we compare singing or dancing skills? I wish to see both. Chung Junyu truly did toss off his shoe, albeit with a slight miscalculation. After a brief commotion, Chung Junyu took it upon himself to manage the situation. I will find the people. You should consider who will oversee this endeavor. It cannot be you. I have someone in mind who would be suitable for this role. Chang Junyu chose to remain silent. As a brother, he simply wished for little 12 to witness fewer of men's baser traits. He would support her in all other matters. Chapter 023. Trusting others. The siblings had an endless array of conversations, and only after enjoying a leisurely dinner did they finally make their way back. Chung Junyu intended to accompany Yan Shirin, seeing her all the way to the doorstep of the Yan residence. Just as he dismounted, several figures emerged from within the house. The foremost individual was tall and handsome, his face adorned with a smile, striding forward with brisk steps. Why have you returned so late? I was just about to go out in search of you, he remarked. Shi Buyu's eyes widened slightly. Given their relationship, how could he concern himself with her tardiness? It occurred to her that he was merely putting on an act, so she dismounted and continued the charade, saying, I have not seen my elder brother in quite some time, and before I knew it, the hours had slipped away. Junyu, brother, Yan Shirin greeted with a slight bow. He was taken aback that the renowned scholar Chung Junyu would be referred to as brother by Shi Girl. Having never heard of his illustrious past, he was astonished to discover his connection to Shi Girl. It seemed that Chung Junyu was not merely the second son of the Chang family, but held a more intricate standing. Indeed, young Master Shirin is as handsome as the rumors suggest, Chung Junyu noted, casting a glance at his junior apprentice. Observing her devoid of any romantic inclinations, he felt reassured. After all, no matter how charming he might be, it mattered little before Shi Buyu. She required time and opportunity to form connections, let alone develop affections. There was perhaps no such chord to strike. With an age gap and differing social circles, they had never crossed paths before. Today marked their first encounter, however, as neither harbored ill intentions, the atmosphere remained congenial. "It's still early, would you care to come inside for a while, Brother Junyu?" "Thank you, but I have an engagement," Chung Junyu replied, turning to his junior sister. "If you need anything, do come find me. If not, do ensure you visit." Come, Shi Buyu responded eagerly, her tone brimming with familiarity. "The old man has written back to inform me." "You've mentioned it several times," Chung Junyu said with an affectionate poke to her forehead. "Now, off you go and rest well. Do not overthink things." Such thoughts were inescapable, Shi Buyu mused, glancing at her creditor beside her, waving her hand to bid her brother farewell. It was only once he was out of sight that she turned and entered the house. Yen Shirin, having bided his time, finally inquired, "What is your relationship with Brother Junyu?" "He is my 7th elder brother," Shi Buyu replied, swinging her legs, tiptoeing a few steps before halting, wincing in pain. Wan Xia hurried forward to support her. "What is wrong?" "I have a cramp," she explained. Wan Xia crouched down, allowing the young lady to lean against her for support, applying just the right amount of pressure to soothe her calf. Yen Shirin extended his arm for her to hold onto. "Is it very painful? Have you experienced this before?" "It has been quite a while since I last did." So she had experienced it before, Yen Shirin noted, observing her face contorted with restraint, her grip on her own arm quite firm. He chose not to press her further. After a moment, Shi Buyu said, "Auntie, that should suffice." Testing her legs with a few tentative steps, she confirmed the pain had subsided and stood firmly, glancing up to realize she was still holding onto Yen Shirin's arm. She released it with a word of thanks. "Think nothing of it," Yen Shirin said, retracting his hand behind him as they walked side by side. Shi Buyu turned to him, "I require a substantial sum of money." Yen Shirin paused, quickly retrieving his purse, opening it to present all the banknotes within. Shi Buyu did not accept it, instead explaining her discussions with her 7th brother, adding, "I need to secure a place steeped in indulgence and extravagance, and I must hire truly capable individuals. This amount is far from sufficient." Immediately, Yen Shirin understood Shirgirl's intentions. He possessed gambling houses and brothels, with information readily available, yet those trades belonged to the lower echelons of society. The threshold for refinement was high, only families of substantial means could gain entry, and they were precisely the individuals Shirgirl sought to leverage. "I have the venue, and money is not an issue. I shall provide it by tomorrow," he assured her. Shi Buyu smiled, "With you providing the funds and my brother seeking out contacts, all I need to do is speak a few words." "How splendid." Yen Shirin appeared somewhat taken aback. "Brother Junyu will seek out contacts?" "He spends his days mingling with poets and talented individuals at the Qin Tower and Shu Pavilion. Who better than he to discern who possesses true skill?" Shi Buyu responded, glancing at him. "And you?" "I attend infrequently," Yen Shirin denied. "Occasionally, I might attend a banquet with classmates. There are times when young ladies approach me with their woes. After assisting them, more come seeking help, so I strive to minimize my presence in such environments." Shi Buyu chuckled, "No wonder Chi aims to capture you. To ensnare you is to seize hope." The night in the capital had yet to fully settle into silence, but beneath the gentle moonlight, their figures intertwined, gradually merging into one, indistinguishable from one another. As Yen Shirin observed, he unconsciously found himself drawing nearer to Shi Buyu, and upon realizing their shadows nearly fused, he abruptly halted, forcing himself to refrain from looking down. "It is best that the nature of your relationship with Brother Junyu remains undisclosed. Should we find ourselves in peril someday, there is no need to drag him into it. Should anything arise, simply convey it to me, and I shall handle it." Shi Buyu nodded nonchalantly, recalling something. She remarked, "Earlier, I promised Xuanning I would send you to act as a guarantor. Yet, time has slipped away, and you must return to the academy tomorrow. Auntie, could you check on whether Xuanning has rested? If not, invite her to the main room. We shall finalize the agreement." Yen Shirin was naturally aware of the happenings at home, and he refrained from saying much in response. Chi arrived promptly, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Yen Shirin, but when she noticed he was not looking at her, the flicker of hope within her extinguished. Unlike those men who wished to purchase her maidenhood, young Master Yen's intent was purely altruistic. He sought to redeem her not for her body, but for her character, and she, too, need not serve others through her beauty. With her resolve strengthened, Chi immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, kneeling before Yen Shirin to bow her head. "I recognize that I have caused you much trouble, young master, and I am at a loss as to how I might repay you. My intent in redeeming you is not for your repayment. Rather, it is indeed my oversight to forget the perils of vulnerable woman faces while carrying wealth." Yen Shirin gestured for her to rise. "Your cousin has mentioned you agreed to accompany her." "Indeed, it is what she has promised, and it is what I have long desired." "Your cousin is more worthy of your trust than I." Wan Xia stepped forward, presenting the freshly inked contract to her. The contract was far more detailed than Chi had anticipated, encompassing not only their prior agreements but also stipulating a 2-year term. Even if her cousin did not depart at that time, she would ensure Chi was escorted to a safe location. All her lingering concerns were assuaged by this document, yet, the generosity felt almost too good to be true. Gazing at the name of the guarantor inscribed above, Chi-Chi steeled herself and followed Wan Xia to affix her thumbprint. Shi Buyu inquired, "Are you not afraid of emerging from one wolf's den only to enter another's?" "I trust young Master Yan," she replied. Shi Buyu glanced at someone she did not even trust as much as Chi-Chi did, suppressing a laugh as she held her tongue. Once Chi-Chi had departed, she turned to Yan Shuren. "What does it feel like to be trusted by others?" Feeling, Yan Shuren stood at the door, gazing into the moonlit expanse outside, remaining silent. He could not articulate the sensation, but it was undeniably pleasant. Chapter 024 The Gift of the Large Bone. Early the next morning, Yan Zhe brought the vegetables as usual. Noticing Wan Xia's gaze fixed on the extra-large bone, he hurriedly explained, "The young master instructed me to add these." In the past, he experienced cramps, and the cook would prepare a rich bone broth for him. After consuming it for a while, the cramps would cease. Upon hearing this, Wan Xia smiled for the first time at Yan Zhe, her impression of Yan Shan improving significantly. "Young Master Yan is thoughtful. Please convey my gratitude to him on behalf of my young lady." Yan Zhe was taken aback by the compliment and, through this incident, discerned how to interact with the somewhat distant Aunt Wan. Wan Xia returned to the room to attend to the sleepy young lady and recounted the matter. Shi Buyu stretched lazily and stepped out of bed, saying, "I cannot let his kindness go to waste. I shall drink a few bowls." Wan Xia gently seated the young lady and simply gathered her hair. "I will prepare the broth shortly. Jade is adept at cooking, and I will instruct her well. Both of them possess certain skills, which will serve to protect you. I have already settled here. Yan Shan would not be foolish enough to brazenly place someone beside me. He requires my assistance now and would not dare to provoke me. Aunt, you need not worry, I shall be safe. I can only feel at ease if you are under my watchful eye," Wan Xia remarked, gazing at the young lady in the bronze mirror, reminiscing about her childhood, a time when she could simply carry her on her back wherever they went. Yet, she had to leave. Wan Xia prepared the broth, made all necessary arrangements, and even peeled 2 Buddha peaches for the young lady before departing. Sitting in the covered corridor, admiring the blooming lotus pond, Shi Buyu absent-mindedly munched on the sweet Buddha peaches. Without Aunt by her side, the silence felt overwhelming. "Qing Shan." Qing Shan swiftly emerged from the room. "Mississippi. Go summon Xuanning." "Yes." Ruan Xuanning was indeed clever, having repositioned herself overnight. The little flower atop her head was gone, her flowing white dress replaced with a modest lotus-colored gown, and she no longer pretended to be someone she was not. Shi Buyu chuckled, "What a lovely beauty you were, yet how drab you appear after just one night." Ruan Xuanning curtsied, unsure of how to respond or what actions to take. Reflecting on her time as a mistress, she knew that at this juncture, a maid would typically serve tea, fetch water, and offer massages. She was capable of all those tasks. During her years in the pleasure boat, she had learned much, both what to embrace and what to shun. Just as she was about to step forward, the young lady spoke first. "Come and sit." Ruan Xuanning approached, uncertain if she was truly meant to sit. Shi Buyu yanked her down. "Having Aunt by my side is sufficient. I do not require a maid. I did not bring you along to serve me as a maid." Ruan Xuanning then inquired, "What should I do instead?" "Become my steward." Shi Buyu leaned her head on her arm, gazing at her. "I plan to establish a place of amusement. Rest assured, it will not involve any unsavory activities. It will be based on talent, strictly contractual. As long as she possesses skills, whether masked or veiled, I will pay her well, resolve her issues, and, should she wish to remain for 2 years as a stepping stone, I will assist her." "Another 2 years." Ruan Xuanning pondered her own contract and impulsively asked, "Why is it always 2 years?" "Because I have allotted myself 2 years." Ruan Xuanning wanted to inquire what required such a duration but felt an inexplicable hesitation. Pressing her lips together, she shifted the topic. "If sisters in other places, bound by circumstances, wish to come, would you welcome them?" "Indeed. Truly capable young ladies will not lack in value." "Is this a question?" Shi Buyu stated the fact. "My cousin is exceedingly wealthy." The bluntness of this statement left Ruan Xuanning momentarily speechless. Indeed, young Master Yan possessed great wealth, which was why she had selected him after careful consideration. After a moment's thought, Ruan Xuanning spoke again. "Must they be courtesans?" "They must be. Establishing a good reputation from the outset is crucial. Only then can order and structure be maintained. Those who seek purity will take notice. Otherwise, what difference is there from a brothel?" Noticing her silence, Shi Buyu pressed further. "Do you have any other questions?" Ruan Xuanning paused for a moment. "Since I was brought in by the young lady yesterday, those who should know are already aware that I belong to young Master Yan. If I were to take charge of this place, others might presume it to be young Master Yan's enterprise. Wouldn't that tarnish his reputation? Such concern for him?" Ruan Xuanning lowered her head. "He is my benefactor. I wish not to add to his troubles." Shi Buyu smiled, appreciating her sense of gratitude. "I will soon send you away to reside at Yunqian. During your time there, spend ample time in the lobby, putting on a fade, allowing others to believe I have kept you away from Yan Shan, who will soon arrive with a sum of silver, persuading you to leave the capital. For the sake of money, disappear for a while, and once I have established that place, you can reappear, at which point, you will no longer be associated with Yan Shan." Ruan Xuanning stared in astonishment. "Are you not afraid of tarnishing your own reputation?" "What use is reputation? I have no intention of seeking a husband." "Those with suitors need not seek further," Ruan Xuanning mused, yet she countered. "Does the Yin family not care for your reputation, young lady?" Shi Buyu realized her oversight. She herself had no need to seek a husband, as she was already tied to one. Shifting her tone, she remarked, to ruin one's reputation for the sake of driving away someone who would tarnish my cousin's name is something the Yin family would certainly understand. Ruan Xuanning considered this and agreed. Even if she were a courtesan, her past in the pleasure district would weigh heavily on her. What reputable family would accept her? Reflecting on this, Ruan Xuanning felt a wave of sorrow. Though she might leave that place, she could not erase the past that clung to her. What good family would desire her? You cannot ruin anyone. If someone falls due to you, it is their weakness of will, unrelated to you, Shi Buyu observed, watching a dragonfly tremble above the lotus, unless, of course, you intend to entice them. I would never. Ruan Xuanning stood abruptly, vehemently denying, unsure if she spoke for her former self or her future self. I am quite discerning. If you do not meet my standards, I shall not have you. Shi Buyu smiled at her. Xuanning, do you wish to be my steward? Was it her merits that led the young lady to keep her by her side? Ruan Xuanning stared blankly at the smiling Shi Buyu. Her heart, which had plummeted, slowly began to rise. Those words seemed to affirm that her struggles over the years were not in vain, that the hardship she endured had not been for naught. I do not know if I can do well. If you cannot, who else could? Shi Buyu turned away, and in that brief moment, the dragonfly had vanished from the lotus. If you find someone you deem worthy, feel free to recommend them, and I allow for personal interests. Do not rush after arriving at the inn. Someone will come to escort you when the time comes. As my person, I will ensure your safety. Ruan Xuanning bowed deeply. Chi will heed the young lady's arrangements. Before me, you are Xuanning, one family Xuanning. Ruan Xuanning had never realized how fragile she was. Merely hearing those words stirred her emotions, causing her eyes to well up. Yes, Xuanning will heed the young lady's arrangements. Go and tidy up. Listening to the footsteps depart, Shi Buyu reclined on her arm, watching her figure gradually fade from view until she was no longer visible. Seventh brother was concerned she might soften, seemingly forgetting that many years ago, they worried her heart was too hardened. Chapter 025 of The One Who Holds the Chess Pieces. Ruan Xuanning was brimming with energy, having donned the same attire she wore upon her arrival the previous day, presenting herself as if she had been wronged. By the time she left in the afternoon, her expression of fury was so genuine that Shi Buyu, who had been secretly observing from behind the door, felt as if she had indeed committed the transgressions she had spoken of. Alas, she was truly wicked. Shi Buyu shook his head as he walked back, taking a turn towards the study in hopes of finding a book to pass the time. To his surprise, once he entered, he found himself unable to leave. Yan Shiren had returned home, listened to the report, and sought her out, chuckling at the pile of books surrounding her. You have never read any of these novels? How was I to know such books existed? No one informed me, Shi Buyu replied, engrossed in her reading, her gaze fixed on the pages as she turned to the next. Yan Shiren glanced around and, without hesitation, lifted the hem of his garment to sit on the floor beside her. He picked up one of the books and flipped through it. He had never seen these before and was entirely uninterested, yet felt compelled to possess them since they belonged to a classmate. Are they enjoyable? Quite fascinating. The narratives weave together as if they were true. After finishing the last page, Shi Buyu finally lifted her head, rubbing her eyes as she inquired, have all arrangements regarding Xuanning been made? Yes, she needs to learn how to manage affairs. Shi Buyu ceased her questioning, rising to return the completed books to the shelf while cradling the unread ones in her arms. Yan Shiren casually took another book and followed her. Starting tomorrow, I shall spend only half a day at the academy. Do you have other plans? The groundwork has been laid, and now with your assistance, there are matters that cannot be procrastinated any longer. Shi Buyu nodded. Her time at the academy had become excessively prolonged. While it had previously offered the perfect cover for his identity, any further delay might jeopardize their endeavors. Has Mr. Qixin consented? I informed him that I needed to focus on preparing for the autumn examination, and he deemed that entirely reasonable. That rationale was difficult to contest. Shi Buyu halted her steps to face him. As long as you have the time, I need to be informed of all your plans. Let us meet tomorrow afternoon. This is not an easy task for you, but I must be aware. It is indeed not easy. Yan Shiren regarded her, thus, I may not be able to divulge everything at once. Please grant me some time to trust you a little more. To allow someone who is mistrustful to gradually shed their protective shell and reveal their vulnerable side is already a considerable act of trust. There is no rush, it is not yet a critical moment. For now, just tell me what I need to know. Shi Buyu playfully tapped his arm with the book as a form of reward. Given that they had known each other for only a short while, his willingness to speak candidly was a significant advancement, and she felt quite pleased. Yan Shiren silently watched her walk away, then lowered his head to peruse the book in his hands as he made his way to his courtyard. Yan Zhe, who had been trailing behind the young master in silence, seemed torn between speaking and remaining mute. In the outer study, Robber was engrossed in writing when he noticed the young master enter and promptly stood up to accompany him into the inner study. Yan Zhe handed a handkerchief to the young master, hesitating before finally asking, are you truly going to inform the cousin? If I do not tell her, how can she assist me? Yan Shiren wiped his hands and tossed the cloth back. Even if she possesses remarkable abilities, she must first know what resources I have at my disposal. Robber immediately grasped the nature of their conversation and furrowed his brow. If the lady were to find out, let her know. What of it? I am no longer a child, I need not rely on her to guide my next steps. If things were to go awry, I alone shall bear the consequences. Yan Shiren slammed the paperweight down, declaring, I am but a pawn in this game. I must rely on myself, for regardless of the circumstances, I cannot escape this chessboard. I require someone to orchestrate the moves. Robber, perplexed, asked, do you believe the cousin can serve as your strategist? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes and participated personally, I too would not have believed in her capabilities, Yen Shiren replied with a hint of a smile. After reviewing the aftermath of the hostage situation, I realized just how meticulous her plans were. Approaching me for a bargain was her final gambit. Prior to that, she had already arranged safe havens and coordinated escape routes. The fires in the capital were ignited at her behest, and the runaway horse was of her design. The evacuation route she set forth saw few panicked citizens, indicating that someone was guiding them. The Shi family's successful escape from the city was due to the pursuers taking a wrong turn, granting them precious time. Did the Imperial Guards intend to let them go? It must have been her doing. Yen Shiren looked at the two men, whose expressions shifted dramatically. And this is merely what I know. There is undoubtedly more I am unaware of. If all these arrangements originated from her hands, do you believe she is not qualified? Not merely qualified, her deployment of resources in this game was worthy of deep contemplation. If all this truly stems from the cousin's hand, Robber stepped back, clasping his hands and speaking softly, young master, your grand ambitions are on the verge of realization. Yen Shiren, in silence, unfurled a sheet of rice paper, grinding ink without waiting for Yen Zhe to attend to him. Grand ambitions, these two words had been the most recurrent in his life. Everything he studied, pursued, contemplated, and aspired to revolved around these two characters, and beyond that, his heart felt like a barren wasteland, devoid of any growth. He envied Shi Buyu. Go procure all the novels we lack at home. Yen Zhe was momentarily taken aback but quickly complied, fully aware of whom the books were intended for. Robber, however, was oblivious and did not dwell on it. His thoughts were still entangled in the earlier discussion. Should we keep this information under wraps? Yen Shiren initially intended to say it was unnecessary, but suddenly, the image he had seen yesterday flashed through his mind. Over the years, he had often seen her silhouette, straight yet increasingly frail with each passing day. Let us refrain from letting her hear of it. Understood. They were already aware of who transmitted news within the household. The other party had no intention of concealing it from the outset. It had been glaringly obvious. At times, they even encouraged her to deliver messages. If there were tidings she wished to keep from them, she would remain silent, acting as a half-ally. With no one overseeing her, Shi Buyu spent a delightful half-night engrossed in novels, only succumbing to sleep when exhaustion took hold. With thoughts lingering in her mind, she rose early the next day, refusing to indulge in a leisurely slumber. Accustomed to the flavors of Auntie's cooking, she found the meals prepared by others lacking and merely nibbled before heading to the study, where she immediately noticed the additional novels that had appeared. It was clear who had contributed them. Well, he certainly knows how to cater to her tastes. She would have to invest a little more thought when planning for him in the future. Before she knew it, the morning had slipped away, and ultimately, fatigue overwhelmed her, causing her to lie down on the floor and drift off to sleep. Yen Shiren had been in the room for some time, observing the scattered novels and the slumbering figure, suddenly comprehending what true helplessness felt like. He began to understand why Shi Buyu required a companion like Wan Xia. Without her, it seemed she was on the brink of disaster. Chapter 026 Matters of the Past. 1. Familiar with the surroundings, Yen Xian retrieved a bamboo basket from the corner. As she was about to place several storybooks inside, her sleeve was tugged. What are you doing? Yen Xian looked down at her. I'm taking away some storybooks. You've been reading day and night, and you are on the verge of overwhelming yourself. I'm still hungry. Shi Buyu instinctively replied. Having eaten little in the morning, she indeed felt famished now. After yawning and sitting down, she squinted up at the man, who was no shorter than her fifth elder brother. Why are you back so early? A seemingly mundane question caused Yen Xian to falter. In this place, which they temporarily referred to as home, he spoke of plots and schemes, of calculations and human nature, yet never of trivial daily matters. He was the master, and they were the servants. No matter how long they had coexisted, none dared to overstep their bounds. After a moment of adjustment, he replied, It is already noon. It is not early. Noon already. Shi Buyu glanced at the sun outside, realizing that time had slipped away unnoticed amidst the joy of the day. However, she questioned, What do you mean by taking away some storybooks? I haven't finished reading those. Did you stay up late last night, engrossed in the stories? If you continue like this, I won't know how to explain it to Auntie when she returns. Yen Xian looked at the woman who stood up, dressed in her usual round-collared robe, though the collar was slightly askew, and her braided hair seemed a bit loose, having become disheveled after a nap. Coupled with her furrowed brow, she bore the expression of someone forgotten at home by their master, now ruffled by outsiders, a perfect likeness to a disgruntled raccoon. Auntie had truly cared for her too well, Shi Buyu thought, to the extent that after only one day of separation, she had become so disordered. Mentioning Auntie, Shi Buyu became more compliant. I won't take any storybooks back to my room tonight. Don't collect them, I will only read here. Yen Xian pondered briefly and acquiesced, for to distrust her would only lead to unnecessary discussions about the afternoon's matters. Upon exiting the library, Shi Buyu was momentarily blinded by the sunlight, squinting until her vision adjusted, tears welling at the corners of her eyes, which she wiped away with her sleeve. Yen Xian looked at her, unable to contain himself, and asked, Do you dislike Qingshan and Jaiji? Would you prefer to choose someone you like to attend to you? Why would I dislike them? They have done nothing wrong. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Buyu understood his reasoning. It wouldn't matter who it was. I do not allow outsiders into my room, nor do I enjoy having others too close. Now it made sense. There was indeed no other option but to wait for Auntie's return. Yan Shan nodded gently and then inquired, "Can you tolerate the dishes prepared by Qing Shan? If not, why not try the meals made by my long-serving mother-in-law? Are you suggesting she cooked bone broth for you?" Shi Buyu was indifferent, for it didn't matter whose cooking it was. She would eat whatever was available. Yan Shan did not take her back to his courtyard but instead had the meal set up in the flower hall, typically used for conversing and drinking with friends. It was cool and bright here, and after dining, they wouldn't need to change locations to discuss matters. After just one bite, Shi Buyu resolved that today she would eat 5 bowls. The dishes prepared by this cook had the essence of Auntie in them. Ever since Auntie left yesterday, she hadn't had her fill, and now, at last, she wouldn't go hungry. "I shall come here for meals until Auntie returns." Yan Shan smiled in response, "Just tell me what you wish to eat. I am not picky." "If you are not picky, how could you end up in such a state?" Yan Shan mused, yet seeing her genuinely enjoy every dish indicated that it was not the food she was selective about, but rather the people. The slightly limping cook entered, carrying a bowl, a broad smile illuminating her face as she observed the young lady eating heartily. "I heard that the young lady had a cramp in her foot, and I was worried it might affect you too, so I made some bone broth. Do drink a bowl. If you have it for several days, it will help alleviate the cramps." Shi Buyu looked up at the older cook, realizing that few could refer to themselves as I in Yan Shan's presence, and seeing Yan Shan's expression reflected a certain warmth towards her, indicating this woman held a special place in his heart. Yan Shan made room for her to place the bowl. "It's a short distance, you could have had the servants bring it over. It's just a few steps, not far." Setting down the bowl, the cook glanced at the young master, then at the young lady, feeling they were a perfect match, albeit a false engagement. Yet, at least the young master finally had someone to share meals with. With this thought, the cook's gaze towards Shi Buyu grew even more benevolent. "Whatever you wish to eat, just say it. I can prepare anything. I love fish, fried, boiled, deep-fried, or stewed. I enjoy them all." Very well, I shall make a variety for you. Tonight we will have stewed fish." The cook eagerly responded, hurrying on tiptoes to check if there were any live fish in the kitchen. Yan Shan filled a bowl with soup. "My mother-in-law has been taking care of me for nearly 18 years, she isn't limping. It's just that an old injury has flared up recently. I told her to rest, but she wouldn't listen." As he placed the soup before himself, Shi Buyu, not one to be polite, set down her chopsticks and began to drink the soup. Delicious. "You'll find it tiresome after a few more bowls. My mother-in-law tries all sorts of methods to make the soup more palatable so that I will drink more." Yan Shan served himself a bowl as well, finding the flavor even better after some time without it. Shi Buyu understood. For him, the cook was akin to Auntie. For her. If there were differences, they certainly did not share the same closeness as she did with Auntie. In comparison, Shi Buyu suddenly felt victorious and picked up her chopsticks to start on her third bowl. After the meal, they took a moment to digest before switching to tea. It was then that Yan Shan seemed to find an opening for conversation. "My maternal grandfather is Wei from the Ministry of War, a fourth-rank official." Shi Buyu was both surprised and unsurprised. The emperor had ascended to the throne illegitimately, yet he had bestowed such a significant position upon the family of the late emperor's consort. It was precisely because her maternal grandfather held such a position that Yan Shan wielded considerable power. "When you executed the prisoners, did you deploy so many weapons? Would the emperor suspect your maternal grandfather?" "When we departed, I intentionally left behind a few crude weapons that were poorly made, incomparable to those produced by the Ministry of War. Moreover, not a single weapon from the ministry was lost. How could it relate to my grandfather? Unlike the Duke of Loyalty and Bravery, who was always on guard, my mother and grandfather both aided my good uncle in ascending to power." No matter how much he might think, he could never connect the dots. Shi Buyu furrowed her brow slightly, quickly piecing together the relationships among these individuals. "At that time, your mother knew the situation was dire, so she sided with the emperor early on, bringing her family to support him?" "Indeed." Yan Shan had anticipated her intelligence and was somewhat surprised by her quick response. "My mother was pregnant at the time. She had to leave the palace to ensure my safety. My father's sudden death raised suspicions, and there were others in the royal family eyeing the throne. It was my mother who cleared his name, eliminating the doubts, while covertly persuading my grandfather to unite a group to support him, allowing him to ascend smoothly before others could gain traction. During that period of nearly 3 months, my mother barely ate or drank, showing no signs of pregnancy. Thus, when she proposed to reside separately at the palace, the emperor consented, but he only eased the vigilance after 2 years of surveillance." Chapter 027. Matters of the past, too. In such circumstances, it is indeed admirable that she was able to give birth and raise the child without any hindrance. "Did no one in the palace know of your mother's pregnancy?" Yan Shan shook his head. "My father has struggled greatly for heirs, having only 2 daughters. The eldest, born of the favored consort, is now 32. The second daughter was exchanged for the empress's command and is 26 this year. The other consorts either could not conceive or could not carry the pregnancy to term. Had my father not been established as the crown prince at an early age and guided by the national teacher, he might have found it difficult to secure his position." With a smile that seemed to mock, Yan Shan lifted his teacup and took a sip, avoiding any gaze towards Shi Buyu's expression, continuing with his lowered eyes. "It took 3 years after my mother entered the palace for her pregnancy to become apparent. She was acutely aware of my father's longing for a son and feared it might merely be a fleeting joy. Thus, she discreetly left the palace under the pretense of a visit, donned a veil to conceal her face, and went to 2 apothecaries. Only after confirming the pregnancy did she inform my father that he was so frightened that he heard rumors among the common folk that if the pregnancy was not announced until after 3 months, the fetus would be more stable, so he refrained from summoning the imperial physician or informing anyone else. They simply reveled in their secret happiness. These events were recounted to him by his mother on the day of his 14th birthday, yet he could still vividly recall the expression on her face then, a brief moment of beauty amidst a mire of suffering, like a flower blooming in a painful swamp, sustaining her through each trial until today. My maternal grandfather was initially unaware of my mother's condition. She did not confide in him until after I was born and sent away. He was understandably alarmed, fearing that the revelation would endanger the family, and sought an opportunity to be reassigned outside the capital. It was only after 6 years of serving in distant posts that he dared to return to the capital. During those 6 years, he made extensive arrangements, sending the clever children of the family to safe havens and leaving sufficient wealth for the Zhou family to rise again. Those children he sent away have yet to return to the Zhou family, yet he understands well that my existence poses the greatest risk. It is now too late for him to harm me, as the emperor would not believe him. Thus, he can only assist me. Only by enabling my success can the Zhou family find peace. Yan Shiren chuckled again. My mother calculated everything, even including her entire maternal family. To this day, my grandmother has not seen her. Is it only your grandfather and grandmother who know of your existence? My eldest uncle is also aware. My grandfather feared that if anything were to happen to him, the Zhou family would be left ignorant of these matters and abandon me. My mother, in a fit of madness, might endanger the entire Zhou family. Shi Buyu sighed. Your mother is truly remarkable. Remarkable, yet also mad. Since childhood, she permitted him only a single endeavor. Any deviation from it would summon her, overcoming insurmountable obstacles to confront him coldly about his identity, his enmity, and what he ought to do. If he dared to resist, she would cut her wrist, presenting the bleeding wound before him, compelling him to witness it once more. He seemed to taste the metallic scent of blood in the air. Yan Shiren lifted his teacup and consumed the remaining tea leaves along with the tea, the bitterness and astringency masking other sensations, providing him with some comfort. I grew up in Baishui County, with both parents, as if I were truly their son, with no one around to raise suspicions. They were affluent and powerful, fulfilling my every request, yet, they were never close. Yan Shiren smiled. Everyone is like that, regardless of how close our relationships may seem, there is always a thick barrier between us. When I was young, I did not understand, and I would naively strive to draw closer to them. When my efforts proved futile, I realized that what is easily attainable for others is utterly impossible for me. How tragic. Shi Buyu propped her chin on her hand. I am different from you. In my childhood, I was the one who deliberately kept a thick barrier between myself and others. Anyone who approached me, I felt compelled to drive away. Yan Shiren was puzzled. Why? I don't know. It just felt uncomfortable, as if I couldn't breathe. When I drove them away, I felt relieved. Yan Shiren's previously despondent mood seemed to suddenly lift, and he even felt a hint of amusement rising from within. Your reputation as a calamity is certainly not unfounded. Indeed, I've earned it through my own merit. Shi Buyu returned to the previous topic. Do your adoptive parents know your true identity? They do not. The number of people aware of my identity is few. Before your arrival, I thought only my grandfather's family knew. Shi Buyu nodded and inquired further. Are there some who are utilized through your grandfather, and they are unaware? Yes. Shi Buyu did not wish to press further. You should share what else you know. Noticing her impatience, Yan Shiren did not feign profundity and revealed the various arrangements he had made over the years. I own a pawn shop. Life in the capital is not easy, and even among officials, there are many in dire straits. If a family has a gambling problem, they will need to pawn even more frequently. I possess a gambling house. By sacrificing some profit, I acquire items deemed useless to them, and many are willing to trade with me. He ran both a gambling house and a pawn shop, profiting from both sides. Not a virtuous endeavor, yet a lucrative business. Shi Buyu felt a sudden clarity, realizing that commerce could be conducted in such a manner. She learned something new. Yan Shiren could not have anticipated that Shi Buyu would grasp this as well. He continued to disclose his various plans, while the specifics of what he concealed remained known only to him. Given the current state of affairs, Shi Buyu felt it was sufficient. I now have a clearer understanding. Yan Shiren's gaze deepened. From this point onward, we are bound together, truly in the same boat. Shi Buyu also adopted a serious demeanor. I will do my utmost to fulfill our agreement. An agreement, indeed. Yan Shiren nearly forgot that their relationship was rooted in a transaction. Observing Shi Buyu rise as if to depart, inspiration struck him, prompting him to ask a question he had previously considered but had not intended to voice. What sort of person is that Taoist Wushu? White-bearded. Shi Buyu sat back down. He is a gluttonous old man. When I first saw him 13 years ago, he had a full white beard. All these years later, aside from his beard thinning a bit, he remains unchanged, though his teeth are not as good as they once were. The maltose my aunt made for me knocked one of his teeth out, and since then, he has been too afraid to sneak a taste. Yan Shiren had never encountered such an otherworldly figure and could not even imagine what he was like. He is deserving of the phrase, knowledge of the heavens and the earth. He understands historical events better than he knows how many teeth he has left. I have 11 elder brothers, each with different studies, all taught by him, and he even knows military strategy. Leaning on the armrest of the circle chair, Shi Buyu spoke and laughed. After accepting my 11 elder brothers, he initially intended to take no more disciples, claiming he had nothing left to teach. Yet, he ended up taking me as a female disciple, unsure of what to teach me, so he had each of my 11 brothers impart a little knowledge to see where my strengths lay. Unexpectedly, I excelled in all areas, so he taught me whatever came to mind. As she spoke, Shi Buyu found herself somewhat yearning for the white-bearded figure. Since there was no returning, it was better not to dwell on it. Shi Buyu stood up. I shall return to my room. Feel free to come to me whenever you think of something you wish to share. All right. Chapter 28. A suggestion. On her way back home, Shi Buyu's feet, seemingly possessed of their own volition, led her to the study where she concealed 2 novels before returning, though she did not rush to open them. She first proceeded to her study, meticulously transcribing the information she had gathered that day. After pondering for a moment, she began to dissect, combine, and reflect upon it, subsequently resuming her writing, adding various insights of her own to the densely filled rice paper, her gaze drifting into contemplation. Yanchuren undoubtedly harbored secrets, but those concealed truths were his trump cards, not to be wielded lightly, especially not in matters concerning outsiders like the kidnapping of prisoners. Shi Buyu revisited her thoughts from beginning to end. Indeed, the misdirection of the pursuers was neither orchestrated by her nor by Yanchuren. Their prior lack of communication had led them both to mistakenly attribute the actions to one another. At that time, an outsider had intervened. Who could it be? She counted on her fingers. The actions of 7th brother were orchestrated by her, thus eliminating him from suspicion. Although eldest brother resided in the capital, she had no immediate intention of seeking him out. As long as she could successfully negotiate the kidnapping of prisoners with Yanchuren, she felt 7 parts assured. Only if the negotiation failed would she seek eldest brother's assistance, by which time it would be too late for him to make arrangements, making him unlikely to be involved. Was it 5th brother? Though he was not in the capital, he was aware of her plans, and it was not beyond possibility that he might send someone to assist her in her endeavors, should he fear her failure. Had she known earlier, she would have instructed Aunt Gu to inquire about the matter, to ascertain whether the intervening party was friend or foe, thus allowing her peace of mind. After a moment of contemplation, she rose and walked outside. Meanwhile, Yanchuren learned that Miss Shi had visited the study and left with a bulging satchel, seemingly having forgotten her earlier promise not to bring novels back home. Once out of sight, she had no intention of adhering to that promise. Gather all the novels, he instructed. Yanzhe complied but hesitated, reminding his master, cousin is in high spirits, collecting the books might provoke her ire. If Aunt Gu returns and she remains in such a lackluster state, she would surely be vexed with me for purchasing those novels, Yanchuren said, dipping his brush in ink. Collect them first. Rob urged him with a glance to act swiftly. That Aunt Wan is no ordinary servant. She is indifferent to how well you treat her, but if you offend cousin, she may refuse to serve. Yanzhe recalled the day he had delivered meat bones to Aunt Wan, which had earned him a smile, and he realized Rob's point was valid, prompting him to hasten in gathering the novels. Rob approached with inkstone in hand, ready to prepare ink for his master. Has cousin revealed any information regarding the individual behind her? The man with the white beard she speaks of is likely the one who took her from the residence of the loyal and brave Marquis. Upon our first meeting, I immediately noticed his white beard, which is how she came to name him. Yanchuren paused. He possesses knowledge of astronomy and geography, as well as mastery in military strategy. With 11 brothers, each trained in different disciplines, she amalgamates their strengths. When she first visited, she mentioned an old acquaintance, and despite much contemplation, I could not discern which old acquaintance possesses such abilities. Do you know anyone? Rob pondered before shaking his head. If he were truly that formidable, he would not be unknown. Indeed, he ought not to be, yet I am convinced he exists. Otherwise, how could Shi Buyu possess such capabilities? Yanchuren shook his head. If she chooses not to disclose this matter, I shall not press further. Should the day come when she introduces him to me, the truth will be revealed. Understood. Just then, a voice called from outside, cousin. The person who had just departed returned to seek him out. Yanchuren quickly set down his brush and rose to greet them at the door. What brings you here? Is there something amiss? I have discovered something. May I enter the study? Of course, Yanchuren replied, leading them into the inner study. Shi Buyu seated herself on the cushion before the writing desk, and Rob moved the concealed table closer to her. She accepted it without hesitation and recounted the matter at hand. Yanchuren furrowed his brow slightly. Are you suggesting that, besides us, there was another party present that day? Yes, it appears they aided us, yet unless we ascertain their identity, we must remain vigilant until they reveal themselves as friend or foe. I understand. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Do you have any suspects? I do. If it is them, there is no need for concern. Once Aunt Gu returns, I will confirm it, as I had promised her not to venture out before her arrival. Yanchuren lowered his head to sip his tea, realizing that Miss Shi was not entirely unyielding. She indeed listened well in Aunt Gu's presence. Once the discussion concluded, Shi Buyu did not linger, but as she reached the door, she turned back. Cousin, I wish to offer you a suggestion. Yanchuren's eyes sparkled with amusement. Please, cousin, do tell. Your residence feels excessively contrived. Every arrangement and decoration seems to demand symmetry, with a flower carved on the railing to the north necessitating a matching one to the south, even the petals and stamens being identical. The trees in your garden are all planted in pairs. You utilize every inch of your home to its fullest, rendering it visually pleasing at first glance, much like yourself. Shi Buyu leaned against the door, tilting her head slightly. But do you not feel something is amiss? Yanchuren had never realized his residence bore such flaws. Despite pondering, he could not discern what was lacking and thus inquired, what is missing? A sense of vitality, Shi Buyu replied. The flowers and trees each possess their distinct forms, yet you can find them. Any branch that dares to grow outward is swiftly pruned. The railing to the north is adorned with orchids, while the south bears clouds. It would not be a transgression. The stones on the path in the small garden need not be uniform in size, nor must their spacing be measured with precision. Each flower has its own beauty. They need not be arranged by color, nor must all buds be of equal size. Smaller ones may simply be trimmed away. They strive earnestly to grow, yet they can only reach a certain height. That is not their fault. You cannot expect them to conform entirely to your wishes. It is not that they lack desire, but rather that they are incapable. Yan Shuren listened, captivated, as if she were speaking not of the residents but of him. Pruned and confined, he had been molded into the form she desired, with any deviation met with the harshest admonitions, compelling him to return to the correct path. Years of refinement had shaped him into her envisioned ideal. Can you help him escape from his confinement? Rob's expression shifted, and he whispered urgently, Master. Yan Shuren regained his composure, observing the figure backlit by the sun, whose face bore a hint of confusion. He unconsciously smiled, redirecting the conversation. I would like your assistance in modifying this residence, if you would. The issues you perceive, I fear others may also notice. Shi Buyu paid no mind to the earlier unclarity, for they were allies, and it would not bode well for him to be seen through by others. She readily agreed, knowing it would require little effort on her part and would not consume much time. I shall take a stroll and will draft a plan for you once I have contemplated it. Very well. As Shi Buyu departed, the sunlight poured back into the space she had occupied, yet Yan Shuren felt as though she still lingered there. Master, you must not think along those lines. Rob expressed his concern, settling onto the cushion opposite his master. You have come so far. Should your resolve waver now, all your efforts over the years would be in vain. Do not worry, I have never had a choice. I can only continue down this path now. Go. Yan Shuren lifted his brush once more, yet he found himself at a loss for what to write. Chapter 029. A visit to the ghost market for Shi Buyu. Altering the house was indeed a task of remarkable simplicity. After a brief stroll, a vivid image formed in her mind. Once she had completed the drawing, she entrusted it to Yanzei, blissfully immersing herself in the tales contained within the book she had brought back, finishing both before succumbing to slumber. The following morning, upon arriving at the library, she was dismayed to find the shelves that had once been brimming with storybooks now bare, save for 3 volumes precariously placed at the edge. Yanzei! Shi Buyu exclaimed, hastily setting down her book and making for the exit, only to pause and rush back to cradle the remaining 3 volumes protectively to her chest. She could not afford to lose even these few. Yanzei had anticipated this predicament and had arrived early to await her. Hearing her exclamation, he felt an urge to flee, yet remained rooted in place. Yanzei, where are my storybooks? Yanzei greeted her with a smile, albeit strained, his expression a facade of mirth. Cousin, the young master has stated that you have broken your promise, and thus he has relocated the books to his study to prevent you from reading them all night long, leaving him unable to explain to Aunt One upon her return. Shi Buyu, brimming with indignation, felt no guilt in her actions. After all, Yan Shan was not her guardian, so why should he dictate her conduct? Yet, the mention of Aunt Wu stirred a sense of unease within her, causing her voice to falter and her previously poised posture to relax, clutching the books even tighter. But only 3 books for an entire day is far too little. They are so thin that I could finish them in a flick. The young master insists you take a breather. Once you have regained your spirits, you may increase your quota to 4 volumes. 4 is still insufficient. Yanzei stepped back and bowed slightly. The books are in the young master's study. You may consult with him. Of course, she intended to seek him out, yet that rascal was presently at the academy. Shi Buyu seethed with frustration, devouring the 3 storybooks throughout the morning while waiting at the entrance for his return. She believed that despite their veiled exchanges, they had forged a bond, so how could he so easily whisk away her beloved tales? Consequently, when Yan Shan returned, he found himself confronting the unfriendly gaze of his cousin. Return my storybooks. With a playful grin, Yan Shan handed the whip he had been holding to Yan Yi and approached. Are you hungry? I heard from Auntie that she would be frying little fish for lunch. Shall we go together? Though breakfast had also been prepared by Auntie, the mere mention of fried fish stirred Shi Buyu's appetite, and her temper noticeably softened. Yet, she remained resolute in her purpose, arguing as they walked inside. I am not a child. You cannot govern me as such. What harm is there in reading a few more storybooks? It is not as if I have committed some heinous crime. You promised me you wouldn't read at night. Will you cease your interference if I do not acquiesce? Certainly not. Yan Shan glanced at her, bemused by her audacity, unable to suppress a chuckle. If you were a disciple of my master, your palms would be bruised from the ruler. Which is precisely why I am not. Shi Buyu raised her chin slightly. The old man has never struck my palms. He is far more lenient than your master. Did she truly wish to compare? Yan Shan stifled a laugh. How could she find a way to measure everything against one another? Shi Buyu remained resolute, never losing sight of her goal, the storybooks. Yan Shan paused. Have you looked in a mirror today? Your eyes are all red. If Aunt Wu returns and sees you like this, will she dare to leave your side again? Shi Buyu, already somewhat impatient, detested being managed. The more someone sought to control her, the more she yearned to rebel. She had even contemplated spending her own money to purchase storybooks, believing that even if she stayed up all night, Yan Shan would have no grounds to object. However, his words struck a chord. If Aunt Wu were to return and witness her in such a disheveled state, she would undoubtedly feel guilty. And moreover, for the foreseeable future, she would be submerged in soup and water, with no hope of seeing another storybook. After weighing her options, Shi Buyu concluded that a more gradual approach would yield better results. I shall not read tonight. Yan Shan regarded her with a bemused expression. That sentiment sounds familiar. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Shi Buyu pondered briefly before responding, "You may return the storybooks to the library." "Fine, if you keep the storybooks under your watchful eye, I shall go read there, is that acceptable?" "Agreed." With that, Yan Shan resumed his forward stride. He did not wish to deprive her of her enjoyment, as long as she refrained from exhausting herself through the night. Auntie's fried fish was crispy and golden, complemented by a homemade sauce that was utterly delectable. Shi Buyu indulged herself, devouring nearly half, while Yan Shan sampled a taste, ultimately finishing off the remaining morsels. In the afternoon, she accompanied him to the study, where he attended to a mountain of seemingly endless tasks while she immersed herself in her storybooks, their evening meal shared before they retreated to their respective quarters. After several days of this routine, Shi Buyu's complexion visibly improved. When Wan Xia returned and beheld the rosy-cheeked girl, her myriad concerns were finally alleviated, prompting her to prepare a lavish feast to express her gratitude to the host family. Yan Shan was taken aback. He had not intended to lodge a complaint, and under the threat of Shi Buyu's glare, he remained tight-lipped. With Aunt Wu's return, many matters would finally unfold. Shi Buyu first sought out seventh brother, confirming that he had not engaged in any dubious activities, before instructing him to send a letter to fifth brother for inquiries. This matter had to reach a resolution. She would accept goodwill, but unknown favors were unwelcome, as they might not be genuine kindness. Wan Xia adjusted the cap atop Shi Buyu's head, surveying her with a smile. What a handsome young lad. Shi Buyu, now adorned, rose and stepped outside, having not donned male attire for some time. Just as she exited the door, she encountered Yan Shan returning from his outing. Without inquiring about their respective destinations, he simply remarked, "Should we bring along a couple more companions?" Wan Xia was about to decline when Shi Buyu interjected, "Have you ever visited the ghost market?" "I have not," Yan Shan replied, shaking his head. It was unlikely anyone would permit him to venture into such an inherently perilous place. "I intend to meet someone there. If you have no pressing matters, you may accompany me." Shi Buyu descended the stairs, patting the horse's back as she continued, "You have learned quite a few of my secrets, so I shall return the favor." Yan Shan retrieved the reins he had earlier given to Yan Yi. "Accompany your cousin and broaden your horizons." The ghost market lay in a shadowy corner of the southern city, dark and secretive, enough to deter most from approaching. When Yanzhe, who had hastily followed upon hearing the news, intervened, he exclaimed, "Young master, it is far too dangerous. The ghost market adheres to a greater set of rules than most places, and there have been no fatalities reported. Those who frequent it understand that should a murder occur within its confines, it would cease to exist in the capital." Shi Buyu handed the reins to a waiting attendant, discreetly rewarding him with a handful of coins, signaling him to tend to the other horses as she proceeded inside. The ghost market has its own set of regulations. First, there is no need for excessive negotiation with merchants over prices. Second, returns cannot be made lightly. And third, one must not question the quality of goods sold by the merchants. "But what if the goods are of dubious origin?" Yan Shan queried, only to feel Shi Buyu's incredulous gaze upon him, as if to say, "Have you lost your senses? What legitimate goods would come to this ghost market?" Chapter 030, A Meeting at the Ghost Market. Upon his first visit to the ghost market, Yan Shan found it quite intriguing. Each stall, some brimming with an array of goods while others displayed but a solitary item, attracted a considerable number of onlookers. He intended to take a closer look himself, but then he noticed Shi Bu유's unwavering focus as she resolutely made her way toward a tent ahead. A woman emerged from within, bending slightly as she opened her arms wide from a distance. Shi Buyu rushed over to embrace her, her smile radiating genuine delight. Yan Shan, trailing a few steps behind, quickly discerned that this must be someone familiar to her. The woman, adorned in a round-collared robe like Shi Buyu, had her hair elegantly gathered atop her head, a sword tucked at her waist, exuding an aura of spirited elegance. "Finally, I see you've come to meet us," the woman exclaimed, grasping Shi Buyu's shoulders and pinching her cheeks with such vigor that there was no room for resistance. Only after relishing the moment did she release her grip. "Have you made new friends in the capital?" Shi Buyu rubbed her cheeks, mumbling, "I suppose I'd call it a half-acquaintance." Progress, albeit modest, was still progress. Yan Shan felt a sense of satisfaction with this development. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully. My surname is Yan, given name Shan. It is a pleasure to meet you, young lady. "Dan Yang greets you, Yan Gongzi," the woman replied, mirroring the gesture with a cheerful and carefree demeanor. "Indeed, our Shao Shi heir makes friends based on appearances. You're clearly praising yourself," Shi Buyu shot back, her happiness evident after a long separation. "And what a fan can, you've been married for over a year, and yet I have yet to taste your wedding sweets. Do not be absurd, at the engagement, you devoured a multitude of those wedding treats." Dan Yang attempted to pinch her cheeks again, but Shi Buyu, having learned from experience, nimbly sidestepped her grasp. "If Fan Ken is over there, busy tending to his stall. Be cautious, and leave some room for next time." Dan Yang gestured in his direction, both exasperated and amused as she watched Shi Buyu dash off. One a miser, the other a tease, they often clashed upon meeting, yet their encounters were frequent, with one navigating various ghost markets and the other perpetually on the move. At first, Dan Yang would mediate, but eventually they would engage in verbal sparring, with neither possessing enough strength to truly harm the other, typically culminating in a contest of wits. Yan Shan followed for a step, then halted. Dan Yang glanced back at him, guiding him along while subtly inquiring, "Yan Gongzi, are you a local of the capital? I hail from Baishui County in Heilin Prefecture." "That is quite far. Look, the bustling area over there is where they are." Yan Shan met her gaze, asking nothing further, uncertain of what insight she might glean from their conversation. Observing her quickening pace, he hurried to keep up. As they approached, Shi Buyu collided with him, arms laden with goods. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her, only to quickly retract his arms, drawing her behind him as he turned to face the equally burdened figure of Fan Kan rushing towards them. Fan Kan was tall and slender, dressed in scholarly attire, clutching his bundle tightly, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Shi Buyu. "You little rascal, you come here and snatch my treasure. Hold on tight, if you break it, I'll have you to contend with." Shi Buyu pretended to loosen her grip, feigning a moment of surprise before clutching the items tightly once more, retreating behind Yanxuren with raucous laughter that drew the amusement of onlookers, reminding him of the mischievous antics of his own child. Fan Kan, torn between desire and caution, refrained from approaching too closely, aware that Shi Buyu was more than capable of breaking his possessions. With a woeful expression, he turned to Dan Yang. "Dan Yang, look at her." Dan Yang contemplated leaving. Shi Buyu peeked out from the side. "Am I that captivating? More like your audacity." Feigning a pinch, Shi Buyu teased, causing Fan Kan to panic. "Your skin is thin, the thinnest in the world." "Don T, let go, my lady, hold tight, the best of my goods are in your hands." "My lady doesn't T sound right, call me sister instead." In their usual banter, Fan Kan, 2 years her elder, wished for her to call him brother, while Shi Buyu insisted on being addressed as sister. For the past 6 or 7 years, neither had gained the upper hand. Fan Kan was caught off guard by her demand, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Not if I call you that, will you return my things?" Shi Buyu, fully aware of her advantageous position, skillfully maneuvered. She understood that if he acquiesced, she'd have to return the items, leading to a chase, but if he refused, the coveted sister title would slip away. She had anticipated this moment for years. She must secure it. "Call me sister, and I'll return." Half desperate for his treasures, Fan Kan relented. "Sister. Oh, my dear brother." Shi Buyu's response was bright and clear, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd, as they all perceived her as the more youthful of the pair. An ever-growing number of people were drawn to the commotion, laughter echoing louder. Dan Yang felt no pity for her husband, joining in the merriment. As Shi Buyu returned to Yanxuren's side to distribute her spoils, she called out, "Keep an eye on him for me. If he approaches, give me a warning, and I'll make a ruckus." Yanxuren, genuinely amused, replied, "I will certainly keep a watchful eye." Fan Kan clenched his teeth in frustration. After a prolonged absence, this little rascal had become even more intolerable. True to her word, Shi Buyu diligently divided the items until only one remained. She peered out and asked, "What about that extra piece? Shall we split it, sister, aunt, grandma? I'll leave it all to you." Fan Kan turned to Dan Yang for support. "You must rein her in. I can't even manage you. How can I control her?" Dan Yang quipped, as she took her share. "There are too many people here." Shi Buyu winked at her, signaling understanding, then called out, "Dan Yang says I should give you some face. If you say, sister, I was wrong, I'll listen to you from now on. I'll return everything." Dan Yang playfully tapped her forehead, refraining from exposing her scheme. Fan Kan, genuinely believing that his wife had interceded on his behalf, readily conceded, "Sister, I was wrong, I'll listen to you from now on. Now, return my things." Shi Buyu handed over the remainder to Dan Yang, while behind Yanxuren, she feigned a demeanor of triumph. Fan Kan, both amused and frustrated, retorted, "Just you wait. There will come a time when you return my belongings. That's a matter for another day. For now, I am the victor." Shi Buyu, ever the tenacious spirit, reveled in her success, pushing Yanxuren forward as her shield while continuing, "Your goods are quite impressive this time. Where did you acquire them?" "None of your business," Fan Kan replied, stowing everything away in his bundle. With her presence, he knew he wouldn't be able to conduct business today. Shi Buyu chuckled, "My cousin is exceptionally wealthy." Cousin, both Dan Yang and Fan Kan turned their attention to her. Shi Buyu gave Yanxuren a gentle push forward, her meaning unmistakable. Chapter 031. Gaining insight, Yanxuren's mood was unprecedentedly clear as he remarked, "I find these items quite appealing. May I inquire about their price?" Naturally, being able to befriend Shi Buyu did not imply that one was a paragon of virtue. Fan Kan exhibited no qualms about betraying familiarity, laboriously lifting his bundle to seek a more suitable venue for this grand transaction, while Dan Yang effortlessly carried it away with one hand to the tent. The tent was modest in size, but its details suggested it was exclusively owned by Dan Yang. "Is this your first visit to the ghost market, young Master Yan?" Dan Yang graciously invited him to sit, while she held little 12 by the collar, firmly seating him beside her. Yanxuren paused momentarily, observing her actions before responding, "Yes, it is my first time, I have only heard tales of it before." "Then you, young Master Yan, have missed out on much enjoyment," Fan Kan interjected, arraying his treasures before him. "Do not underestimate the ghost market. It truly harbors remarkable items. Many of these, I procured from other ghost markets." Yanxuren raised an eyebrow. "So you engage in buying low and selling high?" "Not quite. Genuine treasures cannot be acquired at a low price." Fan Kan corrected his misconception. If someone were to come to the ghost market intending to deceive, the stall owners would swiftly deal with them without needing to call upon the market guards. If an item is truly valuable, no one would hasten to dispose of it for a pittance. This principle has been upheld in our ghost market for many years. I profit from the differences in regional pricing, earning my keep honestly, not through unscrupulous means. Yanxuren was taken aback. As for rules, how many truly adhered to them? Most merely paid lip service, yet, those who frequented the ghost market insisted they follow these rules, and no one dared to break them. He suddenly realized that he had always looked up, never noticing these inconspicuous yet earnest individuals living their lives. He watched as Fan Kan introduced each item he held, explaining its significance, origin, and historical anecdotes, momentarily forgetting about Miss Shi. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Miss Shi yawning, clearly disinterested in these matters. He then selected a few items to inquire about, ultimately purchasing them without haggling over the price. "This is the first time I have encountered such a straightforward patron," Fan Kan remarked, his eyes gleaming with joy as he counted the banknotes. Miss Shi mentioned that the ghost market does not require excessive negotiation, he mused. Given that she had helped him earn a substantial amount, Fan Can decided to overlook her behavior that day. Had he known she would bring along a wealthy patron, he would have delivered his goods much sooner. However, he inquired, "Little 12, what is the story with this cousin of yours? What of it? Is it not permissible for me to have a cousin if you do not?" Just as Fan Can was about to forgive her, he felt a tension return. Was she truly worthy of forgiveness? She was deserving of a good scolding. Dan Yang pressed down on his shoulder to keep him seated and restrained Little 12 with her other hand before asking, "So, is this the person who has been assisting you?" "Yes," Shi Buyu replied, looking at Dan Yang with sincerity. "I will provide specifics when the time is right." Fan Can scoffed, "Little 12, you are becoming increasingly audacious." Shi Buyu retorted, "So, will you assist or not? Need you even ask?" Fan Can shot her a glance. "After years of brawling, do you think it was for naught?" This was not the place for discussions, and they all kept their exchanges brief. Once Fan Can had cleared his inventory, he began to ponder other vendors' treasures, eager to embark on a buying spree with his affluent patron. Although the money did not end up in his own pocket, and the items purchased belonged to others, he still felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the wealthy patron Yen Shan spent an unknown sum, his smile seemingly widening with each purchase. He deemed it worthwhile. Upon returning home, Shi Buyu lingered in the small floral hall, recounting the story of the two individuals. Fan Can is exceptionally intelligent. He grasps everything at a glance. His teacher believed he could produce a student of ministerial caliber, and his family took great pride in him. Yet, unexpectedly, he became apathetic, disregarding all instruction, showing no interest, and resolutely choosing to delve into the bustling marketplace to pursue what he found intriguing. Shi Buyu chuckled. During the Dao dynasty, merchants were considered lower-class citizens, lacking even the qualifications for the imperial examinations. Naturally, his family sought various means to steer him back. The first time I encountered him, he had been so thoroughly beaten by the Fan family's brothers that even his mother would not have recognized him. However, no matter what methods they employed to coerce him, they could not mar his hands or face, for the Fan family needed those intact for their grand future. Thus, I took him away. Yen Shan was taken aback. To take someone away implied, at that time, I was particularly curious about the outside world. The more Whitebeard restricted me, the more I yearned to escape. When I saw him, I decided to take him along, thinking that two would be less fearful, and should we encounter any villains, we would have each other's backs. Yen Shan chuckled, for this was indeed the sort of thing Miss Shi would do. Fan Can once said that only by witnessing it firsthand can one truly understand what a copper coin can accomplish, what one tael of silver can yield, and the price of silk can command at low and high points. Do not be deceived by his apparent obsession with money. In truth, he is unaware of how much silver he possesses. His focus lays solely on the value of items. Anything overpriced is deemed a false price, and anything underpriced should be raised. Shi Buyu turned to him. "Do you believe this?" "He is the most pure-hearted person I know. Were it not for Dan Yang's protection, he would have perished 100 times over." "You harbor affection for him?" "Of course not. I am plagued by too many distractions to achieve his level of purity. Naturally, I admire it." "Ah, so this is the nature of her affection." Yen Shan nodded. "Pure-hearted individuals are indeed rare. His ability to remain so pure is attributable to Dan Yang's presence." Shi Buyu leaned on her arm, sharing more about the two. Dan Yang and he were betrothed from a young age. After I took him away, Dan Yang believed he had changed his mind and pursued him to seek clarity, but she was always a step behind. Eventually, she caught up, and upon learning of their bond, I assumed she would confront me, yet she did not. Instead, she prepared a feast for me, expressing gratitude for my help. At that time, I was oblivious, but later I understood that their families were once of equal standing. However, Dan Yang's family fell into decline, while the Fan family, buoyed by Fan Can's evident rise, had already contemplated breaking off the engagement. Yet, Fan Can had vanished entirely, leaving the engagement unbroken. Yen Shan pushed a teacup towards her. Did the Fan family later acknowledge it? No. Fan Can returned to declare that he would not marry anyone other than Dan Yang. Faced with family opposition, he left once more. Shi Buyu's smile was sly. However, we spread the word about their engagement throughout the city. I even asked Whitebeard to write a calling card, inviting many distinguished guests to attend, ensuring that this matter would come to fruition. The Fan family dared not refute it. Subsequently, Fan Can became increasingly absent from home, leaving them with no recourse. Chapter 032. No longer resigned. Yen Shan's mind was already conjuring images, with the most joyous among them surely being Miss Shi. "Aren't you afraid that good intentions may lead to misdeeds?" "What constitutes a misdeed?" Shi Buyu chuckled softly. "In broader terms, it is immoral. In narrower terms, it is causing oneself unhappiness." However, Fan Can and Dan Yang are already betrothed. Their union is a tale of lovers finally coming together, which can only be deemed a good thing. As for what follows, who can say for certain? I cannot even guarantee that I shall be alive tomorrow, let alone ensure that they will remain steadfast. The notion of lovers ultimately uniting is indeed a heartwarming tale. Yen Shan recalled the sword at Dan Yang's waist. Dan Yang appears to possess exceptional martial skills. She hails from the Zhou family of Beiji, renowned for their swordsmanship in this generation. To think she is from the illustrious Zhou family of Beiji surprised Yen Shan greatly. The Zhou family has a storied history of martial prowess. I did not expect Dan Nyong to be one of them. Even the most glorious ancestry can fade into obscurity, Shi Buyu remarked, choosing not to elaborate further on Dan Yang's familial matters, and continued the previous topic. In recent years, Fan Can has been mingling in the ghost market. While certain rules are adhered to, incidents like booth robberies do occur from time to time. Dan Yang, fearing for Fan Can's slender frame, takes it upon herself to act as a market protector whenever they arrive at a new place. Her skills have earned her the respect of many, and naturally, she has made numerous acquaintances. The fires on the day of the prison break were set with her assistance. All of that was her doing? She ensures her identity remains concealed. Her methods are meticulously compartmentalized. She merely lights the fire, and even if those involved grow suspicious, they would never suspect her. Besides, they dare not report it to the authorities, as none of them are without guilt. Shi Buyu turned to Yan Shan. I must also thank you for your generosity in accepting those items from Fan Can. This way, their departure from the capital will raise no eyebrows. My cousin is wealthy, Yan Shan quipped, then inquired, are they leaving now? Yes, Shi Buyu affirmed, it is best they depart and lay low. Nothing is ever guaranteed. Yan Shan, curious, asked, what if I had chosen not to accompany you tonight? Then I would have instructed them to deliver the items to the Yin residence tomorrow. Regardless of today or tomorrow, I must make a purchase. Shi Buyu shot him a glance, otherwise? We are allies, your affairs are inherently my affairs. Then are my matters yours as well? Yan Shan nearly let the question slip, but he swallowed it down, influenced by the camaraderie between Miss Shi and her friends, almost forgetting that he was still in a relatively unfamiliar state with her. How many acquaintances do you have like Miss Shi? Shi Buyu pondered for a moment. In every place, there are always a few. To understand how many places Miss Shi had visited would require further inquiry, but that was a delicate topic, given their current level of acquaintance. Thank you, Miss Shi, for providing me with this evening's experience. Should you discover any other intriguing locales, I would be grateful if you could show me. The places I frequent may not necessarily be interesting. Yet they would undoubtedly be experiences I have yet to encounter. That was indeed true. Shi Buyu glanced at him, and the mischievous spark within her flared once more. Tomorrow night, I intend to visit the Potter's Field. Would you care to join? The Potter's Field. Yan Zhe nearly leaped in fright, exclaiming urgently, young master, you mustn't. Yan Xian raised a hand. Yan Zhe dared not speak further, his anxious expression intensifying out. He realized that the young master had suffered greatly in recent years, and now, under the influence of someone like Miss Shi, who had never known oppression, the young master was being profoundly affected. Your visit to the Potter's Field is related to my affairs? Naturally. I would have no reason to go there were it not for your matters. Shi Buyu observed Yan Zhe's escalating distress, feeling increasingly tempted to whisk him away, or they believe that the dead cannot speak, but in my eyes, the words of the deceased hold more truth than those of the living. I wish to discern which families have recently discarded their dead there. Yan Shan nodded, I shall accompany you. Young master. Yan Shan shot him a stern glance, causing Yan Zhe to retreat and lower his head, his mind consumed by two words. Doomed. How could the young master venture to such a perilous place? If the madam were to find out, their lives would be forfeit. Shi Buyu left with a satisfied heart, while Yan Zhe's expression turned ashen. Once they had departed, Yan Zhe immediately knelt before the young master. Young master, you cannot go to such a place. In your eyes, I am invaluable, to the extent that I cannot engage in this or that. Yet to others, I am merely Yan Shan, a scholar. If they despise me, they may only seek to tarnish my name through the company I keep. Yan Shan chuckled lightly, I am but a humble scholar. Who among the elite truly regards me? Your countless precautions only serve to render us a laughingstock. Yan Shan rose and approached the door, gazing up at the night sky. When the day arrives that caution is truly warranted, you may deploy all your strategies to protect me. Until then, I desire to live as a normal person. Should my mother learn of this, I shall handle it myself. I would never dare overstep. Yan Shan walked over to assist him up. To achieve great things, one must possess the courage to risk everything. I need not ride forth to conquer kingdoms, nor must I seek survival amidst a rain of arrows. It is already a stroke of fortune that I need not do so. I cannot simply remain idle, waiting for the throne to fall upon my head. Yan Zhe stood in stunned silence. When he had first come to the young master's side, the young master had been merely 7 years old, a little adult who spoke to him of rules, demanding more of himself. For 12 hours a day, he engaged not only in archery, horsemanship, and swordsmanship but also in reading, doing homework, and studying military strategy. Aside from the few hours of sleep, there was never a moment of respite. For a time, the young master had become enamored with polo. Even from a distance, one could hear his laughter, but soon, the madam arrived and confiscated all the mallets and balls, strictly forbidding him from playing again. At the height of his obsession, he had promised compliance, but his actions spoke otherwise, and he secretly continued to play. Then one day, the servants were successively brought before him to be punished, blood staining the floor until he finally promised never to play again. That time, for lives were lost. The young master was feverish and unconscious for 4 days before awakening, and from that moment on, he seldom smiled. Afterward, whenever he resisted the madam, he resorted to self-harm. If she targeted those close to him, he would turn the blade upon himself. Eventually, she ceased to harm those around him, opting instead to inflict suffering upon herself to coerce the young master. It was then that he finally yielded, ceasing all rebellion, as if resigned to his fate. Yet now, the young master seemed to have shed that resignation. He feared the sight of bloodied mother and son in conflict. Do not worry, Zhe Shu. I am 20 now. Yan Shan seemed to understand his concerns, evoking the childhood nickname that had often graced his lips. I shall not engage in acts that lead to mutual destruction, but she must be made aware that I am not a puppet on her strings. Yan Zhe, stirred by the term Zhe Shu, was flooded with memories, his eyes reddening as he replied hoarsely, rest assured, young master. This matter will not reach the madame's ears for the time being. As Yen Shan stepped outside, he once again looked up. Tonight, the crescent moon had yet to make its appearance. Chapter 033 Unfettered Curiosity. The interest in the dialogue book had not yet waned, and Shi Buyu spent the entire morning lounging in the study. Upon Agu's return, Yen Shan discreetly returned the book. Wan Xia, aware of her mother-in-law's exceptional culinary skills that delighted the young ladies, took the initiative to visit and learn a few new dishes. The two women quickly became acquainted and found themselves in pleasant company. However, time was always of the essence. When it was time for the girl's eyes to rest, Aga would come to escort her away for some exercise, yet, unlike the outside world where there were cats and dogs to amuse her, here she had only fish to play with. At noon, in accordance with the young lady's wishes, the meal was arranged in the small floral hall. Living under the same roof and given their relationship, it was impractical to maintain a distance. Being in close proximity was entirely permissible. Having company for dinner brought joy to Yen Shan, providing an opportunity for conversation after the meal. Dan Yang and Fan Kan should be arriving this afternoon. Yen Shan was not surprised. Their conversation had been left unfinished the previous night, and they likely had many questions to pose. Informing him of their arrival was merely a courtesy, not an invitation to join their discussion. Are they aware of your connection to the Duke of Loyalty and Courage? Shi Buyu raised the teacup to her lips and took a sip. Previously, they were unaware. Such an identity hardly warranted my boasting. This time, I merely mentioned it while seeking their assistance. I shall instruct the steward to allow them entry, Yen Shan replied, then shifted the topic. You were not mistaken. The state minister's people are avoiding those investigating this matter and are solely focusing on the whereabouts of the Shi family. However, recently, the Grand Tutor has caused him considerable trouble. Several capable individuals under his command have been hindered from leaving the capital, thereby diminishing the intensity of the investigation. Commend the Grand Tutor, Shi Buyu mused, stroking her chin. Keep an eye out. There may be other parties involved. Yen Shan regarded her thoughtfully. In truth, you have always suspected the Emperor. He is the prime suspect, Shi Buyu replied, unconsciously crossing her legs. Every generation of the Duke of Loyalty and Courage has been steadfastly loyal, their reputations meticulously maintained. Moreover, the entire Shi family resides in the capital. Even if they were to defect to the kingdom of Jiamu and gain titles, the cost would be exorbitant. One could say it would lead to the extinction of their lineage. What, then, is the meaning of treason? Any ruler with sense would not hastily resort to executions in such a scenario but would seek to understand the situation. Yet, the evidence before us indicates that the Emperor hastily issued a death decree, not even waiting for autumn. Such irrationality surely harbors ulterior motives. Yen Shan nodded. My people are monitoring the state minister while also observing the palace. As of now, there is no anomaly. If he remains inactive, it signifies another truth. The state minister is but a blade in his hand. Shi Buyu gazed out at the brilliant sunshine. The Grand Tutor is in peril. Can I mobilize some personnel? Is there anything I can do? Unnecessary. Let them contend with each other, Shi Buyu firmly declined. A few days ago, while in your study, I came across some messages sent by your subordinates and discovered something quite intriguing. Since their previous discussion, Yen Shan had opened up his channels of information for her to peruse. He had assumed she was engrossed in the dialogue book, not realizing her attention had also strayed to these matters. Zhu Ling, a fifth-rank counselor, a rather inconsequential official, has had frequent fatalities in his household. Periodically, bodies must be sent to the mass grave. I instructed them to investigate, imitating your handwriting, and discovered that while deaths abound, no new individuals have entered Zhu Ling's residence. Is that not fascinating? Even more intriguing was her audacity to mimic his handwriting with such confidence. Yen Shan sighed. Have you already mastered my script? Not at all. I merely imitated the phrase investigate the population entering Zhu Ling's residence. It was barely acceptable. Do not contemplate seeking retribution against anyone. You were at the academy all morning. I cannot simply wait for your return to investigate. Shi Buyu waved her hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with such trifles. While you desire to control everything, as long as living beings are involved, every link holds the potential for variables. Being adaptable is paramount. For instance, in this situation, you could have your subordinates recognize my handwriting, thus sparing me the need to imitate yours. Yen Shan chuckled softly, noting that the emphasis lay in the final two sentences. I shall instruct them accordingly. You need not toil to mimic my script henceforth. Her objective achieved, Shi Buyu felt quite satisfied. Why labor to emulate another's script when she could write however she pleased? Influenced by her perspective, Yen Shan found that matters which once seemed monumental now felt less daunting. He looked at her and remarked, thus, you shall visit the mass grave. I may not be able to linger there tonight. I plan to stay for several days. Understanding her purpose for visiting the mass grave, Yen Shan returned to his study and gathered all information pertaining to Zhu Ling. After reviewing it thoroughly, he found nothing particularly noteworthy about the man, which explained his previous lack of attention towards him. Yet, Shi Buyu had taken notice. Closing the tome, Yen Shan surveyed the array of names on the bookshelf. Not only had she noticed, but she had done so amidst a multitude of individuals. He was not oblivious to the doubts raised by Luo Bo and Yen Zhe. Even he had initially struggled to believe that Shi Buyu could accomplish what she promised. However, the details she revealed during their interactions had gradually convinced him that sensation was akin to the one he felt now. Uncle Zhe. Yan Zhe, momentarily taken aback, approached slowly. He had not anticipated that after that single utterance of Uncle Zhe, the young master would continue to address him thus, reminiscent of times long past. All messages received henceforth should be directed to me while I am present. If I am absent, send them to Miss Shi. Should she wish to know anything, ensure it is discovered and reported to her immediately. Understood. Yan Shiren traced his fingers over the names. Luo Bo, you shall assist her. Luo Chang was momentarily stunned. Young master trusts her this much? More so than I? You once stated that should I gain her assistance, my endeavors would be successful. Yan Shiren turned to face him. I trust your judgment, and I require her aid along with the people behind her. Luo Qing's discomfort dissipated with those words, and he bowed deeply. If she can assist the young master in his endeavors, I am willing to yield my position beneath her. I remember the dedication you have shown over the years. Yan Shiren gazed at the bookshelf behind him. Should that day of success arrive, I shall ensure you are not wronged. Luo Chang bent low, his heart clear as glass. He had no intention of competing with Shi Buyu for superiority. Not every situation necessitates a struggle for first place. Sometimes, being second is quite agreeable. To be first is to risk one's life. Serving a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger, even if that tiger has yet to fully mature. He could only wonder how Shi Buyu had been taught by those behind her, as her unfettered approach left him both astonished and apprehensive. She was audacious enough to imitate handwriting. When the time for reckoning arrives, does she comprehend the consequences? Chapter 034. Childhood companion Shi Buyu was utterly unperturbed by the notion of worry. After several days of observing the fish, Fan Can's arrival marked the moment for catching them. He tugged at the person beside him, pushing them into the water while he stood on the shore, shouting, Fan Can, muster some strength, I want fish for dinner tonight. Strangely, Fan Can did not resist, unwilling to admit that he lacked the strength to free himself. Instead, he splashed water in her direction, retorting, if you want fish, why don't you use a net? Can't you fish? I want to eat the ones you catch. Shi Buyu was not one to back down easily. Bending down, she scooped up some water and splashed it back at him. The playful exchange escalated into a water fight, and before they knew it, both the fishers and those on the shore were drenched, resembling water-soaked raccoon dogs. Wan Xia contemplated the young lady's daily life and chose to let her enjoy the moment, thinking it prudent to remind her that she was now a grown woman, especially with Fan Can having taken a spouse. They could no longer treat him as a carefree childhood companion. After closing the courtyard gate, Wan Xia called for Jade, prepare a complete outfit for that gentleman based on his physique, and inform young Master Yan of the situation here, requesting him to return shortly. Understood. Dan Yang sat steadily on the railing, watching the commotion as Xiao 12 shouted about fish in one direction and then another, all the while observing Fan Can's unsteady gait, which hardly seemed capable of catching anything. The fish would have fled long before he arrived. Xiao 12 complained about his slowness, while he criticized her incessant pointing, leading to yet another round of splashing and playful bickering. Dan Yang, eat some Buddha peaches. They're crisp and sweet. Dan Yang glanced down at the plate of sliced Buddha peaches and smiled, no matter how many years I age, as long as I am with Wan Gugu, I still feel like a child. In front of Wan Gugu, you truly are just a child, replied Wan Xia, pouring her some fruit tea. Observing the two rascals playing below, she added, however, they are slightly older than these two, they are still quite juvenile. Dan Yang laughed heartily. Wan Xia joined in the laughter, reminiscing about their early acquaintance filled with such playful antics. Even after so many years, they still engaged in the same merriment. One could hardly say anyone had matured, but perhaps that was their fortune. After allowing them to play for a while longer, Wan Xia finally approached to retrieve the young lady and guide her back inside to tidy up, instructing Jade to lead Fan Can to the guest room to change clothes. Dan Yang held her sword and stood on the railing, waiting for the water's surface to settle. After a brief moment, the concealed fish finally emerged once more. She selected her target, drew her sword, and leaped down, simultaneously tossing the scabbard across the water's surface. With a flick of the sword tip, two fish leaped onto the shore. As they were about to fall back into the water, Dan Yang spun gracefully, striking the surface with her palm to leverage the rebound and land on the scabbard before springing up again, landing firmly on the bank. She retrieved the gliding scabbard, shaking it off, and turned to the servant woman, sheathing her sword and returning it to her waist. Qingshan chuckled, Madam, you possess remarkable skill. Auntie's eye is quite discerning as well. Dan Yang bent to grasp the mouths of the two fish, lifting them and handing them over. Please take these to the kitchen and keep them alive in water. Qingshan complied, casting a glance at the gentleman who had just emerged from the house, then surveying the chaotic lotus pond that looked as if it had suffered a calamity, unable to suppress a smile at the scene. The young lady certainly had a unique way of making friends. Dan Yang. Fan Can rushed over, stopping halfway to squat by the water's edge, selecting the largest lotus leaf to run back to her, shielding her from the sun. Husband is shading you. Dan Yang smiled and linked her arm with his, softly murmuring in acknowledgement. Shi Buyu, with her hair cascading loosely, allowed her aunt to twist it as she sipped from a bowl of hot tea, her features scrunching up in discomfort at the bitterness of whatever her aunt had added. Feeling her hair was nearly dry, Wan Xia ran her fingers through it one last time, saying, You two continue your conversation, Wan Gugu will prepare a delightful meal for you. We shall dine early tonight, so as not to delay evening matters. Shi Buyu immediately began listing dishes. Auntie, I want fish soup. Auntie will prepare it, Wan Xia replied, tucking the stray hair that had fallen forward behind her ear before hurrying off, knowing the fish soup required a longer cooking time to become flavorful. Dan Yang looked at Xiao 12, do you have plans for tonight? Shi Buyu did not conceal her intentions, to loiter at the mass grave. I want to go too. Fan Kan chimed in, recalling the past escapades he had shared with Xiao 12, excitement coursing through him. Not taking you. You will be leaving the capital tomorrow. Fan Kan began to protest, but Dan Yang raised her arm to cover his mouth, turning to Shi Buyu. Xiao 12, you are courting danger. Even if one Gugu could fend off 100 foes, she cannot withstand 1,000, nor shield you from hidden arrows, especially when she must also protect you, who is utterly defenseless. I am going to scold you. Shi Buyu glared at her. How am I defenseless? Very well, if you can catch a chicken, can you capture a person? Dan Yang withdrew her hand, having just appeared ready for a grand debate, now laughing so hard her shoulders shook. Wait a moment. Tomorrow, I will send Fan Kan off. I will return to find you in no more than 4 days, with me around. If trouble arises, escaping will not be an issue. No need for you. I have my own allies. Shi Buyu leaned back in her chair, curling her legs. You helped me before, it's best if you keep your distance for now, but if someone catches wind of our plans, it would be better for you to remain untangled in the city. Dan Yang's brow remained furrowed. What about that young Master Yin? Precisely. I made a deal with him. We utilize each other and support one another. If one were to betray the other, we would both face the consequences, making it the most stable relationship. You need not worry about me. His status is not ordinary? Shi Buyu nodded. For now, it is best that you know as little as possible. Dan Yang contemplated for a moment. You must promise me 2 things. First, prioritize your own safety above all else. Second, if you ever require assistance, you will inform me in the swiftest manner possible. I promise, I value my life immensely. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, and I am that gentleman. Dan Yang shot her a playful glare but ultimately smiled, resolved to spend this period exploring the vicinity of the capital, not straying too far. Fan Kan tugged at his wife's sleeve. Am I allowed to speak now? Dan Yang reclaimed her sleeve. Did I cover your mouth? Thus, he was free to speak. Fan Kan opened his mouth, yet after that initial burst of energy, his enthusiasm waned, and upon reflection, he realized there was nothing significant to discuss, and he fell silent. Shi Buyu felt elated. She could not be the only one subjected to Dan Yang's reprimands. The 3 of them, having not seen each other for quite some time, chatted animatedly, their laughter brazen and uninhibited. Dan Yang listened intently, not allowing herself a moment's distraction. Though she had long been aware of the world's complexities, feigning innocence was no longer possible, yet witnessing the joy shared by the 2 brought her happiness as well. Perhaps, once the storm of this matter passed, she ought to consider residing in the capital with Fan Kan for a spell. Though she remained unaware at Xiao 12's undertakings, they certainly did not seem trivial, and she felt compelled to keep a watchful eye. Outside the courtyard, Yan Shan listened to the faint sounds of laughter and smiled quietly, choosing not to intrude, and turned to leave. Chapter 035 of the Graveyard of the Outcasts. The night was as cool as water, with the crescent moon hanging low in the sky. The graveyard lay in eerie silence, where a few individuals quietly concealed themselves within the adjacent bamboo grove, nibbling on the dried meat while illuminated by the ghostly flicker of a fire. Drink a bit of wine, my dear, to stave off the chill of the night, one urged. In June, you speak of cold nights, auntie, she replied, though the words were accompanied by a reluctant sip. Although she was not fond of such beverages, a cup or 2 would not render her inebriated. After taking a sip, wary of being urged to drink more, she turned to Yan Shan and inquired, where are your people hiding? Nearby, he answered. Before Yan Zhe could intervene, Yan Shan popped a piece of dried meat into his mouth. It was the first time he had eaten without someone testing it for poison, and inexplicably, he found it particularly delicious. Noticing Yan Ze's expression of concern mingled with uncertainty on how to advise, Shi Buyu offered a piece of meat to Yan Shan. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to take a bite. Yan Zhe remained speechless. Shi Buyu collapsed in laughter against Adi. Yan Shan lowered his gaze, finding the morsel even more delectable than the previous one. The tranquility did not remain long, as Shi Buyu grew restless again, peering over Adi to fix her gaze on Yan Shan. Suddenly, she leaned closer and whispered, there is a little ghost perched on your shoulder. Yan Shan brushed his shoulder and earnestly asked, is it still there? Shi Buyu rolled back onto her side, exasperated by his audacity. Yan Shan lay back down, leisurely chewing on the dried meat. Ghosts may be grotesque, yet humans could possess hearts as venomous as snakes, unable to prevail in life, meeting their end as discarded corpses in the graveyard. What was there to fear in becoming a ghost? Time passed without measure until a rustling sound emerged from the direction of the graveyard. Shi Buyu observed several wild dogs approaching, sniffing about here and there before making their way to the graveyard, ravenously devouring the remnants. They had witnessed that spot earlier, where the bodies wrapped in straw mats had been mercilessly torn apart. Now the reason for such devastation became evident. Yan Shan felt a tightening in his chest at the sound and glanced at Shi Buyu, only to find her, who had recently displayed a playful demeanor, now wearing an expression of icy calm, showing no sign of pity, even tossing a piece of dried meat into her mouth. After a while, the dogs seemed to have their fill and retraced their steps, leaving the graveyard silent once more. Shi Buyu reclined again. If we wait another half hour and they still do not arrive, it seems they shall not come today. I shall keep watch here, Yan Shan assured. Shi Buyu made no objections. Having missed the opportunity once, she did not wish to let it slip away again. She added firmly, if you truly see them, have him report back immediately. I wish to see. Understood. That night yielded no results, and after squatting for 3 consecutive nights, they finally awaited their quarry. The 3 silently observed as the men efficiently lifted several mats and discarded them into the graveyard, not pausing to look back, hastily pushing their cart away. After a moment's patience, Yan Zhe stepped forward to report, young master, they have departed, without a trace. The 3 then stood up, and Wan Xiao offered a handkerchief to cover Shi Buyu's face, advising Yan Shan, young master Yan, cover your face as well, to avoid any filth or disease. Yan Zhe produced a handkerchief, noting that the young master had already covered his mouth and nose. He then followed suit. In total, 5 bodies were cast aside, each wrapped in straw mats, which had already become disheveled upon falling. Shi Buyu crouched beside the first body, holding the handkerchief to her face. Wan Xia ignited a fire stick and crouched beside her, offering a dagger. Shi Buyu accepted it, carefully examining the face. There were 2 deep knife marks, the skin grotesquely turned outward, with little blood visible, the expression twisted in pain indicated an agonizing death, the tongue protruded, and there were strangulation marks around the neck, suggesting suffocation. She lifted the outer garment for inspection, revealing the coarse brown fabric, common among ordinary folk and servants. She examined the other 4 bodies, noting a mix of genders, all bearing similar fates. Yan Shan whispered, strangled. Shi Buyu's gaze flitted across the 5 faces, a thread of thought dancing just out of reach. She posed, what do these 5 individuals have in common, aside from the strangulation marks on their necks and the injuries to their faces? Yan Shan scrutinized carefully. If their faces were not marred, they would likely be considered quite handsome. Shi Buyu seized upon the fleeting insight, lifting the outer garments of several bodies to reveal scars, to varying degrees. Gaining a sense of direction, she directed the dagger towards the lower body of Wan Xia, quick to act, grasped her hand. Rest, let me handle this, I wish to see for myself. Wan Xia shook her head, be obedient. I will do it. Yan Shan, understanding Shi Buyu's intent, extended his hand. I will examine the males. Shi Buyu turned to him. Do you know what I seek? I do. Shi Buyu handed him the dagger. Be thorough. Yan Shan nodded, avoiding Yan Zhe's outstretched hand, and once Shi Buyu had turned her back, Auntie positioned herself behind her as a shield while he carefully examined the lower bodies of the 3 male corpses. Yan Zhe would not allow the young master to touch the corpses. He removed his outer garment to cover his hands and methodically pushed the bodies aside for Yan Shan to see. The gruesome state of the lower bodies was unsettling even for him, as the brutality inflicted was excessive. Once the garments were replaced, Yan Shan handed the dagger back to Wan Xia and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. They have all been viciously mutilated. Not a piece of good flesh remains below. Shi Buyu's face displayed no hint of surprise. When Auntie finished examining the other 2 female corpses and reached the same conclusion, she remarked, in such a condition, there must have been a profusion of blood, yet their garments appear unsoiled, indicating they were changed after death. Moreover, the injuries on their faces, if inflicted while they were alive, would surely have resulted in blood streaming down, yet, as you can see, there is none. Do they bear any markings? Yan Zhe, mindful during his search, replied, none were observed. There is no household that can continue to dispose of corpses without purchasing lives. Shi Buyu proceeded outward, remaining silent until they reached their lodgings, where she finally said, let us keep an eye on the servants of the Zhu family, to see which route they take out of the city. Transporting corpses must involve some facilitation, and given Zhu Ling's status as a 5th-rank official, he should not possess such capabilities. Yan Shan nodded, I will further investigate Zhu Ling's acquaintances. We must find an opportunity to visit his household. Shi Buyu mused, he has an affinity for poetry and often mingles with scholars. Perhaps we can devise a way for him to host a poetry gathering? If he holds such an event, can you attend? My 7th elder brother spends his days among scholars composing flowery verses. He should be able to gain entry. I can attend. Yan Shan quickly identified this as a breakthrough. He has a nephew who studies at the same academy as I do and has a good relationship with a friend of mine. It should not be difficult to arrange this matter through him. Shi Buyu ceased her insistence, recognizing that enlisting outsiders to toil was certainly preferable to burdening their own. Chapter 036, The Scheming of Yan Shan. Yan Shan's companion, Dou Yuancheng, jested, it is quite rare for a man who prioritizes beauty over friendship like you to not rush home to accompany his cousin today. Dou Yuancheng tossed the reins to a serving boy who approached. Have you finally been spurned by your cousin? I could return at any moment if I wished, Yan Shan replied. You dare. The 2 ascended the stairs, exchanging laughter, and naturally, the finest spot in the tavern was the windowside table on the 3rd floor. After ordering the best food and wine, Dou Yuancheng raised his chin and inquired, what is it? Speak up. It's not exactly. Is there truly nothing? Indeed, I have a small favor to ask of you. Yan Shan, appearing somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose and continued, my cousin delights in lotus flowers, and she is overjoyed to have a small lotus pond at home, often spending long moments gazing at it. I recall that in previous years, there were always lotus viewing banquets in the capital. You are well informed. Do you know which family is hosting this year? Still, for the sake of your cousin, Dou Yuancheng teased, recognizing his friend's earnest desire to please her. As a good friend, he naturally wished to lend a helping hand. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, it is most likely the Zhang, Zhu, or Lu families. Yan Shan furrowed his brow. Zhang Shijin has always held a grudge against me. It would be unfortunate if it fell to his household. If it does indeed fall to the Zhang family, there would be no need to attend. However, why endure the vexation of that petty man for merely a lotus viewing banquet? As the serving boy brought over the wine, Yan Shan seized the jug before the boy could pour, saying, my cousin does not covet jewelry or fine garments. She simply wishes to see a vast expanse of lotus flowers. I desire for her to behold an endless lotus pond. Dou Yuancheng regarded him with an amused expression. You've heard the rumors and know it is likely to fall to the Zhang family, and now you're trying to extract information from me, aren't you? You understand me well. Yan Shan raised his cup and clinked it against Dou Yuancheng's. Who wishes to understand you? Dou Yuancheng retorted playfully, taking a sip from his cup. However, it is not entirely without solutions. Pray, tell me. The Lu and Zhang families have always been at odds. I shall devise a plan to send Lu Yi to disrupt their arrangements. Dou Yuancheng smirked, if neither family obtains anything, they shall quiet down. Yan Shan chuckled softly, if it could indeed land with the Zhu family, that would be splendid. However, I have little connection with Shu Ran and would thus need your assistance in procuring a couple of invitation cards. Such a trivial matter requires only a word, there is no need for such concern. I have long found Zhang Shijin displeasing. Just the other day, he was boasting about this very event. It would be delightful to thwart his plans. Dou Yuancheng scoffed. If he is happy, I am unhappy. If he is unhappy, then I am pleased. Suddenly, Yan Xian recalled Miss Shi, realizing that in this regard, Yuancheng bore some resemblance to her. Dou Yuancheng dismissed the thought, filling both their cups and cheekily inquiring about the matter that concerned him most. Has that Miss Chi truly been dealt with by your good cousin? My cousin is of good nature. Even if she acted for my reputation, she would never stoop to torment a weak woman. It is that Miss Chi who, frustrated at not achieving her desires, lashed out at my cousin, hoping to make us all suffer. Yan Xian's expression darkened, clearly incensed by the situation. My cousin tells me not to concern myself, but how can I not? For the sake of my momentary kindness, the repercussions fall upon her, a defenseless woman. I truly thought if only time could be turned back, I would not have been so soft-hearted. Your cousin acted rightly. If Chi had remained by your side, who knows how Zhang Shijin and his ilk would have sullied your name. Dou Yuancheng raised his cup to toast him. It is no wonder you value her. Your cousin is quite astute. Yan Xian shot him a glance. She is my cousin. All right, your cousin, who among us does not have a cousin? Dou Yuancheng laughed, albeit with a hint of envy for his friend's circumstance, able to devote himself wholeheartedly to another without fear. For individuals of their standing, only interests mattered, everything else was trivial. Dou Yuancheng was true to his word, he maneuvered deftly, and ultimately, the lotus viewing banquet indeed fell to the Shu family. Shi Buyu unfurled the invitation. Am I permitted to attend? Men and women are seated separately, I cannot cater to the lady side. That was reasonable, Shi Buyu nodded, considering the Zhu family as a worthy target for further investigation. I have traced the connections of Zhu Ling. Yan Xian rose and handed her a thin booklet. See if there are any suspicious names. Shi Buyu perused the booklet from cover to cover, then, after a second glance, borrowed his writing desk, laying out rice paper to inscribe the names one by one, categorizing them by faction. Yan Xian observed and remarked, it appears to resemble a neutral faction, maintaining good relations with all but lacking deep ties with any. There are indeed neutral factions within the court, but genuine neutral factions would never be able to transport bodies with countless suspicious points out of the city. Shi Buyu set down her brush. No faction wishes to draw the neutral faction into their camp. Such leverage in anyone's hands would render them unable to remain neutral. In other words, they are certainly not neutral. Yan Xian's gaze fell upon the names Zhang Shuji and Fu Wei. One a prime minister, the other a grand tutor, both wielding immense power. Who could be the suspicious individual? Investigate further towards the prime minister. Yan Xian queried, are you more suspicious of the prime minister than the grand tutor? Shi Buyu's eyes lingered on the name Fu Wei. 30 years ago, Grand Tutor Fu led 5,000 soldiers to defend a city, besieged for 9 months before aid arrived. If I must choose between the ambitious Zhang Shuji, who seeks to elevate himself through beauty, and the principled and valorous Grand Tutor, I would prefer to trust the latter. Yan Xian, evidently familiar with the events of 30 years prior, acknowledged that in contrast, the battle-hardened Grand Tutor Fu was indeed more deserving of trust, and thus summoned Yan Zhe to make preparations. Meanwhile, Shi Buyu contemplated the name Fu Wei for a long while. The lotus viewing banquet was not considered a grand affair in the capital. After all, in an era where any flower season could become an event, lotus viewing, chrysanthemum viewing, and moon viewing banquets were countless. Shi Buyu donned a dress with a broad neckline, crafted by an embroiderer, in a red and white color scheme, accented by a water droplet flower adornment on her forehead, enhancing her beauty akin to a peach blossom. Standing beside her was the exceptionally handsome Yan Xian, and as soon as they appeared, they were subject to the scrutiny of the crowd, both overtly and covertly. As they made their way inside, Yan Xian whispered, if anything arises, call for me. I can receive news immediately from outside. With Auntie here, no one can do anything to me. Shi Buyu surveyed the surroundings, gaining an understanding of the Zhu family's layout. There is no need to take risks. I merely need to observe and confirm a few matters. You must not take risks either. After softly expressing this concern, Yan Xian approached the advancing Zhu Ran, mentioning his cousin. Shi Buyu stepped forward to pay her respects, adhering to all the proper etiquette, appearing just like any noble young lady, without a trace of peculiarity. Such individuals were not uncommon among the young lords. Once curiosity was satisfied, they departed, taking Yan Xian with them, for the games ahead would be lacking without him. Chapter 037 Princess Qinghuan. The gentlemen were still showcasing their talents at the poetry gathering while the ladies were led away to admire the lotus flowers. Shi Buyu followed along without glancing around, maintaining a perfectly measured curiosity, only casting her gaze about when the scenery shifted. After several twists and turns, a magnificent view unfolded before her eyes. The servants halted and stepped aside, announcing, Miss, we have arrived. Shi Buyu lifted her gaze to behold the sun shining brilliantly, the layers of lotus leaves seemingly merging with the azure sky. A waterway meandered through the lotus pond, where boats carried women more delicate than the blooming flowers, leisurely drifting amidst the blossoming lotuses, their melodious laughter echoing in the air. Along the bank, several spots had been set up for viewing the lotuses, where groups of young ladies sat together, whispering and laughing, embodying carefree joy. Miss, Princess Qinghuan graces us with her presence, currently enjoying the lotuses in that pavilion. With the princess present, it was only proper to pay her respects before indulging in the floral display. Shi Buyu followed the direction indicated and saw that the pavilion, situated in the heart of the lotus pond, was indeed the prime spot for lotus appreciation. From a distance, she could see someone performing swordplay within. A guard stood watch on the walkway, yet did not obstruct entry. As Shi Buyu approached, she thought to herself, it is evident that one must pay their respects upon arrival. Drawing closer, she beheld Princess Qinghuan languidly leaning against the railing, with one man supporting her from behind and another feeding her delicacies. As she neared, she noticed the princess's hair styled in a disheveled bun, adorned with floral hairpins, and her attire, a yellow gown that revealed a hint of her delicate bosom, was complemented by her bewitching laughter, enhancing her allure further. This was none other than the second princess of the current dynasty, the second daughter of the late emperor, Yan Shan's elder sister, aged merely 26 and yet unmarried. In stark contrast to the reclusive and cautious eldest princess, Qinghuan was the epitome of capriciousness. Whatever she desired, she would boldly request from the emperor, and if denied, she would create a scene. When officials in the court suggested it was time for her to marry, she retaliated by sending all the courtesans associated with that official to his residence, taking turns to lament to his wife about the promises made by men, driving the official's wife back to her mother's house in a fit of anger, nearly resulting in a divorce, leaving him too preoccupied to meddle in her affairs. Though she remained unmarried, she kept a succession of handsome young men as her favorites, cherishing both talent and beauty. Every individual who gained her favor was undoubtedly a man of exceptional skill. She also took pleasure in assisting others in their literary endeavors. Those who received her recommendations invariably produced commendable works, surpassing those suggested by others. Her somewhat tarnished reputation improved significantly due to her knack for identifying talented individuals. The emperor, particularly fond of her, granted her every whim, indulging her with a multitude of gifts, and turned a blind eye to her refusal to marry. Such a princess was hard for Shi Buyu to resist, glancing at multiple times, pondering whether she was aware of the underlying truths or blissfully ignorant. Moreover, how could a mere fifth-rank official's lotus appreciation banquet summon her presence? The swordsman concluded his performance, casting a glance at the approaching pair before stepping aside to sheath his sword. Clad in a thin shirt with his hair tousled, he possessed an undeniably handsome visage. A sheen of sweat glistened upon him, accentuating his masculine charm, in stark contrast to the other two men. Shi Buyu mused that such a favored companion might be worth acquiring for herself. As these unspoken thoughts swirled in her mind, Shi Buyu performed a courteous bow from outside the pavilion, stating, "The Luo family sends their regards to the princess." "Lift your head," commanded Princess Qinghuan, her gaze appraising Shi Buyu with a boldness that was both unrestrained and direct. "Are you not the cousin of young Master Yan Shan?" This remark struck a curious chord. Noticing the three men fixate on her, Shi Buyu felt a daring notion take root, yet responded, "Indeed, I am." "Rather ordinary, I must say," the gentleman seated at the front chimed in. "Truly, not a patch on the princess." The man behind her scoffed lightly. "How can she be compared to the princess?" "Forgive my loose tongue, your highness." "I shall punish myself," the man declared, theatrically slapping his mouth in an attempt to elicit a smile from the princess. Unfazed, the princess took hold of her maid's arm to rise, stepping forward to inspect Shi Buyu before continuing on her way. "I shall personally pluck a few lotus flowers to present to others. This place is perfect for enjoying the scenery, I leave it to you." Having not yet risen, Shi Buyu turned to maintain her bowing position as she saw the princess depart. "She is targeting you," Wan Xia whispered as she helped the young lady to her feet. Shi Buyu watched the princess's retreating figure with a smile. Yan Shan likely did not anticipate Princess Qinghuan's arrival, otherwise, he would have informed me of her intentions regarding him. Wan Xia's face expressed surprise. Intention regarding him? Noticing a maid approaching, Shi Buyu ceased her musings. "Luo family, the princess commands you to enter the pavilion and enjoy the view. Will you defy her wishes by standing here?" Initially perplexed by this statement, Shi Buyu comprehended the princess's intentions after the maid's warning. The best vantage point for viewing the lotus flowers was seized by the princess, and no one dared to dispute her claim, yet after her departure, she had expressly instructed Shi Buyu to remain, provoking discontent among the surrounding noble ladies. Truly, a product of the palace, with just this single maneuver, she had summoned a plethora of ill will toward Shi Buyu. Upon entering the pavilion, Wan Xia furrowed her brows. Such malice. Her mind worked swiftly, Shi Buyu replied, unable to sit, leaning against the railing as she gazed at the sea of lotus flowers. "Even the most breathtaking scenery can only dazzle for that fleeting moment. Over time, it bears little distinction from my modest little pond of lotuses. What do you intend to do, miss?" "Enjoy the lotuses," Shi Buyu remarked, eyeing a solitary budding lotus. "Alas, we arrived a tad too early. Had we waited another fortnight, there would be lotus seeds to savor." Wan Xia chuckled, "Do not envy them. By then, the lotus pods in our courtyard will also be ready for consumption." "Envy? Who knows what secrets lie buried within this lotus pond?" Watching Princess Qinghuan already gliding across the water, Shi Buyu buried her face into Wan Xia's shoulder, laughing heartily. "To take Yan Shan as a favorite, I could laugh about this for a lifetime." Wan Xia gently patted her back, gazing from a distance as if comforting someone in tears. Princess Qinghuan snorted dismissively. "Merely so. What does Yan Shan see in her? I assist him with his literary pursuits. What could be more advantageous than that? Why must he endure the rigors of examinations when countless talents falter in their attempts? He may not succeed. The princess merely craves what she cannot have, unable to fathom that there are those who can refuse the benefits you offer," remarked the swordsman at the bow of the boat, his back turned, likely uttering words that could provoke the princess's ire. Yet, Princess Qinghuan was remarkably generous in certain respects. Reclining against the man behind her, she teased in a soft tone, "Ah, Zhang Yan, you are aware that I have been yearning for you. Pray tell, when do you intend to fulfill this princess's desires? Once I have you, I shall forget about you. How does that sound? Whenever the princess commands, he replied without turning. No, 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 Xinghuan shook her head, raising a finger. Such matters should naturally be mutual. It must be a delightful endeavor, not something forced upon me. There is no rush, this princess can afford to wait. Zhang Yan ceased to respond. Princess Xinghuan, undeterred, resumed mingling with those around her. With so many weak-willed individuals, why bother confronting the strong? Chapter 38. The splendid lotus pond is this gathering is a lotus appreciation banquet. It is only fitting that poetry is interwoven with the theme of lotus. By the meandering waters, Yan Shiren gazed helplessly at the wine cup that had once again come to rest before him, a wry smile gracing his lips. It is evident that you all have conspired against me. Finally, you've caught on, the man seated above him boomed with laughter. Come, let us hear a fine poem. In the brief time I have spent here, I have already composed 3 poems. Do not accuse me of running out of talent, even the likes of Zhang Lang would scold you for bullying me. Yan Shiren waved his hands in refusal. No, I shan't. Then you shall drink 3 cups as punishment. Zhu Ran leaned forward, peering at him. Princess Xinghuan has decreed that young Master Shiren must compose 5 poems. Should he fall short by even 1, he shall answer to us, and you are still 2 poems short. Why has Xinghuan come? Countless grand and modest banquets take place in the capital, yet she has never been one to attend at the mere beckoning of an invitation, yet here she is at this modest gathering of 5th-rank officials. Yan Shiren pondered her motives, lifting his wine cup as if in hesitation, seemingly contemplating verses, but after much thought, only one reason remained: she had come for him at this moment. The young lady had already passed by, and given Xinghuan's temperament. Yan Shiren feigned reluctance and composed a poem. Immediately, another round of wine cups came to rest before him. He appeared ready, rising to his feet to raise his cup high toward the crowd, downing the contents in one gulp, tossing the cup aside, and reciting a 7-character quatrain without hesitation. In stark contrast to his usual demeanor, he exuded both arrogance and exuberance. Inspired by his bravado, the crowd erupted in loud cheers, raising their cups in unison to drink deeply. Dou Yuancheng tapped his cup. Friends, shouldn't we go admire the lotus? If we delay any longer, we may only catch a glimpse of the buds of brother Dou is quite right. If we tarry, we may miss the splendid sight of the lotus pond. Zhu Ran rose. Let us go. To the lotus. A large group made their way to the lotus pond, where they were greeted from afar, the gentlemen exuding grace and the ladies radiating poise. Yan Shiren glanced around, failing to spot the young lady, yet knowing she was no delicate flower easily trifled with, he could not shake a sense of worry, for Xinghuan's manner and status were anything but ordinary. Is that not Princess Xinghuan in that pavilion? Yan Shiren instinctively turned his gaze toward the gazebo, unable to discern clearly, yet recognizing the silhouette clad in a red and white dress, accompanied by someone in purple attire. Was that not the young lady and her maid? Given their purpose for visiting the Zhu family today, taking up residence in the pavilion would undoubtedly make them the focal point of scrutiny. It must have been Xinghuan's doing. That is my cousin. She is infatuated with the lotus and may not even realize how she ended up there. Yan Shiren clasped his hands together in greeting. I shall go take a look. Dou Yuancheng cautioned. You ought to see the princess first. Where is the princess? Zhu Ran, already informed by a servant of the earlier events, replied. The princess has gone boating to gather flowers and will not return for a while. Let us appreciate the lotus first. We can pay our respects to her upon her return. No one objected, for if they waited too long, the lotus would begin to close, and it would be unwise to linger idly. Yan Shiren hastened along the pathway, drawing closer, and upon seeing the composed expression of the person he worried for, a significant portion of his anxiety dissipated. I was startled to see you here. Shi Buyu smiled. Am I not allowed to be here, regardless of the banquet? It is always those of high standing who occupy the prime positions. Indeed, such is the nature of things. Shi Buyu chuckled. Princess Xinghuan has dug this pit for herself. As a mere cousin, I have neither garnered the favor of a noble lady nor escaped the scorn. Those of little consequence are of no concern. And indeed, they were of no concern. Resorting to the actions of a woman proved to be a disadvantage. She had never intended to engage with the women of the inner chambers. The two exchanged knowing glances, both realizing they shared the same sentiment, and their spirits lifted considerably. Of the pavilion, surrounded by water on all sides, was an ideal setting for conversation. Yan Shiren took a couple of steps forward, admiring the splendid scenery ahead and the boat gliding toward them. What are your intentions, Master Shiren? You lack candor. You haven't informed Princess Xinghuan of your desire to take her as a consort. Others may be unaware of the reason, but are you not in the know? Shi Buyu could not suppress her laughter, her eyes sparkling with delight. Once you succeed, I shall surely reveal this to her face. Her expression will be quite amusing. Unconsciously, Yan Shiren joined in her mirth. In that moment, I shall be at a loss whether to ask you to spare me or to plead for her mercy. After their jesting, the two fell into silence, aware that this was not the place for idle chatter. As the boat drew near, Yan Shiren saluted Princess Xinghuan, who had directed the vessel to halt before the pavilion, raising a bouquet of blooming lotus to him. Young Master Shiren, please accept this. Yan Shiren stared at the bouquet, momentarily at a loss, pondering if, should an opportunity arise for Shi Buyu to mention this event in the future, she might wish for time to reverse itself and cast him overboard at this very moment. Do you find these flowers lacking in beauty, young Master Shiren? Oh, fear not, I shall retrieve more. They are lovely, Yan Shiren replied, accepting the lotus. Thank you for this generous gift, Your Highness. This is no ordinary gift. Princess Xinghuan stepped closer, with but a subtle nod. I could bestow upon you many unique treasures. Princess Xinghuan playfully waved her hand, the boat drifting away as she spun around twice before landing into the embrace of the gentleman beside her, her laughter growing even more joyous as she caressed his firm chest. Yan Shiren felt the lotus in his hand grow increasingly warm, neither wishing to discard it nor to hold on to it. Do you find these flowers lacking in beauty, young Master Shiren? Shi Buyu teased, her voice dripping with mischief as she lowered her head. Fear not, I shall return to gather more. Which one do you desire? I shall swim over and fetch it for you. Yan Shiren cleared his throat, stifling a laugh. Would it not be more prudent to pick one at home? Not possible, our pond is rather small. Picking one would leave a gap. Shi Buyu firmly rejected the idea, completely forgetting that her courtyard was owned by another, let alone the pond. Yan Shiren chose not to remind her, turning to gaze at the exuberant Princess Qinghuan. With these few flowers, no one shall trouble us. Shi Buyu naturally understood the implications. It was Qinghuan who had invited her to stay, yet it was this very person who had gifted flowers to Yan Shiren. There was much to be said, but it inevitably revolved around the matters of men and women. Who was unaware that Princess Qinghuan favored handsome scholars? Rumors had already circulated that she had taken a liking to young Master Shiren, wishing to keep him close, while he, devoted to his studies, had politely declined. Today, her vexation with that girl from the Luo family suddenly made sense. The two had no intention of confronting Qinghuan, since she had requested that Shi Buyu remain here. Yan Shiren chose to stay and enjoy the mesmerizing beauty of the lotus pond. As the sun rose higher, the lotus began to close, and Princess Qinghuan was the first to take her leave. A handmaiden approached to convey her message. The princess wishes to remind you that her previous invitation still stands. You are always welcome to present your calling card. Yan Shiren inclined slightly. I am preparing to participate in this autumn's imperial examination. The handmaiden understood his intent and withdrew. Once she departed, Shi Buyu stepped forward to jest. What did she mean by her previous invitation? It is time to return home. Yan Shiren swiftly made his way along the pathway, wishing to say no more on the matter. Chapter 039. The discord among sisters. The journey home was not as swift as anticipated. The Lotus Appreciation Banquet had concluded, but the festivities continued. With ample time at their disposal, the two strolled leisurely around the Lotus Pond, exploring other areas frequented by the guests, neither drawing attention nor arousing suspicion, merely presenting the impression that Master Shiren was genuinely attentive to his cousin. Particularly after the banquet commenced, he entrusted Zhu Ran's sisters with watching over her, intensifying the resentment of those who held grudges. Separated by a screen, his words were clearly audible to all, provoking hearty laughter and teasing from the young gentleman. Meanwhile, the ladies, already preoccupied with Princess Qinghuan, focused their gazes on her, taking note of her comparatively lower status. Several cast unfriendly looks in her direction. Shi Buyu, feeling somewhat shy, lowered her head slightly as she took a seat at the round table, her peripheral vision capturing the expressions of the noble ladies. Those with haughty demeanors likely hailed from esteemed backgrounds, observing the scene with an air of superiority. The scrutinizing gazes directed at her seemed to contemplate how best to undermine her in hopes of gaining favor with Princess Qinghuan. The indifferent onlookers could not discern malice or goodwill, while the few who clearly harbored animosity seemed to have their hearts set on Shiren, only to find their path obstructed by the unexpected presence of his cousin. Fortunately, in the Dao dynasty, both men and women were highly mindful of decorum, refraining from uttering unkind words that might embarrass the host family or bring shame upon themselves, thereby avoiding becoming the subject of ridicule. Instead, they united to marginalize her, treating her as if she were invisible. Shi Buyu felt disheartened to the point of overindulgence. The fish sashimi is truly exquisite, thin, fresh, and sweet. If I weren't concerned about alarming them, I could devour an entire fish, she exclaimed as she settled into the carriage, rubbing her belly in anticipation of the next meal. Auntie, I wish to have it again tomorrow. Fish sashimi is a raw delicacy, best not consumed too frequently, Wan Xia replied, not acquiescing. How about some lamb soup instead? We can enjoy it once more tomorrow. That would suffice. Shi Buyu relented, acknowledging that the Zhu family's lamb soup was indeed exceptional, devoid of any unpleasant aftertaste, warming her body with each sip. Yan Shiren, riding alongside, could not help but chuckle at the banter between the two. The trivialities of those self-important individuals paled in comparison to the delight of Shi Buyu's company. Upon returning home, Shi Buyu accompanied him to the study. I observed no unusual behavior, she remarked, leaning against the concealed screen. Wherever we ventured, we were not under scrutiny, nor did I sense any apprehension among the servants about guests wandering into forbidden territory or witnessing inappropriate sights. Their demeanor was notably calm, indicating that the Zhu family is not the type that demands excessively of others. If deaths were frequent in the Zhu household, fear would surely linger in their hearts. Aside from the inner courtyard where the ladies reside, there are ample places we can explore, Yan Shiren noted, recounting his observations. I first paid my respects to Zhu Ling, after which Zhu Ran led us to his residence, which was entirely unguarded. During that time, I feigned having lost my way and inquired with the servants. He showed no suspicion towards me. It appeared perfectly normal, even remarkably candid. Shi Buyu mused thoughtfully. Is it possible that the Zhu family merely serves as a transit point? Only such an explanation could make sense. I will have someone keep a close watch. Having already revealed a hint of their intentions, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Shi Buyu remained unhurried, her curiosity piqued regarding another individual. When did Qinghuan develop her ulterior motives towards you? What a description that was. Fortunately, Yan Shiren was already prepared to address this matter upon his return, responding without a second thought. In the capital, various banquets and poetry gatherings abound, some I decline while attending others. Qinghuan adores talent and is particularly fond of talented men, especially those like myself, lacking a distinguished background yet aspiring for a promising future, provided one possesses an agreeable appearance to catch her eye. Recalling the sword-dancing gentleman, Shi Buyu nodded. A handsome man can indeed become a source of trouble. Yan Shiren hesitated to confirm or deny, continuing, after meeting a few times, she summoned me and inquired whether I would consider taking a shortcut. She offered me a chance, and I kept her company for a while. Shi Buyu collapsed in laughter against the screen. Yan Shiren appeared somewhat resigned. I politely declined her offer. Fortunately, although she indulges in reckless behavior, she has no intentions of coercion. She still brings it up occasionally, teasingly, and if I do not respond, she lets it go. She is testing your resolve, perhaps hoping you encounter some setbacks, leaving a retreat open for you. It is not inconceivable that she aims to sway your determination, which is far more enchanting than mere coercion, Shi Buyu reflected. She truly knows how to play her cards. Yan Shiren regarded her, his tone hinting at admiration. Do you think she is aware of the underlying circumstances? Shi Buyu shifted her posture for greater comfort. At 6 years old, I doubt she grasped much of what transpired, yet those raised in such environments tend to mature quickly. I suspect she may have harbored some doubts. Yan Shiren paused before continuing. Her antics before the emperor seem like a test. Is she probing the emperor's tolerance, or is she assessing whether he truly indulges her or perhaps wishes to see her squander her potential? Yan Shiren shook his head. I cannot say for certain. She harbors such thoughts, and I am cautious not to grow too close to her. Fortunately, she does not wield her status as a princess to impose upon others, otherwise, you would find yourself in a difficult position. Shi Buyu inquired further, what is her relationship like with the Grand Princess? It is well known throughout the court that the sisters are at odds. Whenever they meet, Qinghuan inevitably seeks to vex the Grand Princess, who often endures her provocations. When did their discord begin? 10 years ago, when 16-year-old Qinghuan visited the Grand Princess's residence. For reasons unknown, she caused quite an uproar, and they ceased all contact thereafter. The Grand Princess attempted to reconcile, but every gift sent was promptly cast out by Qinghuan. Shi Buyu suddenly laughed, one being called Qinghuan, the other the Grand Princess. Such distinctions reflected their closeness or distance. Do you harbor a dislike for the Grand Princess? Yan Shiren remained silent for a moment. When my father passed, she was only 12, the favored child who received the most affection and attention from him, yet she was also the one to forget him the quickest. She devoted herself to pleasing the emperor, marrying the man he arranged for her, bearing children, and indulging in wealth and power. While she appears to tolerate Qinghuan, all her forbearance is publicly evident. She knows full well that Qinghuan will not accept her gifts, yet she continues to send them year after year, only to have them discarded. Thanks to her, Qinghuan earns a reputation for disrespecting her elder sister, while she herself receives various rewards and appeasements from the emperor. Indeed, it is true that every dragon has its own unique offspring. Shi Buyu pondered briefly before presenting another perspective. Is it possible that the two are merely performing for show? Not at all, Yan Shiren shook his head. Few consorts of the late emperor survived. My mother held the highest status. Qinghuan never pays her respects, and actively avoids her in the palace. Given her temperament, she must harbor resentment towards our mother for siding with the emperor during his rise. The Grand Princess's actions are entirely contrary to Qinghuan's. My mother mentioned that initially, the Grand Princess viewed her as a pillar of support, harboring some genuine feelings towards her, but as the years passed after their marriage, that sentiment faded, and eventually, she even began to assert her superiority over my mother. After their quarrel, when my mother sought to mediate, the Grand Princess retorted, what benefit is it to dwell on the past? Chapter 040 of the Turmoil in Sihua City. I believe I have discerned the reason behind their discord, remarked Shi Buyu with a light chuckle. The Grand Princess is focused solely on the present, having cast aside her past in pursuit of greater personal gain. Yet, Qinghuan remains steadfast in her remembrance of her father. She assumed her sister, bound by blood, would share her sentiments, unaware that her sister had long since diverged from their shared path. Is the emperor even aware of the cause of their quarrel? It appears the emperor has taken no action. He is likely being placated by the Grand Princess. She knows Qinghuan well. If she dares to make Qinghuan's life difficult, Qinghuan would drag her down with her. Shi Buyu expressed a sense of melancholy. Qinghuan truly possesses a noble character. Yan Xian felt it was merely acceptable. Today in court, the emperor reprimanded the Grand Tutor over a trivial matter, ordering him to reflect in solitude for 3 days. Meeting Shi Buyu's gaze, Yan Xian continued, I have just received word that the Prime Minister has dispatched 4 groups out of the city, all heading towards the Taolu County dock. That dock was a false trail arranged by Shi Buyu, and their adversaries had taken the bait to investigate there. That dock leads to many places. I am curious to see what they might uncover. Nonetheless, I have already perceived something. Shi Buyu straightened her posture. Zhang, the Prime Minister, is but a blade in the Emperor's hand. In other words, it is the Emperor who seeks the annihilation of the loyal and courageous Marquis' household. Yan Xian's brow furrowed. Could it be that the loyal Marquis uncovered something that alerted the Emperor? This is merely our conjecture. It proves nothing. Let us wait a while longer. As long as we fail to capture the Shi family, he shall find no peace, and he will not remain idle. The initiative lies with us now. Shi Buyu's eyes sparkled. Perhaps we can orchestrate something to lure the serpent from its lair. Yan Xian felt a stirring in his heart, such as, patience, let them search for their quarry first. When they grow weary, we shall dangle a sweet morsel before them. Is it truly a sweet, or rather poison cloaked in syrup? Yan Xian regarded Shi Buyu, who appeared eager to conjure up some sweets, and a flicker of anticipation blossomed within him. He had been passive for far too long. June's weather is capricious, one moment basking in brilliant sunshine, the next besieged by torrential downpours, mercifully alleviating the oppressive summer heat. After several days engrossed in tales, Shi Buyu was finally ejected from her abode by her impatient aunt. The capital thrived with a vibrant atmosphere, bustling with activity. There were performers wielding great swords, others tossing pots, and she even witnessed a monkey collaborating with its master to enact a grand play. The master spoke with fervor, executing roles and striking poses, amusing the surrounding crowd to peals of laughter. When the monkey held out a straw hat for tips, the audience generously contributed. Shi Buyu plundered her aunt's purse, filling her own hands with coins. I have heard that this tavern boasts excellent culinary skills. Would you care to sample their offerings? Just as Shi Buyu felt the pangs of hunger, she grinned mischievously. If the food is subpar, I shall bring a portion back for Yen Shan. Her aunt indulged her. Let us order one of everything. Instantly, Shi Buyu's spirit soared. Regardless of the food's quality, it was predetermined to be unsatisfactory, and she was resolute about bringing a portion back for Yen Shan to enjoy, especially in front of Yanzei. Alas, this buoyant mood did not endure. A table by the window became vacant, and as Shi Buyu ordered her dishes, she gazed down at the spacious street, compelled to admire the grandeur of the capital. It was no wonder so many were drawn here, eager to realize their ambitions. Aunt Wan Xia suddenly rose, pushing the window open as wide as it could go, leaning out to peer beyond. Shi Buyu fell silent, awaiting her return. Before long, Wan Xia re-entered, whispering, "Miss, it is a messenger." The mention of a messenger conjured thoughts of battle reports in Shi Buyu's mind. Soon, a distant shout of "Make way for the messenger" reached her ears, followed by the rapid thundering of hooves. She stood to observe the street, where the messenger, flanked by 4 riders, held aloft a battle report, his voice hoarse yet resonant. "Report, Sihua City has fallen. Report, Sihua City has fallen. Report, Sihua City has fallen." With each proclamation, the bustling capital fell eerily silent, abruptly hushed. Since the loyal Marquis dispatched the new axe brigade, the Great Yu dynasty had suffered another significant loss. This marked a defeat the dynasty had not experienced in years. As the hoofbeats receded, the messenger's voice faded into the distance, and with a resounding crash, someone shattered a wine cup. Bah! The disloyal and ungrateful loyal Marquis. Shi Buyu turned to the speaker, who, whether intoxicated or genuinely incensed, had wide eyes and a flushed face, exuding a palpable fury. Wan Xia grasped Shi Buyu's arm, urging her to sit. And thus, the campaign against the loyal Marquis had merely begun. The entire third floor was filled with voices denouncing the loyal Marquis's treachery. As Shi Buyu listened, she chuckled. Humanity is indeed fascinating, blissfully ignorant of the truth yet convinced of their eyewitness accounts. When the day arrives to unveil the truth, those who realize they have wronged another may shed a few tears, utter a simple apology, and believe it sufficient to erase all prior slanders. As for the burden borne by those at the center of the storm, who cares? They are not the ones caught in the tempest. When the waiter delivered the dishes, having consumed half, she suddenly recalled her business, summoning the waiter to wrap each dish in oil paper, determined to deceive Yanzei, opting to forego food boxes altogether. Wan Xia felt reassured. As long as her niece was willing to stir up trouble for others, it indicated that matters were not dire. Upon descending the stairs, Shi Buyu instructed Wan Xia to find the monkey performer and invite him to the tavern to perform a tale of a loyal minister whose unwavering devotion ultimately led to his demise. This would set her mind at ease. Her greatest virtue was that when she felt discontent, she would always direct her mischief towards others instead of herself, and once she had vented her frustrations, her spirits would align once more. Shi Buyu's mood remained largely unaffected. Upon seeing Yanzei, her spirits lifted further. "Yanzei, has your master returned?" "He has returned and is in the study," Yanzei replied, noticing the bundle of oil paper in her hands. His caution immediately piqued. "What do you have there, cousin?" "Oh, just a few treats for your master," Shi Buyu grinned, playfully presenting the items. "They are quite heavy. I would appreciate your assistance." Yanzei, still not fully acquainted with her, relaxed slightly upon realizing she was willing to entrust him with the items, a smile returning to his face. "Cousin, have you found amusement today?" "It was tolerable. I witnessed an impressive monkey performance," she replied. "Indeed, some monkey shows can be quite remarkable," Yanzei concurred, attempting to discern her expression. They had just received news of Sihua City's fall, and given her timely departure, it seemed likely she had encountered the announcement. Yet, observing her now, she appeared blissfully unaware. Upon entering the study, Yen Shan greeted them, his attention immediately drawn to Shi Buyu's demeanor. "You've returned quite punctually." Shi Buyu handed over the items to him. "I sampled some delightful treats and brought you a share." "Cousin." Shi Buyu smiled brightly at the astonished Yanzei. "If you have something to say, please do." "Something significant. Such outer-worldly items ought not to be presented to the young master, and certainly not ones brought by her." Yanzei gazed at the offerings, yearning to glimpse them, his heart ablaze with curiosity. Yet, under the watchful gaze of his master, he could only retreat. Chapter 041. Receiving news at an unexpected moment, Shi Buyu decided to tease Yanzei, while the authenticity of Yen Shan's desire to eat was of little concern. With the objective accomplished, she cast it aside and took a seat in the study to discuss serious matters. "Have your contacts in Sidong City sent any news back?" "It might be slightly slower than the message from the messenger, but it should arrive soon." Yen Shan placed the items on a shelf in the corner of the study, then moved to sit behind the desk. Observing Shi Buyu lost in thought, he inquired, "Are there any suspicions?" "I am contemplating whether Sidong City was lost or if it was deliberately surrendered." "I am inclined to believe it was not held." Yen Shan remarked. After the disappearance of the loyal and brave Marquis, the military inspector, Lord Chen, temporarily took command. Shortly thereafter, the court dispatched General Duan Shi to lead the troops there. This is his first time commanding at the border, and given his capabilities, it is unlikely he could maintain the defense. Shi Buyu was familiar with this individual. As the saying goes, he was full of tricks but lacked substance. The granddaughter of Prime Minister Zhang has married into the Duan family. relatives. At this, Shi Buyu looked up. Currently, the morale of the Danba kingdom is soaring. That position is certainly not a coveted one. Losing one city allows the loyal and brave Marquis to shoulder the blame, losing two cities provides a buffer, but if they continuously fail to hold the defense, the commander will undoubtedly face dire consequences, unless Prime Minister Zhang had compelling reasons to send his own people. Shi Buyu lightly drummed her fingers on the concealed table, musing, if Prime Minister Zhang is the Emperor's blade, then this hot potato should be handed to the Grand Tutor. It would benefit him to eliminate the Grand Tutor while not placing his own man in danger. Sending someone who might fail to defend the city is tantamount to rendering them useless, knowing the risks and yet sending one of his own. Yan Xian's eyes lit up. There is something there that the Emperor desires. Shi Buyu nodded gently, her expression contemplative. For some reason, I feel there is still something missing in this equation. I will assign someone to keep a close watch. Rising from her seat, Shi Buyu resolved to return and pondered deeply. After escorting her to the door, Yan Xian approached a pile of food, and unsurprisingly, noticed a few pinpricks on the oil paper wrapping. Yan Zhe lowered his head, bracing himself for rebuke, accepting whatever criticism the young master might have. He knew he would have to conduct another inspection next time. However, after a considerable wait, he only heard the sounds of the young master chewing, with no reprimands in sight. Stealing a glance, he saw the young master struggling to unwrap a second oil paper package, so he hurried to assist. After sampling the food, Yan Xian commented, the offerings may not be as exquisite as those from home, but they possess their own unique charm. Yan Zhe readily admitted his mistake. I was being overly cautious. Not just you. I have also grown accustomed to your meticulousness. Yan Xian wiped her mouth and returned to the desk to examine the newly received messages. Yan Zhe discreetly observed, and seeing that the young master showed no signs of reprimanding him, he assumed that his actions were approved, which eased his heart. He promptly went to brew tea for Yan Xian. A slight smile graced Yan Xian's lips. Wan Xiao's concern for Miss Shi undoubtedly surpassed that of all her subordinates. Miss Shi had remained unscathed under her protection for so many years, showcasing Wan Xiao's capabilities. With her cautious nature, the food she allowed Miss Shi to consume was surely vetted. No foul play could escape her watchful eye, yet there was no harm in it. The thought of the jerky he had tasted at the mass grave suddenly whetted his appetite. Upon returning to her study, Shi Buyu unfurled a map sketched during her leisure time. With the loss of Xinfu Town and the fall of Sidong City, the remnants of the army had retreated to Pingyang City. Freshly brewed fruit tea, miss, please drink it while it's hot. Shi Buyu did not lift her head, tracing her finger from Pingyang City to the distant Baokou City, finally resting on Fuyuan City. Fuyuan City served as the administrative center of Fuyuan County and was the garrison of the Pingyao military governor. If they reach this point, they should be able to halt the decline. They may still lose two more cities. Shi Buyu accepted the fruit tea offered by Agu and took a sip. Wan Xia stepped forward, examining the map. If I recall correctly, the military governor of Pingyao is Qi Liang, commanding more than 50,000 Jiwei troops. Coupled with the defeated soldiers from earlier, they should be able to hold their ground in Fuyuan for a while. Is Agu familiar with him? Not well, just a brief encounter. Wan Xia smiled. Miss never inquired about Agu's past. Are you interested today? I am not. Shi Buyu settled into a circle chair, crossing her legs. If those past experiences were joyful, Agu would not have remained by my side for so many years, nor would she have lost her child, or hesitated to even return home. I have no desire to know if Agu has suffered. Wan Xia accepted the Miss's unusually thoughtful concern with a smile. Those matters were long past and truly need not be revisited. The next day, news was brought back by Yan Xian's subordinates. The military inspector and the defending general are at odds over the command, leading to severe discord. Lord Chen believes his forces are not inferior to the enemy's and wishes to open the gates to confront them, while Duanqi insists on avoiding direct confrontation and focusing on defense. Their lack of cooperation significantly undermines their strength, ultimately resulting in the loss. Yan Xian chuckled mockingly. You could hardly imagine, after the defeat, it was Duanqi who fled first while Lord Chen covered the retreat. I truly wonder, who is the real man here? Manhood isn't determined by other factors, but by one's spirit, courage, and ability to shoulder responsibility. Shi Buyu smiled. Clearly, Lord Chen embodies manhood more than Duanqi. Yan Xian turned to face her. Do you not harbor resentment towards him? The loyal and brave Marquis' predicament must involve his machinations. One matter should not be conflated with another. Shi Buyu pondered. Keep a close watch on Duanqi. If he has ulterior motives that tie back to the loyal and brave Marquis, it is highly likely he will head to Xinfu Town. Yan Xian nodded. He has also brought back other news. I will have him relay it. The additional information could only pertain to the loyal and brave Marquis. Indeed, the messenger knelt and began. After our men arrived in Sidong City, they discreetly inquired and learned that the Marquis had unexpectedly led his troops out of the city. They were unaware of the details but understood that approximately 2 hours later, the third master of the Shi family, Shi Zhang, also led his troops out and has not returned since. The following day, rumors spread that the Marquis had defected to the Danba kingdom. Initially, no one believed it, as the Marquis was known for his unwavering loyalty. However, it wasn't long before news emerged that all the Shi family members in the army had vanished, which served as the most substantial evidence of the Shi family's betrayal. On that very day, the Danba kingdom suddenly opened its city gates and boldly approached the border, claiming that the loyal and brave Marquis had been recruited by the king of Danba, given the title of protector of the nation. The loyal and brave Marquis even made an appearance and persuaded the high-ranking generals of the Dayo army to surrender, and according to those who heard, the voice belonged to the loyal and brave Marquis. They could not have misheard. Consequently, the morale of the troops collapsed, and the city was soon lost. Is there anything else you have uncovered? That is all we have as of now. We attempted to sneak into the places the Marquis visited before his disappearance, but have yet to find an opportunity, as the defenses there are extremely tight. The more they guard, the more suspicious it becomes. Shi Buyu mused, counting only blood relations. There are 11 members of the Shi family serving in the military, including both Shi Lai and Shi Zhang. As elders, they would never take all their nephews and nieces out of the city, especially the younger ones. They might allow them to gain experience, but certainly not to risk their lives. Investigate in this direction. The man glanced at his master, seeing him nod slightly, and quickly complied. Chapter 042. All trapped in the game, having gleaned but a fragment of information, Shi Buyu did not rush to take any action. Her days passed with a remarkable consistency, yet, under the same roof, Yan Shiren noticed that her reading had diminished, her time predominantly devoted to the innermost bookshelf, which housed his collection of various intelligence reports. Meanwhile, Chi had vanished from the capital as planned. The mass grave had once again become a site for the disposal of bodies, yet yielded no further insights. It was also revealed that a certain minor general from the Imperial Guard was providing cover for Zhu Ling, who disguised himself as a night soil collector to transport the body out of the city at dawn, pausing for a day not far from the mass grave before returning to dispose of the body under the cover of night. A deeper investigation revealed ties to the Grand Preceptor's faction. However, given the preceding incident involving Cheng Jing, both parties were now more cautious in their assumptions, continuing their inquiries to ascertain the true affiliations of this individual. After some time, Shi Buyu's study had adorned its walls with several uncut sheets of large rice paper, filled with either diagrams or densely packed characters, which she would occasionally augment with additional notes. Wan Xia entered, announcing, "Miss, young Master Qi has sent word." Shi Buyu scoffed, "Surely, Brother Qi is not inviting me to appreciate his wretched poetry. I shall not attend." It appears to bear the handwriting of young Master Wu. Young Master Wu? Shi Buyu hastily took the letter, and indeed, the characters on the envelope were unmistakably from Brother Wu, the seal intact, indicating that Brother Qi had not opened it. She carefully used a small knife to pry it open, extracting a thin sheet of paper from within. Little 12, be at ease. I have heard from Little Qi about your recent circumstances, and I am greatly relieved. The matters you inquired about are the doing of this foolish elder brother, so there is no need for further investigation. Though the capital appears tranquil on the surface, treacherous reefs lurk beneath. One must not be careless. Should you encounter difficulties, do not retreat. All 11 of us are your support. Your brother, Quang Jing. Shi Buyu examined the letter several times, slowly folding it back along its creases. Wan Xia, having caught sight of it, remarked with a smile, "Miss, you can rest easy now." "It is not him." Shi Buyu gently shook her head. Brother Wu never indulges in superfluous words. That phrase "no need for further inquiry" is indeed superfluous. Wan Xia took the letter to glance at it again, and considering young Master Wu's nature, she concurred that it was indeed an unnecessary addition. However, she added, young Master Wu's words indicate he is on your side. There is no need to dwell on this matter. Shi Buyu approached the map, remaining silent, yet a vague suspicion began to take root in her mind. Wan Xia looked down at the letter once more. Young Master Wu mentioned that all 11 of us are your support. Does this imply the crux of the matter lay here? Shi Buyu gazed at the newly marked Shui town on the map, realizing her brothers had not all entered the fray, with 4 remaining beside the old man, the eldest being Brother San, now in his 40s. She had previously questioned the old man about why Brother San had not yet departed, to which the old man simply stated that the time had not yet come. With Brother Wu's assertion, did that mean the time had finally arrived? Was their entry into the world intertwined with her fate, or perhaps, with Yan Shiren's? "Auntie," Wan Xia called from behind her. "Auntie is here. I feel as though I have stepped into the very center of this game." Wan Xia laughed, her pride evident. "When have you not been?" Shi Buyu seemed to smile faintly, recognizing the grand chess game the old man had orchestrated, positioning her at the forefront. "Do you think, once this is resolved, the old man would dare to face me again?" Wan Xia suppressed a laugh. "For the sake of his beard and hair, he might very well seek to avoid you. Where could he hide?" "I have burned down his lair." Shi Buyu emphatically placed the letter on the writing desk before turning to exit. Wan Xia approached the door, observing Shi Buyu sit at the corridor, resting her arms on the table, beginning to grasp the situation. In this strategic game with the old man, it seemed the young lady had lost, hence her current displeasure. Such moments were not uncommon, and Wan Xia, accustomed to it, adeptly began to console her. "Manager Yan just delivered some exceptionally fresh tuna. Would you care for sashimi tonight?" Shi Buyu raised a hand in a nod, resolving to feign anger more often, allowing her to indulge in sashimi on several occasions, for Auntie's knife skills surpassed even those of the Zhu family as cooks, producing cuts as thin as cicada wings, melting in the mouth, delicately tender. Time swiftly passed, and by early July, Shi Buyu had been in the capital for a month and a half, yet all her inquiries seemed to have reached a standstill, yielding no progress. Luo Bo began to feel anxious, finally unable to contain himself. "Young master, have we perhaps overestimated her?" "What do you mean by overestimating? What does it mean to underestimate?" Yan Shiren dipped his brush in ink and continued writing. "We have been in the capital for several years, laying numerous hidden stakes and establishing various connections, yet how many genuine accomplishments can we claim? And she has only just arrived. If she were truly desperate for quick success, then we would be overestimating her. Her patience only increases my belief in her capabilities. Comparing her to myself at her age, I find myself lacking. Yet we cannot remain idle. How do you know she has done nothing?" Wan Xia has been going out consecutively for several days. Yan Shiren put down his brush, I can afford to wait. As they spoke, news arrived from outside, the cousin is here. Yan Shiren exchanged a glance with Luo Bo, who understood the implicit warning and knelt to the side. He felt a twinge of urgency, for he was no longer young. Are you busy? Shi Buyu, well acquainted with the study, walked directly to sit opposite him. Next month is the autumn examination. The teacher has assigned some homework. Yan Shiren wiped his hands with a cloth, glancing at her. Since their acquaintance, she had always remained composed and unchanging. Noticing what she held, he inquired, what is that? Shi Buyu spread out the drawing paper. I attempted to recreate the appearances of the 7 individuals from the mass grave. I need you to find a few skilled artists to help depict them. You wish to ascertain their identities? 7 individuals have perished within a month, extrapolating, that amounts to at least 60 or 70 deaths in a year. Shi Buyu turned to the bookshelf filled with texts. Even if to avoid causing panic, these individuals cannot all be from the capital. Previously, I contacted acquaintances from outside the city to inquire about any notably attractive missing men or women, and I have just received a reply there are. Shi Buyu turned back to meet Yan Shiren's gaze. The swift confirmation comes as a result of a recent incident where a young lady was abducted in broad daylight while selling embroidery. Given her striking appearance, many harbored intentions towards her, leading to mutual suspicion and a considerable uproar, even attracting the attention of the authorities. By illustrating them, do you aim to locate the families of those who have lost their children, allowing them to identify the missing? Until Zhu Ling reveals himself, we remain unaware of who orchestrates this. What use is it to us? I have my suspects. Yan Shiren glanced at Luo Bo, recalling his assertion that Shi Buyu would never be idle. Pressing his hand on the drawing, Yan Shiren refrained from inquiring who she suspected, merely stating, I will have more copies made and instruct the others to investigate. Send your people beyond Yanxi County. Again, Yanxi County. The river plagued by bandits, the docks where Shi's family departed, and the mountain hideaway where they sought refuge all lay within Yanxi County. Yan Shiren surmised that this region must harbor individuals with whom Shi Buyu was quite familiar. Chapter 43 of The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. Shi Buyu was indeed not in a hurry. If a world-altering event were so easily accomplished, then she would not be human but a demon. Her confidence stemmed not only from within herself but also from the words spoken by the old man the night before she departed. That man, often unreliable and with teeth almost worn down from gluttony, had said of the timing, the terrain, and the people are all in your favor. When it comes to fortune, there is no one in this world who can match you. When it is time to advance, advance. When it is time to sever ties, sever them. There is no need for hesitation, even if you ultimately cannot prevail. Do you not have me? This was her source of courage, yet at the same time, she would not allow herself to be utterly defeated in this matter, giving the old man any chance to mock her. She possessed intelligence, means, her brother, and acquaintances made over the years. If she were to lose despite all this, it would be a disservice to her reputation as a harbinger of calamity. What does it mean to be a harbinger of calamity? It is to ensure that those who wish her ill suffer. Yet, she never anticipated that the turning point would arrive so swiftly. On a crescent moon night, they found themselves once again at the mass grave. The opposing party was adept at disposing of bodies, and they skillfully confirmed that the others had moved far away before proceeding to inspect the corpses. The torches had been exchanged for flaming brands, and daggers for long swords. This marked their third encounter, and the group exhibited a familiarity that was somewhat improper, the atmosphere imbued with a sense of ease. However, when Yanzei lifted a mat and beheld a particular face, he immediately tossed the mat back over and shouted, "Step back." The others rushed forward to shield Yan Shan as she retreated, while Wan Xia directly picked up the young woman, ready to flee at the slightest sign of danger. Shi Buyu also tightened her embrace around a gu, clearly indicating that such situations were not uncommon. Yan Shan inquired anxiously, "What is happening?" Upon turning back to see the young master covering his mouth and nose, Yanzei exhaled in relief, tightening the cloth over his own face, and stepped back slightly, saying, "This person's face is unblemished, but it appears to be smallpox." The group gasped in horror, instinctively taking several steps back. Smallpox, few survived its grip. "Young master, we should not linger." Shi Buyu understood the urgency, yet she remained perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "Yanzei, examine the condition of the others, keep your distance." Yanzei gripped his long sword and advanced, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. He had not anticipated that this night would require such readiness. After lifting the coverings from the other two bodies, Yanzei was somewhat surprised. "Cousin, their faces show no signs of affliction. They are merely scratched." Shi Buyu patted a gu's back. A gu understood and set her down, yet still refused to let her approach. "Lift the clothing from the first corpse and examine its limbs." Yanzei complied. "Cousin, there are no markings." "Check the other two." "None found." Shi Buyu furrowed her brow slightly. "Though I have never seen smallpox with my own eyes, I have heard doctors say it does not only manifest on the face. It can also appear on the hands and feet. This is inconsistent." Yan Shan immediately grasped the implication. "You believe it is not smallpox?" "This is the capital," Shi Buyu replied, looking at him. "If smallpox truly emerged, there would not be such revelry. Even if the news has yet to spread, those who ought to know would be aware. Have you received any news in the past few days?" Without needing to reflect, Yan Shan confirmed, "No information of that kind." Then it follows, Shi Buyu intended to step closer for a better look, but the old man's admonition, "A gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall," sprang to mind, cautioning her against recklessness. She wished to persist, but her legs refused to obey, rendering her timid as expected. Yan Shan grasped her meaning. You suspect someone is acting under the guise of smallpox? With smallpox at play, what could one truly accomplish? Both were perplexed. After all, anyone suspected of having smallpox would immediately be detained, and there would be no opportunity for action, only a waiting game for death. Young master, this person, Yan Zhe's sudden urgency drew both their gazes, and Shi Buyu took a few steps forward only to be yanked back by Wan Xia. It is a eunuch. Yan Zhe's voice had shifted. Young master, it is a eunuch. The only place in the world where eunuchs held significance was the imperial palace. Yet, Shi Buyu smiled, her suspicions had proven correct. While many may indulge in beauty, few possess the audacity to kill without a second thought. Those capable of gathering beauties without considering them as human are even rarer. Shi Buyu looked at the person wrapped in straw mats. Even the prime minister could not act with such impunity. Yan Shan understood the implication behind her words, feeling a tightness in his throat. So, you painted those pictures to find someone. Streams converge into rivers, rivers into lakes, and lakes into the sea. Shi Buyu gestured with her fingers, mimicking the flow of water. Yet, in the end, are they not all merely water? If water wishes to engulf you, a stream cannot. A river may struggle, you might escape a lake, but what of the sea? Where can you flee? Shi Buyu pointed to every skeletal remains in the mass grave. They, too, are a drop in that vast ocean. When the time comes, they can rise like a tidal wave and drown this small capital. With a sweeping motion, Shi Buyu indicated the capital. He believes he possesses the world, yet the world is so vast. What does he amount to? Merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Yan Shan gazed at the man, now brimming with arrogance and fervor. Shi Buyu looked at him. You must never become that frog at the bottom of the well. I would look down upon you, just as I currently look down upon that emperor. Although this matter had barely begun, it felt as though the script had already been penned, awaiting his arrival to take his place and see it through. One could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Yan Shan solemnly vowed, I will remember this night. Indeed, it is crucial that you do. Shi Buyu turned to Yan Zhe. Check his rear. The abrupt shift in topic, soaring to the heavens and then plummeting to the depths, left Yan Zhe momentarily stunned before he hurriedly moved to act, secretly marveling at how the cousin was indeed extraordinary, able to diminish the emperor to insignificance while daring to strip a eunuch bare, cleverly drawing a parallel and trampling the thief into the dust. As Yan Zhe remained on guard against any unexpected actions from the cousin, he found joy in standing alongside her, wishing she would speak further, even if it meant the dead would stir. The dead stir, instinct overtook thought as Yan Zhe quickly retreated, his long sword raised in defense, eyes warily scanning the pit below. Young master, the corpse is changing. Changing? Has it risen? Before Yan Shan could speak, Shi Buyu's eyes lit up. She had heard many stories of the supernatural from the old man and was on the verge of witnessing one firsthand. Had a Gu not restrained her, she would have dashed forward. Quickly, tell me, what is happening? Yan Zhe fixated on the figure, watching as the head moved slightly, then opened its eyes. Perhaps the torchlight had dazzled him. He blinked before reopening them. Chapter 044. Grasping the tail, a gentle breeze swept through the desolate graveyard, where flickering flames danced in the stillness, and shadows flitted about unpredictably. Both parties remained on guard, each reluctant to make a move. After a considerable pause, the figure lying down slowly propped himself up, glancing around before his gaze settled on the two straw mats nearby, falling silent. Do you know where you are? Shi Buyu inquired, lightly tapping her companion's arm and stepping forward from behind her. The man raised his head at the sound but remained silent. It seems you are aware, Shi Buyu acknowledged with a nod. You must have come here with a plan. I suspect your fade is merely an illusion. The man continued to keep his silence. A pack of wild dogs will soon arrive. If you wish for our assistance, you must provide us with a reason to help you. If you believe you can escape their jaws on your own, then we shall part ways here. Shi Buyu spoke with unwavering confidence. The traces left by the wild dogs were evident, and the distant sounds of barking could still be heard. Under such circumstances, it would not be easy for him to leave alone, especially with no one to aid him. She had not anticipated encountering a living soul in this graveyard. Through him, many answers could be uncovered, and he would owe her a favor, paving the way for further inquiries. Should he not owe her this favor, she would find a way to compel him to do so. Noticing his continued silence, Shi Buyu's mind began to conjure various schemes. In short, she concluded. It would be best if he willingly owed her a favor, otherwise, he would inevitably find himself in her debt. Just as she turned to leave, a hoarse voice called from behind her, it is not an illusion. Shi Buyu turned to face the speaker. After sitting up, he appeared somewhat diminutive, resembling a child yet to fully mature. Why are you here at this hour? Investigating matters, she replied succinctly. He gestured towards the two individuals beside him. Are they involved with us? Indeed, Shi Buyu answered plainly. The man refrained from probing further into their investigation. Take me away, and I shall speak freely. Agreed. Yan Shan waved for the others to approach. Though the man had claimed it was not an illusion, they remained exceedingly cautious, covering their faces with cloths and even draping him with an outer garment as they lifted him, striving to keep their distance. Upon reaching a place of respite, where the flames burned brightly, Shi Buyu finally noticed his pallid complexion, glistening with sweat. You shall allow someone to examine your wounds shortly after dawn. I will procure some medicine for you, as it may be inconvenient for you to see a doctor. Without the need for further explanation, the man understood. These individuals were aware of his condition but had no intention of returning him. He glanced at the others, still shrouded in their masks. Who are you? Why were you there? We are not anyone you know. As for our presence there, Shi Buyu pressed her mask. I inadvertently learned that Zhu Ling regularly disposes of corpses in this graveyard. I found it suspicious, so I kept watch. Shu family, the man murmured, then asked, do you harbor a grudge against them? Not against him, but against those behind him. The individuals behind him. A younger man suddenly recalled a possibility, disbelief evident in his gaze. The Emperor. Shi Buyu unveiled the thin veil of ambiguity, gently uttering those two words. The man's body trembled slightly, and his expression turned animated, yet this revelation felt like an unexpected boon from the heavens, fulfilling a void he had long experienced. He yearned to believe but was hesitant. Shi Buyu discerned the answer she sought from his reaction and decided not to press further on other matters, instead asking, do you have a place to go? After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. Shi Buyu chose to overlook his uncertainty, resolved to keep him with them regardless. Turning to address Yanshan, she nearly uttered cousin but altered her choice of words. Cousin, find him a suitable place to recuperate. I will make the arrangements. Yanshan mused, having not heard the term cousin for quite some time. The man felt a sense of unease. Receiving assistance so readily, without having offered anything in return, made him question the identities of these individuals. Why did fortune smile upon him at this moment? Furthermore, who would venture into such a place, especially at the precise moment he regained consciousness? To suggest that their intentions revolved around him seemed implausible, though he concealed his doubts well. Shi Buyu, perceptive as ever, recognized the flicker of suspicion in his eyes and addressed it directly. You bear injuries, and the circumstances are not so dire that we must rush to uncover every detail. There is no need for haste. You have just escaped danger, and I am sure you harbor many uncertainties regarding us. Why not take this time to observe us, to determine how much trust we merit and how much truth you are willing to divulge? I can afford to wait. Rising to her feet, she declared, there is still ample time before dawn. I shall rest now. Her demeanor, devoid of pressure or deception, and her considerate offer of time for him to gather his thoughts, eased the tension within the man. For now, he could allow himself a moment of respite. Shi Buyu, unaccustomed to beds, quickly succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, she reflected on the previous night's events with her companion, expressing, how fortuitous it is that just as I grew weary, assistance arrived. I am no calamity, rather, I am a harbinger of fortune. You are indeed a bringer of fortune. Wan Xia efficiently tidied up, for young Master Yan was to attend the academy and needed to return to the city early. As she opened the door, she indeed found individuals waiting in the courtyard. Yan Shan greeted Wan Xia and then gestured toward the man behind her. He has developed a fever, and it is unsuitable to summon a doctor here. I will have him taken to Fengrao County for a few days. Fengrao County was the nearest county they had once spent the night in, and Shi Buyu nodded in agreement, but added, will his condition allow for a doctor's visit? It is manageable. Concealing his injuries would not be difficult, though there was no need to disclose such matters to Miss Shi. This location was unsafe, and even with much to discuss, Yanshan felt it inappropriate to do so. It was not until noon, upon returning from the academy, that he finally expressed his thoughts. If the Emperor trusts Zhu Ling so completely, why is he merely a mediocre fifth-rank official? Moreover, he has not been promoted in several years. Shi Buyu had contemplated these matters throughout the morning and replied, is it possible that this is not a task directly assigned to Zhu Ling by the Emperor? Yanshan appeared contemplative. Are you suggesting that there is someone else involved? Based on the old man's description of the Emperor, he does not strike me as a fool. Despite the increasing burdens placed upon the populace through cleverly disguised taxes, their lives have become increasingly difficult. The frequency of court meetings has escalated from once a day to 3 times, then 5, and now to 7 days a week. Yet, power has never slipped from the Emperor's grasp. Such a person would not engage in actions that would directly place power in the hands of his subordinates. Yan Xian nodded thoughtfully. A foolish emperor would not have managed to usurp the throne and maintain power for so many years. There is no need for urgency, we have grasped the tail of the matter, and he cannot elude us, Shi Buyu asserted, counting off on her fingers. We must continue to monitor the graveyard. I need to keep sketching, as it will prove invaluable in the future. I will arrange for people to do so. If we frequently leave the city at such a time, it may raise suspicions among those with ulterior motives. Indeed, Shi Buyu chose not to insist further. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, she mused, having pondered for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. To torment so many to death, the noise would be inescapable. The Emperor may silence individuals, but the consorts and court officials, he cannot possibly eliminate all the concubines. Too many would be aware, perhaps dozens or even hundreds, yet, there has been not a whisper of this matter. My mother has connections within the palace, and she has not mentioned this issue, indicating she is unaware, Yan Xian remarked, equally perplexed. Having operated within the palace for many years, even the Emperor shows her some measure of trust. How could she be completely oblivious to this? I shall write to her and ask her to inquire. That young eunuch knows the ins and outs of the situation. Once he has recovered sufficiently, bring him to the capital as swiftly as possible. To feign death and escape under the Emperor's watchful eye is no mere act of cleverness. Chapter 045 of the Seventh Brother in the Pit. This matter resembles the prologue of an extensive tale, rife with numerous threads and suspicions, all of which require time to unravel. Shi Buyu, with an ardent passion for mysteries, found immense joy in the process of peeling back layers, her entire demeanor radiating exuberance, her eyes sparkling more brightly than usual as she eagerly sought to uncover the Emperor's secrets. Yan Shiren, whose emotions surged throughout the morning, observed that Shi Buyu's sudden tranquility made the situation seem rather ordinary, yet, he was acutely aware that anyone else in his presence would deem this a momentous occasion, urging him to take further action, incessantly advising him against complacency. He chuckled to himself, reflecting on the inherent differences between individuals. Meanwhile, Shi Buyu's thoughts shifted to another matter. How is my business preparation coming along? Everything will be ready by the end of the month, Yan Shiren replied. With the autumn examinations approaching in a month, the capital will become increasingly lively. If we can open by the end of the month, it would be perfectly timed. Of course, we must make it happen, Shi Buyu declared. I'll visit seventh brother this afternoon to request assistance. Yan Shiren nodded. I have been frequently attending poetry gatherings and banquets lately, and may not be able to manage the information coming from various places in a timely manner. I hope it is not too much to ask for your assistance. I will handle it whenever I visit your study in your absence, Shi Buyu replied with a sudden smile. Just remember to hide anything you don't want me to see. I won't hesitate to rummage through your belongings. Feel free to do so, he said, whether in jest or earnest. Shi Buyu took him at his word. As the sun began to wane and the heat subsided, Shi Buyu set out, not to the bookstore, but directly to seventh brother's residence, where the host was predictably absent. Fortunately, Chang Junyu was well acquainted with Xiao 12 and had instructed the household staff to inform him while providing warm hospitality, even ensuring that the fruit tea flavors Xiao 12 favored were prepared, soothing him as they awaited the return of their host, who arrived bearing several bags of pastries. Next time, have someone send a message before my arrival, Chang Junyu said, opening a pastry package and offering it to Xiao 12, attempting to mask the scent of alcohol lingering on him with the aroma of the treats. I won't, Xiao 12 retorted, indulging in the pastries without hesitation. Chang Junyu smiled amiably, lifting the pastries to facilitate her enjoyment. The scent of alcohol has transferred onto the pastries, Shi Buyu remarked, her disdain evident as she took the pastries and moved them away from him. If you continue this way, I'll inform fifth brother and tell him you're wasting your days, prompting him to send you off to work. You ungrateful wretch, having eaten my pastries, yet you would still betray me, Chang Junyu teased. What benefit is there for me to suffer for you? I find comfort in it. You conniving rogue, must I suffer just so you can enjoy yourself? Besides, who is it that sought my assistance? I am only indulging for your sake. Shi Buyu scoffed, you were indulging daily before I asked for your help. It is precisely because you were so carefree that I sought your assistance. All logic is on your side. Exchanging playful banter with Xiao 12 seemed to dissipate much of Chang Junyu's fatigue, and he reclined further. I have found 6 individuals for you. 3 more will only decide upon seeing the venue. Let us set those aside for now. I find several of them quite suitable, possessing both beauty and talent, though they may present some complications. Can't money solve these issues? Yan Shiren is exceedingly wealthy, so there rests no need to scrimp. Your ability to spend another's wealth is becoming increasingly adept, Chang Junyu chuckled. Rest assured, I have never spared his funds. Otherwise, do you think I could persuade these individuals? However, the matter with the last 3 is not solely about money. Their mothers insist on accompanying them. In this industry, mothers often hail from the same background as the courtesans. Having aged out of the trade, they transition into the role of a madam. Such individuals are difficult to retain. If a benefactor offers a generous sum, they may well undermine the rules you wish to establish. My establishment requires no madam. Having Chi-Chi in charge is sufficient. Chang Junyu looked surprised. Chi-Chi is managing for you? Did I not mention that before? When have you ever mentioned it? Chang Junyu shot her an annoyed glance, quickly realizing the implications of their previous conversation. When Chi-Chi managed affairs, no one would have linked it to Yan Shiren. Do not tell me you intend to place this establishment under my name. Shi Buyu was even more astonished. Who is unaware of your efforts to recruit individuals? Even if you claim this establishment is not yours, who would believe it? Chang Junyu glanced around and tossed an unopened pastry package at her. Shi Buyu caught it and opened it, exclaiming, "Ah, so sweet." Chang Junyu had not entirely dismissed the idea of her associating with the establishment, considering he had indeed recruited the individuals, but was it the same as being the owner? Brother, you previously stated you had no intention of taking the exams. Have you changed your mind? Upon hearing her sudden inquiry, Chang Junyu chuckled. If I intended to take the exams, would I not relinquish my role as the owner? Naturally, if you plan to take the exams, it indicates you have made up your mind, and of course, your affairs take precedence. Shi Buyu asserted confidently. If you do not intend to take the exams, considering you already mingle with those individuals, it would be better to have your own establishment, free from the worry of being schemed against. If there are individuals you do not favor, you can firmly refuse their patronage, much to their chagrin. Her reasoning appeared sound. Chang Junyu regarded her with a wry smile. From my years of experience, the more appealing the proposal, the more dubious it tends to be. Being too familiar with each other had its drawbacks. However, Shi Buyu was not one to concede easily, playfully retorting, then tell me, in what way could this matter harm you? By reporting to the teacher that I am lazy and unambitious? When have you ever been ambitious? Chang Junyu glared at her. Shi Buyu giggled, and yet you are so formidable without any ambition. Some individuals labor under harsh conditions daily, but they cannot compare to you. Does that not further illustrate your superiority, seventh brother? Chang Junyu attempted to maintain a facade, but it crumbled quickly. After all, Xiao 12 seldom flattered anyone, and when she chose to speak sweetly, it was genuinely delightful. Becoming the owner is not out of the question, but you must promise me that I will set the rules. Shi Buyu readily agreed, all right. Your agreement alone is insufficient. Yan Shiren must also consent. This establishment is mine, I have the final say. As my brother, you may do as you wish. Shi Buyu asserted her opinion with an air of unreasonable authority. Brother, just understand that this place must be elegant and upscale, capable of attracting those high-ranking officials and young masters. If it merely serves as a brothel, it will be indistinguishable from other establishments, tarnishing your reputation. Should it succeed, it will transform into a venue for literary contests, a spectacle of scholars vying against one another. In the current climate of the Diyu dynasty, others will be drawn to it. If we can achieve this, your reputation as an owner will soar, benefiting your future plans. Chapter 046. Here because of me Cheng Junyu understood that Xiao Shire sought a venue where literary talents could engage in healthy competition, a grand and magnificent gathering of intellects. In the Diyu dynasty, the pursuit of literary excellence was highly esteemed. Anyone who could craft a splendid essay, a beautiful verse, or a remarkable poem would find the doors of high-ranking ministers open to them. Moreover, there were instances when a scholar, through the merit of a well-written piece, caught the emperor's eye and ascended from obscurity to become a court official overnight. With such precedents, an increasing number of self-proclaimed talented individuals congregated in the capital, aspiring to realize their dreams of entering the emperor's court. As long as it is what Xiao Shire wishes to pursue, my brothers will undoubtedly lend their unwavering support. I am aware, Shi Buyu replied, her heart acknowledging this truth more profoundly than her words conveyed. Among her 11 brothers, the youngest, 11th brother, was still 7 years her senior, while the eldest was nearly 2 generations older. Although their encounters were infrequent, she regarded them as brothers. Yet, mere titles were insufficient, only sincerity could forge genuine bonds. At times, she could be rather ungrateful, often neglecting her family, as if the surname Shi were simply a label she had acquired by waking up early one day. Yet, there were others she held dearly in her heart, individuals whose existence was more precious than life itself, such as the white-bearded elder, her aunt, and her 11 brothers. They might not offer her a hand when she stumbled, but they would leave footprints along her path, guiding her onward. The road she was meant to travel would not be shortened by a single step, yet it would certainly be made easier. Just like now, they did not obstruct her but rather endeavored to pave her way. Shi Buyu sat cross-legged, placing aside the slightly tedious pastries, and sipped some tea to cleanse her palate. You need not concern yourself too much, my brother. Simply enjoy yourself as before, and let those with expertise gather the information. Cheng Junyu was already aware that creating a convenient place for leisure was well within his capabilities. However, since they were undertaking this endeavor, it must be executed to perfection. Inform Yin Xian that I shall take care of the arrangements. You need only ensure he prepares a substantial sum of silver. I cannot speak to his other deficiencies, but silver is certainly not one of them. Shi Buyu chuckled. After all these years of indulgence, it is time to test your skills in merriment. Do not let me down. What, if I disappoint you, will you report me? I will not report you, rather, I shall mock you and write letters to all my brothers, inviting them to join in your ridicule. Cheng Junyu laughed, chiding her, you possess a heart full of mischief. Shi Buyu patted her belly, half of it is good-heartedness, but it simply does not apply to you. Cheng Junyu playfully tossed a cushion at her. Shi Buyu deftly caught it and placed it behind her, sighing in an exaggerated manner, so soft. Cheng Junyu burst into laughter. As they departed after dinner, Shi Buyu paused at the door, turning to gaze at 7th brother, clad in scholarly robes. Brother, did you return to the capital because of me? Just as in their childhood, fearing that the path I tread might be too arduous, you all stepped ahead to leave footprints for me to follow, making my journey a smoother one. Cheng Junyu smiled, why do you say that? My family resides in the capital, is it not only natural for me to return? Is it? Shi Buyu tilted her head to look at the dimly lit moon. On the Mid-Autumn Festival when I was 8, we admired the moon in the courtyard. I dozed off against the white-bearded elder, hearing you say that once Xiao Shire matures a bit more, you would take care of both the teacher and me, then travel the world to witness the beauty of the 4 seasons. The white-bearded elder asked if you planned to return to the capital, and you replied that the capital was dull, preferring the vastness beyond. Shi Buyu regarded the now serious expression on Cheng Junyu's face. Brother, as long as I wish it, I can remember every word spoken, and every sound heard. Little 12, each of your 11 brothers has their own path to follow. How to traverse this road, whether it be smooth or fraught with obstacles, and how far one can go, is only revealed in due time. Cheng Junyu, hands clasped behind his back, slowly stepped forward, shedding his usual playful demeanor. My teacher is adept at divination, yet apart from inquiring about our safety, he rarely engages in serious fortune-telling. He says that life is shaped by one's own actions, and that both fate and fortune lie within us. Even when faced with difficulties, we have 12 siblings, what hardship can we not overcome? The path I walk now is mine alone, not dictated by anyone else, it is my destiny. Having spoken this lengthy discourse, he avoided the implication that it was due to her return to the capital. Her brothers had always been this way, never deceiving her, but sidestepping topics they did not wish to discuss. Shi Buyu no longer pressed for answers and turned to leave. Leaning against the carriage window, she gazed at the bustling cityscape, unable to suppress her thoughts. If the Shi family faced this calamity as fate, if her return to the capital was also destined, and if her dealings with Yin Xian were preordained, did that imply that all those around her were entangled in this fate? Should matters unfold favorably, all would rise to prosperity, yet, if they did not, would those who had entered this game because of her meet a grim fate? Shi Buyu closed her eyes, rejecting the acceptance of such a conclusion. How could she possibly fail? It was absolutely impossible. Cousin? This unique address startled Shi Buyu, causing her to lift her eyelids and look at the approaching figure on horseback. Some individuals truly do not require much mention. She had just been contemplating this instigator when he appeared before her. The man drawing near appeared to have indulged in a fair amount of wine, his cheeks slightly flushed, eyes gleaming brightly, and under the illumination, he appeared even more handsome. Nearby, many young ladies glanced his way. Yan Shan leaned closer. Are you feeling unwell? Shi Buyu simply tilted her head, observing him in silence, feeling a mischievous urge to tug at his ear, pinch his nose, tear at his face, or flick his forehead. Yet, she found herself unwilling to act. Chapter 047. A stroll through the West Market. Unaware that she had narrowly escaped a calamity, Yan Shan confirmed that she was indeed in a foul mood. Casting a glance to her left and right, her eyes brightened momentarily. Wait for me a moment. Shi Buyu, indifferent to his actions and unwilling to halt the carriage, continued to lounge as if she had not encountered him at all, not even altering her reclined position. After a brief interval, a pouch of lotus seeds was presented before her. I happened to see some fresh lotus seeds for sale. Shi Buyu raised her gaze to meet the man's smiling face, which bore a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. It was as if she were witnessing his smile for the first time since their acquaintance, reminiscent of someone shedding the constraints of sobriety to reclaim their true self, if only for a fleeting moment. Her previous malice gradually dissipating, Shi Buyu took a handful of lotus seeds, peeled one, and tasted it, nodding in approval. Tender, I shall procure some more. Observing him turn the horse around, Shi Buyu did not deter him, leisurely continuing to peel the lotus seeds. Rarely was he so cheerful, granting him this moment of joy seemed inconsequential. As the sound of hooves approached, she looked up to find a bamboo basket being offered to her. She chuckled softly. Have you purchased an entire basket? Yan Shan felt his purchase was justified, for at least it appeared to have lifted Shi Bu유's spirits. There remains a half basket. If we lower it into the well, it will stay fresh for days. Quite perceptive, Shi Buyu finished her handful and extended her hand. Yan Shan dutifully handed over the basket for her to take. Shi Buyu grabbed a generous portion for Aunt Gu and intended to enjoy the fresh treats. Once more, she leaned against the carriage window, captivated by the bustling scenes outside. It struck her that she had yet to experience the vibrancy of the capital at night. It seems it's still early for the curfew? Indeed, it is early. Yan Shan, attuned to her unspoken wishes, suggested gently. This place is not far from the West Market. Shall we pay a visit? I've heard from classmates that there is a stall selling roasted cakes that are quite exceptional, unlike the ones we usually eat. Let us go. If the previous street was bustling with activity, the West Market was a veritable sea of humanity, with bodies jostling against each other, and carriages could only be parked at the entrance. Shi Buyu, feeling invigorated, tapped the carriage to signal the driver to stop. Just as she was about to disembark, Aunt Gu held her back. Wan Xia placed a hooded hat upon her head and adjusted her attire before allowing her to step down. While still seated in the carriage, she felt detached from the commotion. However, once she entered the throng, the revelry began to intertwine with her own experience. Before her lay a neat row of two-story houses, adorned with an array of lanterns, each unique as if engaged in a silent competition, linking together like a fiery serpent that illuminated the entire West Market. The tea houses and taverns were abuzz with chatter, the melodies of songs mingling with the sounds of applause, leaving her curious about which establishment hosted such a remarkable songstress. Along the spacious thoroughfare, the stalls of vendors claimed their territory. Though modestly run, each stall was crafted with care, with lanterns shaped like fish, flowers, and ingots hanging at the corners. If someone lingered a moment longer, even without making a purchase, the vendor would beam with delight, as if triumphing over the neighboring stalls. As they ventured deeper, Shi Buyu purchased a fish-shaped lantern, savored the delectable cakes Yan Shan had mentioned, bought Aunt Gu a pair of earrings, witnessed a juggling performance, and admired a challenging dance. At this moment, Yan Shan returned with a skewer of candied hawthorn, delighting her further. Yan Zhe, keeping his breathing as light as possible, glanced at Aunt Gu, summoning the courage to speak kindly of his master. My lord has perhaps indulged a bit too much today. I hope Aunt Gu will forgive him. Wan Xia chuckled softly. As long as the young lady is happy, such trifles are not worth troubling yourself over. He had no intention of fretting over such matters. Rather, he feared that Aunt Gu might inadvertently reprimand his master. Inwardly, Yan Zhe thought this but merely responded, Aunt Gu speaks wisely. Wan Xia observed the two growing closer, her eyes narrowing slightly. She was unconcerned. The young lady remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in her own thoughts. As for Yan Shan, whether he had woken to his feelings was uncertain, yet from their time spent together, it was evident that he possessed a keen self-awareness regarding his circumstances, fully grasping that the matter of his marriage was not solely within his purview. At present, it appeared he harbored no particular affections. At most, he had finally found someone with whom he could freely converse, unwittingly assigning her undue significance. A timely reminder would suffice. As the young lady reached for yet another handful of sweet cakes, Wan Xia refrained from dampening her spirits, instead diverting her gaze elsewhere, contemplating a visit to the herbal shop to procure some dried hawthorn for the young lady to brew, lest she suffer from indigestion. They had arrived somewhat late, and midway through their excursion, they had to begin their return. Even so, Shi Buyu felt elated, her earlier frustrations dissipating, replaced by a newfound determination. Who clings to the past? Those with vision look to the future. In the next round, she would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Leaving the West Market, they traversed streets that were markedly quieter, turning into an alley where the noise dwindled further, and Yen's residence came into view. Without the din as a backdrop, she gradually detached from the excitement, her rationality beginning to resurface. Yan Shan reflected on their earlier closeness in the West Market, contemplating whether he ought to apologize. Just then, the carriage came to a halt. Shi Buyu stepped out and inquired, "Where are my lotus seeds? They haven't been misplaced, have they?" Yanzhe hurried forward, cradling the bamboo basket. "Cousin, the lotus seeds are here." Yan Shan pressed the basket back into his hands. "Of the courtyard where my cousin resides lacks a well. It would be better to leave them with Yanzhe for safekeeping. Just give a shout when you wish to eat them." Another instance of cousin, which Yan Shan had let slip, while Shi Buyu had grown accustomed to it during their jaunt in the West Market, now nodding in agreement as she entered. "Once these are finished, those in my courtyard will be ripe for harvest," Wan Xia teased. "If you continue to poke at them daily, by the time they're ready to eat, not a single lotus pod will remain intact." "There are so many lotus pods, I've only poked a few," Shi Buyu retorted as she crossed the threshold, justifying her actions. "If I don't poke them to check, how will I know if they've grown secretly ripe for eating?" Yan Shan chuckled heartily, knowing this was typical of Shi Buyu. It was only when they returned to their respective chambers that Yan Shan recalled his earlier concerns. However, in Shi Buyu's presence, such worries felt utterly trivial. Preoccupied with this matter, the following morning, under the pretense of delivering lotus seeds, he first stopped by the lotus pond to take a look. Indeed, he spotted several punctured lotus pods near the edge, with remnants of small lotus seeds scattered on the ground. He could easily envision Shi Buyu's disappointed expression upon discovering the empty pods. "Didn't you come to bring me lotus seeds? Are you planning to pick them fresh for me?" Yan Shan turned to the figure emerging from the house, clad in a vibrant green round-collared robe, exuding vitality akin to the dew-laden lotus leaves gracing the pond. "I reckon in 3 or 4 days, they should be plump and ready," she remarked. Chapter 048 I shall assist you. Shi Buyu, having taken the lotus seeds without returning to the house, made her way directly to the rain and wind corridor, settling into her customary seat. She consumed the lotus seeds herself, while tossing the shells to the fish. "Are you not going to the academy? The teacher mentioned that there are gatherings of refinement occurring everywhere lately, which would be more beneficial than remaining at the academy. He advised me to broaden my horizons." Yan Shuren found it difficult to sit beside her, so he stood off to the side. Observing her actions, one would hardly guess she was the mistress of the residence. She appeared more like a frequent visitor to the courtyard. In swift strides, Jing Shan brought over a chair and set it down. Yan Shuren adjusted his seat slightly closer to the seemingly more dignified Miss Shuren, inquired, "Why haven't I seen Auntie?" "She has gone out on business." Shi Buyu, with her legs crossed, leisurely peeled the lotus seeds and added, "I made an agreement with 7th brother that the transaction would be under his name. Aside from arranging for someone to gather intelligence, we shall not interfere, allowing him to dictate both the rules and the play. Naturally, the funds will be your responsibility. I ought to express my gratitude to him, then. Thank me instead. I am acting on behalf of my brother." Shi Buyu suddenly adopted a solemn demeanor. "How do you intend to show your gratitude?" Yan Shuren couldn't help but chuckle. "What do you desire as a form of thanks?" "Auntie does not allow me to have fish sashimi." This was not so much a suggestion as it was a clear statement. Yan Shuren, with a fist pressed to his mouth to stifle his laughter, remarked, "Sneaking a taste of fish sashimi might yield more trouble than it's worth. Auntie would ensure you wouldn't have it again for quite some time, and I fear I might not be allowed back in here either." Upon reflection, Shi Buyu wholeheartedly agreed. Given Auntie's temperament, should she dare indulge in raw food so recklessly, it was likely she wouldn't enjoy another meal for the next year. "Never mind, let us take a long-term approach." Shi Buyu conceded readily. "After a while, when I throw a tantrum, Auntie will give me anything I desire." Such tactics only proved effective when both parties cared. Yan Shuren turned his gaze towards the lotus pond. He had visited this place before. The rain and wind corridor was markedly cooler than other areas. In previous seasons, he would often come here to escape the heat, admire the lotus flowers, and steal a moment of tranquility. Despite the identical scenery, the atmosphere felt entirely different now. Perhaps it was because, in the past, no one dared disturb him. While he was here, even the wind remained silent now. However, Jing Shan was busy airing out quilts, Jai Ji was washing the ground, and beside him, there was someone incessantly munching away like a little mouse. Yan Shuren mused silently. The little mouse looked up at him. "I seem to have forgotten to mention that 7th brother said as long as you provide the silver, he will handle the venue. Your subordinates must heed his instructions. If anyone dares to show disrespect to my brother, I will certainly turn that disrespect back towards you." Yan Shuren chuckled. "If anyone were to disrespect your brother, you should take care of them yourself. Why should it come back to me? If the master is a good one, how could he raise unruly subordinates? If the subordinates are ill-mannered, it is naturally the master's failure in teaching." The logic was irrefutable. Shi Buyu gazed at him, determined to extract a promise. Her brother had involved himself in these matters for her sake. If he were to suffer any indignities, it would be akin to trampling upon her brother's heart. Just contemplating that scenario made her feel restless, as though a monster were poised to break free within her. Yan Shuren raised his hand in an oath. "I vow that my subordinates will respect him as they would respect me." That sufficed. All her turbulent emotions subsided, and Shi Buyu lowered her head to continue peeling the lotus seeds, as if her earlier fury had merely been a fleeting moment. Yet, Yan Shuren perceived the truth clearly. He suddenly recalled that it was quite possible her emotions had been uncontrollable in her youth, and she had inadvertently witnessed certain events that solidified her reputation as a calamity. Yan Shuren also took a handful of lotus seeds and began to peel them slowly. As the sun climbed higher, a cool breeze wafted through, and the lotus flowers gradually closed their buds. In a moment of reverie, he remembered that it had been some time since the onset of autumn. "What if I were to achieve success in the imperial examinations? Then I shall assist you in making a resounding debut, etching your name into history." Shi Buyu spoke with a casualness that belied the weight of her words. Which emperor or prince in history has ever contended with the talented men of the realm? You shall compete and emerge victorious. When the day comes that your identity is revealed, those who consider themselves the sole arbiters of talent, those who constantly feel that the great Yu dynasty is on the brink of collapse, those who adhere strictly to the doctrine of meritocracy, the literary talents gathered in the capital, all will become your fervent supporters. The prevailing attitudes cultivated over many dynasties will ultimately serve as your allies. After a brief silence, Yan Shiren turned back to her and said, I possess no military power, which is my greatest weakness. Regardless of how meticulously I prepare or how many stand by my side, the absence of military strength renders me vulnerable to being obliterated at any moment. I have it. Shi Buyu, having gathered another handful of lotus seeds, let them cascade from her fingers. Yan Shiren stared in astonishment. How could you possibly? Did I not mention it before? Shi Buyu smiled and tilted her head. I have 11 brothers. Yan Shiren still found it hard to believe such fortune existed. Will they all aid me? They will support me. Shi Buyu set the lotus seeds aside. Before today, she had not dared to voice such words. However, upon learning that the old man had orchestrated this move, her brothers had become bound to her, and with the old man's cunning, how could he not understand the implications of binding them together? Yet he chose to do so nonetheless. Should disputes arise among her 12 siblings, the old man would surely favor her, yet when it came to matters of her brothers' lives, he would not easily make any decisions. Once he did, it would be the best decision he could make, a definitive conclusion. Jian, you can only win. Yan Shiren regarded her, uncertain whether to trust her words, yet, upon reflection, Shi Buyu often spoke boldly, but never without reason. He felt he should believe her, but he still wished to inquire, the military power you speak of, from whom does it derive? Shi Buyu pondered briefly before providing a truthful response. A part of it, my fifth brother is the governor of Yanqi County, Guangjing. The governor of Yanqi County? Yan Shiren's heart raced with astonishment. In any other context, he would not have been so surprised, but Yanqi County was the closest county to the capital, carrying weight beyond any other. Though it may have paled in comparison to military authority, it was still significant. Indeed, it was because her fifth brother was the governor of Yanqi County that she was able to locate a hideout for the Shi family, to surreptitiously transport individuals from the docks within Yanqi County, and to swiftly comprehend the situation regarding the bandits on the Fengxian River, unraveling the mystery of the disappearances. This was merely one of her brothers. She had 10 more like him, not to mention the 9 remaining after excluding Cheng Junyu. Yan Shiren could not help but be tempted, yet he sought further confirmation. Will your brothers merely lend a hand, or will they exert their utmost efforts? They will strive to keep me alive. The old man placed her at the center of the strategy because only by ensuring her survival could they all thrive. Shi Buyu rose to her feet, casting the remaining lotus seeds into the water and watching the fish chase after them. The old man had once asked her if she wished to learn divination, but she had declined. If one were to calculate life in its entirety, what meaning would there be in living? Now, she loathed the idea even more. Chapter 049, whose fortune Yin Shan experienced an almost surreal sense of unexpected fortune. Upon returning to speak with Robert, their joy knew no bounds. The most vulnerable aspect of their young master had been fortuitously addressed. Robert interjected, we must inform the lady. There's no rush, I can mention it casually at our next meeting, Yin Shan replied. He understood his mother well. If she were to learn about the formidable support behind Miss Shi, she would certainly take action. However, she was unfamiliar with Miss Shi. Given her temperament, a direct request might not compel her to assist, yet if she were to engage in covert maneuvers and confront danger, she would surely stride boldly forward. Should anyone dare to harm those she cherished, she would not hesitate to inflict 1,000-fold damage upon herself to vanquish 800 foes. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Yen Shan felt confident in his judgment. Miss Shi was indeed such a person. Thus, it was perhaps better for his mother to remain unaware of certain matters, or to learn of them later, allowing Miss Shi's significance to grow such that she would hesitate to act recklessly. This would be ideal. Robert, oblivious to his master's inner thoughts, merely pondered how the number of secrets kept from the lady was increasing. If she were ever to discover them, the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. In all these years, the young master had never once held an advantage before her. Following that day, Yin Shan's trust in Shi Buyu deepened, evidenced by the additional items that adorned the shelves in the study. Shi Buyu graciously refrained from exposing him with words, yet her laughter was resounding in its delight. As the autumn examinations approached, the capital was engulfed in a frenzy of revelry. Gatherings flourished, and taverns echoed with boisterous songs, showcasing a scene of opulent prosperity. Meanwhile, outside the capital, a new road tax had been instituted. This so-called road tax mandated payment simply for stepping upon the road. In other regions, conscription was being forcibly enacted. Shi Buyu hung another piece of rice paper, bringing the total in her room to 7. Wanxia entered with a bowl of silver fungus and lotus seed soup, and upon seeing the young lady's expression, she smiled in return. In good spirits today? Jian possesses fortune, Shi Buyu replied. With the young lady's assistance, he is indeed most fortunate. Shi Buyu suppressed a laugh, unable to contain her amusement. Aunt, such words may lead to my head swelling with pride. Did Aunt speak incorrectly? The young lady herself is the greatest fortune. Wanxia, feeling the warmth of the bowl, patiently stirred the contents with her spoon. With a white beard and 11 elder brothers, her assertion seemed quite justifiable. Shi Buyu was easily swayed by her words and nodded in acknowledgement of her own significance. As she sat down and took the spoon to stir her soup, Shi Buyu observed, it seems as though the capital and its peripheries exist as two entirely different worlds, one steeped in indulgence, the other struggling for survival. Based on the trajectory of history, the Dao dynasty does not appear to have a long future ahead. Could another person do any better? I cannot divine the future nor interpret the stars, yet the myriad indicators of the Dao dynasty's decline are evident. Whether Jian can halt this downward spiral, I do not know. She leisurely scooped a spoonful of the silver fungus soup into her mouth, lifting her gaze to the several hanging sheets of paper. It was lamentable, despite being cast adrift for so many years, Jian remained too distant from the common folk. As the white-bearded scholar would say, he was unaware even of how the people lived. What could he understand of anything else? Each of their 12 disciples had grown up amidst the commoners, and before residing in Yan's estate, she had never experienced such a fortunate life. The white-bearded elder traversed the world in grass sandals, which led her to acquire an exceptional skill, crafting lightweight and sturdy straw shoes. Yet Jian had been shielded far too well. He needed to be pushed out of that protective circle. Watching the young lady with her crescent-shaped smile, Wan Xia could easily deduce that the one being schemed against was none other than the young master Yan. She glanced towards the door, where the voice of a servant clad in blue drifted from afar. "Miss, the young master has arrived." Shi Buyu raised her head to inquire of Wan Xia. "I don't believe I've ever permitted him entry into this study?" "Indeed, not since your arrival. Please invite him in." When Yan Xian was ushered to the threshold, he was taken aback, pausing momentarily before crossing the threshold. Upon raising his gaze, he was captivated by the several sheets of rice paper suspended in midair, each inscribed with characters or illustrations, their purpose unknown to him. "Please, have a seat." Following the sound, he turned to see Miss Shi leaning against the screen at the writing desk. Yan Xian walked across to sit opposite her, glancing once more at the papers before inquiring, "What is this?" "Just some casual notes," Shi Buyu replied, looking at him. "Do you have business with me?" Recalling the matter at hand, Yan Xian produced the news he had seen upon returning home after the water tax. He has now instituted a road tax, and with the additional conscription, public discontent is growing significantly. This is advantageous for me. Shi Buyu felt no particular disappointment. Throughout Yan Xian's life, he had been singularly focused on that one matter, his mind filled with schemes and stratagems, veiled beneath a facade of genteel decorum. His heart, as soft as cotton, existed solely to achieve his objectives. The disparity between his lofty position and the common folk was stark, rendering them invisible to him. He could perceive the anger stemming from the road tax as beneficial to him, yet remained oblivious to the fact that the lives of the people were becoming increasingly arduous. Thus, she had pondered whether Jian could indeed reverse the tide. She did not know. Shi Buyu's silence left Yan Xian perplexed. "Miss Shi, have I said something amiss?" "Not at all." Shi Buyu closed the book before her. "This matter requires time to ferment. There is no need for haste." Yan Xian had initially come to inquire if he might seize the opportunity to act, but upon noticing the subtle furrow in her brow, he suppressed that thought and broached another subject. "The young eunuch has arrived in the capital. Is he safe?" "The capital is currently flooded with renowned scholars and students, with countless individuals coming and going each day. It's the easiest time to blend in." Shi Buyu smiled. "It seems the Shi family's crisis has passed. Only Minister Zhang continues to diligently search for individuals." Seeing her smile, Yan Xian felt an inexplicable sense of relief. "Shall we meet him now?" "That would be prudent." Shi Buyu stood. "Let us move to the hall." As Yan Xian walked behind her, he cast a glance at the paper closest to him, where the words road tax caught his eye. It was noteworthy that Miss Shi had chosen to highlight this. He had not anticipated that the road tax bore another layer of meaning, perhaps accounting for her earlier silence. While awaiting the young eunuch's arrival, Yan Xian contemplated the potential implications. The young eunuch, dressed in feminine attire, appeared clean but evidently had not fully recovered from his physical injuries. Supported by a servant in blue, he ambled slowly, his delicate face gaunt and no larger than a palm. Before he could make a move, Shi Buyu spoke. "Sit still and do not fidget. This is not the palace, and there are no strict protocols here. And, please find him a cushion." Wan Xia procured a thick cushion and placed it in the chair. The young eunuch grasped the armrests tightly as he slowly lowered himself down, yet even in that brief moment, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. He leaned forward to bow. "The two of you have saved my life. Yi Shang will never forget this kindness." "Your name is Yi Shang?" "Yes, Yi Shang." Shi Buyu nodded gently. "Have you received an education?" "I began my studies at 5 and have read for 8 years. I am now 14. Chapter 050. You're not a good person. Yi Shang raised his head to look at the two individuals, stating, "I have been imprisoned in the palace for 7 months. Shi Buyu had already surmised some details and was not particularly surprised. He merely gestured for him to continue. The young eunuch had evidently prepared for this moment, speaking with measured clarity. "My sister was betrothed to another, a match deemed suitable, as our families have been on amicable terms for generations." The prospective brother-in-law possessed many commendable qualities, yet his appearance left much to be desired. My sister, unwilling to marry, found her objections of little consequence. On the lantern festival, my mother insisted I accompany my sister, who was in low spirits, to view the lanterns and speak favorably of her fiancé. Initially, all was well, and my sister's mood improved. However, at the event, she encountered several young ladies from other households, who deliberately mocked her fiancé's looks, provoking her to tears. She fled in distress. I pursued her and witnessed her being rendered unconscious and taken away in a carriage. Fearing for her safety, I shouted to halt them. The location was not particularly secluded, and I thought that my cries would surely attract attention. Even now, Yi Shang's body trembled slightly as he recalled the events. Subsequently, they subdued me and rendered me unconscious as well. I briefly regained consciousness during the journey, but they quickly drugged me again. When I awoke, I found myself in a place I had only encountered in books, ornate balustrades and resplendent golden walls. Yet, I dared not entertain thoughts of it. I assumed it was merely an opulent den of vice, and I had been dressed and adorned, draped in sheer fabric, resembling. He Yixing paused, swallowing back the harsh words that threatened to escape his lips. I was taken to another chamber, even more magnificent than the one I had just occupied, unparalleled in its splendor. A man and a woman were surrounded by attendants, all clad in sheer garments, devoid of any other attire. I was placed upon a massive bed, so vast that I scarcely occupied a corner. I yearned to flee, to ascertain whether my sister was among them. Given her temperament, she could not endure such an ordeal. The subsequent events were all too predictable, and Yan Shuren cast a glance at the young woman, noting her intense attentiveness. He Yixing continued to unveil his wounds, yet I could only entertain such thoughts briefly. Soon, my body betrayed me, becoming overwhelmed with sensations. Despite the agony that made me wish for death, and the tears streaming down my face, I found myself laughing until I ultimately lost consciousness. When I awoke, it felt as though I had been struck by a heavy object. Every part of me ached, particularly in areas I could not bear to name. I believed I would perish, even wished for death, yet I could not succumb. Their drugs were far too potent. Despite the severity of my injuries, I healed within 10 days, only to face further torment. Yan Shuren inquired, "What of your sister?" "She died." He Yixing lowered his gaze. "She did not survive the first ordeal. From your account, it appears you were not purified upon your arrival at the palace?" "I am the longest surviving child captured under that age." He Yixing chuckled softly. "They did not endure long enough to reach the age when voices deepen, while fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to survive. Once they detected this, they castrated me. Little did I know this would become my turning point. After the procedure, their vigilance towards me waned significantly. The true eunuchs, whether out of camaraderie or some other sentiment, treated me with newfound kindness. I no longer passively endured. Instead, I actively cooperated, finding it easy to please them and extract benefits in return. Offering a few kind words for someone was but a trivial task, and as I garnered favor, I also acquired more information." He Yixing gazed once more at the two. "From an elderly eunuch, I learned our ultimate fate was a mass grave, and from a managing eunuch, I discovered when individuals would be dispatched. I secretly practiced the art of feigning death for many long hours, mastering everything from holding my breath to keeping my eyelids still, and observing the reactions of limbs after someone has died. I then charmed a young palace maid who had once assisted me, expressing a craving for shrimp, persuading her to sneak me a small handful. I genuinely relished such shrimp, but I could not consume them. I had once eaten them as a child, resulting in a face covered in red spots resembling smallpox, which nearly drew the attention of the authorities. Before being taken away to be toyed with, I consumed the shrimp. During the journey, I began to react, and they promptly cast me into an empty room. I feigned death for 2 days, too afraid to move, successfully deceiving them, and that night, I was sent to the mass grave. Had I delayed even a day longer, the red spots on my face would have faded, and I would have had to return to life. Everyone feared smallpox. No one dared approach me closely, not even those with scarred faces, thus my visage remained intact. Such was the process. It all seemed impeccable, and Shi Buyu nodded but suddenly asked, "On the day you awoke in the mass grave, had we not intervened, where would you have gone?" He Yixing looked out the window, where the sunlight shone brightly. "Home." "Even if the consequences were dire?" "No." He Yixing turned back with a smile. The current He Yixing would not permit such unfortunate events to unfold. "This does sound rather like you," Shi Buyu chuckled, "a person who has plummeted from great heights to the depths of despair, descending from humanity into hell. Such dramatic highs and lows would surely alter one's character. A simple soul could never emerge from such a place." Indeed, he was not. He Yixing smiled once more, though the smile bore a somewhat sinister quality, as if he had been seen through and no longer felt the need to feign innocence. A person who had returned from hell could not be expected to remain untainted. He yearned to overturn the heavens, to render the earth barren beneath his feet, to incite tears and hatred, to instill fear in those who beheld him. "He Yixing, shall we strike a bargain? Knowing I am not a good person, you still wish to make a deal with me?" Shi Buyu raised an eyebrow. "Why not? You likely never helped anyone when you were a good person, and as a villain, you probably haven't had the chance to harm anyone yet. What, then, is the distinction between good and evil? If your wickedness can bring down the wicked, is that not a rather admirable kind of malevolence? I find such wickedness appealing. Can it truly be understood this way? How soothing to the ears." He Yixing chuckled, his fangs seemingly retracting slightly. "Moreover, those before you are not virtuous either." Shi Buyu pointed to Yan Shuren beside her. "Before others, he is as gentle as Jade, yet behind the scenes, he is steeped in schemes and plots." She then gestured to herself. "Before others, I appear human, but behind the curtain, I set fires and engage in brawls, having committed my share of machinations. What is so wrong with that? With you included, we form a trio of rogues." He Yixing regarded her, seeking any semblance of insincerity or hypocrisy in her gaze to remind himself not to be deceived. But deceived by what? She claimed she was no good person, and neither were they were all alike. Suddenly, he felt that there was no need for him to act maliciously, to scheme, or to pay any price. It seemed that in this world there existed a place where he could belong. He was not alone. He need not return to taint everyone around him. Chapter 051. He Yixing speaks. He Yixing suddenly smiled. "Are you certain that among them, I am truly a dead man? Unlike them, I perished due to smallpox." "You are as good as dead. Your remains long gone from that bamboo mat," Yan Shuren replied, casting a detached glance at him. "If I were unable to fathom such trivial matters, I would have met my demise countless times over." He Yixing merely sought reassurance, feeling an unsettling anxiety creeping within him, perpetually fearing that upon closing his eyes and opening them again, he would find himself back in that inferno. Since he had already departed from life, his purpose was clear: you wish to glean information about the palace from me. Rather, we seek your insights regarding the palace. Shi Buyu abruptly redirected the conversation. You mentioned a man and a woman surrounded by a throng. There must be another woman involved. Who is she? He Yixing readily responded, the favored concubine. Shi Buyu was entirely unperturbed. With the central palace lacking a master, the favored concubine wielded control over the harem. In matters of the palace, only she could conceal secrets from others, while everyone else remained oblivious to her machinations. Is it within the concubine's palace? Not at all, it is in a different palace, a place from which no one emerges alive. I am the exception. He Yixing chuckled at this peculiar distinction. After my castration, they treated me as one of their own. The eunuchs did not hinder my exit, though they forbade me from straying too far. It was only upon venturing out that I discovered that hell lay just behind the emperor's sleeping quarters. One can only imagine the commotion within. Why is it that no one in the palace is aware? Why? Because there are 2 doors leading from the main hall, each tightly sealed with cloth at every conceivable gap. Whenever we endured torment, music would play between the 2nd and 3rd doors, drowning out our cries. Even if we screamed ourselves hoarse, it was all for naught. He Yixing's voice grew increasingly fervent as he spoke, his body half rising with the intensity of his words. The palace attendants merely believe it to be a place of royal indulgence. Only the most favored concubine is permitted entry, while others risk their lives for a mere glance. I guess it that no one knows, those who do know are already dead. Shi Buyu remained unfazed by his emotional outburst, her thoughts undisturbed. The concubine's position as the sole informant cannot solely be attributed to her favoritism. The emperor is no fool. Should this information leak, it would surely destabilize the populace. Those staunch old ministers would likely make a scene in court, yet he dares to trust the concubine. As she pondered, Yan Shuren offered his perspective. Is it possible that it is not the emperor who trusts the concubine, but rather that these events are orchestrated by her? That is certainly a possibility, Shi Buyu acknowledged, turning her gaze towards him. Let us not forget that the concubine is backed by the diligent capture efforts of the minister Zhang, the family of the Zhangs. Could it be that those capturing people are from Zhang's circle? It could be anyone, but it cannot be the emperor. Shi Buyu's eyes gleamed. The current ruler of our Dao dynasty is undoubtedly shrewd and cunning, not easily dealt with. From Yan Shuren's understanding of Shi Buyu, her statement felt more like a challenge than a genuine concern. As he listened to their back-and-forth discussion, He Yixing endured yet another pang of pain as he sat down, gradually calming himself amidst the discomfort. Previously, he believed he had suppressed the hatred within him, yet at the mere mention of that unbearable suffering, he found himself unable to contain it. His path was still fraught with inadequacies, he thought. He must continue to temper himself, striving for true tranquility, rather than the facade of composure he had previously feigned when recounting that ordeal. Yixing. He Yixing lifted his gaze to meet hers. Shi Buyu inquired, may I address you in this manner? Is this the name you used in the palace? In the palace, true names are seldom asked. We are simply referred to by the color of the sheer silk we wore on our first day. I wore a deep purple that day. Then I shall call you Yixing from now on. Shi Buyu gestured to herself and Yan Shuren. I am Shi Buyu, and he is Yan Shuren. You may reside here at ease. We will seek you when your insights are needed. Should you wish to venture out, simply inform the steward. No one will impede your way, and you shall want for nothing, for my cousin is quite wealthy. The latter statement slipped out rather casually, and Shi Buyu felt grateful that her cousin genuinely possessed wealth. Otherwise, she could hardly justify her lavish spending. Yan Shuren, accustomed to her remarks, saw nothing amiss and seamlessly continued, I will ensure the steward provides for you. Additionally, I will arrange for 2 individuals to assist you, one for your protection and the other to attend to your daily needs. Should you have any requests, simply convey them to them. To monitor me as well? They are my people. Should you exhibit any unusual behavior, they will undoubtedly report it back to me. If it's merely your everyday life, Yan Shuren chuckled lightly. To be frank, I have little interest in it. It would only waste my time. Having recently escaped captivity, He Yixing was now suspicious of everything. Yan Shuren's clear and straightforward words, however, provided him with a sense of reassurance. The 7 months he had endured had taken a toll that could never be restored, akin to the roots that had been severed from him. Observing He Yixing's attire, Shi Buyu noted that he was remarkably delicate in appearance. Donned in women's clothing, he appeared not only harmonious but also quite attractive. Here, you need not continue dressing as a woman. Should you wish to read, the library is at your disposal. This attire is quite suitable, He Yixing replied, gently smoothing his hair and touching his earlobe. I just need 2 more ear piercings. Perhaps someone could assist me with that. Yixing, there is no need for such measures. Shi Buyu approached him, removing the small floral ornament from his hair. There are countless ways to live. You need not choose the most arduous and bitter path. He Yixing raised his hand, as if to grasp hers, but hesitated, opting instead to tilt his head away. Only by living the most arduous and bitter life do I feel that I can continue to exist. Perhaps only when I have avenged my grievances will I be able to embrace a different way of life. Shi Buyu did not press the matter further, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat as she moved to the door, squinting at the brilliant sunshine. She turned back with a smile, the lotus seeds are ripe, let us go and gather the pods. Yan Shiren rose to follow, laughing as he said, I must go and count how many remain unprodded by your finger. Surely, there are far more untouched than those you have prodded. Xing Shan, Jiaiji, assist Yixing over here so we can all share in the joy of the harvest. If this can be deemed a harvest, then what of the esteemed Zhu family's yield? What constitutes a harvest? If I plant 10 seedlings and 9 yield bountiful rice, that is a great harvest. My 3 acres of lotus pond cannot be compared to yours, which spans several mu. How can that be a fair comparison? Yan Shiren, curious, asked, you have actually planted seedlings? Of course. I have sown seeds, transplanted seedlings, and harvested rice. 1 year, we subsisted entirely on what we had grown ourselves. As Shi Buyu reminisced about those joyful days, her smile became unrestrained. When we were weeding, I could not tell the difference between the weeds and the rice seedlings. I accidentally uprooted quite a few healthy seedlings. An old man chased after me in a fluster. How could he possibly catch me? Wan Xia recalled that those rice seedlings were eventually replanted by young Master Yan, resulting in a muddy return home for both the elder and the younger. Chapter 052. No rush. Yixing listened to the conversation between the two, gradually making his way to the edge of the lotus pond. He leaned against the stone-carved bridge and observed them. He should question them, Yixing thought, doubt their capabilities. They were far too young, even rejoicing at the sight of a large lotus pod, compared to the exalted one in the palace. They seemed to be playing a child's game. Yet, he pondered, why should he question? Perhaps there were others in the world who wished to rebel, but for now, he could only grasp hold of these two before him. Moreover, they did not appear to be acting recklessly. He had spoken at length, and they had only inquired about the useful matters, omitting any further questions regarding the palace, leaving him with a modicum of dignity in what could only be described as an undignified situation. Much sweeter than those from other families. Agu, bring these two to Yixing, he heard his smiling aunt say as she handed over the lotus pods. He opened his palms to receive them, careful not to touch her. Yet, she seemed utterly unconcerned, folding his hands to grasp them, which reminded him of the moments in the house when she had tousled his hair and patted his shoulder. They did not mind his dirtiness, but he himself was quite contemptuous of it, feeling thoroughly filthy. He looked down at the lotus pod in his palm, a large bloom, with each seed plump enough to make the round hole even rounder. The part touching his palm was warm, as if still imbued with the sun's heat. What are you dawdling for? It's for you to eat, not to admire, Shi Buyu remarked, tossing him an empty shell, which, while not thrown far, made a loud sound. Yixing obediently peeled one and put it in his mouth, expecting it to be sweet. Unfortunately, he had been fed too many unsavory things and had even taken strong medicine. His taste buds had been dulled, rendering him unable to savor its sweetness. Even when he peeled the lotus heart to eat, he could not detect its bitterness. Is it sweet? Yixing looked up and replied, sweet. I'll have someone bring you a few every day. We must cherish the harvest from this little lotus pond, Yan Shan chuckled. You can temporarily move to another courtyard. I will have them open up the adjacent courtyard and create a larger lotus pond. Next year, there will be plenty to eat. I won't move, it won't be precious to me if there is too much. Shi Buyu turned, cradling 4 or 5 lotus pods in her arms, and approached Yixing, placing one in his hand with a single hand. I'll give you one more, but no more than that. It's sunny, go rest, you two, see him off. Yes. Yixing found himself struggling to remain standing and said before leaving, feel free to come and ask if you have any questions. No rush, we need to investigate the matter concerning the favored consort first. You should focus on your health, cousin, find him a good doctor for his recuperation. Yan Shan agreed, seeing to both the lotus pods and the search for a physician. If it were someone else, he might think this was a way to win favor. Yet, oddly enough, Shi Buyu's actions did not evoke that feeling. She simply did what she wished without overthinking it. The room was stifling, so Shi Buyu made her way to the wind and rain corridor, peeling lotus seeds as she watched Yixing move outside. It was the season of bougainvillea in full bloom, transforming an entire wall into a sea of red flowers. The small, slender boy stumbled along, taking slow steps. As he passed the flower sea, he paused to look up before continuing his slow trek outward. Shi Buyu peeled lotus seeds but did not eat any more. Yan Shan took one and joined her in peeling. After a while, she remarked, someone in the palace is helping him. Yan Shan nodded. Being more familiar with the palace, he understood better. He left far too smoothly. It's difficult to enter and even harder to exit the palace. That's one point. Moreover, do you remember his state when he first woke up? Yan Shan thought for a moment and realized he said he was feigning death. If he truly was pretending, he shouldn't have opened his eyes while we were still there. Either he overheard our earlier conversation and wanted to use us to escape, or he wasn't pretending at all but employed another method to feign death. Shi Buyu nodded. I noted that he seemed to be in a freshly awakened state. Surviving in such a place, I believe he is undoubtedly very clever. Yet at just 14, having been trapped for merely 7 months, not 7 years, the time for planning is too short to orchestrate such a significant event. Thus, someone in the palace must be assisting him. The two exchanged glances, clearly having arrived at the same conclusion. No rush, we will eventually uncover the truth. Yan Shan suddenly smiled. Shi Buyu popped a lotus seed into her mouth and inquired with her eyes what he found amusing. When things lack clarity, you always say there is no need to rush. Solving a mystery cannot be hurried. Haste leads to mistakes, and I possess great patience. Shi Buyu smiled, and Yan Shan noticed that she always smiled when speaking of the old man with the white beard. The old man said that events are governed by people. People change constantly, and thus events cannot remain static. At this moment, it is as such, I cannot find any clues, but in the next moment, it may transform, possibly revealing what I seek. Therefore, one must learn to wait, one cannot be hasty. Yanxian placed the peeled lotus seeds into Shi Buyu's bowl, feeling a twinge of envy. I do not have a white-bearded figure like that.
Of course you don't. He is mine.
Shi Buyu stood up, stretching her back and returning to serious matters. Such brazen abductions have been ongoing for some time, their audacity must have grown, and they will no longer be as cautious as at the beginning.
You should send more people to investigate. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Yanxian. Do we have enough manpower? If I were to say not enough, would you lend me some?
Shi Buyu firmly asserted, I have no one. Yanxian raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical.
I truly have no one. Even if I did, they wouldn't be mine.
Yanxian mimicked her, standing up to stretch, though his movements were less practiced, his arms falling midway. When I was younger, my maternal grandfather continually bought and trained people, a practice that is yet to cease. Shi Buyu placed her hands on her hips. Hearing you say that, if I didn't know better, I would think your maternal grandfather was plotting a rebellion.
He is very cautious.
I do not even know where the training occurs. Once they are deemed ready, he sends them to my side.
Shi Buyu mischievously inquired, aren't you afraid he harbors ambitions to use the emperor to command the world?
I have considered it, but I cannot say I am afraid. Yanxian smiled, gazing at her. Whether or not one can command the world, one must first see if they can truly control the emperor. Wouldn't you agree?
I am not one to be easily manipulated.
If the old man were here, he would pat your shoulder and say, you still possess some ambition. Shi Buyu gathered the lotus seeds and pods, preparing to return indoors. As she passed by the man, she paused again, stuffing the remaining 2 lotus pods into his embrace. Chapter 053 of The Ruthless Mother. At the stroke of dawn, Shi Buyu entered the study, cradling a bowl filled with lotus seeds. She glanced over each sheet of rice paper before finally settling down behind the writing desk. Pouring a little water into the inkstone, she took the ink stick and began grinding it slowly. She relished the process of grinding ink. As the ink emerged in swirling circles, her thoughts became increasingly clear, and by the time she lifted her brush, she no longer needed to ponder what to write. Aunt, please deliver this letter to 7th brother and ask him to pass it on to 5th brother, she instructed.
Wanxia took the letter and gently blew on the ink. Shouldn't we inform the young master about this?
There are too many eyes watching him. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to draw him into this matter too soon, Shi Buyu replied, popping a peeled lotus seed into her mouth and murmuring, one's trump card should never be revealed too easily. When the time comes to unveil it, let it astonish them. Wanxia smiled indulgently, glancing at the sky. It was just the right moment to brew some soup before heading out. In the blink of an eye, the middle of July had arrived, marking the Zhongyuan festival. At the break of dawn, Yanxian, clad in black, took the spirit tablet from the hidden compartment and placed it upon the altar. He lit incense and candles, kneeling on the ground to bow 3 times, before standing quietly, just as he had done in years past. Yanzhe, moving quietly, set fresh water to one side and knelt not far behind the young master. Ever since he was 5, the mistress had required him to kneel before his father's spirit for half an hour, increasing the duration by half an hour each year until the day he achieved great success. This year, the young master was to kneel for a full 8 hours, permitted only to drink plain water during that time. Watching the young master kneel silently, Yanzhe felt a pang of sympathy. The mistress was indeed ruthless. Zeishu, your knees cannot withstand this any longer, you should go outside, he said. Yanzhe's eyes misted. I can still accompany the young master for a few more years. Those matters outside cannot do without you. Today, I shall leave the affairs unattended. You must take everything to Miss Shi. After a brief pause, Yanxian added, if she inquires, simply say I am occupied with other matters. Yanzhe had no choice but to rise and exit. As he turned to close the door, he caught sight of the young master, nearly blending into the dim light, and was suddenly reminded of the young master's vibrant spirit when he was with Miss Shi, filled with the vigor appropriate for his age, his smile bright, and his entire demeanor uplifted, in stark contrast to his current solitude. The mistress was indeed the most severe mother he had ever encountered. With a newfound boldness in his heart, Yanzhe set off towards Hongmei courtyard around the time of the Chen hour, carrying the news he had received that day. The words were inscribed by Miss Shi herself after the bougainvilleas had bloomed, her calligraphy as ethereal as her essence. Manager Yan, Wanxia greeted him with a smile as she emerged from the kitchen carrying a bucket. Yanzhe hurried forward to take the bucket from her. Where are Qingshan and Jiji? Why are you doing these tasks? Qingshan and Jiji emerged from the house, remaining silent, for Yanzhe was their direct supervisor. It's not their fault, Wanxia waved them away to continue their work. I am merely fetching water to clean the bedding. These chores in the young lady's quarters have always been my responsibility. The young lady is in the study. Manager Yan, please follow me. Shi Buyu, hearing the commotion, stepped out and smiled upon seeing the wooden box in Yanzhe's hands. What has your young master been up to today? Is he trying to shirk his duties again, passing all the work on to me? Yanzhe handed over the box, guilt gnawing at him for betraying the mistress. Gritting his teeth, he said, today is the Zhongyuan festival, and the young master must kneel before his father until the hour of high. It was commonplace to honor ancestors during the Zhongyuan festival, and kneeling was typical, but to kneel until the hour of high? Shi Buyu counted on her fingers, astonished. That means 7 more hours? Yes, he has already knelt for 1 hour, so I must trouble you with these matters, Yanzhe replied, bowing before he prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Shi Buyu, finding the box cumbersome, placed it on the threshold, crossed her arms, and asked, who established such a rule for him? Is there a grudge? It is the mistress, Yan Zhe replied. Shi Buyu's eyes widened. The bond between mother and son was a delicate matter she could not comment on, yet she inquired, does he not resist? Surely, there isn't someone watching over him for that long, is he truly just kneeling obediently? Yes, he continues until the required time is fulfilled. Shi Buyu's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He was exceedingly obedient, 1,000 times more so than her. She would run away at a mere slap on the palm, at most enduring just one. He has resisted the mistress in other matters, resulting in many deaths. Since then, the young master has refrained from opposing her, fearing the consequences for those around him. Yan Zhe's voice grew hoarse. He too had faced punishment, receiving 50 lashes before the young master, and had been bedridden for half a month. Shi Buyu harbored a certain admiration for Yan Shan's mother. Every decision she made in such dire circumstances was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Had she faltered even slightly, Yan Shan would not have survived. Moreover, she had nurtured him to the point where he could compete with the most talented scholars in the land, a testament to the immense effort she had invested. From the snippets of Yan Shan's words, it was evident that his years had been fraught with challenges, and hearing Yan Zhe's brief account made those hardships palpable. Shi Buyu could already envision how he had endured these past years. Yan Zhe was seeking her assistance. Waving him off, Shi Buyu descended the stairs, picked up a handful of pebbles, and sat upon the stone bridge, tossing each one into the water. She had always been unrestrained. During her time in the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence, she had often engaged in actions that others found intolerable. She had earned the title of Disaster Star for good reason. However, as time passed and she matured, she began to understand the intricacies of the world, yet her nature remained unchanged. The old man had never sought to alter her, and slapping her palm was the greatest punishment she could receive, often failing to land at all. Yan Shan and she lived entirely different lives. Imagining the young Yan Shan seated at the writing desk, struggling to learn this and that, his palms bruised from failure, made her heart ache. Feeling the bridge grow warm beneath her, she quickly jumped down and called out, "Aunt!" Wan Xia propped open the window. "Aunt is here." Shi Buyu ran over and spoke through the window. "I nearly forgot today was the Zhongyuan festival. No wonder you made me porridge this morning." "The young lady has no one to honor, but she should still harbor reverence for her ancestors," Wan Xia replied, wiping the window frame. "You carry the Shi surname, the blood of the Shi family flowing within you. You have a lineage that deserves respect. I will remember next year." Wan Xia chuckled. "To read a book once is enough for you to remember. Such trivial matters cannot possibly trouble you." Shi Buyu leaned against the wall, gazing skyward. "If having reverence is tantamount to honoring our ancestors, why must we go through such tribulations for him?" The mistress's intention may not have been to torment him, but rather to ensure he remembers the vengeance for his father's murder more profoundly, Wan Xia replied with a smile. "It is indeed ruthless." Shi Buyu nodded vigorously. "Ruthless." Chapter 054. The most beautiful scenery. Yan Zhe paced back and forth in front of the young master's courtyard, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the direction of Hongmei residence. However, he waited from dawn until dusk without any sign of activity. Luo Qing emerged from the house, hands clasped behind his back, observing him with amusement as he fidgeted like an ant on a hot pan. "Are you not afraid that the madam will stir up trouble once more?" "In the past, I feared it due to the young master's frailty and lack of means to resist, but now," Yan Zhe approached him and whispered audaciously, "now, the mother is weaker while the son has grown stronger. The young master has been extricating himself from the madam's control for 2 years. Just look at the present situation. What can the madam do?" In brief, he had gained his wings, possessing both the will and the power to resist. Luo Chang watched as a figure approached from a distance. Not only did he not intend to intervene, but he also welcomed the development. The eagle had matured. How could it continue to obey its mother's every command? Although they had all been sent to the young master by the madam through various means, their true master now was the young master. Should significant matters come to fruition in the future, it would likely be through the young master's efforts. Yan Zhe followed his gaze, his eyes lighting up as he stepped forward with a booming voice filled with delight. "Aunt Wan, what brings you here?" Wan Xia nearly burst into laughter, suppressing her mirth as she replied, "The young lady has discovered a rather important clue and sent me to summon young Master Yan for a discussion." Yan Zhe blinked. "Could it not wait until tomorrow?" "It cannot. The young lady insists it is of utmost importance, and we may need to leave the city shortly after." This, Yan Zhe turned back to glance at Luo Chang, looking quite troubled as he said, "Please wait a moment, Aunt Wan. I shall report to the young master immediately." "Luo Chang, please invite Aunt Wan inside." Yan Zhe hurriedly lifted his robes and dashed off. Luo Chang ushered Wan Xia inside, whispering his thanks. Wan Xia smiled. "Young Master Yan is a fine master, it is only natural that you would wish to protect him so." Luo Chang nodded in agreement. Although the young master was quite strict with his subordinates, he was fair in his rewards and punishments, truly a commendable master. Meanwhile, Yan Zhe gently pushed open the door, kneeling beside the young master to report, "Cousin has sent Aunt Wan with a message, stating that she has discovered a crucial clue and requests your presence for a discussion." Yan Shiren remained silent. Fearing the young master might not respond, Yan Zhe added, "It was Aunt Wan who came personally." Yan Shiren looked at the spirit tablet, seemingly smiling. "How long has it been?" 2 hours. 2 hours, it did not seem long, Yan Shiren mused, yet it felt considerably shorter than the previous half hour. As he lifted one leg, a tingling sensation washed over him, causing his body to sway slightly. Yan Zhe hurriedly steadied him, almost unable to contain his joy, for this was the first time his master had risen before completing the designated time of kneeling. His cousin truly was remarkable, exceedingly so. After a prolonged moment of waiting for the tingling to subside, Yan Shiren finally stood up, paused for a moment, and then made his way outside. In the cool shade, Wan Xia observed the young master, clad in black, walking slowly, and despite her usual indifference towards outsiders, she felt a hint of emotion. Those who achieve great things seldom do so without paying a price. Yan Shuren returned to his room, changed into a white robe, and tied back his loose hair. When he approached, he appeared no different than usual. Why does Aunt not come in and sit? The scenery outside is delightful. Wan Xia extended her hand in invitation. Today, Yan Shuren spoke unusually little. Upon reaching Hongmei residence, he beheld a wall of red flowers. Gazing at the three characters, a smile finally graced his face. It seems they have never bloomed as splendidly as this in previous years. I heard from Qing Shan that this courtyard was once uninhabited. When people inhabit a space, it breathes life into it, and the flowers thrive as a result. Aunt speaks wisely. As they passed through the bougainvillea that concealed the corner of the courtyard, Yan Shuren raised his gaze and spotted a figure beckoning to him from the rain corridor. Come, let us engage in a game. Yan Shuren approached, where a chessboard had already been set up alongside an empty chair. You wear white robes, so the white pieces are yours, Shi Buyu declared, making a move before Yan Shuren could respond. Yan Shuren took his seat, following suit with the white pieces. The two engaged in a silent battle on the board, each maneuvering with skill, until the hour for lunch naturally arrived, and they found themselves seated at the same table. Shi Buyu relished lively company, preferring to share dishes rather than separate meals, a habit Yan Shuren had long grown accustomed to. The table was modestly set, featuring only vegetarian dishes and a bowl of porridge. For those with a hearty appetite, this meal was indeed rather meager, yet the flavors were exquisite. Even a plain bowl of white porridge tasted delightful. They finished their meal without leaving a trace. Shi Buyu remarked, the old man with the white beard has poor teeth and a hearty appetite, and has exerted much effort to get him to eat a bowl of porridge he dislikes. It is quite delicious. Next time you wish to eat it, let Aunt prepare it for you. Shi Buyu rose, let us venture out of the city. Yan Shuren turned to her, had she truly found a clue? But Shi Buyu offered no explanation and took the lead outside. The two rode out, with Wan Xia and Yan Zhe trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the city gate, Shi Buyu cracked the whip, let us race. Yan Shuren lacked enthusiasm but did not wish to dampen her spirits, responding with a whip of his own. Both rode fine steeds, engaging in a playful chase, sometimes overtaking each other, sometimes riding side by side, chasing the sun. Everything ahead rapidly receded, leaving only the sound of the wind in their ears. As he overtook the rider beside him once more, it felt as if he alone existed in the vast world. He wished to run on like this forever, never stopping, ignoring grand ambitions, the lives of others, the ties that bound him to many, and the enmity of his father's death. A person he had never met yet was the entirety of his life. How absurd! Why, if the meaning of his existence were merely this, confined solely to this, Yan Shuren, I'm going to collapse. A sharp pain jolted through him, accompanied by a voice that crashed into his ears. Shi Buyu threw another stone at him, aiming for him, not the horse. Hurry and stop. Yan Shuren reined in his horse, turning to confront the glare of the person behind him. How is it that although we both took our horses from the same stable, yours runs faster than mine? Yan Shuren laughed heartily, it has nothing to do with the horses. It is a matter of riding skill, cousin. Your riding skills are vastly inferior to mine. Impossible. Shi Buyu secretly urged her horse ahead, sharply squeezing her mount's belly as she shouted, let us race again. Yan Shuren truly had no intention of letting her win today. He cracked his whip and surged ahead, leaving her behind once more. Are you convinced? I am not. Shi Buyu stubbornly refused to concede, it is the horse's fault, not mine. Ha 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 ha. The gloom surrounding Yan Shuren dissipated in the wake of his laughter. He thought, while he could not change the past, he could shape the future, his own destiny. Yan Shuren, come quickly and take a look. The rider ahead raised her whip, waving it in excitement. Yan Shuren spurred his horse forward, following her as they rounded a bend, a vast expanse of golden fields bursting into view, a hue more radiant than the sun itself. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the golden stalks to sway, undulating in waves. Of farmers donned straw hats, moving along the ridges, occasionally lifting a stalk of rice to inspect. This was the most beautiful scenery he had ever beheld in his life. Chapter 055 of the most valuable transaction. Every time I witness such a scene, I feel an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, remarked Shi Buyu, patting her heart. It is truly abundant here. Yan Shan glanced at the person beside him, who was smiling with a face full of delight. She was genuinely elated by the bountiful harvest before them. Initially, he only perceived the beauty of the moment, but at that instant, he suddenly understood her joy and found himself sharing the same sentiment. Harvest is a word that brings happiness just by being heard. Come, let us take a look, Shi Buyu said as she dismounted her horse, urging him without looking back, hurry up. Yan Shan watched her dash down the path. The slope was steep, and she was running too quickly. He feared she would tumble down the trail and hurriedly sprinted after her, catching her just before she fell. Be careful, he cautioned. This ground is soft. It won't hurt if I fall, Shi Buyu replied nonchalantly, spotting a narrow bridge ahead. She did not release his hand but instead grasped his wrist, saying, this bridge might sway a bit, so don't fall off. Yan Shan glanced at his wrist, which she held, and softly acknowledged her concern. The narrow bridge was constructed from 4 tree trunks, each as thick as an arm, and was indeed rather precarious. Beneath the bridge, a clear stream flowed, reflecting the intertwined silhouettes of the two as they supported one another. Captivated by the sight, Yan Shan took a misstep, causing Shi Buyu to tighten her grip, prompting him to stabilize himself by leveraging her hold. If you pull me into the water, Egu will definitely scold you, she said, glancing back at Egu, who remained on the bank. When I grew up, she forbade me from going into the water.
Did you often play in the water before? I adored both summer and winter as a child.
In summer, I could have water fights, and in winter, snowball fights, but as I grew older, Ego didn't allow me to swim or have snowball fights anymore, and I lost interest. Summer is unbearably hot, winter is freezing, autumn is the most comfortable. Yan Shan chuckled at her simplicity. Her preferences were straightforward and easy to comprehend. All that mattered to her was her happiness. Her carefree spirit was indeed confined within boundaries, yet those boundaries were exceptionally vast, allowing her to feel unrestrained and joyful. The more he learned, the more intrigued Yan Shan became by the figure of the white-bearded elder, pondering what kind of wise teacher could cultivate someone as profound as Kuang Jing and someone as spirited as Shi Buyu. Beyond the narrow bridge lay a patch of farmland. Shi Buyu released his wrist and, with a playful manner, gestured. This is merely 4 mu of land. Is this so? He inquired. I know much more than this, she replied, approaching a farmer coming from the opposite direction. Uncle, is this your field? The harvest looks splendid this year. The farmer, appearing to be nearly 50 with a slightly hunched back, initially regarded them with caution. However, upon hearing her words, his face broke into a broad smile.
Indeed, it is mine.
The heavens have shown mercy. This year, it rained when it was supposed to and provided ample sunlight when needed. If we could just have a few more sunny days, we can safely bring the grain home and enjoy several hearty meals this year. Just look at this sky, clear and cloudless. It will surely remain sunny for several more days, Shi Buyu stated as she seated herself on the ridge, lifting a grain stalk to inspect it, squeezing each grain with practiced ease, which made the farmer chuckle.
The young lady knows a thing or two about farming?
Don't be misled by the fine clothes my brother and I wear. These are only for visiting relatives in the capital. When we return, we will don coarse brown shirts to work. Shi Buyu began to weave a tale. Our family has quite a bit of land.
When we are busy, we all help out in the fields.
To prove her experience in farming, she recounted her journey from planting to harvesting with animated gestures, captivating the elderly man, who laughed heartily, reminiscing about his own youthful days in the fields. Yan Shan listened intently, recognizing these were indeed experiences from Shi Buyu's past. She was a contradiction. While one could argue she was not precious, having someone as capable as Wan Xiao by her side, who managed affairs flawlessly, was rare even among the well-off families.
Yet, if one claimed she was privileged, she had also toiled in the fields, an endeavor that even families of slightly better means would not permit their daughters to undertake.
However, my brother studies outside, so he hasn't participated in these activities much. Thus, seeing this splendid rice field, I brought him to experience the joy of harvest, she explained, referring to Yan Shan as her brother, who smiled at the farmer.
Uncle, I wish you well.
Good, good.
The farmer's sunken, worn face crinkled into a smile, revealing a multitude of wrinkles.
Your parents are fortunate to have such fine children. You are quite capable yourself. Your children are surely blessed, Shi Buyu flattered, wiping her brow theatrically to finally reveal her true intention.
Do you live nearby? May we trouble you for a drink of water?
There's no need for that.
My home is just behind those woods, quite close.
The farmer led them in that direction, adding, though it is already autumn, the days are still quite hot, the nights are cooler.
Indeed.
Yan Shan followed behind Shi Buyu, listening to her light-hearted banter with the farmer while extending his hand to brush against the rice leaves, feeling a slight sting. This experience was entirely new to him. Everything seemed novel, as if a door previously closed had been opened, revealing a different world beyond. Looking up at the person who had pushed open that door for him, a smile graced Yan Shan's lips. He realized he had made the most worthwhile transaction of his life. Meanwhile, Yan Zhe prepared to follow. Wan Xia stopped him, saying, "Let the others guard from the shadows, we shall wait here." Yan Zhe disagreed. The safety of the young master cannot be taken lightly. Everyone lives on the ground, yet your young master resides in the lofty tower you have built for him. If he falls now, it will only cause him some pain, but should he fall in the future, not only will you feel the pain, but many others will as well. Wan Xia gazed at the two figures walking through the golden fields.
With my young lady ensuring his safe landing, it is for the best of everyone.
Yan Zhe, having been entrusted to Yan Shan's side for many years and earning the mutual trust of both mother and son, was not without discernment. He swiftly made a decision, instructing the 6 people behind him to follow discreetly and admonishing, unless the young master is in danger or calls for assistance, do not reveal yourselves. Your command is decisive, Wan Xia acknowledged.
Your reasoning is most sound, Yan Zhe replied, watching the two figures quickly disappear into the woods, suppressing his unease at not following them.
We have been overly concerned for the young master's safety, forgetting other matters.
Thank you for your reminder.
It was my young lady who thought ahead. Today was a fortuitous opportunity, Wan Xia chuckled lightly.
My young lady's understanding has always been precise. We have underestimated Miss Shi, Yan Zhe admitted. Understanding is a start. Let us hope it does not happen again.
Wan Xiao's demeanor was notably forthright. Though she rarely interacted with others, she was well aware of the doubts cast upon the young lady. While the young lady did not mind, Wan Xiao certainly did. Yan Zhe responded earnestly. Chapter 056, Tenfold Reassurance. Stepping out of the forest, a vast expanse unfurled before her. The woods served as a barrier, beyond which lay golden rice fields, while this side revealed a village reminiscent of an idyllic paradise. The adults toiled in the earth, children frolicked together in joyous play, and the sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs filled the air in a lively chorus. What constitutes the human realm?
This, indeed, is it, Shi Buyu remarked softly. This is a true scene of prosperity and flourishing.
The elder ahead overheard her and turned back with a hearty laugh. Young lady, you clearly possess a scholarly mind. We, on the other hand, can only lament, this year, we struggle to make ends meet, this year, we are fortunate to have enough to eat, this year, we might save a little grain. And this year, yet another tax has been imposed. You are the practical one, my words are mere abstractions.
Indeed, they are too practical, the elder sighed. With taxes on water and roads now in effect, who knows what other taxes may arise?
Life is becoming increasingly difficult, the harvest this year is bountiful, yet most of it will likely slip through our fingers.
Is it due to this additional tax?
Precisely, the names of these taxes are already established. Whether we wish to or not, we must pay them. If we pay this year, will we not have to pay again next year, but who can guarantee that next year will be a year of abundance? The old man shook his head and sighed, there are no such fortunate years where every year is a bountiful one. I merely hope they do not impose any further taxes, our lives now are worse than what our fathers endured, and certainly incomparable to our grandfathers' times. Each generation finds it increasingly arduous. Shi Buyu kicked a stone away, pondering that even if she could turn back 40 years, life might be better, but turning back 50 years would be uncertain. The Diao dynasty, celebrating its 180 years, once basked in glory and strength. However, around 120 years ago, internal strife and external threats erupted simultaneously, leading to nearly a decade of chaos. Were it not for the capable and resourceful Emperor Qizong, along with his talented ministers who managed to turn the tide and restore stability for nearly 50 years, the Diao dynasty might have already succumbed to the twilight of its reign. The old man had recounted the tales of those tumultuous 10 years most vividly, as if he were a first-hand witness, though he would never admit it. Shi Buyu's thoughts drifted.
When would the old man finally write to her? That's it.
The elder called out, wife, we have guests. Not guests, just seeking a drink of water. The old woman emerged from within, smiling like a child.
Auntie, I apologize for the intrusion.
The old woman waved her hand and quickly returned indoors.
Come inside and sit, the elder warmly invited them. Sit here.
The breeze flows through this hall, making it the coolest spot. As Shi Buyu settled down, she pulled Yan Shan beside her, exclaiming, your home is truly bright and airy. Ha, we renovated just a couple of years ago, the elder replied, clearly proud of the accomplishment. My son works in the capital and earns the most in the village. He even took a few of the village children with him. As they spoke, the old woman returned with 2 bowls of water. Shi Buyu stood to take one and drank it all in one go, without a hint of reservation. Upon seeing this, Yan Shan also finished his water, feeling inexplicably refreshed. The things his mother forbade, he wished to accomplish today. Shi Buyu smiled, this well water is quite sweet.
Our well is the best in the village. Everyone comes here to fetch water for their feasts.
The elder seemed to enjoy sharing anecdotes, and Shi Buyu skillfully steered the conversation, flattering him until he began to float. Seizing the opportunity, she inquired, the road tax isn't paid alongside the grain tax, is it? No, they are separate. The road tax is due in 3 days, and it will drain our resources. The grain tax will come later since the harvest is still in the fields. Once we gather and dry it, it will take at least 10 days to a fortnight, the elder replied, visibly agitated.
My granddaughter is promised to someone.
I had hoped to make her a nice dress, but that plan is now dashed. I heard they are also forcibly conscripting soldiers. Your family is all right, I hope?
I have only one son, so we are fortunate. Families with multiple sons will find it hard to escape this fate.
The elder's face flickered between anger and resignation. At his age, having witnessed a relatively stable era descend into gradual instability, he felt helpless but was grateful that his wife's poor health led to only one son, who in turn had one son and one daughter, allowing them to evade this predicament. Yet, the village was rife with wailing these days, and he felt a profound sorrow. Casting a sidelong glance at Yan Shan, Shi Buyu refrained from probing further. There was no need to rush. She shifted the topic, steering back to the elder's pleasant memories, charming him into revealing his name, Zhang Lian, and leading them to inspect the fields, stroll through the village, and even learn where his son was employed. As they departed, Shi Buyu left a lingering promise, we often visit relatives in the capital, I shall return to your home for water, please don't find me bothersome.
Come whenever you wish.
There is no shortage of water here for you, Zhang Lian remarked, growing increasingly fond of the girl, feeling as though she were one of his own, eagerly anticipating their next encounter, though her brother appeared less amiable. Upon leaving, Shi Buyu stealthily took a handful of coins from her brother's pouch and placed them on the table. When Zhang Lian was distracted, the two retraced their steps, standing amidst the golden fields. Shi Buyu remarked, if there were no road tax, their lives would be easier. The water tax is equally unjust. Water descends from the heavens and springs from the earth. If a tax must be collected, it ought to be levied by heaven or earth, not by them.
Shi Buyu smiled at him, is it not unjust for the common people? It absolutely should not be.
But last time, you only wished for the common people to harbor resentment towards you for your benefit. Yan Shan, struck by an epiphany, suddenly understood that Shi Buyu's earlier silence stemmed from his narrow perspective, focusing only on his own advantage while neglecting the burdens borne by the common folk. She did not demand anything of him based on who he was but hoped he would cultivate a mindset befitting a ruler, for he might one day occupy such a position simply because he was Jian. Yet, even if she held such aspirations, she never imposed them upon him, nor did she pressure him to act in ways he could neither accept nor refuse due to his status. Instead, she brought him to the rice fields and before the people, allowing him to see and hear for himself. She regarded him solely as Jian. How delightful, Yan Shan thought, regardless of her underlying calculations or schemes. In this world, there was finally someone who regarded him merely as Jian, free from the influence of others. In that moment, he realized he lived not for anyone but himself. Wu Yu. Shi Buyu was taken aback, turning to face him. Yan Shan rarely called her by that name. I wish to grant you a unique power, Yan Shan declared, looking at her earnestly. Whenever you feel I am in the wrong, irrespective of the time or situation, pull me back.
Have you lost your senses?
Shi Buyu rolled her eyes. By the time you occupy that position, I will have long fled, unconcerned with your fate.
Our arrangement cannot extend so far.
Is that so? Yan Shan chuckled, yet he no longer believed so. What to do? Chapter 057 A confrontation between mother and son. As he gazed upon the expanse of golden fields, Yan Shan found it difficult to tear himself away, his heart momentarily at ease. He decided to sit down on the ground, playfully raising a stalk of rice and asking, could you teach me how to discern the quality of this rice? That's quite simple, Shi Buyu replied, sitting beside him. She took the stalk from his hand and placed it in her palm. You see, this entire stalk is nearly filled with plump grains, there are hardly any empty ones. If you give it a squeeze, you'll find it solid inside. Conversely, during a poor harvest, the empty grains far outnumber the full ones, and the weight is significantly lighter. She returned the stalk to him. Does it feel heavy? Yan Shan weighed it in his hand. Lacking a point of comparison, he couldn't discern its heaviness, yet observing the plump grains, he understood the weight she referred to and nodded in agreement. Farmers depend on the heavens for their livelihood, and indeed, this year, the heavens have shown mercy, Shi Buyu remarked, rising to survey the golden waves before her.
A sense of unacknowledged satisfaction washed over her.
It's a pity that the old man cannot witness this.
Is such a sight rare?
The sight of such bountiful rice is not common, she responded, playfully kicking him.
It's time to head home. I want to get back to painting.
Yan Shan stood up.
Are you going to paint it for the old man to see?
It is truly a shame that he cannot behold such beauty with his own eyes. At least he can appreciate it through my art. Shi Buyu called out to Egu and dashed off along the ridge of the field. Yan Shan lingered a moment longer, hands clasped behind his back, admiring the golden landscape. Shi Buyu made no effort to rush him. In fact, she hoped he would take a few more moments to appreciate it. The old man had once said that emperors who ruled with benevolence understood the hardships of farmers. When treated kindly, the people would return the favor with a prosperous era. She believed Yan Shan should come to understand this as well, yet, she found herself growing hungry. Leaning against the horse, Shi Buyu listened to the growl of her stomach, lamenting the insufficient meal she had had at noon. In order to accommodate Yan Shan's appetite, she had eaten less than she ever had before. Suddenly, a piece of candy appeared before her. Her eyes brightened as she followed the hand offering it and saw Egu, her eyes sparkling with delight. As Egu placed the candy into her mouth, Wan Xia handed over the small bag of sweets, teasing, my dear girl, your stomach's growl could be heard from across this field.
I'm hungry.
Shi Buyu mumbled, savoring the sweetness as it slid down her throat, finally silencing her belly's protests. Yan Zhe, standing nearby, hesitated, words caught in his throat. Shi Buyu shot him a glance and resumed her position, saying, one should speak less if the words are light and inconsequential. It is far more beneficial to provide 2 more dishes daily. Tomorrow, I want to eat pork knuckles.
Understood.
Yan Zhe felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He realized that although Shi Buyu appeared carefree, she was, in fact, the most considerate of individuals. Before long, Yan Shan returned. Shi Buyu, with a mischievous glint in her eye, rode up to Yan Guanshi, and in his presence, handed a piece of candy to Yan Shan. Here, eat this. Without hesitation, Yan Shan accepted it and popped it into his mouth. In previous years, he could kneel for hours without feeling hunger, as if he were oblivious to time, but today, despite having eaten, he felt the pangs of hunger creeping in. Yan Zhe's expression grew increasingly complex. Initially resolved to send over a large pork knuckle the following day, he now reconsidered, opting for something smaller. Shi Buyu rode back to the city, her spirits lifted. Once home, they retreated to their respective chambers, and throughout the entire ordeal, she refrained from uttering a single word of counsel. Even when she believed the lady had acted excessively, she chose to remain silent. The dynamics between mother and son were not for outsiders to meddle with. Her mind was solely preoccupied with one thought, to capture that scene on canvas for the old man to see. Yan Shan's lightheartedness, however, lasted only until he reached his room. Luo Bo awaited him at the door, presenting a letter. The lady requests your presence at the address mentioned herein. Aunt Huihua has already been taken away.
Yan Shan glanced at the letter, unfazed to find it an unfamiliar residence.
Aside from the Jiangui temple, his mother never met him in the same place twice. Young master, Yan Zhe's face was etched with concern. Though he understood that his master had matured, he also knew that the young master had never held an advantage over his mother.
I can go alone.
Both Luo Chang and Yan Zhe chimed in unison, we shall accompany you. If you accompany me, it will simply give her leverage over me, Yan Shan replied leisurely, folding the letter and returning it to its envelope. What is there to fear? She raised me with great effort, expecting me to avenge her. She wouldn't take my life. Without stepping inside, Yan Shan turned and walked away. The destination was not far, and within a quarter of an hour, he arrived. He knocked on the door, and it was opened by Lan Hua, who had always been by his mother's side. As he stepped inside, Lan Hua softly cautioned, the lady is quite upset.
Do try to appease her. Yan Shan chuckled, when have I ever not complied?
His candid remark left Lan Hua speechless, and she escorted him inside, dismissing the others while remaining at the gate. What Yan Shan beheld was the same figure he had seen many times before, clad in a black robe, kneeling upon a mat, frail and upright, exuding a cold and unapproachable demeanor. Beside her knelt An Huihua, who, by the looks of it, had yet to receive punishment. "Mother!" His voice was hoarse. "Kneel," she commanded, without a mat. Yan Shiren knelt directly on the ground. "Please take care of your health. You have knelt for only 2 hours today. You shall make up the remaining 6 here. Mother, forgive me, there are numerous matters at home that require my attention." Silence hung in the air, and after a while, the woman rose and turned to face him. It seemed she had not smiled in quite some time. Her face was taut, her brows furrowed in discontent, as though she were dissatisfied with everything around her, yet her features were strikingly beautiful, suggesting that in her youth, she had been a captivating beauty. "Has time dulled your memory of the lessons learned?" Yan Shiren looked up at the familiar yet distant face. "Mother, how long has it been since you last beheld this face?" The woman did not grasp the meaning behind his words, her gaze growing increasingly severe. "Years ago, you frightened a 7-year-old child who feared the demise of those around him. He could only submit to your will." Yan Shiren stood, lowering his gaze to his mother. "Look again, I am now taller than you by a head. What if you were to slaughter everyone before my eyes? What would it matter, if you were to wipe them all out? Would you not merely send another batch to replace them? If you still find me unsatisfactory, then continue your slaughter. If you no longer require me, and decide to seize the position for yourself, then perhaps you will dispose of me as well. Tell me, would I even blink?" "Jian. Your son is here. Please speak." The woman's expression could no longer be described as merely difficult, she radiated a stormy intensity. "Was it she who incited you? I should never have kept her." Yan Shiren laughed. "Why would you think that someone you raised could be easily swayed by someone they have known for only a few months? If my resolve were so weak, would that reflect my own nature as flawed, or rather, your teachings over the years as a failure?" Chapter 058 A Blood for Blood. The woman let out a soft laugh and extended her hand. Huihua hurriedly rose to assist her in sitting down beside her. "Having experienced the palace intrigues in my youth, and having walked the edge of a precipice for many years, do you think your little tricks could deceive me? You choose to provoke me to reveal my mistakes, willing to risk the lives of those around you to protect her." The woman turned to him. "Do you fancy her?" "I have no right to," Yan Shiren replied as he sat across from her, his demeanor taut with an unyielding presence. "She is but a puppet in another's hands. Should her improbable ambitions come to fruition, her daily existence would merely serve as a vivid representation of being at the mercy of others. If she were to lose her life in the process, I would not wish to drag an innocent soul into this deadly game." "Are you blaming me?" "I would not dare, yet if I could have chosen before my birth, I would have preferred never to be born at all." Yan Shiren chose to ignore his mother's suddenly pallid countenance, his fingers interlaced upon his lap, appearing both relaxed and tense. "Reaching the age of 20, I remain unaware of what I enjoy eating or drinking, oblivious to the essence of joy, and ignorant of the taste of inebriation. I have never known the sensation of being sheltered by another, nor have I lived freely, nor experienced the love of parents." He lowered his gaze to his clasped hands, raising them high for the other to see. "I possess nothing. Even my very existence feels insubstantial, as if it could simply vanish." The woman pressed her lips together tightly, her grip on the armrest of her chair tightening, straining against her patience. "However, you claim I am protecting her, and indeed I am," Yan Shiren continued, as if determined to voice all that had been left unsaid. "After all, given your nature, once you harbor suspicion towards someone, you will not spare their life. Knowing this, you still wish to protect her?" Yan Shiren's tone remained steady, devoid of fluctuation. "Yes, I wish to protect her." The woman produced a dagger, resting it against her wrist. "What if I do not consent?" Yan Shiren laughed heartily, nearly doubling over in mirth as he patted the armrest. "Mother, your methods have remained unchanged for a decade, showing no improvement." Unmoved, the woman replied, "As long as they are effective, that is sufficient." "Is it?" Yan Shiren swiftly drew a dagger from his boot and made a swift cut across his arm, blood gushing forth. "Then I shall accompany you in death." "You would rather harm yourself than heed my words?" The woman gazed at him, as if staring at a stranger, the child who once wept at the sight of her blood now willing to bleed himself rather than listen to her. Huihua rushed forward, eager to tend to the young master's wound, but Yan Shiren pushed her aside, seemingly impervious to the pain, smiling as he extended his bloodied arm towards her. "Years ago, you injured your own arm, and I promised to comply with whatever you asked if you sought medical attention. Now, having harmed myself, what you concern yourself with is that I would rather injure myself than obey you. Mother, your devotion to father is profound, yet you are merciless towards me." He snatched the soft cloth from Huihua's hands and hastily wrapped his wound. Standing up, he turned towards the door, speaking over his shoulder. "You cannot harm her. Her 7th brother is the esteemed Sheng Junyu, a man of great repute among scholars, and her 5th brother is the governor of Yanxi County, Kuang Jing. She has many such brothers, and even her servants are formidable. Moreover, her intellect is unparalleled in my lifetime. With her assistance, my chances of success increase significantly. Even if you disapprove, for the sake of the grand endeavor and in remembrance of father's blood feud, you must endure." As the woman reached the doorway, clutching the wooden frame, she watched him stride away, longing to call him back, yet it felt as though someone had rendered her mute. No matter if she shouted Jian or Shiren, the words would not come. The estrangement between them was so profound it resembled that of adversaries rather than mother and son, each wishing ill upon the other. With this thought, she could no longer suppress the irritation in her throat, succumbing to a fit of coughs that grew increasingly intense. Lan Hua hurried over, carrying a cup of medicinal tea to offer her. After a while, the coughing subsided, and she murmured, "He despises me, he truly despises me." Lan Hua, with red-rimmed eyes, embraced her mistress. For many years, the mistress had been consumed by her obsessions, fixated on the grievances of the late emperor, forgetting that children inevitably grow. Both the mistress and the young master had suffered over the years. She lifted her gaze to Huihua. "You may return, in future matters, do not conceal anything from me." After a glance at her mistress, she blinked knowingly. Huihua understood, bowed, and departed, feeling assured that her earlier actions had been correct. The young master had matured and should be allowed to make his own decisions. Yan Shiren returned home, wrapped in the blood-soaked cloth. Wan Xia received the news and, after a moment's contemplation, informed the young lady Shi Buyu had just finished painting and, observing the lone figure amidst the predominantly yellow canvas, remarked, "From matriarch strong and offspring weak to matriarch weak and offspring strong, adaptation is inevitable. If a little bloodshed can shift the balance of power, it could be a smooth transition to I in this process. We are outsiders and need not intervene."
"Are you not concerned?" "Concerned about what?"
Shi Buyu rose to wash her hands.
"What happens in his family is of no consequence to me. If Yan Shiren cannot resolve such trivial matters, then I might as well flee."
Wan Xia felt reassured. "I have effective medicine on hand, I shall have Jade deliver it to Master Yan." Shi Buyu initially thought to argue that he lacked any need for medicine, but upon reflection, she grasped her aunt's intentions and refrained from further comment. After all, sharing a roof, one could not feign ignorance. With that in mind, she suggested, "Perhaps I should deliver it myself?" Wan Xia attempted to dissuade her, but to her surprise, the young lady was resolute and cheerfully declared, "Aunt, give me the medicine." Wan Xia, feeling helpless, replied, "Just have Qing Shan Jiaiji take it."
"I would carry more weight." Logically sound, yet, "Aunt, which medicine should I use?"
Seeing the young lady already opening the box, Wan Xia had no choice but to respond, "The one on the far left." Shi Buyu opened it, inhaled, and sneezed violently, hastily closing it again. "Aunt, please help me tidy up this painting and send it to seventh brother. Have him dispatch a reliable person to deliver it to the man with the white beard."
"Understood."
Shi Buyu tucked the small porcelain vial away and made her way to Yan Shiren's courtyard. Yan Zhe, with reddened eyes, called out to his cousin, his voice barely audible.
"Is the injury very severe?"
Shi Buyu gave him no chance to prevent her entry, pushing past him resolutely.
Yan Zhe recalled his master's prior admonition, hastening to block her path. "The master is resting. Perhaps you could return tomorrow, cousin?"
Shi Buyu chuckled softly, brandishing the small vial before him.
"This is my aunt's renowned medicine. Shall I come in or not?"
With gritted teeth, Yan Zhe stepped aside. Nothing was more important than the master's health. Shi Buyu entered the room smoothly, her teasing words dying on her lips as she beheld the length of the wound.
"A minor injury. It hasn't severed any tendons."
Having just cleaned the wound, Yan Shiren was sweating, his lips pale, yet even so, a faint smile graced his face. Shi Buyu approached and sat down on the floor, removing the stopper from the small vial and evenly sprinkling the powder onto the wound. This time, even Yan Zhe did not step forward to intervene. Chapter 059. If it were me, he gestured for the doctor to wrap his wounds with a soft cloth, when Shi Buyu unexpectedly raised his head and remarked, "Inflicting harm upon oneself is a poor strategy.
If I cannot hurt her, then I must hurt myself."
Yan Shiren observed as the gruesome injury was bandaged, and although it should have been painful, strangely, he felt none. "She punishes me through self-harm, and I retaliate in kind. It may be a poor strategy, yet it is the only effective one. Her heart harbors but that singular matter, thus, she cannot tolerate my thoughts of anything else. To her, that matter is the only true concern, and all else is mere distraction, unworthy of existence." Once the doctor had finished binding the wounds, he bowed and took his leave. Yan then signaled for the others to withdraw as well, hoping that Miss Shi could employ her delicate sensibilities to help the young master overcome this hurdle.
"After your retaliation, how did you feel?"
"A sense of unparalleled exhilaration." Yan Shiren chuckled as he tilted his head back. "I even contemplated another strike before her, wishing to splatter blood upon her, to return the favor of my own bloodshed to her multiple times, yearning for her to experience the feelings I once endured, to see if perhaps she would exhibit even a smidgen of heartache, if she would change her countenance, if she would, like him in years past, compromise."
Yan Shiren gazed at her. "Isn't that excessive?"
Shi Buyu countered, "I cannot even utter the word mother.
"Do you think I am excessive?"
Yan Shiren shook his head. "It is not a matter of comparison, though you cannot express it. Your contributions to the Shi family are unparalleled."
"You certainly excel at finding excuses. Why not seek some for yourself?"
Shi Buyu shifted onto a cushion and pulled another closer, resolutely refusing to suffer. "I do not know how others interact, but for me, it is rather simple. If you treat me well, I will return your kindness, even if you are a feared villain. If you treat me poorly, I shall respond with tenfold malice. You ask if I am excessive. I believe you have inquired of the wrong person. Had my mother treated me thus from childhood, I would never have become like you."
Yan Shiren, intrigued, asked, "What would you have become?"
Shi Buyu pondered, "Perhaps a person who kills and sets fires, committing every imaginable evil." Yan Shiren felt his passionate emotions dissipate with her words. "I have never witnessed anyone so deprecate themselves. If I were treated in such a manner, I would undoubtedly devise every means to escape, and I would surely succeed, for your mother would not dare to seek me openly. Once free, I would never easily trust others, most likely resorting to scavenging alongside beggars, acquiring a host of vile habits, yet, with my cleverness, I would inevitably develop a heart full of malice, ultimately becoming a person who kills and commits every imaginable evil.
Yan Shuren chuckled softly. By your reasoning, I seem rather fortunate? Indeed, no one else could become like you.
Shi Buyu's gaze fell upon his injury. Every day, you strive to live, every skill you possess is earned through your efforts, those pains are borne solely by you, and the pressures are not shared by anyone. Ultimately, it is your toil that has shaped you thus, it is unrelated to others, you need not despise yourself because of her, she does not live your life for you.
Yan Shuren's expression became pensive. How could she discern his self-loathing? After a brief moment of seriousness, Shi Buyu's mischievousness resurfaced as she crouched before him and gently tapped his injury. Does it hurt?
Yan Shuren wanted to deny the pain. He had not felt it until now, but her touch ignited a searing agony, as if flames were consuming his wound, his very being, igniting a fervor within his heart.
Yan Shuren, I do not engage in such futile conversations with just anyone. Gather your spirit, do not let such trivial matters dishearten you. If our ambitions ultimately fail, you will cause me to owe many an apology.
Shi Buyu remained crouched, hugging her knees as she spoke. I dare to proclaim my confidence in your success, not only because I believe in myself, but also because the old man sent me to find you, indicating his faith in you.
He believes in me?
If he did not, he would not have revealed your existence to me, nor would he have risked placing me in peril. Shi Buyu rose. Even if you were initially forced onto this path, you now have no other choice.
Let this path become your highway to greatness, ultimately causing all to prostrate themselves before you. Yan Shuren looked up at her. And you?
Shi Buyu's brows arched in surprise. Do you wish for me to prostrate myself before you? Yan Shuren, whose intent had been misinterpreted, leaned on his arm, laughter shaking his shoulders. Once Shi Buyu realized her misunderstanding, she feigned nonchalance, looking here and there, moving towards the door to depart. Yan Shuren leaned against the screen, watching her actions, his laughter returning. For someone so astute, her mind occasionally seemed to lag behind her tongue. That he truly wished to inquire if the old man believed in him. What of her? Did she hold the same faith? Surely she must, for she had remarked that he was rather fine, asserting that no one else could become like him, indicating her acknowledgement. Yet, she also mentioned that if they failed, she would owe many an apology. Who were these many? Yanzei entered with medicine, meeting the young master's gaze directly.
You took the liberty of admitting her. Do you consider her your savior?
Yanzei handed the medicine to the young master, kneeling beside him. Cousin is the one among outsiders who wishes you well the most. Her expressed kindness is all she can offer you. No need for speculation, no need for thought, her intentions are genuine.
Yan Shuren stirred the medicinal concoction, watching the small whirlpool with a faint smile. And how good do you believe she is to me now?
If compared to us, she offers you her utmost goodwill. However, if measured against Aunt Wan, it may be less than 1%.
No may be about it, it is indeed so.
Yan Shuren scooped a spoonful of the bitter liquid into his mouth, the acrid taste pervading every corner of his palate. He took another spoonful, savoring the unbearable bitterness. Yanzei observed the young master's leisurely demeanor, his own mouth filled with bitterness, wishing he could lift the bowl and feed him directly.
Call in Aunt Huihua. Understood.
Aunt Huihua, who had been waiting outside, hurried in, bowing her head as she knelt before the young master.
Has your mother caused you any distress?
Not at all, Aunt Huihua replied. The lady learned of your departure from the city through other means, and since I did not report it, she grew suspicious. You have concealed quite a bit over the years. Yan Shuren finished the last sip of medicine and looked at her. I appreciate your efforts. Sister Orchid says you are now an adult and need not wait for your mother to make every decision. After a pause, Aunt Huihua continued, I believe the lady may not be entirely unaware. It is merely that the matters are insignificant, so she does not concern herself with them.
Aunt Huihua. I am here.
In the future, there is no need to report every matter to her, remember, it is all matters. Aunt Huihua broke into a sweat, bowing her head to the ground. A young master, if I comply, I would be betraying my duty.
I cannot be a traitor.
Yan Shuren chuckled, even he admired his mother's skill in managing subordinates.
From now on, any matters you choose to inform her must first be relayed to me, agreed? Recalling Sister Orchid's reminder, Aunt Huihua hesitated briefly before responding, understood. Chapter 060. Just in case in rare moments of embarrassment, she felt a twinge of shame, yet once she distanced herself from the gaze of others, she resumed her carefree demeanor. After surveying her surroundings, she turned on her heel and made her way to the entrance, then walked inward to the very spot where she first encountered Yan Shan, settling herself on the threshold with a smile. The residence had not undergone significant alterations, it merely lacked the symmetrical elegance it once possessed. The ornamental designs on the beams and pillars now each bore their own distinctive charm, and the flora and trees in the garden had shifted positions, presenting a delightful chaos that vibrated with life, much like that person, now more vibrant compared to their initial meeting. She hoped that the lady would come to understand that if Yan Shan were a man of mere subservience, he would achieve nothing, and should he be timid, she would not hold him in high regard either. Was she not meant to assist someone exceptional in this world? Miss, what brings you here? Wan Xia approached briskly. Young Master Wu has sent word through a messenger. Shi Buyu rose to accept the letter, opening it with a smile. If he didn't write soon, I would have begun to suspect he was kept behind as a son-in-law. The letter was filled with several pages of flamboyant script, nearly indecipherable. What does young Master Wu say? He has been frolicking daily, boasting about his fishing prowess. Such delightful escapades without her participation made Shi Buyu grit her teeth. He has truly lost to the allure of pleasure. Wan Xia's eyes sparkled with mirth.
The young lady accompanied the elderly gentleman everywhere, her acquaintances maintained solely through letters over the years. The few who remained close were either of like-minded disposition, such as Fan Kan, or those whose temperaments harmonized, like Dan Yang. Then there was Wu Fei, with whom camaraderie developed through playful banter, and another kind, mutual admiration with little correspondence, yet when matters arose, a mere word would suffice for them to brave fire and water for one another. In this regard, her ladyship was exceedingly fortunate. With the Zhongyuan festival behind us, the Shi family will be arriving soon. Gu, please inform Wu Fei's people to hold back for a couple of days. Folding the letter, Shi Buyu prepared to leave. You need not run errands for me anymore. Wan Xia was more than willing. The young lady's languid nature meant she was not particularly swift, and even a brief absence caused her concern. The Shi family arrived sooner than anticipated, the next day, totaling 10 individuals. Leading them was Yu Liang, the family's steward. The second young master has instructed us that although we may be unfamiliar, we are not entirely unknown. To avoid recognition by those with ill intent, we have all grown beards. Not only had they grown beards, but they had also changed their attire from martial garb to that of household servants, dressed in dark blue, their heads wrapped in cloth. Except for a slightly more robust build, their demeanor was indistinguishable from that of any ordinary servant. Shi Buyu, well aware of the situation, understood that Shi Su was concerned about her safety and had properly trained them during this period. You've arrived just in time, she stated without preamble. Yu Liang, dispatch 2 men back to the mountain with the lists of those to be sent off and those returning. Deliver them to the dock at Fengxian River in Xing'an County at noon 4 days hence. There will be someone waiting there. Gu, procure me a token. After a moment's thought, Wan Xia retrieved a jade hairpin from the vanity, breaking it in half and handing one piece to the young lady. Young Master Yan had gifted her many such tokens, which she had always found cumbersome to use. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Liang selected 2 individuals to step forward. Shi Buyu handed over the pointed half of the hairpin, showing them the floral design on the other half. At the appointed time, the other party will present this token for recognition. Should they fail to produce it, they must flee without hesitation. Unrolling a pre-prepared map, Shi Buyu traced her finger from the dock to a mountain peak, having chosen the dock in Xing'an County for its strategic location. Have Shi Su arrange for someone to wait here. If circumstances change, retreat into the mountains and head west. Beyond these hills lies Xing'an County, the seat of Yanqi Prefecture. Upon reaching the back door of the official residence, seek out Governor Quang and inform him that you are with the 12. Yu Liang's heart raced at her words. Do you imply that there may be danger? Just a precaution, Shi Buyu replied, rolling the map and handing it to him. I am in the capital and cannot ascertain how many spies Minister Zhang may have within Yanqi Prefecture. If you were to inadvertently cross paths with them, would you not need to flee? It was merely a precaution, yet she had made extensive preparations for it. Yu Liang accepted the map with both hands, recalling how meticulous they had been during the rescue of the prisoner, having prepared several escape routes. The second young master had mentioned that, prior to that event, the young lady had rehearsed countless scenarios in her mind, accounting for every possibility, which enabled their smooth departure from the capital. At that time, he had felt fortunate, but witnessing her readiness for even the slightest eventuality made him realize that their success was entirely justified. Gu, please deliver this to Wu Fei's people, informing them of the time and place. Wan Xia smiled in agreement, then reminded her, will you not send a reply to young Master Wu? No reply. Let him stew in his own thoughts, Shi Buyu huffed, continuing her conversation with the others. Have there been any updates regarding those departing? Yu Liang shook his head. None. Shi Buyu was not surprised. The mountains were a refuge, and Shi Yan would not allow outsiders to send messages back. He had taken only a handful with him, and unless it was an urgent matter where they discovered a lead, it was unlikely anyone would return in the near future. With no further inquiries to make, she paused, her mind briefly flitting over several faces. While here, do not feel as though you are under someone else's roof, be courteous to the hosts, yet interact with others as you normally would. Avoid places you shouldn't visit and refrain from probing into matters that do not concern you. Understood. Shi Buyu glanced at Gu, who was accustomed to her freedom, having seldom played the role of a mistress. There was little more she could advise. Wan Xia continued, many here possess commendable skills, it would be wise to inquire where Manager Yan and the others train. Your primary purpose here is to ensure the young lady's safety, and diligence in this regard is paramount. All 10 responded in unison. With further matters entrusted to Gu, Shi Buyu no longer exerted her energy, quietly running her fingers along the threads in her hand. There was little more to be done at present, but it was time to prepare a sweet treat for Minister Zhang, coinciding with the withdrawal of personnel from Xing'an County, thus enhancing the safety of the Shi family. Qing Shan. A voice called from outside. Qing Shan, the young lady is calling for you. Yi Shang? Why did you not announce your arrival? Come in at Qing Shan, please fetch your master. Shi Buyu propped open the window, from which she could see the lotus pond, though regrettably, the lotus seeds had all been consumed, leaving only a sparse scattering of blossoms. Qing Shan departed at her command. Yi Shang lingered at the door, unmoving. I am well, my health is restored, I came to see if I might be of service. Come in and speak. Yi Shang complied, entering gracefully, slender and elegant. When silent, no one would mistake her for a man. Shi Buyu often encountered him in the study and had grown accustomed to his attire. She resumed her seat on the cushion, gesturing for him to sit at his leisure. Chapter 061. A piece of candy. Yi Shang shifted his seat, moving to the left rear to sit down. Shi Buyu turned her head. How could someone as astute as she not grasp his intentions? Placing the pen she had just picked up down, Shi Buyu turned to him and inquired, "Why choose me instead of Yan Shan? He can offer you many things that I cannot." He Yisheng replied candidly, "With you, I have an escape route. With him, that is not guaranteed." Shi Buyu nodded and returned to her seat, picking up her pen once more to continue her writing and drawing. His reasoning was astute. Following her, they could eventually part ways, but aligning with Yan Shan would inevitably lead to a fate of becoming a mere eunuch. Uncertain if her silence was acquiescence, He Yisheng chose to remain quiet as well. Kneeling beside her in silent companionship, Yan Shan arrived, now entering the study with a casual demeanor, raising an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing He Yisheng. "He is temporarily following me," Shi Buyu stated without needing to look up to know his thoughts. She blew on the ink of the paper she held and handed it to him, saying, "Zhang Shangua has been toiling outside for so long, I feel a bit sorry for him and intend to present him with a gift." Yan Shan took the paper and examined it, revealing a map. "Where is this?" "At a location where Lu Shilang from the Ministry of Revenue hides money and treasures. It is also home to many beauties, not far from the capital, and he frequents it when he has the time. However, it is well concealed and not shared with outsiders." Shi Buyu chuckled. "Isn't it a coincidence that he is still under Zhang Shangua?" Yan Shan, intrigued, asked, "If it is so well concealed, how do you know about it?" "Blame it on him for choosing a spot in Yanqi County. My fifth elder brother has a habit of thoroughly understanding the people wherever he goes, who can be manipulated, who can be allied with, who is trustworthy, and who might stab him in the back. He keeps it all in mind, especially those who are secretive. He is quite capable." Shi Buyu lifted her chin. "Of course, only a remarkable individual could be my elder brother." A smile played on Yan Shan's lips. "You wish for Zhang Shangua to raid the hideout of his subordinates?" "Precisely, and since this matter unfolds in Yanqi County, Zhang Shangua cannot avoid my fifth elder brother. He will undoubtedly be aware of my intentions and will make a fuss about it, and in due time, the gold, silver, and beauties will be laid bare for all to see." Imagining that scene brought a smile to Shi Buyu's face. "If Zhang Shangua wishes to silence my fifth elder brother, he must offer him something of value, but for someone like my elder brother, mere trifles cannot buy him off. He is as shrewd as a sieve. Even if he were bribed, he would have 100 ways to leak the information to the world." "This was truly clever." Yan Shan eagerly asked, "What can I do?" "Calling you here is certainly for a purpose." Shi Buyu smiled at him. "You have many hands at your disposal. Find a way to lure Zhang Shangua's men to that location, and the rest will be coordinated between you and my fifth elder brother." Yan Shan understood. The plan originated from her, but the execution lay with him and her fifth elder brother, as always, merely verbalizing while others did the legwork. "When do we begin?" "Immediately. The news must reach Zhang Shangua within 3 days." Calculating the timeline, Yan Shan noted the urgency, but deemed it feasible that he rose to arrange things. "I will take care of it." Shi Buyu glanced at the soft cloth in his hand. "How is your injury?" "Much better." Yan Shan gently touched the wound, his gaze softening as he looked at her. "Auntie's medicine works wonders." "Naturally." Shi Buyu waved him off, prioritizing more pressing matters. Once Yan Shan departed, Shi Buyu stretched lazily, supporting herself on the desk as she turned around and remembered that there was still someone in the room. Not in the study. She had yet to grow accustomed to the presence of anyone aside from her aunt. She decided to sit down again. "Everything I need is taken care of by my aunt. What can you do by following me?" He Yisheng pondered seriously. "The tasks that the eunuchs handle, I can manage as well." "You are not a eunuch. Why would you want to learn those tasks?" Shi Buyu replied matter-of-factly, "You can dress as a maid, as I have no maidservants around. So, you can take on those maid duties. As for what a maid should do," Shi Buyu scratched her head. "When auntie returns, you can ask her." He Yisheng found it somewhat amusing, yet he had not smiled in a long time. The urge to smile merely kept his lips from drooping. "Understood, I will ask Aunt Wan." Wan Xia did not oppose this matter. He Yisheng's temperament had been sufficiently revealed to her during this time, twisted, ruthless, and deeply scheming, driven by hatred in his actions. Under normal circumstances, she would never allow such a person near her daughter, but now he shared the same goals as her daughter, the life of which was saved by her, and he had needs from her. Before his vengeance was fulfilled, he posed no threat to her daughter. Moreover, his ruthlessness and cunning might, at times, even protect her daughter. For this reason alone, Wan Xia was willing to teach him diligently. Gradually, Shi Buyu became accustomed to having another person by her side. There was someone to accompany her while reading. Even in the study, with 2 people present, the atmosphere remained tranquil as if she were alone, undisturbed. When going out, having a maid beside her allowed for whispered conversations that were easily fulfilled with a mere glance. Shi Buyu relished the benefits of companionship and was more inclined to keep him close, as there were matters her aunt would not indulge her in, but He Yisheng would. Done. That day, Yan Shan hurried in, his face lit with joy. "I just received word. Everything has transpired as you predicted. Lu Shilang has fallen." Shi Buyu propped her chin up. "Is there court tomorrow? Lu Shilang must be seeking to retire." "Will the emperor grant it?" "I suspect he wishes to. Once this matter is approved, operations on Zhang Shangwa's side will become easier." Shi Buyu chuckled softly. "How could we let him have his way? I still have my own desires." Yan Shan was well aware of the distinction. Should Lu Shilang succeed in his request, it would equate to a safe return home, which was not the outcome they sought. "We must ensure he has no opportunity to retire." Shi Buyu pondered for a moment. Did this news come from a subordinate? Yes, he rode swiftly to deliver the result. Then had 1T reached the capital so quickly? We must convey this information to the Grand Preceptor. The outcome must be Lu Shilang imprisoned. I want to see how Zhang Shanguo will retrieve someone he himself sent in. Shi Buyu gazed at the leaking pot in the corner of the room. In 2 days, on July 24th, the Floating Life Collection will open. The Floating Life Collection was a name conceived by Cheng Junyu. Shi Buyu had contemplated for a long time and could not think of a better name, so she resigned herself to it. Yan Xian followed her gaze. The people I arranged have all arrived. The manager teaching Chi-Chi has said that Chi-Chi is exceptionally talented. Since she arrived at the Floating Life Collection, she has mingled splendidly with the women there, and what was once disconcerting has now settled. Hearing this, Shi Buyu felt a stir in her heart. She wished to go see. I can change into male attire to attend after the opening. Yan Xian saw through her thoughts at a glance. At this moment, that would not be advisable. The more conspicuous you are, the less suspicion will be cast upon you. Shi Buyu found this reasoning sound. She would go after the opening. Chapter 062. The collection of Floating Life. Zhang Shanguo fell into a trap, while Shi Buyu ensured the safety of his family's children. With a sigh of relief, he did not accompany Yan Shiren on the 24th day, instead donning male attire alongside He Yisheng. To avoid complications, He Yisheng adorned himself with a beard, concealing his overly delicate features. In contrast, Shi Buyu possessed a strikingly beautiful visage. Dressed as a man, he exuded an air of elegance and vigor, akin to a distinguished young master, attracting attention without inciting any lewd thoughts. The collection of Floating Life boasted no private rooms. It was a grand 3-story structure, entirely open in the center. The first floor featured a high platform at its heart, with a drum on the left and 4 smaller platforms arranged around it, resembling stars surrounding the moon. The second and third floors were spacious yet merely had corridors protected by railings. Several tables lined the walls, serving both as places for drinking and for composing poetry, lyrics, essays, and paintings. Every corner was ingeniously designed, providing spaces for rest, revelry, and ubiquitous poetry boards. Should one wish to engage in a contest, a mere call would summon everything required, ready at hand. Initially, around 20 individuals were engaged in lively exchanges of poetry, but now only 4 remained, and the atmosphere had reached its zenith. A stunning young woman played the zither at a side platform, her music robust rather than delicate, subtly evoking the imagery of gallant warriors. When one of the participants composed an exquisite 7-character quatrain, applause surged from all directions toward the high platform. Cheng Junyu approached the large drum, seized the drumsticks, and struck a rapid series of beats, exclaiming with laughter, "Cheng is here to liven the mood." As the rhythm of the drum intensified, the zither became more urgent, the dancers quickened their movements, and the cheers grew louder. Familiar friends called out their names in encouragement, and amidst this vibrant scene, the 4 individuals in the spotlight felt their blood coursing with excitement, their expressions alight with fervor. In such an elegant gathering, who would not wish to emerge victorious? Bring the wine. Shi Buyu stood by a pillar on the 3rd floor, enjoying an excellent vantage point as a servant deftly delivered fine wine. With one bowl downed, the atmosphere surged with energy, laughter, applause, and music threatening to lift the very roof. From its inception, the collection of Floating Life had seen a steady influx of guests, with no signs of disorder within. With Cheng Junyu's connections and the talents of the 7 sisters, the ambience had become electrifying. Everyone's minds were singularly focused to claim the largest platform and outshine the rest. Having witnessed this grand spectacle, Shi Buyu quietly slipped out through the back door, the cacophony lingering in her ears. She found little merit in the gathering, yet neither did she perceive any fault. Compared to farmers, their pursuits were excessively lofty. Yet in the Dao dynasty, they evidently sought to showcase their learning, hoping for recognition and an opportunity to display their talents. It is right to smile in the presence of the joyful, yet wrong in the face of sorrow. However, smiling itself bears no fault. Similarly, if these were indeed prosperous times, they would represent a true spectacle of prosperity, destined to be immortalized in art for millennia. One cannot deem music, poetry, and literature as erroneous simply because the present is not an age of prosperity. Only humans can be judged by right and wrong. Cousin. Shi Buyu turned to see someone approaching, retreating into a shaded area where the sun could not reach. Why are you out here? Yan Shiren, aware of her aversion to alcohol and maintaining a respectful distance to avoid overwhelming her with the smell of wine, paused. Are you heading home? Indeed, I have witnessed the folly of literary men, Shi Buyu replied with a smile. It is quite amusing. Entrusting this matter to my brother Chi was a wise choice. The outcome exceeded my expectations. Yan Shiren regarded her. Do you think they will not look down on you? Why should they? If diligent study could guarantee a bright future, then why would they feel compelled to showcase themselves so? With such prevailing attitudes, they can only adapt to their environment in search of their place. If a better path existed, who would willingly endure the hardships and trials of this one? They merely lack superior options. Shi Buyu glanced sideways at him. If you possess such ability, why not change this prevailing attitude? Should that day ever come, he replied, stepping closer, standing at an angle, and voicing the question that weighed on his heart. What were you thinking during the collection of Floating Life? Shi Buyu paused for a moment, then kicked a small stone. I pondered, if the capital were under siege at this moment, how would they react? Would they panic, or would they abandon their pens to take up arms in defense of their homeland? Then I thought, I would likely be carried by Angu in search of a way to survive. How could I expect others to act differently? Shi Buyu looked up and smiled. I intended to be the sole sober one amidst the inebriation, only to realize I was just another lost soul among them. No, you are not intoxicated, hence, you contemplate thus. Yan Shiren remained on the 3rd floor, directly opposite her, clearly observing that she had not consumed a single drop of wine, composed no poetry, nor uttered a word. He Yisheng stood beside her, ensuring no one approached. She stood quietly against the railing, gazing at the high platform below. Whether someone crafted an exquisite poem or a splendid lyric, regardless of how others cheered or laughed, she remained a serene observer, a faint smile gracing her lips, her expression inscrutable. Only when Cheng Junya took the stage did her smile appear genuine, yet, unbeknownst to them, her thoughts were quite different. In truth, she did not appear indifferent regarding the death of the loyal and brave Marquis. Drawing closer, Yen Shiren whispered, if that day truly comes, I will do everything in my power to alter this prevailing attitude. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to uphold your promise? He inquired. Yen Shiren simply smiled, sincerity radiating from his gaze. Shi Buyu smiled back, nodding. I understand. Yen Shiren had sought an excuse to leave but knew he must return. Shi Buyu headed straight home, leaning against Aunt Gu, who had not moved for quite some time. The old man had shared many tales with her, filled with reflections, regrets, and jest. Should she one day become a story in the mouths of others, she hoped it would not be one of lamentation for what she lacked, but rather admiration for what she achieved. Wan Xia gently unraveled the girl's hair, redoing it loosely to spare her scalp any discomfort. Her daughter rarely felt downcast, and usually managed to console herself. Letting her rest a while was all that was needed. Aunt Gu, what would you like to eat? A fish sashimi. Wan Xia was hardly surprised, since coming to the capital, her daughter had developed a fondness for it, seizing every opportunity to indulge. Had she not known her well enough, she might have suspected her daughter feigned this demeanor to obtain free meals. Shall I fetch some mutton soup as well? Mutton soup was another of her favorites, and Shi Buyu felt she was gaining 2 delights for the price of 1, her spirits lifting immediately. Chapter 063 Unraveling Layers. As the Floating Life collection commenced, it swiftly transformed into the most sought-after gathering in the capital. With the influx of attendees, disseminating news became exceedingly effortless. The following day marked the Grand Court, where the Grand Minister, one step ahead of the Prime Minister, emerged to accuse the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Lu Zhenxuan, of numerous transgressions. Disrespect, embezzlement, corruption, negligence, appropriation of state lands, and various other charges totaling over 10 offenses. The Emperor, incensed, ordered his immediate imprisonment. Shi Buyu nodded in approval, remarking, the Grand Minister has acted commendably. Yen Shiren recalled that this was the second occasion the esteemed Shi Buyu had praised the Grand Minister. The Emperor likely did not anticipate that the Prime Minister would personally apprehend one of his own.
Shi Buyu rose and approached a sheet of rice paper, marking an X over Lu Zhenxuan's name.
Observing her actions, Yen Shiren commented, the Prime Minister will undoubtedly devise a means to protect him. He cannot shield him, Shi Buyu responded, moving to another sheet of rice paper listing officials aligned with the Grand Minister. With the evidence he has provided, those in the Grand Minister's faction will surely delve deeper in that direction, solidifying each charge. Even if the Emperor ultimately realizes this concerns one of his own, he cannot overlook it. Shi Buyu chuckled softly, do you think the Emperor desires the Prime Minister to sever his own limb? Yen Shiren nodded thoughtfully, he requires Zheng Shuji, yet he will not permit him to dominate. Despite his high standing in the court and the favored consort's influence, the Emperor must harbor certain thoughts. When opportunities arise to diminish his power, he will seize them without hesitation, awaiting the Grand Minister to gather all evidence.
Shall we simply wait? No.
Shi Buyu approached another sheet detailing Zhu Ling's case, stating, let us ensure that when the Shu family transports the body out of the city, it is exposed.
Can we achieve this?
Yen Shiren rose and stood beside her, observing the details concerning Zhu Ling, and replied solemnly, yes.
These bodies are intertwined with Zhu Ling, Zhang Shuji, and the Emperor.
As long as they remain undisturbed, we are at a disadvantage. Only when they act can I trace the threads back. Shi Buyu pressed her hand against the words mass grave: once the bodies are revealed, they will inevitably worry about the situation at the mass grave. You must arrange for people to disguise themselves as local villagers and wait there to apprehend them, report to the authorities, and escalate the matter. Yen Shiren regarded Shi Buyu at that moment, her calm demeanor starkly contrasting with her usual playful disposition, reminiscent of their initial encounter when she discussed their transaction. Once these arrangements are made, we need only to wait. Focus on your studies, the autumn examination is approaching, other candidates may leap through the Dragon's Gate, but should you succeed, Shi Buyu turned to him with a teasing glint, throughout history, there is yet to be a prince who has achieved success in the examinations. Should you assert yourself, the tombs of emperors past would surely emit smoke. Yen Shiren could not suppress a laugh, it would be fitting for the Ji family ancestral grave to smoke, while the previous dynasty's grave might catch fire. Let that be their congratulations to you. Their eyes met, and laughter filled the air. With the arrival of autumn rain, the oppressive heat of the capital subsided, and the rivalry among scholars seemed to cool, fostering a more civilized coexistence. However, this tranquility lasted but a day before it was shattered by a public case.
Don't speak of the capital. Which place is free from death for even a single day? What is wrong with transporting the deceased out of the city? Who, devoid of guilt, would conceal a body in the carriage of incense at dawn? Is it not inappropriate to conduct such affairs in daylight? Does this imply wrongdoing? Did you witness it? Did not the incense merchant claim to have found it on the road?
It is not gold or silver.
Would you pick up a body if you saw it on the road?
In teahouses, taverns, and restaurants, debates raged regarding the matter. Yen Shiren remarked, I have instructed people to keep an eye on the Zhu family, but there has been no activity. If Zhu Ling possesses such a lack of composure, he would not be selected for this task, Shi Buyu replied, setting down her brush and reviewing the letter from beginning to end, ensuring its accuracy before folding it and sealing it in an envelope.
Aunt, you must personally deliver this letter to my elder brother.
If he inquires about me, speak the truth and inform him that his assistance is unnecessary for the time being.
Wan Xia complied, recognizing that this was the first correspondence between the young lady and the eldest son.
She did not dare delay and promptly set out to deliver it. This was also the first time Yan Shiren heard Shi Buyu mention her elder brother, prompting curiosity. Is your elder brother in the capital? Yes, I wish to remind him to avoid getting embroiled in this matter. Shi Buyu massaged her wrist, looking up at him. Have your people monitor the situation and report to me. I will handle it, so do not expend too much effort on this. Yan Shiren found it rather novel. This is the first time someone has shown concern for my studies, as if I truly were a scholar. For now, you may regard yourself solely as a student. In this regard, you are no different from your peers. After all, those literary illusions will not embed themselves in your mind simply due to your status. Whatever you learn here belongs to you alone. It belongs solely to him, independent of his princely identity or parental lineage. It was just an asset that fueled his determination to strive even harder. Thereafter, he truly ceased to concern himself, immersing in his studies for the upcoming autumn examination. Shi Buyu took on all responsibilities, that very night apprehending those who sought to probe the mass grave, which became public knowledge after reporting to the authorities. She subtly guided the narrative to link the bodies transported out of the city at dawn with the mass grave. With increased attention, the government's actions became limited, forcing them to delay. Shi Buyu would not allow matters to unfold as they wished. She promptly released a series of genuine and fabricated clues to muddle the waters, with the threads subtly hinting towards Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling, of course, protested his innocence vocally. Meanwhile, having just lost Deputy Minister Liu as an ally, the Prime Minister faced scrutiny from his own faction. At this juncture, he felt compelled to safeguard Zhu Ling. A matter that was initially unrelated to him now found him speaking on Zhu Ling's behalf, prompting further speculation. Shi Buyu did not confront him directly but rather delivered various leads to the Grand Minister, allowing him to engage in a power struggle with the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, she gradually faded into the background, becoming merely an observer, unraveling the strands to acquire the information she sought. In the bustling capital, life continued with its daily trifles, yet when the doors closed, it was merely a matter of 3 meals a day. Before long, the autumn examination arrived. Shi Buyu dutifully escorted Yan Shiren to his destination, observing the crowd bidding farewell and saying, "You possess what others have, do not overthink it, focus on your examination." It was then that Yan Shiren comprehended her insistence on accompanying him. He had never harbored expectations of such gestures and now, unexpectedly receiving more than he anticipated, he found himself pondering other thoughts. On the day of the results, will you come to fetch your family like everyone else? Shi Buyu had not initially considered returning to pick him up, but upon hearing that others would, she readily replied, "Of course I will." Reassured by her promise, Yan Shiren smiled. "Then, we shall meet then." Shi Buyu waved her hand, suddenly feeling a pang of adult concern. This child, why does he seem somewhat clingy? Chapter 064. Unwelcome guests in the carriage not far away. Orchid stealthily cast a glance at her master, whose expression was indifferent. She had never witnessed the young master smile in such a manner, nor had she ever seen him exhibit such an air of relaxation. This was something the lady could scarcely tolerate. She would never allow the young master to let his guard down, and now, having witnessed the young master in this state before the young lady, she feared that. The lady closed her eyes and said, "Return." Orchid dared not dwell on her thoughts, merely hoping that the lady still remembered the injury on the young master's arm from their last encounter. The day after Yan Xian's examination, Shi Buyu received news that those investigating the mass grave had perished. She was not surprised. In fact, she felt their demise was somewhat overdue. This matter must be curtailed here. Otherwise, not only would Zhu Ling be unable to clear his name, but pulling one carrot would also bring out the mud, implicating even more individuals. She refrained from any further actions, rendering Yan Xian's subordinates completely silent, as if her hand had never been involved. The public conflict continued to be between Minister Zhang and Grand Tutor Fu. When the results were announced, Minister Liu was exiled after his house was searched, while Zhu Ling emerged unscathed. The Grand Tutor's side had suffered a loss as one of their own was dragged down. Overall, the Emperor had reaped the benefits from the skirmish. As Shi Buyu removed the official document of Minister Liu and cast it into the brazier, she approached the record of Zhu Ling. How long would Minister Zhang keep this person around? If he remained for an extended period, it would indicate that Zhu Ling still had secrets yet to be uncovered. He Yisheng entered, saying, "Miss, the steward Yan has arrived." Hadn't he just delivered a message? Shi Buyu stepped outside, noting that the steward did not carry the familiar wooden box, and smiled. "I thought there might be good news today." Yan Zhe forced a smile, reluctant to articulate certain matters, yet he had no choice. "The lady requests your presence." "I shall not go." Mississippi. Half of the houses in this courtyard were built over a lotus pond, accessible by wooden stairs. Shi Buyu crossed her arms and leaned against the railing, refusing to descend. "I remain here because I have a transaction with Yan Shan, but that transaction does not include seeking to please his mother. If she resides here, it is only proper for me to pay my respects. If she has come from elsewhere, as a guest, it is also fitting for me to visit. However, whether I choose to meet her elsewhere is entirely at my discretion, not something she can summon me to do." Yan Zhe listened, feeling both relieved and anxious. The lady has a strong temperament. "If the miss refuses to go, I fear if I do not go, will she come to kill me or beat me?" Shi Buyu laughed. "The lady seems to have forgotten that I am a guest, an outsider. If any outsider dares to harm me, I will retaliate in equal measure." Shi Buyu leisurely descended the stairs. "Perhaps we should test the waters to see who cannot bear the consequences, she or I. Steward Yan, do not bother to soften my words, please convey my message exactly as I have stated. I have respected her for many years, and I ask that she understands my position as an outsider, which does not warrant her control over me." Yan Zhe bowed, aware that her words would surely infuriate the lady, yet he felt grateful. This was the first time the lady sought to take something from her son that he would not relinquish. Rest assured, no one in the household would dare to harm you.
If Yin Xian lacks such control, what else can he manage? Shi Buyu waved her hand. Go, and remember, not a word more or less. Understood.
Wan Xia approached the young lady, her brow furrowed. You are here to assist young Master Yen. If she wishes to succeed, she should not make things difficult for you.
If a person spends decades fixated on a single matter, they are not far from madness.
Shi Buyu stepped outside the courtyard, observing the unfamiliar woman beside Yen Zhe. Yin Xian grew up under her control, yet last time he chose to harm himself rather than submit to her. This occurred after my arrival, and she has placed the blame on me.
How absurd! How could young Master Yen remain her puppet for so long? Shi Buyu turned to gaze at the blooming bougainvillea.
It was exquisite, and she wished to embrace it fully. With this thought, she instructed Qing Shan to fetch a ladder, climbed it, and opened her arms to hug the bougainvillea. Flowers blossom from tiny buds to radiant blooms. How much more so for humans? Once one has accumulated enough ability, do they not gain the strength to soar? Meanwhile, Orchid returned to her master's side. Observing that she had not brought anyone with her, the lady regarded her quietly. Orchid gritted her teeth, for she made no embellishments and recounted the words she had heard without addition or omission. The lady's face turned ashen upon hearing this. How many years had it been? How many years had no one dared to oppose her so directly? Very well. Indeed, such a temperament was precisely what was needed to stir her son's affections. In her fury, the lady suddenly began to cough violently.
Master, allow me to offer you a word of advice.
Orchid gently patted the lady's back. You should act against those around the young master while he is absent. If he returns and learns of it, he may turn against you. That young lady, fully aware of your identity, dares to speak thus, indicating she harbors no ulterior motives towards the young master. If she had any other thoughts, would she not endure whatever difficulties you impose? She merely views this as a transaction and is committed to fulfilling it. What is wrong with that?
Of course it is wrong. The lady's voice was hoarse. How many young ladies in the capital admire him?
Can you see how he treats anyone else? Before Shi Buyu, he is soft and gentle. How can he be so pliable? If his resolve is dulled by gentleness, how can he achieve great things?
Master, no need to say more.
The lady coughed again. I absolutely will not permit it. Orchid felt anxious. The lady's temper was rising. What could be done? Shi Buyu did not anticipate encountering that lady later that evening, and she directly knocked on her courtyard door. Having observed the necessary etiquette, Shi Buyu did not lack in formality, guiding the lady into the hall and seating her in the main position. She clasped her hands and bowed in a scholarly manner. Shi Buyu pays her respects to the lady. The lady scrutinized her with a hostile gaze. Noting her silence, Shi Buyu remained unfazed. Having fulfilled her obligations, she took her seat at the lower position, awaiting the lady to articulate her intentions. Wan Xia remained alert, closely guarding the young lady's side against any potential outburst.
Yen Zhe claims you are a former acquaintance.
I wonder which acquaintance has taught you such a lack of decorum.
Is it a lack of decorum not to submit to the lady's pressures?
Shi Buyu smiled. If my mentors were to learn of this, they would only commend my actions. If, in the lady's eyes, her own position is exalted while others are mere weeds, I would be fortunate that Yin Xian was not raised by you. He has more compassion than you.
Is it not precisely this understanding that allows you to threaten his associates with their lives? What a sharp tongue.
The lady's anger intensified. Her son had shared such intimate matters with an outsider. Shi Buyu's smile remained unwavering. If the lady despises me, everything I say will be deemed wrong. It would be better for you to leave now, lest you hear more words that you find displeasing.
Chapter 065.
The good do not come. The lady had never been subjected to such disdain in her entire life. As a daughter in her parental home, she was cherished by her parents, and her brothers surrounded her like stars around the moon. Later, upon entering the palace, she smoothly ascended from a noble consort to a favored concubine. Although there were intrigues, the emperor's protection ensured her comfortable existence. Even when calamity struck and she lost everything, her initial conduct earned her a measure of respect from the new emperor. Yet today, she found herself belittled by a mere junior. She was not an impulsive person, otherwise, she would not have come this far. At this moment, however, her thoughts turned to violence. She wished to strike this individual down. With such a person near her son, she could already envision the consequences. Each day this person remained would further damage the bond between mother and child. How could a mere young girl presume to serve as her son's advisor? If she followed her counsel today, tomorrow she would be bound to her whims. Should there come a day when this girl persuaded her son to abandon everything for a life of stability with her, he might very well comply. Years of effort could be undone in an instant. How could she endure such a thought? The more she contemplated, the more resolute she became that this individual could not be allowed to stay. Yet, she did not wish to create enmity with her son, so she said, if you agree to leave the capital, we shall consider this matter closed. Shi Buyu chuckled. I wonder what you mean by closed. Shi Buyu, do you think that because your surname is Shi, I would refrain from dealing with you? Yen Shiren has been deceived by you, but I shall not be. If you truly possessed such remarkable abilities, how is it that you cannot even safeguard the Shi family? A person who cannot protect their own kin dares to speak of aiding others in seizing power. The lady scoffed lightly. The remainder of her words need not be uttered, for they were sufficient to convey her meaning. You look down upon me, just as I cannot fathom how the lady before me could be the same Li Fei who, in dire circumstances, managed to protect her child. Shi Buyu rested her chin on one hand, tilting her head slightly as if genuinely pondering, yet failing to grasp the truth. The Li Fei I imagined was astute and wise, as radiant and clever as a star descended from the heavens, deserving of the late emperor's favor and the current emperor's respect, not this narrow-minded and obstinate individual before me. Frankly, I am somewhat disillusioned. You have shattered the idealized image I had of you. Lan Hua could not suppress her raised eyebrows as she regarded the audacious girl. She had often interacted with women of all kinds, yet she had never encountered one who spoke with such fierce brilliance. To label her words as insults would be inaccurate, for she was clearly extolling the lady, yet it also felt as though she were chastising her, leaving one unable to feel joy. Nevertheless, the lady's temper had somewhat abated. Were it not for your misguided influence on my son, I would indeed be the calculating and composed individual you envision. The lady's tone grew increasingly severe. How much effort have I expended to raise him to such excellence, and yet you appear, and he becomes increasingly unrecognizable. If this continues, will he forget the profound enmity he bears? Forgive my candor, madam, but if Yan Shiren had grown up by your side, he would merely become a mirror image of you, equally obstinate, and would not possess such remarkable qualities. With a gu by her side, Shi Buyu dismissed the lady's anger entirely, continuing to twist her tiger whiskers leisurely. His achievements are the result of efforts unimaginable to others, stemming from his deep affection for you. He has conformed to your desires at his own expense. You ought to be grateful for such a dutiful son. Had it been me, I fear we would both be condemned to hell. Knowing he is dutiful, you should not seek to change him. Observing the lady's resolute expression, Shi Buyu felt a twinge of sympathy for Yan Shiren. Are you aware that he is currently participating in the autumn examinations? The lady furrowed her brows. What are you implying? Do you understand the grueling nature of a 9-day, 7-night examination? You underestimate him. How could he not endure such hardships? The lady's frown deepened. Your presence will only diminish his resolve. If you truly care for him, you ought to distance yourself voluntarily. At that moment, Shi Buyu felt it was inappropriate to show mercy to such a person. He is dutiful to you, so it is only natural for him to comply with your wishes, to endure all hardships, to be forcefully filled with resentment by his mother, to fulfill your expectations, to be treated as an instrument of vengeance, to live for others. And you need not feel pity for him, need not regard him as a child, need not offer him care and affection. The lady had never been so offended. She stood, her finger trembling as she pointed at Shi Buyu. Unmoved, Shi Buyu continued, to watch him suffer from a distance, to observe his torment, to strip him of anything he holds dear, to threaten anyone who speaks to him, while assuming the high ground as a mother to chastise him, binding him with responsibility, and deeming any deviation from your desires as an unforgivable sin. He is dutiful to you, so even in pain, he complies, but, madam, can you truly see his suffering? You remain willfully blind, even taking pride in his obedience, his loyalty, in his conforming to your ideal image. Shi Buyu chuckled softly. Have you meticulously planned his future? With whom he shall wed, whose support he shall seek, enduring until the new emperor ascends the throne, you have prepared for the moment. It shall be the perfect opportunity, but what then? Will he sit upon the throne, or will you reign supreme? Silence, you shall be silent. Smack. The teacup was sent crashing to the ground by the lady's hand. Shi Buyu's tone remained unwavering. Does he draft the memorials himself, or does he bring them to you for approval? Is it you who decides, or is it he? Lan Hua, supporting her heaving chest, cast a pleading glance at her mistress, yet, Shi Buyu was ignited with passion. She had no intention of relenting, sitting upright and declaring, when I was 10, I dared to sail the seas, knowing to cling to a piece of driftwood should I be capsized. Yet you treat Yan Shiren, a 20-year-old, as if he were still a child, dictating what he can and cannot do. Where does that leave him? You perceive his resistance as disobedience, yet what 20-year-old lacks their own thoughts? You wish for him to achieve greatness while demanding his unwavering obedience. Do you desire his success, or simply a son who obeys your every command? The lady was rendered speechless, finger trembling at Shi Buyu. Which of my statements has struck a nerve? The prospect of the new emperor's ascension, or your potential reign, or have I hit the mark with every word? Shi Buyu lifted her chin defiantly, meeting the lady's gaze with unyielding intensity. I have learned from a young age that one must retaliate against blows and respond to insults. I fear your intentions here may not unfold as you hope. Yanzei hurriedly entered the room, wiping his tear-stained eyes. Mississippi. I wish to rest. Will you escort me, your guest, out, or shall you see your master off? Chapter 066. He is too compliant. Yanzei dared not send anyone away. He swiftly knelt down, his head bowed in submission. Such a blatant eviction order was not lost on the lady, who stifled a cough, using the strength of the orchids to steady herself. She cast her gaze upon the young woman who met her stare unwaveringly, exuding a vitality that could never belong to one ensnared by the shackles of the past. In a hoarse voice, she inquired, do you feel wronged on his behalf? The one who bears the grievance is his own mother. My relationship with him does not extend to such depths of sympathy. Were it not for your unwarranted intrusion today, I would have remained silent on your affairs, Shi Yu replied with a calm demeanor. To clarify, my dealings with him are merely transactional and bear no relation to you. How you choose to interact with him does not concern me, yet, you come here to confront me, and I merely retaliate. If my words happen to strike a nerve, then you must endure it, for I have withstood your menacing presence since your arrival. The lady realized that Shi Yu harbored no fear of her. It suddenly dawned on her what Lan Hua had mentioned about Shi Yu being unmotivated by ulterior motives. Had she possessed any such inclinations, her attitude would surely differ. A mother knows her child best, and she could see that Jian held other intentions. Deep down, she felt that this person could not be permitted to remain. There is something I neglected to mention. The so-called old acquaintance does not pertain to the Shi family, though this may not hold significance for you, so I shall refrain from revealing their identity, Shi Yu stated, rising to her feet. Some matters will become clear when the time is ripe. I only advise you, do not entertain thoughts of me, setting aside whether you could indeed reach me. Should you succeed, be wary of provoking old grievances that may ruin your grand ambitions. Since you have prepared to leave, I bid you farewell. With a respectful gesture, Shi Yu returned to her chamber. The lady watched as the figure departed, comprehending the underlying threat. Though the words were not harsh and carried a hint of childishness, their intent was unmistakable. As the initial anger subsided and reason took precedence, she understood the gravity of the warning. Although the identity of the old acquaintance remained unknown to her, she was aware that others were privy to Jian's true identity, and for that reason, this threat could not be ignored. After coming here, not only had she failed to accomplish her goal, but she also left under duress. The cough she had desperately suppressed could no longer be contained, erupting into a series of persistent fits. She did not wish to reveal her weakness in this place, gripping Lan Hua's arm as they made their way out. Once in the carriage, Lan Hua supported her mistress, allowing her some comfort. After a moment of silence, the lady quietly murmured, "Have I grown old? Am I now unable to manage even a young girl?" Lan Hua gently reassured her, "It is not that you have aged. Rather, this is your girl. She is indifferent to the concerns that preoccupy the daughters of noble families, possesses no ulterior motives towards the young master, and is completely unafraid of offending you. Thus, you find her difficult to handle. Had it been anyone else, they would surely falter under your gaze. That may be so, but she must not be allowed to stay. Her influence over Jian is far too significant. Madam, it would be best to let it go." Lan Hua could not help but plead on behalf of the young master. "If I may speak out of turn, this is the first time in many years that I have seen the young master smile so freely. Consider this a moment of compassion. If he truly has lost interest due to your girl, then no matter what you do, he could not harbor resentment towards you. Yet, look at him. He has not neglected his own affairs. He even attended the autumn examinations without a hint of sloth." The lady sat up abruptly, fixing a fierce gaze upon Lan Hua. "So you two stand with her? You believe her words hold merit, that I should not oversee him, that I should not ensure he walks the right path? Madam, no need to say more." The lady leaned back against the carriage, closing her eyes, refusing to listen or think. She was not in the wrong. How could she be in the wrong? Were it not for her relentless efforts, were it not for her vigilance in every matter, how could Jian have achieved his current standing? Lan Hua sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. Over the years, her mistress had become increasingly obstinate, firmly convinced that every decision she made was correct and that the young master must adhere to her plans. She had hoped that your girl's resolute stance would touch her mistress's heart, but alas, it had no effect. As the young master emerged from the examination hall, she dreaded how he would react to this situation, especially since her mistress's health seemed to deteriorate day by day. At this rate, it was uncertain how much longer she could endure. Covering the lady with a small blanket, Lan Hua sighed once more in her heart. Meanwhile, Shi Yu lay in bed, fuming as she spoke with a gu. Who does such a thing? To involve someone unrelated in the matters between mother and son. If she were of a weaker disposition, would she seek to drive me away or even eliminate me? Does she truly wish for Yan Jian to be a mere puppet, subject to her whims? Wan Xia arranged the bedding, lying down to converse with the young lady. In her family, she was a high-born noblewoman. After entering the palace, she became a favored consort, enjoying status and the emperor's affection. Her behavior following the incident demonstrated both courage and intelligence. Gradually, she began to attribute the young master's accomplishments to her own guidance, leading her to regard herself too highly, believing that everything she said or did was correct, and that those around her must comply, particularly Yan Jian. Shi Yu turned over, resting her chin on the edge of the bed. So even if Yan Jian became emperor, he would still be expected to heed her commands? Wan Xia chuckled. Once one is accustomed to manipulation, it is difficult to change. Yan Jian would not wish to be manipulated. Should that day come, it would spark a conflict between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, a scenario not uncommon in history. You spoke quite a bit on behalf of Yan Jian today. Shi Yu rested her arms on the bed. At first, I intended to give her some leeway. After hearing about her, I found her quite admirable. Thus, even when she confronted me with a tone of accusation, fully aware that my relationship with Yan Jian was merely transactional and still attempting to force me away, I chose to overlook it. However, as I listened, I felt she underestimated Yan Jian far too much. Despite their bond as mother and son, such behavior is unwarranted. Yan Jian is, in truth, a very compliant individual. Shi Yu shifted her position to look at a gu. Occasionally, I compare myself to him and feel he is far too compliant while I am far too flawed. Sometimes I wonder why the old man never took me to places like Baishui County. Had I known him in my youth, I would have taken him far away, just like Fan Can, to a place where their family could never find him, and later sought out the old man and my brothers to support him. I would have played polo with him, providing him with numerous sticks and balls, ensuring he had the finest horses, so that when he grew up and recalled his time playing polo, it would be filled with joy rather than regret. Shi Yu smiled softly. Yet, at times, I am grateful he did not meet me in his youth. Otherwise, how could he have learned so well? Wan Xia reached out, affectionately ruffling the young lady's hair. She knew her young mistress was the finest child in the world. Chapter 67. Bringing someone home. Once the matter had passed, Shi Buyu no longer dwelled on it, yet it was evident that others were still concerned. Wan Xia grew wary, insisting that everything given to the young lady must first pass through her hands. She also exchanged pleasantries with Yu Liang, urging him to pay closer attention. Yan Zhe expressed gratitude that the young lady stood by the young master. The next morning, she sent over a generous portion of braised pork knuckle and an array of fresh vegetables, with dew still glistening on the leafy greens. Even Luo Qing, who usually kept her distance, came to visit today, unable to speak on behalf of her master, yet her words were laced with gratitude. Additionally, the cook, whom Yan Shiren affectionately referred to as aunt, delivered a large bowl of freshly fried small fish. As Wan Xia escorted the guests out, she returned to find the young lady joyfully savoring the dish. She laughed. Are you delighted by the delicious food, or is it because of young Master Yan? Shi Buyu pondered for a moment, replying, it should be for him, but right now, it's definitely because these little fish are simply divine.
I understand, aunt.
I shall learn from the elder sister later. Shi Buyu chuckled, pleased that once aunt mastered the recipe, she would have something delectable to enjoy even if she departed from the Yan household. From small kindnesses, we see the larger picture. If Yan Shiren treats his subordinates well, he shall extend that kindness to others in the future. Wan Xia nodded in agreement. Let us hope he is not one to burn bridges. If he dares to dismantle my bridge, I shall cut off his flow, leaving him to perish in drought, Shi Buyu declared, chewing on a mouthful of small fish with exaggerated ferocity, yet to Wan Xia, she resembled a mischievous raccoon. True to her promise, on the day Yan Shiren completed his examinations, Shi Buyu, flanked by Yu Liang and Wan Xia, squeezed through the crowd to the entrance of the Imperial Examination Hall. Her vibrant red attire was strikingly conspicuous, and as soon as Yan Shiren emerged, he instinctively smiled and hurried towards her.
Am I easy to recognize?
Shi Buyu asked with a proud grin.
I knew there would be a large crowd today. Dressing brightly ensures I would be spotted immediately.
Indeed, you are, Yan Shiren replied, noting how she had swapped her usual round-collared robe for a bright red dress that enhanced her complexion, clearly a testament to Aunt's excellent care during this time. Come, let us return home, Shi Buyu said, tugging him away from the throng, raising her hand to signal Yan Zhe. I figured you must be weary after these few days, so I brought the carriage.
Home was a pleasant notion, but the weariness was not.
Yan Shiren mused inwardly, yet his smile was uncontainable. Shi Buyu's whims commanded his every action. However, he could not shake the feeling that it was slightly amiss. He rode on horseback while she took the carriage. Wan Xia slowed the horse, turning her head away to stifle her laughter. Yan Zhe, driving the carriage, felt compelled to avert his gaze, pretending to be oblivious, for he feared a smile might escape him. His young master had never been treated in such a manner. How amusing. Yan Shiren decided to intervene. I am not fatigued, perhaps I should switch and ride the horse? Though I have not participated in the autumn examination, I have heard tales of its grueling nature. Do not feel ashamed, look around at the many carriages, all here to collect someone. Shi Buyu dismissed his concerns. If others have it, so must you. The notion that he must have what others possessed was not new. She had repeated it before and acted accordingly. Suddenly, Yan Shiren felt content to ride in the carriage, relishing the attentive care he received. As they rode, Yan Shiren leaned against the door to converse. Have you been well these past few days? I am quite well, Shi Buyu replied, her eyes darting, though she suspected that the imposing figure who had come to confront her might not be faring as well. However, that was of little concern to her. She had not sought out trouble, merely remaining unscathed herself. Shi Buyu, emboldened by her circumstances, spotted a pastry shop bustling with activity. Yan Shiren, without further thought, instructed Yan Zhe to halt for a moment. The past few days had indeed been taxing. Poor food, restless nights, and the rigors of 3 examinations had drained both his mental and physical stamina, causing him to feel drowsy as the carriage rocked gently.
Young master! Yan Zhe suddenly called out in alarm.
Yan Shiren jolted awake, his eyes widening as he focused ahead.
Aunt Lan Hua.
Lan Hua sighed inwardly. Young master, the madam requests your presence. Yan Shiren glanced at the individual still purchasing pastries. Kindly ask aunt to wait for me ahead. Lan Hua followed his gaze, bowed, and departed.
What transpired during my absence? Yan Zhe dared not conceal anything, swiftly recounting the skirmish between the madam and Shi Buyu, especially the latter's words, which he relayed verbatim.
Yan Shiren chuckled, loosening the tension in his chest, allowing his breath to flow more freely. It seems she did not come off poorly. Yan Zhe observed Shi Buyu and Wan Xia engaged in some playful banter, murmuring, to be precise, the madam could not outmaneuver Shi Buyu and was met with an unyielding counter.
Quite well, Yan Shiren mused.
However, young master, you have just emerged from the examination hall and have yet to enjoy a warm soup or meal, nor taken a proper bath. Why must you? Yan Zhe lamented, feeling great sympathy. The madam treated the young master with less regard than an outsider. Yan Shiren's gaze fell upon the approaching figure, who bore pastries with an exuberant demeanor, and the clouds of doubt in his heart dissipated at the sound of her laughter. Quickly, help me with these.
Aunt will take them away.
Yan Shiren accepted the pastries, placing them behind him. When we return home, have Yan Zhe place them in my study. You may take them whenever you wish. Shi Buyu raised an eyebrow at the implication of her words. As she surveyed her surroundings, she spotted a familiar figure and instantly understood, you're finished. I am not finished, after all, some matters are solely mine to handle, Yan Shiren replied, stepping down from the carriage and flashing her a smile. Thank you for coming to collect me.
I promised I would come.
Thus, I must fulfill that promise, Shi Buyu said, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions, wishing she could whisk him away from it all. However, the truth was, she could not utter too many words. He was tied to his mother, and while she might seek vengeance, Yen Shiren could not. Aunt said she would prepare a feast of your favorite dishes. The braised pork is still warming on the stove. Hurry back, for cold food loses its flavor.
Yen Shiren nodded in agreement. I will return swiftly.
The attendants brought forth the horse, and Yen Shiren mounted, lightly nudging its flank to depart. Yen Shiren, she called, prompting him to rein in the horse and turn to face her. Remember this at all times, Shi Buyu urged, riding closer. The Yen Shiren of today is the product of 2 decades of sacrifices, challenges, and growth. The support from others is secondary, your worth is determined solely by yourself. If others belittle you, it does not mean you are lacking. Conversely, if they praise you, it does not guarantee your merit. Anyone who stands before you to judge your worth harbors ulterior motives. Do not fall into such traps, your true value will be assessed by future generations. Yen Shiren guided his horse closer, inching nearer. I am simply Yen Shiren. A teachable child indeed, Shi Buyu replied, her expression a mixture of seriousness and mischief, feeling somewhat like a rogue instructing a well-behaved child. How delightful it felt to be the villain.
Chapter 068 Do not move, Shi Buyu. This time they met in yet another unfamiliar locale. Yen Shiren thought, rather inopportunely, how fortunate it was that in previous years, they sometimes failed to meet even once a year. Otherwise, where would she find so many places to rendezvous? And yet, the figure he beheld remained that same frail silhouette. Yen Shiren could not help but ponder that she must be aware of her own fragility, which is why she perpetually presented him with her back, waiting until his heart softened to immediately voice her various demands, knowing he would find it hard to refuse.
Kneel. The command was the same as before, and without hesitation, Yen Shiren knelt obediently, as he had done on countless prior occasions, then awaited her enumeration of his transgressions.
How did you fare in the examination? All right, I suppose. Do you have any confidence?
I can only guarantee that I exerted my utmost effort.
If you truly performed well and are brimming with confidence, how could you lack assurance? Perhaps my performance was not commendable enough to warrant such confidence.
Their exchange, though familiar, bore a strangeness akin to that between strangers, yet the subjects of their discourse were matters only close kin would concern themselves with. After a moment of silence, it was the lady who could no longer contain herself, speaking in a low but firm tone, send Shi Buyu away. Mother, forgive me, but I have prior dealings with her, and she is of assistance to me.
I cannot send her away.
I see no merit in her, yet she exhibits such arrogance and lacks even basic decorum. I shall not permit someone of her ilk to remain by your side. The lady lifted her gaze to the blank plaque atop the shrine. I have found several suitable young women for you, each surpassing Shi Buyu in appearance, talent, and family background. I am not unreasonable, I merely wish for someone of exceptional quality to remain in your life. Grant me a little time to make arrangements.
Arrogance and lack of decorum, this is your assessment of Miss Shi? Indeed, what right does such a girl have to associate with you? Father and Shi were as close as brothers in their youth, yet you, mother, dismiss Shi granddaughter as arrogant and uncouth?
Yen Shiren's lips curled into a mocking smile. I wonder what father would think of such words. Jian, you need not provoke me with such statements. If Shi and your father were truly as close as you say, why did Shi do nothing after your father's misfortune?
What could he have done? What did he know? Father instructed you to seek him out. Did you go? You did not, for you did not trust him, and now you blame him for not assisting father. Yen Shiren chuckled softly. What do you think led to the calamity befalling the loyal and valiant duke's residence? How do you know that Shi has not been investigating quietly, unbeknownst to the emperor? The lady was taken aback, abruptly turning to him. What has Shi discovered? Why does the emperor harbor such hatred for the loyal and valiant duke's residence, to the extent of wanting to eradicate even infants? Why? Yen Shiren met her gaze, shifting the conversation. I do not care which young lady you favor. Should you present one before me, do not blame me for being ruthless, leaving no room for resolution. I solemnly warn you, do not lay a hand on Shi Buyu. We are mother and son, just as I understand what you are capable of, you know the thoughts that will arise within me, yet those thoughts shall remain buried in my heart. Her spirit is so vibrant, living each day to the fullest, and I, who cannot guarantee my own future, shall never sever her wings, condemning her to a fate as painful as mine. Yen Shiren smiled. I am not like you, who, in your own suffering, drags everyone around you into a hellish existence. The hardships I have endured shall not be inflicted upon her. I wish for her to remain forever vibrant, joyful, and unrestrained, unaware of the meaning of confinement. I long to see her smile, not her resentment. The lady could no longer maintain her composure, her body swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Mother has never once inquired if I am weary, nor has she considered whether I can endure the toll of 9 days of hardship, yet I still wish to inform you, I am exhausted. Yen Shiren rose. I now desire nothing more than a warm meal, a bowl of hot soup, a warm bath, and then a good night's sleep. Have you prepared any hot food or soup for me? The lady fell silent, having never even contemplated such a notion. It seems not. Yen Shiren performed a courteous bow. Forgive me for my current foggy mind. I can think of nothing but rest. Once I have recuperated, I shall return to greet you. Jian.
Yen Shiren paused, waiting, yet after a considerable time, she offered no further words. He bowed once more and strode away. He longed to return to the home where someone awaited him. He yearned for hot food, warm soup, and a soothing bath. He wished to see her smile, to hear her call his name, Yen Shiren. As if by the power of thought made manifest, Yen Shiren halted his steed and turned to see the approaching figure. Why are you still here? Shi Buyu raised the oiled paper bag in her hand. I heard others say that those who finish the examination should eat the top scholar cake, so I went to buy some.
If others have it, I must have it too?
Of course.
If others have it, why should you not? You are no less than anyone else.
Shi Buyu handed him the top scholar cake. I waited a long time, many people were buying, but thanks to Agu's nimble hands, I managed to snag this one.
Otherwise, I would have had to wait for the next batch. Uninformed onlookers might assume she had snatched it, causing Yan Shiren to chuckle, thanking Agu who followed closely behind.
One cannot tell if it is the cake's reputation or its flavor that draws people in, but young Master Yan, you may as well sample it.
Wan Xia smiled, the old lady's dishes should be ready. Let us return.
With food in hand, Shi Buyu dashed ahead. Quickly, the old lady's tofu pudding is best enjoyed while hot. Yan Shiren followed at a leisurely pace, clutching the top scholar cake, his heart now in a vastly different state compared to before. His mother, a favored daughter of heaven, showered with affection, possessed far too much and would never comprehend the warmth that another could provide, but what had he ever possessed? It was precisely because he had never owned anything that he dared not cling to desires. He took whatever was offered, not daring to hope for more. Yin Zhe watched as the two returned, their faces glowing brightly enough to illuminate the surroundings, attending to each other with such attentiveness that one might think they were eager to walk the path for Shi Buyu. Shi Buyu was in high spirits, playfully kicking him. Where is Yi Shang? Call him to join in the merriment.
Young miss, I am here.
Yi Shang emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl.
Upon hearing the young lady remember him at this moment, his expression softened considerably. Quite diligent, aren't you?
Shi Buyu approached to peer into the bowl, which contained chicken. The old lady was most skilled at preparing various dishes.
The chicken legs are on the edge.
I am opposite. Yi Shang pointed the way, watching the young lady take a chicken leg with the kind of joy that felt as if he himself had taken a bite. This meal was not served in individual portions but rather spread across a grand eight immortals table, laden with an abundance of dishes. Apart from the two masters, those close to them gathered at the table. At Yan Shiren's side were Luo Cheng, Yan Zhe, and the old lady, while Shi Buyu's side hosted Wan Xia, Yi Shang, and a Yu Liang, though they were yet to discern the results of the examination, and it seemed there was little to celebrate. When Shi Buyu raised her cup, everyone followed suit, lifting theirs high. It required not a grand title, simply being able to gather together on such a clear autumn afternoon was worthy of celebration. Cheers. Chapter 069. What he left behind, having enjoyed a warm meal, sipped hot soup, and indulged in fine wine, Yan Shiren found himself in a state of bliss, as if all that he had once yearned for had been graciously bestowed upon him, allowing him to savor the taste of fulfillment. How rare it was for such a sentiment to grace his life. With a smile, he surrendered to the joy of the moment, only to awaken the following morning, propped against his bed, with no recollection of how he had transitioned from the bath to his chamber.
Young master, you are awake?
Yan sprang from the floor and hurriedly poured a glass of water, presenting it to his master. Yan Shiren accepted it and took a few sips.
What hour is it?
It is nearly the hour of the rabbit. So early, Yan Shiren felt an unusual sense of idleness but had no desire to occupy himself with the endless tasks awaiting him in the study. Observing Yenny stifling a yawn, he said, "You may sleep a little longer." Yenny shook his head. The young master had retired early the previous evening and had not partaken of dinner. He inquired, "Are you hungry? I can fetch something for you."
"I am not hungry."
Yan Shiren gestured towards the foot of the bed.
"Sit with me and converse."
Yenny complied, taking a seat and waiting for his master to speak.
"Aside from my mother's visit in the past few days, has anything noteworthy occurred?"
Yenny pondered for a moment before shaking his head.
"Nothing of significance has happened." "Has there been no news from my cousin?"
Yenny hesitated before asking, "Young master, what sort of news regarding your cousin do you consider significant?"
That was a pertinent question.
After a moment's reflection, Yan Shiren concluded, "Any news is significant." Yenny continued, recounting events from the time of the cousin's departure. "Your cousin took Yi Yixing to Yixing bookstore, returning with a cartload of books. To accommodate them, she moved some of the existing books into your study. The bougainvillea was in full bloom, and she personally climbed a ladder to trim it, though the results were less than pleasing, prompting Auntie Wan to send her down." Yan Shiren chuckled, easily envisioning the scene.
"And what else?"
Yenny continued, "Your cousin claimed the fish from the lotus pond were exquisite, so Auntie Wan fashioned several fishing rods. Everyone caught fish except for your cousin, who, despite swapping rods with others, remained empty-handed. Eventually, she persuaded Auntie Wan to craft a net, vowing to cease only after catching some fish. Afterwards, she purchased fish fry to place in the lotus pond, ensuring there would be a harvest next year." Noticing how engrossed his master was in the tale, Yenny became more animated. "A few days ago, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, your cousin learned to make mooncakes from Auntie Wan. She selected the best ones to send to Miss Chi, saying the young ladies of the floating life gathering ought to sample them. The less successful ones were sent elsewhere, and after dining out, she organized a moon-viewing celebration with us." Most likely, she had gone to find her elder brother, Yan Shiren mused. During a festival centered around family reunion, she would not intrude upon others. The Mid-Autumn Festival, in previous years, he had merely indulged in mooncakes, but this year, while occupied with examinations, he had scarcely given it a thought. "Your cousin has also left you." Upon meeting his master's gaze, a light of understanding flickered in Yenny's eyes.
"I shall fetch it for you at once."
After a short wait without Yenny's return, Yan Shiren found himself restless and decided to rise, taking a seat at the table facing the entrance. After a brief while, Yenny returned, explaining, "I have warmed the mooncakes for you." Yan Shuren's gaze fell upon the two mooncakes in the bowl. They were the most peculiar mooncakes he had ever encountered. One was flat with two corners, adorned with what resembled eyes and a nose, albeit in a rather crooked manner, requiring careful inspection to discern. The other, on the other hand, was an oval shape, striving for roundness.
Are they all like this? Yan Yi quickly replied, each one is unique.
Your cousin remarked that mooncakes, much like people, cannot all resemble one another. Yan Shuren chuckled. Such reasoning was indeed characteristic of her. Furthermore, Auntie Wan had always indulged her, likely even echoing, what my lady says is true, further nurturing her confidence. It was Auntie Wan's influence that had shaped her disposition. He broke off a small piece and tasted it, surprisingly pleased by the flavor. Without needing to inquire, he recognized that the filling had been crafted by Auntie Wan, allowing the young lady to playfully experiment. Suddenly, he felt quite ravenous, consuming both mooncakes with gusto.
I shall fetch you something else. I am full.
Yan Shuren rose and stepped outside. Dawn's light was beginning to break, and the air was laden with moisture. Today would likely bring rain. The mid-autumn festival had passed, and the temperature was set to drop. Shi Buyu awoke early, greeted by the chilly breeze that carried a light drizzle, prompting her to sneeze. Rubbing her nose, she peered outside and thought to herself that today was perfect for returning to bed. Alas, that was not to be. Yan Shuren had returned, and there were matters to discuss with him. He Yixing brought in breakfast, having taken to arriving early each day, waiting for Shi Buyu to fall asleep before leaving. His attentiveness improved daily, yet, while he treated her with the care of a devoted servant, he remained steadfastly aware of propriety, never encroaching upon her personal space, nor residing within the same courtyard, and deftly avoiding any contact with her undergarments, responding with swiftness that often outpaced Shi Buyu herself, leaving Auntie Wan with nothing to criticize.
The weather has turned cooler. Have you added an extra layer?
I have. Shi Buyu rested her chin on her hand, regarding him.
You truly see yourself as my servant now?
There's nothing wrong with that. I find solace in being near you. He Yixing set the table with care. I know that if I ever wished to leave, you would not restrain me.
Rather, I fear you might linger.
Shi Buyu added salt pickles to her porridge.
Auntie Wan has enough to manage with me. Adding you into the mix would surely lead to complications.
He Yixing's expression remained composed, yet a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. It seemed she had never contemplated the possibility of being unable to leave, nor considered anyone who might hold her back, such as a certain individual. Though Yan Shuren's identity had not been explicitly revealed to him, their conversations were unguarded, suggesting that they were likely of royal lineage. Hearing footsteps, He Yixing turned to see the newcomer, taking the tray and departing. He hoped that the young lady would never be hindered by anyone. She was meant to be like the wind, elusive and untouchable, free to drift wherever she pleased, forever untroubled.
Shi Buyu inquired, have you had breakfast? I ate the mooncakes you left for me. How were they?
Delicious. Satisfied, Shi Buyu instructed, go to the study and wait for me. I shall join you shortly.
Yan Shuren nodded. Am I free to browse the contents of the study?
Feel free.
My secrets are not concealed within your abode.
As Shi Buyu took up her spoon and resumed eating her porridge, she buried her secrets deep. Chapter 070. At deceiving oneself. Yan Shan, of course, would not genuinely search through her study. Instead, she meticulously examined each piece of rice paper, piecing together her thoughts in light of the current circumstances. Yet, there remained a perplexity. Why did she suddenly cast suspicion on certain individuals, such as Zhu Ling?
Observing the prominent placement of Zhu Ling's name on the paper, Yan Shan turned to the person who entered. What has he done now?
I'm still waiting, Shi Buyu interjected with a hiccup. If I were Minister Zhang, I would not retain Zhu Ling, even if I didn't intend to eliminate him. I would simply ensure he was removed. Yet, he has yet to take action. As she continued, another hiccup escaped her lips, and she patted her chest.
Zhu Ling gives me the impression of being utterly unafraid.
I can't help but wonder if he holds some leverage over Minister Zhang, compelling him to refrain from taking action. Considering Minister Zhang's strength, any threat posed by Zhu Ling could very well lead the entire Zhu family to ruin. Hiccup, there must be some undisclosed matter between them that we have yet to uncover. I will ensure he is closely monitored, Yan Shan replied, noticing Shi Buyu's persistent hiccups, and furrowed her brow. Did you eat too quickly? I just caught a chill after eating. It is nothing, Shi Buyu waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned, as she recounted recent events. We must hold back for a while. Minister Zhang has repeatedly faced setbacks. He should be growing suspicious. Hiccup. My seventh brother mentioned that prior to the announcement of the rankings, this period is when gatherings are most frequent. You should attend more of them to enhance your reputation. The more famous you become, the better. A hiccup. Should your identity be exposed in the future, this renown will serve as your safeguard. Even if he wishes for your demise, he cannot extinguish your life as quietly as squashing an ant. If he desires to kill you while silencing the public gossip, it will require a battle of wits against me. This is your opportunity for survival. Hiccup. I understand your point, Yan Shan said as she turned.
I shall summon Egu to devise a plan.
Shi Buyu felt she had said all that needed to be said. What remained unsaid was of little consequence, so she focused on her hiccups. Wan Xia arrived swiftly, allowing the young lady to lean against her as she massaged the acupressure point.
Yan Shan, observing Egu's skilled hands, inquired, have you done this before?
When I was younger, I suffered quite a bit from this, and eventually learned to eat slowly and avoid cold drafts after meals. Seeing the young lady's condition improve, Wan Xia felt a sense of relief. The temperature has dropped significantly today. You were careless. Shi Buyu closed her eyes and feigned unconsciousness, resolute in her refusal to admit fault. Wan Xia refrained from chastising her, as this experience would serve as a lesson. I arrived a bit too early, Yan Shan admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt, noting Shi Buyu's need to avoid cold drafts after meals. Such trivial matters. I had forgotten myself, Shi Buyu remarked, patting her chest. All right, Egu. Wan Xia pinched her cheek and cautioned, stay indoors today to avoid further trouble. I know, I wouldn't bring trouble upon myself. Wan Xia believed her. The young lady usually chose comfort over self-imposed hardship. Once Aga departed, Shi Buyu, no longer hiccuping, regained her vitality and posed the question she had restrained herself from asking the previous day, did your mother send you to drive me away? Having learned from Uncle Zhe that her mother had indeed instructed Shi Buyu to leave, Yan Shan did not conceal the truth and nodded in affirmation. No one has ever disregarded her words as you do. I have never encountered anyone who takes their own words so seriously, Shi Buyu replied, resting her chin on her hands atop the desk. What astonishes me most is her belief that whatever she says is inherently correct, and we must comply. Any dissent is deemed wrong. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the doorway. Yan Shan glanced back. What is it? I fear that Agu might overhear me speaking ill of her behind her back. She would surely serve me bitter tea. It was evident that she had endured such treatment before, prompting Yan Shan to chuckle. This is not slander, it is the truth, she is indeed that kind of person. And how did you respond to her remarks? I told her that I needed your assistance and could not allow you to leave. Shi Buyu stifled a laugh. Did that make her even angrier? Fortunately, she may be slowly acclimating to my disobedience. Yan Shan gently adjusted her clothing. For over 2 years, I have ceased to heed her every command. She is not entirely oblivious, she merely believes she is granting me freedom, deluding herself in the process. When faced with real issues, her true nature reveals itself, yet, she fails to see it, convinced that I have let her down. Shi Buyu pondered this. She believes she has taught you when necessary and released you when required. Does she think she has done well? That would be my assumption. Shi Buyu inwardly marveled at the extent of self-deception. It was truly a remarkable skill. Do not concern yourself with her words. I will not allow her to approach you again. I fear her not, she is no match for me. Shi Buyu chuckled, unfazed, as the burden did not rest upon her. Yan Shan laughed as well, recalling the words Uncle Zhe had shared with him. Each of Shi Buyu's statements resonated beautifully, making him feel as though she was advocating for him, empathizing with his plight. Even if it were merely an illusion, he wished to indulge in the deception. Truly, it was no wonder they were mother and son, both were adept at self-deceit. As Yan Shan departed, she strolled beneath the eaves, effortlessly spotting the areas that Shi Buyu had poorly tended to. Agu attempted to conceal it, yet the missing patch of flowers remained conspicuous against the surrounding blooms. In the days that followed, Yan Shan spent noticeably less time at home. Initially, he garnered a reputation at various gatherings, subsequently taking up residence at the Floating Life Gathering. Although the Floating Life Gathering was his domain, the themes of poetry or prose would be determined on the spot by those present, and his success depended solely on his own efforts. Fortunately, his childhood reputation as a prodigy had not been in vain. Mr. Qi had taken him on as a disciple due to his undeniable intellect in the realm of knowledge. While he did not win every competition, he consistently placed among the final 3 or 4 contenders. In the talent-rich environment of the Floating Life Gathering, such achievements garnered him significant recognition, and by October, his name had spread throughout the capital, becoming known to an even wider audience. Shi Buyu secretly attended several of these events, witnessing his arrogance, his nonconformity, and his triumphant exuberance upon defeating his opponents. She also spotted the disguised Princess Qinghuan, observing the admiration in her eyes as she regarded Yan Shan, but she refrained from interrupting. What Shi Buyu admired most about Qinghuan was her refusal to belittle others, yet, what Shi Buyu observed most frequently was Yan Shan's daily visits, where he would spend time with her, sometimes conversing, other times simply sitting in quietude, his demeanor starkly contrasting with that of the Floating Life Gathering. Moreover, he appeared increasingly gaunt. According to Yan Zhe, the young master of the Yan family spent his nights immersed in books, producing a thick stack of poems and verses at home. Shi Buyu painted a picture and requested Yan Zhe to deliver it to his mother. Chapter 071. A poisonous retaliation. The painting was delivered to the lady, yet she left it unopened for quite some time. She harbored a disdain for Shi Buyu, who, in turn, reciprocated her feelings. What could two individuals, who held mutual contempt for one another, possibly gift each other? Perhaps a vial of poison seemed plausible. However, knowing that the other would not seek to please her, the unexpected arrival of the painting piqued her curiosity. After contemplating the artwork several times, she gestured for Lan Hua to unveil it. Her heart brimming with trepidation, she was momentarily taken aback upon viewing the painting. The artwork was divided into 2 sections. In the upper part, a spirited young man stood atop a platform, wielding a drumstick and pointing at a drum, while the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Below, the same young man sat before a writing desk, a noose dangling above him, diligently inscribing characters with a brush in hand. The desk was illuminated by a lamp, and behind him loomed a bookshelf overflowing with tomes, while scattered around him were various texts. Not far off, a servant dozed against the bookshelf, and the lady instantly recognized her son. She was also aware of the reputation he had garnered during this period, filling her with a sense of satisfaction. From a young age, her son had shown remarkable intelligence, and every teacher had lauded his potential for greatness. It was only natural for him to achieve renown in the capital.
Yet, all the outward glory concealed the arduous efforts that lay beneath, a reality as old as time itself, who has not toiled to grow. What then was Shi Buyu's intention in sending such a painting? Madam, there is also a letter, Lan Hua said, handing the missive to her. Upon examining the painting more closely, the lady pondered whether Shi Buyu wished to showcase her son's diligence. But when had her son ever been negligent? She had grown accustomed to his industriousness, rendering it of little significance. Shi Buyu. The lady hurled the letter away in fury, gasping as she leaned against the table. Lan Hua retrieved it, noticing that the letter contained only a single line. It is thus that Yin Shan has forged his own path. Truly, she struck at the very core of her feelings, even going so far as to paint a picture and compose a letter to provoke her. Lan Hua cast a glance at the lady, uncertain of how to offer comfort, and could only assist her to the couch to rest. She is doing this on purpose, she must be. The lady coughed repeatedly, her rage causing a lump to form in her throat, rendering her breathless. He is my son, my flesh and blood. She seeks to sow discord between us, to sever the bond one share with my child. How could she be so malicious, so vile? Cough, cough, cough. Do not let yourself be agitated. She cannot see you, Lan Hua gently urged, pouring tea for the lady and helping her take a few sips. Seeing that her temper had not abated, she refrained from speaking further to avoid inciting more anger. Yet, she felt a sense of comfort, knowing that someone would eventually stand by her son, someone who would care for him and consider his well-being. The lady would surely come around in time. Help me up, I must respond to her. Lan Hua, after a moment's thought, did not dissuade her. The lady's ire could be a positive outlet, far better than remaining mired in the past, burdening both herself and her son. It was better to engage in a battle of wits with Shi Buyu. The letter was swiftly delivered to Yin Shan, and he turned to Yen Zhe, who had his head bowed. Yesterday, you left early in the morning and returned past midnight. The young lady sent a painting and a letter for the madam, insisting that I not show it to you. I do not know what the letter contained, but I did see the painting. Luo Cheng had made a copy. Luo Cheng unfurled the painting for Yin Shan to see. My rendition captures only the form, lacking the spirit. The young lady's depiction of herself is filled with emotion. One glance reveals her intent. Yin Shan observed the painting in silence for a long while. Say, uncle, yes, go find Lan Hua, and tell her, please send the painting to me. I will remember this kindness and repay it generously in the future. Yen Zhe's nose tinged with emotion. Young master, why put yourself through such hardship? The young lady is indeed wonderful, but even without considering the palace, she cannot be retained in this city. If you force the issue, given her temperament, she may turn against you. It would be better to, without sending it out. How can one receive? Yen Shan smiled. Do not worry, I will not turn against her. Deliver the letter, and do not mention that I am aware of it. Understood. Yen Zhe took the letter, hesitating before asking, will you not take a look? If the madam speaks harshly, then you may wait there for a while and continue to be their messenger. Yen Shan chuckled. Should Shi Buyu insult me, I will certainly retort. This was indeed so. Yen Zhe, who had just been feeling troubled, now found himself smiling, yet, the smile faded into melancholy. If only the young lady were truly the young master's cousin, and if that engagement were real, it would be even better. No one who stood by the young master could compare to Shi Buyu. Yen Shan hung the painting up. He had seen Shi Buyu's works before. Her art did not overly concern itself with form, spirit, or meaning, just as Luo Cheng had said. Her paintings mirrored her essence, brimming with emotion. Just viewing Luo Cheng's imitation delighted him so, and he was eager to see the original work, wondering what feelings it might evoke. She had also written a letter, and based on his understanding of Shi Buyu, combined with the painting, it was likely far from complimentary. More amusingly, his mother had responded with a letter. Yen Shan suddenly smiled, a phrase springing to mind: to fight poison with poison. Shi Buyu was that very poison, capable of countering both his own poison and that of his mother. He lightly tapped his forehead as he pondered, so it was that in Shi Buyu's eyes, he appeared to be working so diligently? Reflecting on the past days, he realized he had indeed lived this way, yet no one had acknowledged him, no one had praised him, and thus he only perceived it as ordinary. After all, had he not lived like this for so many years? Yet now, someone had recognized his efforts and immortalized them in art. How wonderful this was, surpassing all verbal commendations. Meanwhile, Shi Buyu opened the letter before Yen Zhe, reading its sole line: a yellow-haired girl who fancies herself immensely talented, yet is, in truth, ignorant and inept. Hey, she just insulted me. Yen Zhe, is this really all she sent back? Nothing else? Yen Zhe shook his head. No, that is all. It was evident that she did not regard her son's hardships. Shi Buyu rolled up her sleeves. Yen Zhe, wait here. Yen Zhe responded loudly, realizing that the young master knew the young lady well. Guessing her intentions accurately this time, Shi Buyu chose not to write a letter. Instead, she drew a head of a toothless old tiger. Wan Xiao playfully tapped her forehead. You just love to poke at people's sore spots. Why would I poke if it didn't hurt? Shi Buyu chuckled. It is merely a paper tiger. If people are not to speak, then I shall paint. Before the paint had even dried, Shi Buyu handed the entire sheet to Yen Zhe. Send this to her, right now. Yes, I will do so immediately. Yen Zhe readily agreed, and as he exited the courtyard, he delivered the painting to the young master, struggling to suppress his laughter. His face flushed. Are we truly sending this? The madam may become furious. Yen Shan took his time to appreciate the painting before responding. Send it. This one need not be brought back. Understood. Chapter 072. Show mercy this time. Yen Zhe returned directly with a letter, a heap of torn scraps of paper, along with that painting from last time. Aunt Orchid said that you need not take this matter to heart. She will soothe the lady on her behalf, and you may focus on your own affairs. Furthermore, Yen Zhe cast a glance at the young master and continued, Aunt Orchid mentioned that should Miss Shi wish to present anything to the lady, you need not obstruct her, asserting that Miss Shi will not suffer any loss, so you need not worry. Indeed, everyone can see that Miss Shi harbors no ill intentions. It is merely her stubbornness that prevents her from acknowledging it. Yen Shuren lifted her chin slightly. Send it to Miss Shi, there is no need for concealment. Understood. Yanzei carefully wrapped the parcel. If Monsieur has further correspondence, shall I continue to act as the messenger? This time, there should be none. Yan Shiren smiled. As the victor, she ought to be exceedingly pleased, yet, she was uncertain whether the next encounter would be initiated by her or if her mother would once again provoke her. Yan Shiren realized that his earlier feelings of helplessness and disappointment towards his mother seemed to have vanished after Monsieur's antics, replaced instead by a tinge of anticipation. This was indeed a remarkable ability of Monsieur. What seemed arduous would, when placed in her hands, transform into simplicity itself. As she cautiously unfurled the painting, she already knew its contents, yet with each inch revealed, her heart swelled with increasing expectation and delight. She had meticulously rendered every detail of his features, his face, his hands, his form, and his expression, all painstakingly depicted by her own hand. What thoughts occupied her mind while painting? Gently brushing past a figure clad in green on the third floor of Floating Life Pavilion, he recalled the moment he had seen Monsieur in such attire, standing in that very spot, gazing at him. That day, he had emerged victorious. The scene below, though somewhat exaggerated with the imagery of a head suspended by a beam and a piercing agony, remained eerily realistic, as if she had witnessed it firsthand, even capturing the moment when Yenny dozed off in a manner so vivid it felt tangible. Perhaps, she had indeed visited one night, her presence unannounced, silently observing him from the painting. At the very least, it was clear that Monsieur bore him no malice. He could only wonder whether they were now acquaintances or something more. He dared not inquire, but surely, they had grown a bit closer than before. That was sufficient. Meanwhile, Shi Buyu clutched the bundle of shredded paper, laughing uproariously. I shall keep this for the next time she seeks to trouble me, and I will burn it piece by piece before her eyes, starting with her claws. Yanzei feigned formality. Cousin, please show mercy. Very well, I shall not burn it piece by piece. I shall set it all ablaze at once. Yanzei, having never encountered such a notion of mercy, deftly shifted the conversation. Cousin, would you like to have some fish sashimi? Shall I send over 2 fresh carp tomorrow? Shi Buyu certainly yearned for it. However, she pointed at Aunt, urging him to speak. Yanzei cleared his throat and approached Wanxia. Aunt Wan, may I send over 2 fresh carp tomorrow morning? How about sending some mutton instead? Wanxia feigned ignorance of the two's playful banter. Winter is approaching. The young lady should consume mutton soup to warm her body. Do refrain from sending carp for the time being. Understood. Yanzei cast an apologetic glance at Monsieur. He had made an effort, but Aunt Wan would not permit it. In this household, even the young master was cautious of Aunt Wan's disposition. They dared not defy her. Shi Buyu slumped her shoulders, seemingly resigned to the fact that she would not enjoy any more this year. Yanzei now found himself increasingly fond of his cousin, completely forgetting the matter of her surreptitiously feeding the young master outside. He felt an overwhelming urge to procure 2 carp immediately for Aunt to prepare for her, but ultimately, he dared not, clasping his hands and hastily taking his leave. Wanxia approached and playfully poked the young lady's forehead, causing her to bounce back like a bobblehead. As the weather cools, you must refrain from consuming those raw and cold foods. If you truly desire it, Aunt will indulge you, but you must practice with me for an hour each day. I won't eat it, Aunt, I refuse to practice. Shi Buyu had endured the rigors of physical training before. She'd rather suffer through hunger than bear the fatigue. Wasn't it uncomfortable to sit? Wasn't it blissful to lie down? Why must she endure such torment? No, Wanxia shot her a reproachful glance. You are nothing but a lazybones. The meat says she is lazy too. Wanxia couldn't suppress her laughter, giving her another gentle poke before returning to her duties. Shi Buyu secured the parcel and tossed it lightly, glancing around the room, feeling it was superfluous no matter where it was placed. Ultimately, she discarded it on the floor, kicking it under the cabinet. If it were out of sight, it would no longer be an excess eye in the blink of an eye. It was already October. As the announcement of the examination results drew near, numerous scholars and literati in the capital awoke from their stupor of indulgence, beginning to discuss the likelihood of their success this time around. Some were resolute in their aspirations, others felt a sense of trepidation, while some feigned indifference, declaring that if this attempt failed, they would return again in the future. During this period of heightened attention, Yan Shiren found himself besieged by inquiries each time he stepped out. He opted to stay home for peace and quiet, though there were always a few persistent individuals who would not be deterred. It has been ages since I last visited. Upon arriving today, I nearly thought I had taken a wrong turn. Do Yuanchang chuckled jovially. Having a fiancé has indeed transformed the household. Even the ambience seems more pleasing. Yan Shiren feigned ignorance, hoping to hear a compliment. Better than before? Of course, in the past, every step I took in your home felt as though I were treading on eggshells. If one foot advanced a step, the other would feel compelled to catch up. Was it truly that dire? Yan Shiren laughed. I don't recall you ever mentioning it. Why would I nitpick your household when visiting? That would be utterly unreasonable. Do Yuanchang leaned in suddenly. I recently heard an intriguing piece of news. On the 9th day of the 9th month, didn't the Zhang family host a grand chrysanthemum banquet, even inviting Princess Qinghuan? Guess what transpired? With a fearless Qinghuan and a Zhang Shijin, who saw nothing but faults in him, Yan Shiren sensed trouble brewing upon hearing this and inquired, what happened? Zhang Shijin has always been at odds with you. That day, surrounded by sycophants, he spoke ill of you, and Princess Qinghuan overheard. She delivered a scathing retort, saying something along the lines of, only those with pure hearts can possess celestial beauty. Those whose hearts are mired in filth will have their foulness spill forth from their mouths, eyes, and ears. It was said that the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward, and after Princess Qinghuan departed, the others lost interest, and the banquet ended in disarray. That sounds quite tumultuous. Why have I not heard of it?
You've practically been living in floating life pavilion, who has the time to concern themselves with such matters? Dou Yuancheng teased, however, it truly hasn't spread widely. The guests at the Zhang family's banquet were all their acquaintances, and afterward, Lord Zhang personally asked everyone to maintain decorum. By in public, everyone gave face, while privately, a few dared to whisper.
This only serves to fuel Zhang Shijin's animosity towards you.
Yan Shuren chuckled lightly, I am not perturbed by that. Indeed, Dou Yuancheng shrugged, choosing not to dwell on that distasteful topic any further.
Chapter 073 of the fiancé. After meandering through various topics, Dou Yuancheng finally decided to be straightforward and asked, the results will be announced tomorrow. Do you feel confident? About 50-50, came the reply. What a redundant statement.
Dou Yuancheng scoffed, the probabilities of success and failure are inherently equal.
You needn't elaborate.
Yan Shuren chuckled, your inquiry is rather superfluous, whether I succeed or not will depend on my performance, the accuracy of my answers, and, lastly, what the examiner values most. I can only assure you of my utmost effort in the first two aspects, the rest is beyond my control.
Then it must be fine.
Yan Shuren shot him a glance, noting that not only was the question unnecessary, but this entire visit was as well.
What else with that look? I am merely concerned for you. If Zhang Xian succeeds while you do not, 1T is ego sore? He is not inferior to me in any way. Unlike Zhang Shijin, Yan Shuren held a favorable view of Zhang Xian.
Though he was somewhat aloof and enjoyed competing with him, he was gracious in defeat, using losses as motivation to improve for the next contest. Throughout their 4 years as classmates, their rivalry stood at 8 wins to 2 losses in Yan Shuren's favor. Additionally, Zhang Xian's father, Zhang Zhang, was a respected official known for his integrity, and his reputation was commendable. Don't underestimate him. If you both pursue government positions, you might not necessarily triumph over him.
Dou Yuancheng clapped his friend on the shoulder with a mischievous grin. Have you truly no intention of seeking a powerful family for your future in-laws?
Yan Shuren brushed his hand away, I already have a fiancée. Marry a prominent and influential first wife, then take your childhood sweetheart as a secondary wife, enjoying the best of both worlds.
Hey, don't hit me.
Dou Yuancheng leaned back to evade, alright, I shan't speak further. Truly, you lack appreciation for a good friend's intentions. I believe you can't bear to see my household in peace.
It's good to be understood by a brother. You know what I'm thinking.
Dou Yuancheng laughed heartily, then turned to call Yan Zhe. It's been ages since we've had Auntie's special dish, let us ask her to prepare extra today and stock up on fine wine.
Yan Zhe smiled in agreement.
If there were any genuine friends in Yan Shuren's life, they were undoubtedly Dou Yuancheng and Zhuang Gongzi, who had returned to his hometown. As he pondered this, Dou Yuancheng brought up the subject, has Zhuangnan written to you? That lad has been back home to pay respects to his ancestors for over half a year, if he doesn't return soon, he might miss your joyous occasion.
I received a letter in July, stating he would return before the results are announced.
I doubt it, unless he manages to make it back today. Dou Yuancheng's visit was not for any particular reason. Having known Yan Shuren for many years, he had only met his cousin this year and had never encountered any other family members or seen him return home. Every family has its own troubles, and he never pried, simply wanting to offer his support before the results. Yan Shuren appeared approachable to everyone, yet he hailed from humble beginnings and had never ingratiated himself with anyone in these years. Although he seemed gentle, he possessed a resolute inner strength, a quality Dou Yuancheng admired. He hoped Yan Shuren could navigate his path successfully, not wasting the years he had spent studying away from home. Shi Buyu heard that guests had arrived but did not lift her head from her book. After all, she was still a guest. However, upon seeing the term fiancée in the text, she suddenly realized she too was a fiancée.
Auntie.
Shi Buyu leaned out of the window, spotting her aunt beating a quilt. With guests in the house, what should the fiancée do?
Should I dress up to make an appearance?
Wan Xia suddenly recalled this seemingly inconsequential identity. No need to make an appearance. Jing Shan, you go ask the guests if they will be staying for a meal. In the interim, Shi Buyu propped the window higher and conversed with her aunt. Whitebeard's birthday is approaching.
Wan Xia smiled. Are you reminding me to prepare a gift for Whitebeard?
It's not as if I wished to celebrate my birthday on the same day as Whitebeard. Shi Buyu chuckled, regretting that this year she could not claim that celebration for herself. Thinking of Whitebeard, Shi Buyu's mood dampened, and she rested her head on her arms, falling silent. Wan Xia approached and gently stroked her head, sensing that the girl missed the old gentleman. All the other brothers have left, and their letters come and go in endless succession. Why is it that when it comes to me, they cannot be bothered to write, shrouded in mystery? Shi Buyu pouted, given his condition, I should bury all his trivialities.
The old gentleman is aging. Don't start with that, auntie. Don't try to fool me.
Shi Buyu huffed lightly. If divination could be done casually, he wouldn't need to pretend to be mystical. Wan Xia patted her head, opting for silence. There were various reasons, but the primary one remained the old gentleman's age, which hindered even his ability to perform divination in his youth. Jing Shan hurried in, and Wan, the steward says Master Dou will be staying for a meal and requested some wine be prepared.
Wan Xia turned to inquire, is this Dou Gongzi closely acquainted with your master?
Yes, he occasionally visits as a classmate, but only Dou Gongzi and Zhuang Gongzi come frequently.
Understood.
Wan Xia rubbed the girl's head. I will prepare a couple of dishes to accompany the wine.
The fiancé's good intentions shall be conveyed.
Shi Buyu protested, I want to help too.
Shall I brew some fruit tea as well? That would be acceptable. She feigned reluctance, but the gluttonous smile on her face betrayed her amusement. The dishes were personally delivered by Wan Xia. Upon seeing her, Yan Shiren stood and greeted her, while Dou Yuanqing followed suit, calling out as well. Miss, I heard your friend has arrived, so I prepared a couple of dishes for you to enjoy with your wine. Wan Xia placed the dishes on the table and added with a smile, Dou Gongzi, please drink heartily, and do come often to keep my master company. Dou Yuanqing glanced at his friend, realizing that this aunt's casual remarks in front of the master hinted at her extraordinary status, and he replied obediently, I will certainly come often. Wan Xia gathered her food box and gracefully departed. Dou Yuanqing followed her to the door, only asking once she was out of earshot, is she someone close to your cousin? My cousin. Yan Shiren threw a cushion at him, and he raised her. They share a bond akin to mother and daughter. Such demeanor is indeed remarkable. Dou Yuanqing sat down, even the aunts around my mother cannot compare to her, your cousin is fortunate to have such an aunt. No wonder she can handle Princess Qinghuan's challenges. Yan Shiren wore an expression that said he relished the praise as he poured wine for Dou Yuanqing. You've changed since becoming engaged. Dou Yuanqing chuckled, both amused and genuinely pleased for his friend, raising his cup, to marry one's heart's desire is a momentous occasion. Their cups clinked, and they drank deeply. Dou Yuanqing poured more wine, inquiring, when will the wedding take place? Not yet determined, the earliest will be next year. Next year sounds splendid, to achieve academic success and celebrate your wedding on the same day, what could be better? Yan Shiren smiled softly, wishing he could indulge in such a beautiful dream. However, since it was but a dream, he mused, once realized, it would no longer be a dream. Let it be known, should that day come to pass, I want to be your best man. Yan Shiren raised his cup to clink with Dou Yuanqing's, replying, if that day arrives, I shall certainly hold you to it. Chapter 074. A match under the rankings on the 5th day of October, just as dawn broke, a throng had already gathered before the eastern wall of the Ministry of Right's southern courtyard. Alas, I am late. Shi Buyu, dressed in male attire, leapt down from the carriage, adjusting her cap while beckoning Yan Shiren to squeeze through the crowd with her. Yan Shiren willingly shielded her as they pressed forward. On a day such as this, having someone to share the anticipation of either jubilant or disappointing results was, for him, the most precious of comforts. Brother Shiren, he greeted upon recognizing the voice, donning his customary smile. Brother Zhang. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Xian turned his attention away, joining the others in waiting for the doors of the examination hall to open. Shi Buyu observed his composed demeanor, yet noticed his clenched fists as he alternately tightened and loosened his grip, revealing an inner turmoil that belied his outward calm. She gestured for Yan Shiren to lean closer, whispering conspiratorially, are you at odds with a classmate? The warm breath against her ear felt both warm and slightly ticklish, and Yan Shiren resisted the urge to touch it, replying softly, we are classmates, neither particularly close nor distant. Understanding now, Shi Buyu nodded, their relationship was merely that of typical classmates. They both turned their gazes in the same direction, tension mounting within Yan Shiren. If he were to fail, how would Shi girl perceive him? Moreover, her plans would be difficult to execute thereafter. They're coming, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as the examiners affixed 4 yellow papers to the wall, and the eager masses surged forward. Shi Buyu, unwilling to be left behind, pulled Yan Shiren toward the first announcement, disregarding the possibility that he might have ranked lower. As she scanned the first paper, her eyes quickly landed on a familiar name. Fourth, Yan Shiren, you're fourth, Shi Buyu exclaimed, jumping with glee, pointing to the paper. Here, do you see it? Fourth, Yan Shiren wished to smile, yet his lips remained stiff, unable to form a grin. Fourth place, he had actually achieved a commendable rank. Initially, he had only hoped to pass, never anticipating he would secure such a position. What are you holding back for? This is such a joyous occasion. Smile. Yan Shiren glanced at her, gently patting her head, and finally allowed a smile to break through. The two of them were a study in contrasts, one smiling with calm composure, while the other radiated exuberance, resembling someone who had just attained an extraordinary accomplishment. Renowned for his talent and reputation in the capital, Yan Shiren had recently garnered much attention at literary gatherings, his fame soaring. Standing amidst the crowd, he was akin to a crane among chickens, with many eyes upon him, especially now that his results had been announced. Are you the esteemed Yan Shiren? A woman suddenly approached him, her gaze appraising and her demeanor friendly, pointing toward a carriage not far off. My daughter wishes to invite you for a conversation. Yan Shiren clasped his hands in a polite gesture. I am grateful for your kindness, but I have someone awaiting my return, and I must not impose. My daughter's surname is Zhang. There is no need for you to be so hasty in your refusal. Do take a moment to consider it. The woman maintained her smile, seemingly unfazed by his polite rejection. A match under the rankings. Shi Buyu's mind raced as she grasped the implication, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to Yan Shiren, wondering what his next move would be. She was his fiancée. She couldn't allow her betrothed to be taken away. Should she feign tears? Yan Shiren shook his head again. I sincerely appreciate your offer. The woman, sensing his earnest refusal, was momentarily taken aback, hastily making her way back to the carriage. Fearing further complications, Yan Shiren quickly led Shi Buyu away, his strides quickening, prompting her to jog to keep pace. As they reached the carriage, Wan Xia rushed forward, eager to inquire, did you not pass? I did. Fourth place, remarkably impressive. However, I nearly became a match under the rankings. Shi Buyu's mind raced. While she disdained using women for ulterior motives, should the situation arise where she could leverage it, she would not hesitate. Wan Xia offered her heartfelt congratulations. Having spent considerable time together, she had grown to appreciate the sentiment that Yan Shiren was indeed a good man, and she often found herself wishing to treat him well. Thank you. Auntie Yan regained some semblance of the joy he felt upon seeing his name on the list, yet the sound of hurried footsteps behind him extinguished his smile before it could fully bloom. Yan stop, such a spoiled tone. With just that single call, Yan formed an immediate judgment. Individuals with such a temperament typically did not relent until they achieved their desires. Do not respond, do not refuse. Shi Buyu whispered these words and discreetly stepped aside to avoid drawing attention to herself while still listening in on their conversation. Yan cast her a glance before turning to confront the approaching woman. Her boldness was apparent. Having removed her veil to ensure she was recognized, given the number of people gathered, it would not take long for word to spread throughout the capital about Zhang's daughter personally seeking him out beneath the rankings. This did not appear to be a spontaneous decision. Do you disdain me, or do you disdain my Zhang family? The woman halted just a few paces from him, her tone confrontational. Yan took a step back and bowed slightly. Your kindness is overwhelming, and I am deeply appreciative. However, I am already engaged. If I were to accept your invitation, would you not be mistaken in your judgment? If I can forsake my current betrothed for the influence of the Zhang family, then I could just as easily abandon you in the future. I worry not about such matters. What family could rival the Zhangs in power? The woman huffed. I understand now. You look down upon the Zhang family. Pray tell, what reason might you offer for looking down upon the Zhang family? Do not engage in wordplay with me. If I had your level of intellect, I would be attending the imperial examinations myself. The woman pouted slightly, her natural charm making her difficult to dislike when she fell silent. However, Yan Shiren's thoughts were solely consumed by those 4 words Shi Buyu had given him. He could not accept her offer, yet he could not outright refuse either. Has your family been informed of your visit today? Of course, were it not for my insistence to come myself, my elder brother would have come with others to claim you beneath the rankings? He is not as easy to persuade as I am, so I advise you to accept my invitation. Seeing his astonishment, the woman beamed with pride. Anything I desire, my father, mother, and brother will certainly provide. Yan Shiren's expression darkened slightly. So in your eyes, I am merely an object, akin to a jeweled hairpin or cosmetics? Not at all, that is not how I perceive it. The woman waved her hands fervently. What I meant to convey is that as long as I have a liking for something, my parents and brother will not obstruct me. Words spoken without thought often reveal the heart's true feelings. Yan Shiren bowed once more. I have many matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Hey, Yan Shiren. Ignoring her, Yan Shiren mounted his horse and rode away with haste. Shi Buyu cleverly climbed into the carriage ahead of him, and the group swiftly departed, leaving behind a frustrated and tearful Zhang daughter amidst the crowd's curious stares. Chapter 075. Mr. Qi and Yan Shiren arrived home a step ahead, quietly standing at the steps waiting for the carriage to approach. When he saw the carriage come to a halt without any movement, he stepped forward to open the door, only to find Miss Shi sitting cross-legged, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Are you contemplating the price at which to sell me? Why would I sell you? Shi Buyu leaped down from the carriage. Is there anyone in this world who could afford such a purchase? Yan Shiren easily let his guard down, the flicker of emotion within him dissipating in an instant. Upon entering the grand door, he remarked, you have me in a position where I cannot refuse nor accept. I thought you intended to bind me to the Zhang family. Since you are already brought to my doorstep, it would be a loss to not make use of you. However, selling you would be illogical. That would mean losing everything, Shi Buyu replied, her hands clasped behind her back, her chin slightly raised. True skill lies in countering schemes with straightforwardness, and you are unlike others. Yan Shiren appreciated this uniqueness, even understanding the reason behind it. Is it because of my status? You are destined to be recorded in history, and I hope to be noted alongside you, in a manner that is honorable and upright. When future generations dissect your life, I wish for them to find no tale of exploiting women only to discard them, nor of annihilating their families. When pushed to the limits, Yan Shiren felt that such actions were not beyond his capacity. In times of hardship, one's methods could become increasingly unscrupulous, yet, he jested, might you be thinking too far ahead? Every matter is determined by the initial decision made. Are we not currently at that very beginning? This situation can be utilized, but it depends on how it is approached. However, the current matter is of little importance. Shi Buyu turned to face him. What matters now is how we shall celebrate your success as a newly minted scholar. With the topic shifted to a joyous occasion, Yan Shiren looked at her radiant smile and joined in her laughter. I must first pay my respects to my teacher. Afterward, my classmates will likely come to congratulate me. I shall find a reason to send them away early, and then we can celebrate together, if that is agreeable. Shi Buyu's expression soured at this. She had anticipated an immediate feast. If only the new scholar could take the initiative to prepare a dish of fish sashimi, she could indulge without reproach from Aunt Gu, as it wasn't her request. It seemed this indulgence would have to wait. I shall have my mother-in-law prepare in advance. Yan Shiren winked at her, a silent understanding passing between them. Shi Buyu grasped his meaning, nodding appreciatively, and returned the favor. Then you must hasten to share the good news with your teacher. When your classmates arrive, I will have Aunt Gu send over some dishes. Both of them delighted in their exchange. Yan Shiren did not even enter the house but turned directly to pay his respects to his teacher. Xiaxian, sporting a bushy white beard and of modest height, had a round figure that made him resemble a benevolent Maitreya Buddha, his demeanor exuding warmth. He had already received word of Yan Shiren's arrival, and upon seeing his student, he clapped his arm and laughed heartily. Well done. You have brought honor to your teacher. I am deeply grateful for your guidance over the years, esteemed teacher. Yan Shiren bowed deeply, recognizing Xiaxian's sincere efforts to ensure he would not suffer due to his humble beginnings, introducing him to various acquaintances over the years. You are my student. It is only right that I teach you. Shi Xian lifted him up, inquiring about another matter of concern. I heard you were pursued by the Zhang family. Did their daughter come personally?
I already have a fiancée and do not intend to betray her by climbing the branches of the Zhang family.
That is as it should be. Shi Xian gestured for him to sit.
With your character, aligning with such a family would only diminish your spirit and ultimately ruin you. However, the fact that the Zhang girl dared to come after you suggests she has been eyeing you for some time, merely waiting for the right moment to seize the opportunity. While you may have turned her away for now, I fear you will not be able to fend her off indefinitely.
Yan Shuren naturally inquired, what do you think I should do, teacher? That is a difficult situation. Shi Xian shook his head. If the Zhang family pressures you, I could submit a formal complaint.
But since it involves the Zhang girl, it becomes a matter of romance, and should she be infatuated with you, it would be hard for her to let go. On the other hand, if she is merely bold and reckless, she requires guidance. Yet, given the current atmosphere of the Dao dynasty, there may well be those who cheer her on. We can only take it step by step.
Shi Xian turned his gaze to his young disciple. I will ask you once more. Do you truly hold no such intentions? Absolutely not, Yan Shuren replied without hesitation.
I have my heart set on my cousin. Had she not been in mourning for 3 years, we would have been wed by now. Given the Zhang girl's temperament, regardless of whether you marry or not, she will surely pursue you.
Shi Xian felt a mixture of relief and concern.
He did not want his student to get entangled with the faction of Minister Zhang. As the old saying goes, what rises to great heights must eventually decline. Minister Zhang's influence had reached its zenith, yet his son was far inferior. In Shi Xian's view, the future held too many uncertainties. While Yan Shuren had no such inclinations, Shi Xian feared that escaping the Zhang girl's grasp would not be easy. What is your fiancée's character like? At the thought of her, Yan Shuren's expression softened unconsciously.
Gentle yet resolute. Shi Xian was taken aback.
These were almost contradictory traits, yet his student applied them to the same person. If he were not blinded by love, then she must indeed be a capable woman, one who could shoulder responsibilities and manage a household. If the Zhang girl were to confront her, she would handle it.
Yan Shuren smiled. Rest assured, teacher. She is not someone to be easily bullied. Shi Xian shook his head.
The Zhang family will not allow their daughter to continue to embarrass them, unless she relinquishes her pursuit of you. Neither your fiancée nor you will likely emerge unscathed.
Do not provoke her, I will think of a way. I am troubling you again, teacher. You are my student. If I do not worry about you, whom should I worry for?
Shi Xian's spirits lifted at the thought of the yellow list. He had only 3 students, 2 disregarded fame and fortune, with one having become a mountain headmaster and the other wandering the world. The last letter he received from the latter was last year, and now he was unaware of the man's whereabouts. Finally, his youngest disciple had brought him a measure of pride by achieving 4th place, otherwise, his reputation would have been entirely reliant on his students.
At tomorrow's looming banquet, be discreet, Shi Xian advised.
Li Shang, the capital's magistrate, is aligned with Minister Zhang. If the Zhang family truly wishes to expedite your engagement to their daughter, he will likely use this occasion to mock you. However, once he mentions it, it will no longer be a jest. Prepare yourself mentally and think of how to respond.
I understand, teacher.
What should be a joyous occasion is now fraught with complications, even laughter feels less than genuine.
Shi Xian glanced at his student, shaking his head. Why must you be so handsome?
Now we must worry about you being forcibly married off. Enough of that, your classmates are likely waiting impatiently. Go and enjoy the festivities, we can worry about other matters when the time comes.
Yan Shuren bowed deeply once more.
In his heart, his teacher was both a mentor and a father. Chapter 76, For the sake of 10 and the path to the imperial examination is fraught with challenges, and it is not uncommon for those with graying hair to have yet to succeed. Achieving the highest honor of the examination before the tender age of 20 is a matter worthy of grand celebration, meriting even a banquet of flowing wine. Yet, the residence remains eerily quiet as if nothing momentous has occurred. The matriarch, filled with concern for her son, finds herself without any elder to advocate on his behalf, and there is an utter lack of communication from the lady of the house. In her contemplation, she turns to Shi Yu for assistance, fully aware that her cousin is but a pretense and that the fiancé is a mere illusion. Both Yanzei and Luoqing, united in their intentions, guide the matriarch toward this course of action. Shi Yu perceives nothing amiss. After all, such joyous occasions ought to be celebrated with exuberance, should they not? With a graceful wave of her hand, she lends out a gu and instructs Yanzei to seek the assistance of Dou Yuancheng in inviting familiar friends and classmates. For Wanxia, this task is exceedingly simple. She directs the servants to tidy the main hall, laying out the banquet, arranging fresh flowers, and displaying fruits, while adjusting the menu set by the matriarch to add a festive flair. As Shi Yu paces back and forth, a sense of inadequacy lingers. She ruminates, then an idea strikes. Given the proximity to Yan Shuran's study, she adeptly makes her way there, sitting behind the desk and cutting the Xin paper into small strips, each inscribed with a few words. This is a game frequently enjoyed with acquaintances, preparing various treats and activities, with the slips detailing what to eat, what to play, or even mischievous tasks such as mimicking a dog's bark or tickling someone. On one occasion, someone had even written to pull a strand from a white beard, and she had drawn that very slip, resulting in a missing hair from the beard. Such a day, however, cannot be marred by childish games. In addition to poetry and song, she pens tasks like drink a cup of bitter lotus juice, tell the person to your left they are truly ugly, and perform something you are least skilled at, ensuring the festivities will indeed be lively. Thus, when Yenchuren returns home, he is greeted by a scene entirely unlike the usual. Each person moves with lightness in their step, greeting him with smiles. Gu is engaged in conversation with several servants, while Yenze observes, nodding occasionally. Turning around, he hurries forward, preemptively informing him, your cousin is in your study. Yenchuren strides towards the study, feeling no need to inquire further. Gu's presence indicates that the matter pertains solely to Miss Shi. You're back? Shi Buyu looks up, a mischievous grin on her face. Yenchuren approaches her slowly. Yes, I'm back. Come help, she commands without hesitation. Roll up these slips of paper like this, and then find a small box or case to store them. Yenchuren sits beside her, observing as she writes, give the third person on your right a flower sticker. What is this for? He inquires. For fun, she replies, contemplating what to write next while sharing her plans with him, concluding with, you think of something else to write. I'm out of ideas. Suppressing his delight, Yenchuren takes the pen to write himself. Shi Buyu rolls up the completed slips, adept at this playful endeavor, even if Gu often criticizes her clumsiness. She excels at this particular task. With each slip he produces, she tilts her head to glance at it, internally critiquing, finding them too refined. What is amusing about drawing a turtle on the back of your hand? It's much more entertaining to draw on one's face. Balancing a bowl is trivial. It must be a gold rooster standing on one leg atop the bowl for it to be challenging. Her disdain is evident, and Yenchuren cannot help but notice. Cough, is it unacceptable? Having asked, Shi Buyu candidly shares her thoughts, prompting him to tear up the slips and rewrite them as per her suggestions. Thus, the two engage in a delightful exchange of ideas, Yenchuren proposing concepts while Shi Buyu refines them, their collaboration proving to be exceedingly enjoyable. Finding no suitably sized box, Yenchuren retrieves a rather large wooden case, carefully arranging the rolled slips within, filling more than half the box, estimating there to be around 200. When the time comes, let everyone choose freely, no need to take them in order. As for the penalties for those who cannot complete their tasks, you may decide among yourselves. Shi Buyu rises, stamping her foot lightly to relieve her numb legs from squatting for too long. Just as Yenchuren is about to speak, Luo Cheng hastens to the door, announcing, Young Master Zhuang has returned. Zhuang Nan and Dou Yuancheng do not require formal announcement. By the time word reaches them, they are nearly at the main house. Yenchuren did not expect his friend to return on this very day, and a smile instantly brightens his face as he explains to those around him, Zhuang Nan was once my classmate, though he has always preferred wielding blades and clubs to studying. He dozed off at the sight of books and, after 2 years of forced attendance, ceased coming. Nonetheless, we have maintained our friendship. Shi Buyu draws a comparison. Is your relationship with him akin to that with Dou Yuancheng? Indeed, they are the only two I consider friends, he replies. Such is the benefit of your status. It seems that Jian cannot easily make friends, Shi Buyu notes, as she perceives commotion outside. What to do, there's no avoiding it. Yenchuren candidly articulates his private thoughts. It matters not, you have met Dou Yuancheng while at the Zhu residence, and today you shall meet Zhuang Nan. Shi Buyu understands. As a fiancée, it is only proper to become acquainted with her fiancé's friends, and she feels no trepidation about it. However, Shi Buyu glances down at her attire. She favors wearing old, soft, and comfortable garments at home, donning a round-collared robe, which might come across as somewhat disrespectful when receiving guests. Noticing her thoughts, Yenchuren reassures her, it is of no consequence, he does not mind such things. As the guests gather at the door, it is too late for her to change, and upon seeing the entering figure, she comprehends the true meaning of his words. A robust man strides in, his eyes seemingly oblivious to anyone else, as he seizes Yenchuren's arms, his voice booming, Brother Shuren, what joy, I knew you could do it. I cannot believe you truly managed to return, Yenchuren responds, clasping his arm in return, his face alight with genuine happiness, yet he does not forget the presence of others. This is my cousin and fiancée. Zhuang Nan, accustomed to directness, turns his body in accordance with his gaze, greeting Shi Buyu with a fist salute. Zhuang Nan greets my cousin. My cousin? Why does everyone keep calling her that? Yenchuren playfully admonishes, she is surnamed Luo. Isn't your cousin our cousin as well? Zhuang Nan retorts, maintaining his honesty in action, Miss Luo. Your brother's letters often speak of young Master Zhuang. You are indeed as forthright as he described, Shi Buyu replies with a courteous bow, smiling, since you two brothers have not met in a while, and our guests have yet to arrive, we have the leisure to converse. I shall step outside for a moment. Yenchuren adapts to the gentle tone of his cousin and responds with a smile. Chapter 077 2 letters time, ever so unceremonious, took a brief stroll outside before returning. From a distance, the bougainvillea upon the courtyard wall appeared less vibrant than before. Drawing closer, the decline became even more palpable. The flowering season was nearing its end. When she first moved in, the wall was a tapestry of green, and counting the days, it had been nearly 5 months since she had met Yin Shan. Initially, she thought him to be a person consumed by ambitions for the throne, filled with sinister plots and schemes. However, as they spent time together, she discovered he was, in fact, a pitiable soul, the most unfortunate among those she knew. Thus, organizing this banquet brought him joy. The return of friends delighted him. For him, anything done in his honor sparked happiness. One must wonder how barren one's heart must be to find such ease and satisfaction. She sprang up to pluck a branch, caressing the wilting bougainvillea, and felt that Yin Shan was as wretched as these fading flowers, prompting her to wish to share some delectable treats and amuse him. Soft cushions adorned the corridor, with a table set for refreshments, yet she unusually refrained from indulging, instead tossing fish food into the water. The little fish, mostly eager for a meal, had devoured nearly all that was suitable for the table. She visited several times a day to feed them, hoping they would grow quickly so she might feast upon them soon. Faint sounds of arrival reached her ears. Guests were likely trickling in. After a brief wait, Aunt Gu returned.
Is everything arranged? Inja managed quite well with the minor details, though their status restricts their autonomy. Wan Xia approached the young lady, tidying her hair. It was unforeseen that they would seek the young lady's assistance. Her position in the household had become somewhat ambiguous, yet, this was for the best. Wan Xia thought when it was convenient, they could act as guests, and when the situation required, they could assume the role of hosts. Whatever made the young lady comfortable was paramount. As for everything else, the old gentleman had advised her to observe without intervening. The future lay solely in the young lady's hands. Having grown a bit lazy, she returned to the study, gazing at the sheets of rice paper, her mind clear. Presently, the morale of the Danba kingdom was robust, and before the winter ceasefire commenced, they would not remain idle. There had been no news of reinforcements from the court. The Grand Preceptor struggled to navigate the situation, and the supplies sent to the front were insufficient, further dampening morale. Countless spies from Danba were likely lurking in Dao, poised to exploit the opportune moment for a strike. Soon, battle reports would be dispatched to the capital of Danba. Jammu and Dao once formed a tripartite equilibrium. Now, one leg had faltered, while the other two grew ambitious and prosperous. Danba had already taken action, and Jammu would soon follow suit. Shao 12. Startled, she rushed to the window, peering outside. Seventh brother, what brings you here? Master Yan's reputation has soared following his success in the floating life collection, so much so that it has elevated my own standing. Now that he has passed the imperial examination, I have come to partake in a celebratory toast. She dashed out, laughter spilling forth at his words. What a splendid reason you've concocted. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, Chang Junyu remarked, surveying his junior sister, noting her good spirits. Yan Xian halted at the entrance. I'll leave Yenny here, you may escort him shortly, brother Junyu. Chang Junyu clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I shall come to offer my congratulations shortly. Yan Xian nodded, casting a smile towards the young lady before hastily departing. Xiao 12 led her brother into the study, where Wan Xia entered with tea. Chang Junyu inquired with a smile, and Wan, how have you been lately? Thank you for your concern, seventh young master. I am well. Wan Xia was well aware that seventh young master did not visit solely for congratulations. Feel free to converse, I shall keep watch. Chang Junyu produced a letter from his bosom and placed it upon the writing desk. Old Jiao sent a letter, specifically addressed to you. As she began to open the letter, she asked, where has ninth brother gone? You shall know upon reading the letter. The letter contained but a few terse lines. Xiao 12, how have you been? Ninth brother brings you troubling news. Danba and Jammu have commenced trade, and their princes and princesses are to wed. If this comes to fruition, Dao shall be in peril. Xiao 12 handed the letter to her brother, turning the teacup slowly in her hands. If these two nations join forces, calamity shall befall Dao, Chang Junyu remarked, his brow furrowed, observing Xiao 12's unchanging expression. Are you not concerned? The tripartite balance has endured for nearly 30 years. This duration is ample. Whichever nation falters first, the other two will surely ally. As it stands, Dao is merely the meat upon the chopping block. What shall we do? Xiao 12 looked perplexed. Seventh brother, have you lost your senses? What concern is Dao to me? If they wish to devour it, let them. The more they consume, the less stable the emperor's throne becomes, and the greater the likelihood of Yan Xian's success. We need only bide our time. Do not be so naive. Our teacher has invested considerable effort in you. You cannot merely wait idly by his war looms. Unable to suppress a laugh, Xiao 12 replied, but truly, I am powerless to act, brother. I lack both men and soldiers. You know full well that whatever I do will ultimately fall upon your shoulders. For that reason alone, I shall not hastily make any decisions. Chang Junyu retrieved a second letter. This one arrived simultaneously with old Zhou's. Upon glancing at the handwriting, she recognized it to be from the white-bearded sage. She scoffed, refusing to take it. Did he not declare he would cease correspondence with me? Chang Junyu merely regarded her with a smile as she playfully maneuvered her fingers across the desk, swiftly snatching the letter back and opening it. Xiao 12, do not be lazy. It is time to act. Xiao 12's eyes widened in disbelief as she emptied the envelope, rubbing the letter between her fingers. Indeed, it was a mere scrap. Is this all he has for me? She exclaimed, practically leaping from her seat. With so much space left, could he not have filled the entire page? Chang Junyu observed the few words, their familiarity striking a chord. Whenever the teacher and Xiao 12 were together, it often led to one or the other finding themselves in misfortune. However, Chang Junyu lowered his gaze. The teacher's health has been precarious. Third brother mentioned in his last letter that he had summoned Master Gongyi. Only after taking his medicine could the teacher rise from bed. Xiao 12 froze. It has been so long, and he is still unwell? Eldest brother fears that third brother may not have spoken the truth. He has already sent someone back. Once they return, we shall know the situation. The two siblings, who typically shared a light-hearted demeanor, fell into silence. The teacher, now 82, was already considered venerable by any standard. It was only natural for his health to wane, yet, they could not accept it. That old man ought to live to 100.
Write to third brother, instructing him to hide the divination items from the white-bearded sage. No, that won't he do.
He cannot conceal them.
After a moment's reflection, Xiao 12 proposed, have eldest brother send someone to bring the items to the capital so that he cannot even lay a finger on them. Did he not say I was the gate to life? I shall fulfill that role. Chang Junyu gazed at her with a heart full of concern. Xiao 12, you know the teacher cherishes you above all. He once endeavored to extricate you from this predicament, but alas, he was unsuccessful.
I am well aware of his affection for me.
Thus, she too must cherish him. Chapter 078, not for you. After a moment of silence, Chang Junyu remarked, though your words may be unpalatable, they are indeed the stark truth. The current situation favors Yan Shiren. Moreover, this favorable turn of fortune came after you joined him. Following his successful examination, he seems to carry a touch of luck.
Luck is an enigmatic force.
Some individuals possess all the qualities to excel, yet they find themselves lacking in fortune, making their endeavors arduous and often yielding unsatisfactory results. For Yan Shiren to aspire to the throne, with luck on his side, is akin to having the heavens themselves in his favor. Shi Buyu opened the letter, folded it along its creases, then reopened and refolded in silence. Chang Junyu teased, are you upset with the teacher? Would you like to write him a scolding letter?
Was it the white-bearded elder who arranged for ninth brother to go to the kingdom of Jiamu?
Yes.
Is it because of me?
Shi Buyu turned to seventh brother, aside from third brother, who remains by the elder's side, sixth brother, eighth brother, and ninth brother have gone to Jiamu.
What of fourth brother, and 10th brother? Where has 11th brother gone? On the day I was abducted, it was actually eldest brother's men who diverted the pursuers in the city, wasn't it?
Fifth brother deceived me, claiming to be him, and I must decide whether to believe it. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential, what matters is that you cease your inquiries, Chang Junyu said, seeing that she had deduced the truth. Currently, only third brother remains with the teacher.
6th and 8th brothers have been dispatched on assignments.
Shi Buyu refrained from inquiring about their destinations. Much like ninth brother, she would learn what she needed to when the time was right. Continuing to unfold and refold the letter, she lowered her head and stated, aside from the second brother, whom he never mentions, everyone has found their places, ultimately converging towards me, correct? Little 12, we are not here for you. Chang Junyu leaned forward and gently patted her head, reminiscent of their childhood. Back then, she had recently joined the teacher and was still grappling with her emotions, lashing out at anyone and everyone. A porcelain doll-like child, even when cold and sharp, was endearing. Her displayed wariness resembled a small creature trapped among wolves. It bore little threat and only incited their desire to tease her further. Even when he was scratched, he bore no ill will, instead seeking out the one who needed comfort, patting her head to soothe her feelings. The grown-up little 12 had not lost control of her emotions for quite some time. Even now, when feelings were building up, she managed to maintain her composure like an adult. We all inhabit our designated places, including you. Do not get ensnared in your own thoughts. It's your role to occupy that position. Did you orchestrate this situation? Neither. So how can it be attributed to you? If we were to speak candidly, little 12, you would be the one bearing the greatest burden. Shi Buyu lifted her gaze to him. Chang Junyu dipped his brush into tea and sketched a tree on the desk, explaining, the teacher is the root, you are the trunk, and we, the 11 brothers, are the branches of this tree. Each branch must reach out to absorb sunlight and rain, nurturing its own growth, yet, you cannot solely focus on yourself, you must also tend to each branch. If you are not sufficiently attentive, these branches may break. Chang Junyu glanced at their little junior sister, whose crumpled letter paper betrayed her deep concern for her brothers. She valued them immensely, which is why she hesitated to let them take risks. From Yan Shiren's recent actions and the reputation he had garnered, he surmised that little 12 intended to pursue a different path, one that would require their assistance, yet would not place them in danger. However, how could they bear to see her squander her youth on this path? Years ago, Dio could no longer contain her, yearning to explore other realms. They were determined to support her, ensuring her safe departure in return, having exchanged countless letters to discuss strategies. At that time, they believed the teacher's assertion that the timing was not right meant that little 12 was still too young, thinking they could simply wait until she matured a bit more. It was only later that they realized this timing was not the same. Regardless, they still wished to facilitate little 12's endeavors. Do not concern yourself with sparing us effort, it is futile, Chang Junyu said, observing the sheets of paper scattered across the desk, a habit he had learned from the teacher. Eldest brother remarked that among the 12 of them, little 12 had acquired the most skills from the teacher and resembled him the most, even in temperament. They engage in trade and intermarriage, aiming to strengthen the ties between the two nations, ensuring they do not hinder one another thereafter. Ultimately, they returned to these matters, and Chang Junyu regarded the girl carefully smoothing the letter paper.
Dio's battle reports should be on their way.
The loss of cities is inevitable. With successive losses, it becomes evident that Dio's combat prowess has diminished significantly. Once the spring plowing is completed next year, the kingdom of Jiamu will likely launch an offensive against Dio, and if successful, it will hasten the formation of an alliance between the kingdom of Danba and Jiamu.
What can be done to prevent their success? There are certain things I yearn to achieve, yet find myself unable. Dio and the kingdom of Jiamu have engaged in trade for many years, establishing a decent relationship. Who would believe they intend to attack Dio?
Shi Buyu chuckled softly, do not even consider having eldest brother intervene. The loyal and valiant Marquis obstructed the path of the kingdom of Danba, leading to his uncertain fate. Can you guarantee that if eldest brother were to block the way of Jiamu, no harm would come to him?
Unless we can provide evidence of Jiamu's intentions. Chang Junyu appeared contemplative. Shi Buyu inquired, what identity does ninth brother hold in the kingdom of Jiamu?
He initially went as a merchant's aide, but upon revealing some of his skills before a promising target, he was retained and gradually moved from the periphery to a more central role.
Cheng Junyu chuckled, rest assured, his Jiamu dialect is more authentic than that of the locals. No one suspects him.
Shi Buyu refrained from asking who that target was. Anyone privy to the trade information between the two nations would not be an ordinary person, and such dealings could heighten Ninth Brother's peril. I will have a word with Yen Shiren.
He has connections everywhere.
Cheng Junyu nodded. Yen Shiren has exceeded my expectations. I did not anticipate his scholarly prowess to be so commendable. My acquaintances hold him in high regard, and his recent success in the examination has further enhanced his reputation.
I hear he has been ensnared by a lady from the Zhang family?
Shi Buyu smiled. It seems this news has spread throughout the city. Cheng Junyu expressed concern. It is likely true, the Zhang family may prove difficult to shake off. With your betrothed status, she will likely come seeking trouble. While you need not fear much at home, when venturing out, do ensure to bring along a retinue. You can never predict what they might do.
I know, Aunt Gu is on guard.
Cheng Junyu felt it was time to take his leave, rising to say, I shall head to the front. If you wish to reply to the teacher, have Yen Shiren deliver it to me once you have finished writing. Shi Buyu waved her hand, pondering how to craft a response that would convey to the white-bearded elder just how exceedingly angry she was. Chapter 079 Handkerchief headband. Time passed, and Shi Yu remained motionless for quite a while, contemplating the frail state of the old man, her white-bearded guardian, and the safety of her ninth elder brother, as well as the possible whereabouts of her other brothers at that moment. Ultimately, she turned her thoughts inward. If she were the sturdy trunk bearing the lives of her 11 brothers, she must be robust enough to withstand any attempts to sever her. However, what exactly did the old man intend to do? Upon opening the letter and reading its contents, a surge of malice welled up within her. She spread out a sheet of paper and took up her pen, filling the entire page with a series of commas.
Aunt!
Wanxia called from a distance, entering with an item to place on the table outside. Aunt, please deliver this letter to Yen Shiren and ask him to find an opportunity to pass it on to Chi elder brother. Gazing at the bold and exaggerated characters spelling out Whitebeard on the envelope, Wanxia stifled a laugh and led the young lady outside to sit at the table.
This is the last time this year. Fish sashimi.
Shi Yu turned and embraced her aunt, exclaiming, after this, I shall no longer crave it.
Are you truly done craving?
Wanxia looked her over with a gleam of humor in her eyes. With the little flirtations between you and young Master Yen, you could hardly deceive even the fish in the lotus pond. Shi Yu brushed her aunt aside and began to eat, satisfying her immediate craving, leaving the future's desires for another time. Seeing her delight in the meal brought joy to Wanxia. Her niece ought to possess such vigor. With the lively entertainment provided by Shi Yu, the Yen family's banquet surpassed all expectations, with every guest losing themselves in merriment. Even those who typically harbored grievances against one another found it impossible to maintain their disdain, as the laughter seemed to dissolve any lingering animosities. As twilight approached, the guests gradually dispersed. Yen Shiren, having tidied himself and shaken off the effects of the wine, hurriedly made his way to Hongmei residence. The door stood ajar, as if left open just for him. The mere thought of it warmed his heart, prompting him to quicken his pace. Young Master Yen, Wanxia rose from the corridor. The young lady awaits you in the study.
Although Yen Shiren had indulged in considerable drink, he was not inebriated.
Upon hearing this, he felt more alert and recalled that Cheng Junyu had visited earlier that day. As he entered the study, he inquired, what has transpired? Nothing too grave, Shi Yu replied, having already prepared herself. Her hair was loosely braided and fell over her chest, her demeanor markedly more composed than her usual vivacity. She glanced at Yen Shiren and asked, have you drunk a lot? Not drunk. Yen Shiren sat across from her, his heart gradually growing heavy. Without further ado, Shi Yu relayed the news regarding her ninth elder brother's return. Yen Shiren was taken aback. What she deemed a trivial matter was, in fact, of great significance. He was even more astonished to learn that her brother had gone directly to Jiamu Kingdom.
After a moment of contemplation, he asked, what can I do? Do you not have a merchant convoy? I do, too in fact. Yen Shiren understood immediately and elaborated, Dada Yu has engaged in trade with Jiamu Kingdom for many years, and both merchant convoys possess entry permits.
Shi Yu fixed her gaze on him. Can you send a few capable individuals there? I am concerned for my brother's safety. Certainly, Yen Shiren replied without hesitation. I have a shop in Chihuai City, where trade between Dada Yu and Jiamu Kingdom is facilitated. IT is all above board, and I can place a few individuals there.
Where is your brother currently in Jiamu Kingdom?
He is presently in Chihuai. Shi Yu sighed in relief. You can station the men there, and I will have Chi elder brother inform him that he can manage the rest himself. They should be skilled enough to assist him if the need arises. Yen Shiren nodded, then shifted the conversation back to the alliance between the two kingdoms.
If they unite, Dada Yu will not last long.
Yet it is not without recourse. We could secretly bolster our forces in Dian Town. A calculated move could render Jiamu Kingdom unable to digest such an influx. If they cannot seize the city, Danba Kingdom will continue to feast on the spoils, preventing this alliance from solidifying in the short term. Shi Yu chuckled softly. However, first and foremost, no one believes Jiamu Kingdom intends to mobilize. Even if the emperor were to accept and agree to send troops, Jiamu Kingdom's spies would have relayed the news back swiftly. They merely need to increase their numbers beyond those of Dada Yu for it to falter.
Thus, we remain at a stalemate.
Noticing his silence, Shi Yu propped her chin on her hand and asked, do you not see that this situation could be advantageous for you? The more unstable the emperor's position, the greater your opportunities? Should a war break out, even if I were to ascend to that position, I would merely be a ruler of a fallen kingdom. Yan Shiren shook his head. When the flames of war ignite, all will be reduced to mere fodder, including you and me. In the collapse of a nest, how can any egg remain unbroken? Then let us wait a while longer and see if any opportunities arise. Yan Shiren suddenly smiled, not in a hurry? Shi Yu returned the smile, indeed, not in a hurry. Their spirits buoyed by this exchange, Shi Yu remarked, for now, you ought to be more concerned about the daughter of the Zheng family. Minister Zhang has many loyal subordinates, and at tomorrow's Lu Ming banquet, surely someone will play the intermediary. Have you devised a strategy to counter this? I met with the scholar today, and he advised me accordingly. Yan Shiren hesitated for a moment and then asked, may I borrow your fragrant pouch and handkerchief? Understanding his intent, Shi Yu's eyes sparkled as she retrieved a purple ribbon tied to her braid and handed it to him. Tie this around your wrist. Any discerning eye will comprehend its significance. Should anyone feign ignorance and insist on approaching, simply reveal it to them. This unexpected boon delighted Yan Shiren, who eagerly accepted it. I shall also give you a handkerchief. Shi Yu stood and fetched a clean one from the cabinet, examining it closely. I have a penchant for old items. They are comfortable to use, though the color may not appear particularly vibrant. Yan Shiren found his mind sharper than it had been during the imperial examinations and promptly responded, does this not further demonstrate my deep affection? I cannot bear to part with a handkerchief, even in its worn state. That is a valid point. Shi Yu handed it to him, no need to return it, take it with you when you require it. Very well. Yan Shiren caressed the bougainvillea on the handkerchief and looked up, saying, thank you for today. As a fiancé, it is only right. A false fiancé could do so much for him, yet his mother had yet to utter a single word. The corners of Yan Shiren's lips turned upward. Should he fail today, he would likely face her reprimands, whether directly or through Aunt Lanuai. In that case, it would suffice. Do avoid the Zhang family daughter for now. Do not confront her directly, she will undoubtedly seek me out, so do not obstruct her, let her come. Shi Yu smiled. Leave the subsequent matters to Qinghuan. Yan Shiren raised an eyebrow, do you think she will take the initiative? During your time at Fuxingji, Qinghuan came, unaccompanied by any suitor, dressed in men's attire. I was initially concerned about her actions, yet she merely observed you engaging in poetic duels with others before quietly departing without causing any disruption. Shi Yu rested her chin on her hand. Qinghuan may appear whimsical, yet at her core, she is quite proud. If she holds you in esteem, she will not force your hand should you decline. Not if she has not troubled you in the past, I find it hard to believe she would tolerate the Zheng family daughter's entanglements. We may suffer against Minister Zhang, but Qinghuan shall not. Suddenly, Shi Yu leaned on the table, laughing heartily. Before the siblings even recognize one another, Qinghuan is already poised to assist you greatly. You must remember her contributions and acknowledge them in the future. Yan Shiren's emotions were somewhat complex. Chapter 080 of the host plays Matchmaker. The Lu Ming banquet, held on the day following the announcement of the examination results, derives its name from the recitation of the poem Lu Ming from the Book of Songs, Xiaoya. It is a grand affair following the autumn examination, and all candidates attend in splendid attire. Yan Shiren donned a somewhat worn gray-green round-collared robe, cinched at the waist with a tassel belt, the only striking detail being a hint of purple adorning his wrist. In comparison to those who sported brand-new garments, with buttons of their round-collared robes undone to showcase their collars, striving to present their best selves, he could only be regarded as conventional. Alas, he was naturally endowed with a face too handsome, standing there like an illustration of a gentleman as exquisite as Jade, coupled with the fact that the granddaughter of Minister Zhang personally sought him out as a husband. His prominence overshadowed that of the top candidates, making him the center of attention. The moment he arrived, many furtive gazes were drawn to him. Yan Shiren pretended not to notice, as the hour had yet to arrive, and he stood quietly in a less crowded area, awaiting the festivities. Brother Shiren, came the voice of Zhang Xian as he approached. Brother Zhang, Yan Shiren replied, turning to face him. That day was rather hurried, and I failed to extend my congratulations. Once again, you have emerged victorious, Zhang Xian remarked, his gaze devoid of malice yet brimming with competitive spirit, treating him as a rival above all else. Such scrutiny made Yan Shiren particularly fond of this moment. Aside from the top and second candidates, the abilities of the others are largely comparable. Brother Zhang's 7th place is on par with my 4th, hardly a win for you. By your reasoning, does my 3rd place not equate to yours as well, interjected Wei Heliang, who stood nearby, his expression unsavory. If we are equal, then why bother with rankings? Surely we could all share the same title? Before Yan Shiren could respond, Zhang Xian scoffed, Brother Shiren merely seeks to spare my feelings. I did not expect an outsider to take it so seriously. From your words, it seems you consider yourself far superior to us. Choose any poem or song, and I, as the 7th, shall gladly engage with you to see just how much better you truly are. Wei Heliang, having reached his current standing, was no fool, nor was he one to offend without cause. Knowing Yan Shiren was backed by a prominent teacher but hailing from a lesser family, he seized the opportunity to provoke him, seeking revenge for the recent pressures he had endured. Zhang Xian, the 7th, was from the esteemed Zhang family, a rival he dared not challenge yet. With so many eyes upon him, he could not refuse a challenge. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and accept, laughter erupted nearby. From afar, I hear someone wishes to duel. Is autumn's examination not enough? The spring examination is not until February next year. You all must wait a little longer. A group approached, jesting, with the esteemed Jing Zhao and Li Chang at their center. While he appeared to address the crowd, his gaze was unmistakably fixed on Yan Shiren, a face easily recognizable. Yan Shiren returned the greeting of the crowd, his expression composed, deliberately avoiding Li Cheng's gaze, subtly adjusting his sleeve to reveal the full extent of the purple adornment on his wrist. With Li Cheng's arrival, others naturally gravitated toward him, but he acknowledged the top and second candidates, exchanged pleasantries, and finally singled out Yan Shiren. Yan Shiren stepped forward to bow. The prominence of the wrist adornment was impossible for Li Cheng to overlook, prompting him to alter his initial remark. Among this year's candidates, you are the youngest, yet you have managed to maintain your focus on studies, quite commendable. The pursuit of knowledge is a student's duty. Your praise is unwarranted, Yan Shiren replied, maintaining his humility. Li Cheng cast another glance at his wristband and jested, I have heard that you nearly became a match for the Zhang family? As your host, how about I play matchmaker for you? Yan Shiren forced a smile, shaking his head repeatedly. It is precisely due to this matter that my fiancée is filled with unease. To ease her worries, I have not only worn the wristband she gifted me but also this well-worn handkerchief. We have been betrothed since childhood, our affections have long been mutual, and I have never harbored thoughts of betraying her. I cannot in good conscience accept the generous offer of Miss Zhang. His words were both reasonable and heartfelt. Any attempt to disrupt such a bond would render one a villain in the eyes of the onlookers. Li Cheng, recognizing the sentiment, clapped him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Ah, youth, there are many days ahead, we shall see, we shall see. With a timely reminder that it was time to commence the banquet, Li Cheng cast one last glance at Yan Shiren before taking his seat at the head table. It was evident to all that the Jingzhaoyin regarded Yan Shiren with a special favor. The top and second candidates cast resentful glances his way, for despite their superior rankings, all the advantages seemed to accrue to this fourth-place candidate, leaving them seething with frustration. Meanwhile, Yan Shiren maintained his vigilance, occasionally adjusting his sleeve and deftly using his handkerchief to dab at his mouth, continually signaling that he was indeed a man of commitment. On the other side, Shi Buyu awaited a visitor she had anticipated. She had forsaken comfort, dressing up early that day in fresh garments, adorned with jewelry, and donning a delicate makeup that made her appear as if she might faint at any moment. While her appearance was striking, she scarcely recognized herself, transforming into someone seemingly foreign when silent, yet, once she spoke, familiarity returned. No need to rush, let her simmer a while longer. He Yisheng relished hearing Shi Buyu say there was no hurry. Those words brought him peace. As he replaced his cool tea with a fresh cup, he found Shi Buyu's expression had shifted from mischievous to somber, her attention fixed on a message that had just arrived. Yisheng, tonight we shall venture beyond the city. Understanding the implications, He Yisheng replied, another body has surfaced in the palace? This time, it was not discarded at the mass grave but buried in the mountains. Had they acted sooner, they would not have drawn my attention. Shi Buyu folded the note and set it aside. Come with me to identify the body. He Yisheng nodded in agreement. After reviewing additional news, Shi Buyu leisurely made her way outside. Just as she reached the doorway of the guest hall, a bowl was hurled from within. Wan Xia swiftly positioned herself in front of the girl, barely deflecting the projectile that would have struck her. Shi Buyu's expression darkened, her defenses instinctively rising. How dare you keep me waiting so long, Luo, you have quite the audacity. Shi Buyu chuckled inwardly, aware that Luo's audacity extended far beyond this incident. However, she feigned a demeanor of victimhood. I have no relatives or friends in the capital, and no one has visited me. When Miss Zhang unexpectedly arrived, I naturally required some time to prepare to receive guests, lest I seem neglectful. Does Miss Zhang think my actions were improper? Zhang's daughter, known as Su Su, was accustomed to being pampered, receiving whatever she desired without much thought. Anger flared within her at Shi Buyu's words, which she perceived as reasonable, yet curiously, this only fueled her ire further. In a fit of rage, she smashed the plate of fruits. Chapter 081 Shi Buyu's tea time. Shi Buyu felt no remorse for the damage done. After all, it was not her family's possessions that were at stake. Yan Shan had brought this floral debt upon herself, and it was only fitting that she should incur some costs. This amount was insufficient. She was internally incited to cause more destruction, while maintaining an appearance of pitifulness. Alas, she was not endowed with tears by nature, otherwise, she would surely weep like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Miss Zhang, is it not enough that you have stolen my fiancé? You dare to come to my home and insult me? What kind of reasoning is this? If it were not for the fact that the young ladies of the capital are so brazen, then, her words trailed off, yet her meaning was unmistakably clear. Zhang Susu, seizing another plate of fruits nearby, shattered it. Are you cursing me? What are you, to dare insult me? Shi Buyu felt even more aggrieved. When did I ever curse you? You are utterly unreasonable. It was you who ensnared my fiancé beneath your banner, you who knew full well of his engagement yet pursued him relentlessly, and you who came to my door to humiliate me. Is this how the daughters of the Zhang family are raised? Since he is merely an engaged man, he remains unwed. As he is unwed, what is wrong with my desire to claim him as my husband? If he chooses me, it merely indicates that he has no feelings for you. Where then lies my fault? But he has rejected you. It is you who persist in your pursuit, and now, you have come to confront me. Zhang Susu crossed her arms defiantly, tilting her chin upwards. So what? It was no small feat for me to find a man of such talent and beauty as Master Shan, who is also of a suitable age, and naturally, I shall do everything in my power to make him mine. Curse me if you will, regardless, I have claimed this man as my own. I am not afraid to tell you that by any means necessary, I shall fulfill my desires. If you know what is good for you, you will depart voluntarily. I will provide you with gold, silver, jewels, and vast estates. I want nothing. Shi Buyu, clutching the armrest of her chair, appeared as though she might collapse. My cousin is already a scholar. One more step and he shall be a gene-sure. He will undoubtedly achieve great success, and in time, he will provide me with all the riches one could desire. Miss Shang, my cousin has no regard for you. Why must you demean yourself and become a laughingstock? The true absurdity would be to attempt to catch a husband and end up failing. Zhang Susu, seeing that her words fell on deaf ears, felt her temper flare once more. Luo, do not be so ungrateful. Shi Buyu pressed her hand to her chest. Are you intending to kill me here? I would rather die than yield my cousin to you. Zhang Susu, despite her lack of intelligence, understood that she could not simply murder someone in their own home. Even if her grandfather could protect her, her life would be ruined. In a fit of rage, she smashed everything within reach. You invite calamity upon yourself, Luo, you shall regret this. Even if you threaten me, I will never concede my cousin to you. Shi Buyu feigned weakness, on the verge of tears. Miss Zhang, what sort of man do you lack? Why must you insist on competing with me for my cousin? Master Xian is exceptional, he alone is worthy of me. Shi Buyu, leaning against her aunt's bosom, closed her eyes halfway, as if she could no longer hold on and had fainted. Miss! Wan Xia called out in unison. Yanzai, quickly send someone to fetch a doctor. Yanzai pinched his own thigh hard, responding loudly, quickly, fetch a doctor. Wan Xia lifted the young lady onto her back, He Yixing supporting them, as the three hurried away. The others seemed to have suddenly found tasks to occupy themselves with, each busy with their own affairs, leaving the main hall devoid of any attendance. Zhang Susu, amidst the chaos, felt a wave of dizziness from anger. She fell heavily into a seat, the wet nurse hastily supporting her. How dare they treat me this way, how dare they? Once I become the mistress of this house, I shall sell them all off, not leaving a single one behind. With a mistress so ill-tempered, the servants around her could hardly be expected to behave any better. The wet nurse, who had not even had a sip of water since entering, was equally incensed, urging, Miss, you cannot afford to be soft-hearted. If such servants are not dealt with, they will only bully their mistress. Indeed. Zhang Susu sneered, I shall stand firm against them. I must become the mistress of this household, just wait and see. Meanwhile, Shi Buyu clung to her aunt, laughing uncontrollably. What a pity I lack tears, it would make me seem even more pitiful. Yixing, did you see, she came here and accomplished nothing, merely inciting anger, ha. He Yixing's lips curled into a slight smile, steadied his grip on her to prevent her from toppling over from laughter. The doctor has arrived. Please come forth, I happen to be feeling quite faint today. Wan Xia playfully slapped her rear, never having seen someone so lively amidst their tribulations. Seeing that the doctor was merely the first step, after perusing the prescription for tonics, Shi Buyu had someone summon Luo Cheng. Indeed, many matters on Yan Xian's side were overseen by Luo Cheng. He simply did not frequently appear, making Yanzai seem more burdened than he truly was. Let it be known that the Zhang family's daughter failed in her attempts to catch a husband and instead came to insult Yan Xian's fiancée to the point of fainting. However, many were aware of the husband-catching incident. Let them be equally aware of her humiliation of me. The wider the tale spreads, the better. Shi Buyu huffed, even if it was all a faade, she had truly been insulted and degraded, and she would not allow herself to suffer such an affront without recompense. Luo Cheng, being a person of significance in Yan Xian's employ, was no ordinary individual. So when Yan Xian emerged from the looming banquet, news of his fiancée's fainting spread anew. Upon hearing of her condition, he immediately declined other invitations, his face a mask of urgency, galloping homeward, thereby affirming the rumors of his mutual affection with his fiancée. Upon reaching home, Yan Xian hastened to the entrance of Hongmei courtyard, listening to the sounds of laughter from within, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He knew full well that Shi Buyu could not possibly faint from anger. If anything, she was the one who made others faint from exasperation, yet, despite this knowledge, he could not quell his desire to rush home and check on her, fearing that she might truly have been upset. Now, he felt truly at ease. Qing Shan emerged carrying a bucket, noticing him and hurriedly bowing, young master. Those inside heard and raised their voices, Yan Shan, you're back. The cheerful pitch of their voices was delightful to hear. Yan Shan crossed the courtyard, spotting Shi Buyu leaning over the railing of the wind and rain corridor, watching Yanzai and his companions attempting to catch fish. She appeared more spirited than usual, showing no signs of having been bullied. As he approached, he remarked, have you not finished the fish in this lotus pond? There are still some fish that slipped through the net. Shi Buyu pointed to herself, just like me. This phrase sounded familiar. Yan Shan recalled how she had described herself upon their first meeting. You appear to be in good spirits. Especially good, Shi Buyu beamed, her eyes narrowing with laughter as she seamlessly enacted the dialogue between herself and Zhang Susu. Not only did Yan Shan find it amusing, but even those who had witnessed the earlier scene were also entertained. Yan Shan commented, I believe it is she who needs to see a doctor. Shi Buyu nodded in agreement. With such a fiery temper, she certainly needs some cooling medicine. The two exchanged a glance, both breaking into laughter. Chapter 082 Unyielding nature. Yanzai finally managed to catch that elusive fish, and gazing at the murky waters of the lotus pond, he felt a sense of accomplishment. This fish was quite adept at hiding, making it no easy feat to capture. Wan Xia called them over for ginger soup, reminding her daughter, the wind has picked up, don't linger on the corridor. Shi Buyu obediently stepped out from the wind and rain corridor and casually proposed, I would like some fish soup, prepared with the utmost clarity. Wan Xia readily agreed, as long as her daughter refrained from consuming raw fish. Any other method of eating was acceptable, and soup was undoubtedly the best choice. The young lady needed to drink more soup to nourish her body during these days. Shi Buyu invited Yan Shiren into the study and handed over a wooden box, saying, "Take a look."
Is there significant news? One might say so.
In Shi's perspective, anything she deemed noteworthy was indeed substantial, and thus Yan Shiren directly perused the more important matters, adhering to her customary way of assessing the weight of news. After a brief moment, as he looked up to speak, he was taken aback. Up until now, Shi had been lively and cheerful. Aside from noticing her deliberate adornment today, he had not perceived anything unusual. However, her demeanor now was serene, revealing a stark contrast. She appeared unusually frail, a complete departure from her usual self. Catching his gaze, Shi Buyu smiled after a fleeting moment of confusion. "Do I seem unrecognizable?" "I hardly recognized myself when I looked in the mirror this morning." Yan Shiren quickly averted his eyes, clearing his throat as he replied, "I apologize for my rudeness."
"What's the harm? I even grinned at the mirror to convince myself it was indeed my reflection."
Shi Buyu dismissed the matter and transitioned to serious business for this evening. "I will take Yi Sheng to identify some individuals." After a period of relative calm, they have resumed dealing with corpses, indicating the Emperor has reverted to his old ways. As long as there are deaths, new individuals will be needed to fill the void, which means the abductions cannot cease, albeit they may become more concealed. Shi Buyu looked at him. "Fifth brother is aiding me in finding people, but he is not in the capital.
Perhaps you could devise a way to capture this loose end." Upon hearing this, Yan Shiren grasped her intent immediately. "So, we should follow them and expose them while they are in the act of capturing?" "Exactly.
The Emperor's actions are inhumane, yet he must be acutely aware that such matters cannot be known to the public. The common people cannot retaliate against him, but Diyu's foundation has not yet been entirely eroded. There are still old officials in the court who endured the Qizong era, and he is certainly wary of the historian's pen. He will undoubtedly strive to cover this up.
Once he decides to conceal it, he will inevitably take action."
Shi Buyu chuckled softly. "Remedying a situation is hardly a simple task. Wherever he attempts to mend, I shall poke. The more he tries to patch things up, the more he will have to address."
Yan Shiren followed her line of thought. Once an action is taken, there will be traces left behind. The more he attempts to remedy, the more opportunities you will have.
Our confrontation with him is not merely a matter of life and death. Shi Buyu repositioned the redwood inkstone screen between herself and Yan Shiren. "He can devise ways to eliminate us, but we can only strive to bring about his disgrace. Until you occupy that position of power, you will not possess the authority to decide his fate. Until then, it is we who risk death. He does not. Any act of disloyalty or disrespect towards the Emperor is tantamount to rebellion, and once one rebels, all advantages are forfeited." Shi Buyu regarded Yan Shiren. "For every ounce of malevolence he possesses, you must embody an equal measure of benevolence and integrity. For every instance he degrades the common folk, you must demonstrate love and care for them. For every moment of his folly, you must display wisdom. Moreover, with your own talents and accomplishments, your reputation will spread far and wide. Once your true identity is revealed and the Emperor bears the sin of fratricide, many will flock to your side. Who does not desire the merit of a dragon?" Yan Shiren lowered his head with a smile. "You have stirred my blood with your words. With him ahead, it is destined that you can only tread the path of benevolence, thus this is the only way to seize the throne." Shi Buyu lifted her gaze to several sheets of rice paper. "You are the internal strife of Diyu.
Therefore, external troubles must not coincide. We cannot allow the Danba kingdom and the Jiamu kingdom to form an alliance. Do you have a plan? Is it not merely a matter of evidence? I can easily provide him with a basketful."
Shi Buyu chuckled lightly. "There is no rush. If there is any movement, ninth brother will inform me, and I shall adapt as necessary. You mentioned yesterday that the court would not believe." Shi Buyu readily articulated her strategy. "The Danba kingdom has spies in Diyu.
Diyu undoubtedly has spies in the Danba kingdom as well. We can find a way to deliver messages to our spies. As for how to ensure reinforcements surpass the Danba kingdom, we shall see."
"This is not an insurmountable challenge." Yan Shiren laughed. "So yesterday you were simply too lazy to exert effort." Shi Buyu returned a disingenuous smile, refraining from mentioning her discontent from the previous day, which had rendered her reluctant to ponder such matters.
However, who would have thought that upon awakening, these issues awaited her?
Post-autumn examination, there will be no shortage of banquets in the capital. You should selectively present yourself before those esteemed elders to gain their favor. The floating life collection can continue, and you should instruct your subordinates to work diligently to spread your name beyond the capital. The farther, the better." Yan Shiren nodded, feeling significantly lighter now that he had been given a clear direction compared to before.
"I will accompany you tonight." "Then let us go."
As soon as they stepped outside, the provisions in Shi Buyu's small pouch were plentiful. This time, she had brought candied fruits from a renowned shop in the capital, living up to its reputation for being far superior to others. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she pinched a piece in her hand and, just as Yan Zhe glanced over, she promptly popped it into Yan Shiren's mouth, grinning as sweetly as the candied fruit itself. Yan Zhe opened his mouth, then closed it, only to open it again and close it once more. Observing his cousin silently laughing to the point of leg slapping, he simply turned away, preferring not to witness it. Wan Xia lightly tapped her daughter's forehead. If Yan Guanxi could endure not seeing her antics just once, she would not provoke him so deliberately. During the day, someone had already come to scout the route in advance, following him from another direction to avoid leaving too many traces on the ascent. Yan Zhe, accompanied by several subordinates, began to dig, while the two covered their mouths and noses as they approached the mat that concealed 6 corpses. They were buried shallowly and rather haphazardly, one atop the other. Using the torch, He Yisheng stepped forward to identify the bodies. After examining each one, although their faces were marred, he still recognized them. For men and 2 women, one is unfamiliar, while the other 5 I have seen before. Despite appearing calm, his voice trembled slightly. Shi Buyu unhesitatingly grasped his clenched fist and directed him, check if their bodies match what we observed previously. Agu, you inspect the women. Wan Xia guided her to step back a bit before approaching. Yan Shiren glanced at their intertwined hands before following Agu closer. After each had been examined, Wan Xia turned back, stating, they are the same. Yan Shiren affirmed, indeed, they are the same. Truly unyielding in their nature, Shi Buyu sneered, heaven itself seeks to bring him down. Bury them again, erase all traces, and continue to monitor them. Chapter 083 The resurgence of troubling waters. From that day forth, Shi Buyu found himself spending an increasing amount of time in the study, with several more sheets of rice paper hanging overhead. He Yisheng knelt quietly to one side. As long as Shi Buyu did not call upon him, he could remain there indefinitely. The progress he had made in regaining his composure had, overnight, reverted to square one. Are there individuals among them who could assist you in your predicament? He Yisheng blinked, returning to a state of awareness. Shi Buyu turned to face him, shifting his seating position to sit cross-legged on the floor. The palace is difficult to enter and even more challenging to exit, particularly in your case, where you are undoubtedly under close scrutiny. It is not so simple to fake one's death and escape. I refrained from pressing you further, as I sensed your reluctance to divulge. He Yisheng lowered his gaze. Shi Buyu gave his head a gentle yet firm pat, causing it to tilt slightly. Rest assured, I shall not pressure you. Just do not impose such burdens upon yourself. It is not her. If she were to perish, she would not depart in such a manner. Now that the floodgates had been opened, the subsequent words flowed more freely. She mentioned that she had learned medicine from her father since childhood, possessing extraordinary talent, particularly in the study of ancient prescriptions and their application in modern times, yielding remarkable results. Her father believed she would become a renowned physician of her generation. When she was 15, her father passed away, and she took over his medical practice, living with her younger sister. She was of unremarkable appearance, while her sister was exceptionally beautiful. Fearing misfortune, their father had her face painted yellow from a young age and forbade her from seeing patients like her sister, relegating her to the backroom to prepare and brew medicines. After their father's death, she feared for her sister's safety, so she meticulously researched ancient prescriptions, exhausting the family's fortune to create 3 pills. She tested one herself. Her sister's breath and pulse were nearly imperceptible, the effects lasting for 2 hours. They planned that should an emergency arise, she would consume one of the pills and then harm herself in a manner that would lead others to believe she had died. If her condition did not improve upon waking, she would take another, granting them a total of 4 hours to escape the crisis. She lamented the whims of fate, believing everything had been calculated, yet it failed to account for the stirrings of young love. Her sister had revealed herself in front of someone she fancied, who then spread the news. Not long afterward, the sisters were abducted. She was cast into service as a laundry maid in the palace and has not seen her sister since. I came to know her through an old eunuch. At this juncture, He Yisheng paused, and Shi Buyu did not urge him to continue. When I departed, she happened to be delivering garments and cast several glances my way. I assumed she looked down upon me, yet, she later approached me to speak. From then on, I would encounter her whenever I ventured outside. Perhaps I was overly cautious. She remarked that I resembled her sister and shared these details with me. I desired the pill she possessed, while she sought to discover whether her sister was in that grand hall, for I was the only one capable of exiting and moving about within that confined space. She had waited a long time for someone like me. Seeing him fall silent, Shi Buyu inquired, did you reveal the truth to her? Of course, why would I conceal it? He Yisheng scoffed, a trace of mirth absent from his expression. It has been over 4 years. Who knows how many have come and gone? How could her sister possibly still be alive? Did she give you the pills? Did you truly consume them? She provided me with both. I used the first on the night of my escape from the palace and the second when I was taken to the mass grave. After all, death was inevitable, so I decided to take a gamble. Shi Buyu was somewhat taken aback. I believe she would have given you only one. She likely did not expect to survive her departure from there. He Yisheng mimicked Shi Buyu's earlier posture, removing his seat to sit directly on the floor. An individual who was abducted under such circumstances managed to ascend to the position of a senior maid in just 4 short years. That esteemed eunuch greets her with a smile, and she fortuitously crosses paths with me each time I venture out. Her intellect and cunning are beyond that of ordinary folk. Initially, she toiled to locate her sister, but now that she knows her sister is most likely lost, she will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Even if it is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot? Even so. He Yisheng remarked, she told me her mother passed away early, and her sister is 3 years her junior, having been raised in her arms. She claimed her sister was exceptionally well behaved. Whenever she yearned to step outside for fresh air, she would refrain if her elder sister disapproved. After their father's death, they became each other's lifeline. Now that her sister is gone, her own life holds little significance. Shi Buyu scrutinized him, his gaze lingering. I have a slight inclination. He Yisheng looked up, the corners of his lips curving ever so slightly. You wish to join forces with her? You are indeed astute. Shi Buyu affirmed wholeheartedly, adding, our objectives align. Uniting our efforts would no longer be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. She would likely agree, but unless one of you can gain entry into the palace, she will never leave. As for those who could enter the palace, there were indeed some. Shi Buyu stroked his smooth chin, a wave of mischief rising within him, but he shifted back to the desk, hesitating between drawing and writing. Though he felt inclined to sketch, he ultimately resolved to write a letter, as the matter was intricate and she would not comprehend a drawing. Suddenly, Shi Buyu turned back. Find me a token, or she will have no reason to trust you. He Yisheng pondered for a moment before rising. I shall step out for a while. Shi Buyu did not press further, his pen flying across the paper. Wan Xia, who had been eavesdropping outside, entered with a smile. Indeed, the young lady is a born harbinger of good fortune. Whenever she slumbers, a pillow is delivered to her. I, too, believe I am a fortunate star. Whatever is lacking seems to arrive at my doorstep. Shi Buyu smiled. The palace was a realm entirely beyond her reach. If such an individual were to act as an insider, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Wan Xia glanced at the salutation of the letter, her smile deepening. Her young mistress possessed a rebellious spirit. The more one disapproved of her, the more she would seek to provoke. If one deemed her actions inappropriate, she would do them all the more. Should one wish to discipline her, she would turn the tables and retaliate. Yet, if one treated her with kindness, she would become utterly docile. Ruffling her hair, Wan Xia resolved to prepare some fried fish for the hard-working young lady. After a while, He Yisheng returned, presenting a small gourd to her. Shi Buyu observed that one side of the gourd bore the character 4E, while the other depicted a medicinal stove, inscribed with the character 4ing. She knows my name. Her surname is Ing, given name Dongqing. In the palace, she is known as Su Wan, the senior maid of the laundry room. Shi Buyu nodded, retrieving his small box to carefully store the gourd, and called out, Qingshan, summon Yanzai. Yanzai seemed to have been lingering nearby, arriving promptly. Deliver these two items personally to the lady. They pertain to the palace and are of utmost importance. Originally, Yanzai had been contemplating the ongoing contest of wits between the young lady and the matron, anticipating a lively affair. However, upon hearing that it involved the palace, all frivolous thoughts vanished, and he hurriedly set off to undertake this task. Chapter 084 Tasking the lady now. Upon hearing the unexpected name, the lady's mood soured, and she had no desire to even receive the letter sent to her. She feared that her life, which she believed could last 3 to 5 more years, might be reduced to merely 3 to 5 days due to her anger. When Yanzai mentioned matters related to the palace, which were of utmost importance, she scoffed disdainfully. Do you truly consider yourself a strategist? Yanzai, have you forgotten who your true master is? Having been trained by the lady, Yanzai had always harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards her. However, ever since Miss Shi's arrival, that apprehension had dwindled to mere remnants, akin to bamboo shoots that had been uprooted after the rain. Hearing the lady speak thus, he summoned his courage and replied, I would never dare to forget. I wonder if the lady is aware of the immense reputation the young master currently holds? Miss Shi remarked that the greater his fame grows, the more difficult it will be for the emperor to crush him like an ant, even if his true identity is revealed. Should the emperor act without restraint, the young master would not be easily subdued. If the emperor resorts to schemes to counter him, there will always be a way to unravel such plots. Though I am but a humble servant and cannot ponder too deeply, I cannot help but feel that she is genuinely devising plans for the young master. With a firm resolve, Yanzai knelt down. I beseech the lady to prioritize the grand enterprise. Upon mentioning the grand enterprise, the lady fell silent. She had endured 20 years of suffering for only this one matter, yet how could she trust the words of a mere girl of 18 who claimed to be a strategist? After gazing at the envelope for a considerable time, the lady finally picked it up and tore it open. As she drew out the letter, she took a deep breath, only to be met with a series of earnest words. Madam, within the palace resides a certain Su Wan, a lady from the laundry palace. Her sister fell victim to the emperor, and she seeks vengeance. I implore you to bring the gourd and find a way for her to see it. Should she inquire, simply speak the words Yisheng. This matter can only be accomplished by you. I am most troubled. Respectfully yours, Shi Buyu. The lady reread the letter and inquired, how did she come to know of these matters? Miss Shi encountered an escapee from the palace at the mass grave, Yanzai recounted, carefully selecting his words. He was acutely aware of how to shield Miss Shi and the young master, refraining from uttering a single word that should not be spoken, such as the young master's involvement, while ensuring that the truth remained intact. Is this Su Wan credible? The lady opened the box and scrutinized the gourd. Miss Shi is exceedingly cautious. If it were not credible, she would not take such risks. You seem entirely aligned with her. The lady huffed lightly. I shall enter the palace tomorrow. Indeed, it is a burden for you, madam. It was indeed Miss Shi who could incite the lady's fury to the point of tearing her paintings to shreds, yet also compel her to take action. Yanzai found himself increasingly leaning towards Miss Shi. What is the situation with Zhang Susu? How could she dare to come knocking? I hear she has even summoned a physician. Was she not quite capable? Why is she proving to be so inept? Rest assured, this is all part of Miss Shi's calculations. When have I ever not been at ease? The lady tossed the letter onto the table. What is her scheme regarding Zhang Susu? As a trusted confidant, Yanzai was well informed about such matters. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Miss Shi is targeting Princess Qinghuan. The lady was taken aback. Qinghuan? Miss Shi mentioned that with the Zhang family's influence, she and the young master would only suffer losses, yet Princess Qinghuan would not. So she intends for Qinghuan to deal with Zhang Susu? Does she presume Qinghuan will act accordingly? Yanzhe aimed to instill greater trust in the lady towards Miss Shi, and since these events would inevitably come to light, he concealed nothing. Miss Shi stated that Princess Qinghuan possesses an inherent pride. She desires to take the young master as a consort but never imposes her will. While the young master flourished in the floating life collection, the princess was present yet made no disturbance. Though she appreciates beauty, she also values talent and does not degrade others, those whom she has never insulted. Zhang Susu seeks to humiliate, and Miss Shi believes she cannot endure such an affront. The lady understood Princess Qinghuan's nature far better than they did. Her pride was not merely superficial but deeply ingrained, marked by an extreme sense of superiority. Shi Buyu had not yet fully grasped her character but had already skillfully positioned her in the most suitable role. Before Princess Qinghuan, Zhang Susu could only expect to suffer defeat. Regardless of Zhang Xuji's esteemed status, the emperor intended to showcase his benevolence towards his brother's daughter, portraying the rivalry for men as mere trifles. He would undoubtedly indulge and favor her. The lady's teeth clenched in frustration. It seemed that Shi Buyu was indeed rather astute. After dismissing Yanzhe, the lady turned to Lan Hua and said, "I simply do not like her." Though she harbored such feelings, she still had to act in accordance with Miss Shi's directives. And Lan Hua had developed a certain admiration for Miss Shi, yet she replied, "You need not force yourself. After all, everything is ultimately for the young master. Were it not for him, why would I endure such exhaustion?" The lady's smile was frosty, yet he grows increasingly disobedient by the day. Why does he not consider that I am the one closest to him in this world? Would I truly wish him harm? Lan Hua assisted her mistress to sit at the edge of the bed and spoke softly, "The young master is filial. He will come to understand. I see that his thoughts are solely fixated on that Shi Buyu, with little regard for me. Even after achieving the highest honors, he has yet to personally come and share the joy with me. It has been several days." The lady chuckled coldly. In his heart, there is no place for me as his mother. Lan Hua felt a pang of sympathy for her mistress, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Upon receiving the news, she had already advised that such joyous events should be celebrated properly. Even if she were to go in her stead, it would suffice, yet the lady insisted on waiting for the young master to come and convey the good news in person, which, of course, would not come to pass. Meanwhile, the banquets on the young master's side were all orchestrated by Miss Shi under the guise of an engaged fiancé. In recent days, she could not help but think that it was no wonder the young master held Miss Shi in such high regard. If she were in his shoes, she would also gravitate towards someone who genuinely considered her welfare. On the other side, Shi Buyu, having received a response from Yanzhe, ceased to concern herself with either the lady or the young lady Ying Dongqing. Both were clever individuals who knew how to navigate their paths without courting danger. She had received a letter from her fifth brother, Yanshiren, reeking of wine, returned from the floating life collection. Upon learning the contents of the letter from Yanzhe, he quickly washed up and headed to Hongmei courtyard. Foregoing Shi Buyu's request for someone to fetch him, she handed the letter over. Yanshiren had originally come to discuss matters concerning the palace, but now he set those aside. After reading the letter, his brow furrowed with urgency. In just 2 years, nearly 20 young men and women have gone missing from Yanqi County alone. Across the entire DU, how many must there be? There cannot be only 20. Shi Buyu shook her head. Yanqi County is close to the capital. My brother, fearing attention, did not dare to make a grand display. He has sent his own people to investigate discreetly. I inquired with Yishang. The people he knows in the palace are literate, indicating they are quite selective, suggesting they have not targeted the impoverished. Beauty requires a certain foundation to maintain, and those from poor families, exposed to the elements, will inevitably lose some of their allure, making them difficult to attract. Speaking of this, Shi Buyu informed him of Ying Dongqing's matter. Your mother has agreed to my request and will enter the palace tomorrow. Yanshiren smiled wryly, realizing his mother had finally met her match. She could not scold her way out of this one and would have to comply with her demands, a situation she had likely never encountered before. However, a mother who might be angry was far better than one who was cold and indifferent. Chapter 085. A grand performance. At an unexpected moment, Shi Buyu carefully tucked away her elder brother's letter into a box, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that Zhu Ling not only escaped elimination but is also responsible for disposing of the bodies. What makes him so special that we have yet to uncover?" Yan Shan shook his head. "I have been deliberately keeping an eye on him, but so far, nothing significant has surfaced. I've dispatched someone to his hometown to inquire, but given the distance, we shall have to wait a while longer. I increasingly feel that this person harbors a profound secret," Shi Buyu remarked, producing an invitation and passing it to him. "On the day after tomorrow, 7th brother intends to host a grand gathering at Fuxingji, and ladies are welcome to accompany." Yan Shan paused, looking up. "Will Qinghuan be attending?" "I suspect Zhang Susu will be present as well," Shi Buyu replied with a smile. "I have set the stage for them. I hope they deliver a splendid performance. If they call my name during the event, what should I do? Since ladies are permitted, you must certainly bring me along. I might feign weakness and faint at any moment." She winked playfully, resting her chin on her hand. "Such merriment, how could I possibly miss it?" Yan Shan reminded her, "You are an integral part of the revelry." "Incorrect. It will be even more delightful with my presence." With eager anticipation, she adorned herself with a delicate visage, leaving her aunt, who preferred to stay below to tend to the carriage, behind. Softly, she followed Yan Shan into Fuxingji, marking her first legitimate entrance onto her own turf. Shichi, who glanced their way, subtly blinked. Shi Buyu, appearing demure, trailed Yan Shan amidst the gazes of the crowd, eventually settling at an unoccupied table on the second floor. Yan Shan stole glances at her, finding this version of Shi Buyu remarkably refreshing. However, to the others, his attention was perceived as deep affection, his gaze and expression rendering any malicious conjectures about his reluctance to engage utterly baseless. Shi Buyu leaned closer, whispering, "Seventh brother mentioned he has invited a highly skilled chef, specializing in appetizers for drinks. Could you arrange for some to be sent over?" Yan Shan likewise leaned closer, responding in a hushed tone, "I have visited here numerous times without paying attention to the offerings available. I shall inquire whether they have any fish." Shi Buyu's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically. Yan Shan did not beckon anyone over. Instead, he rose to one side to make discreet inquiries. After a moment, he returned to continue their quiet conversation. "They do not have fish, but they do have fish bones, reputed to be a specialty of Fushingji. I have ordered some other dishes as well. Let us sample them, and if they are delightful, we shall order more." "Excellent." Though Shi Buyu had little to say, she aimed to cultivate the impression of a notably close relationship with her fiancé, especially with Zhang Susu, intending to disrupt them. She remained undeterred and sought conversation. "Do you know these people?" "I am acquainted with most, some I have a rapport with, while others I do not," Yan Shan replied, glancing around. Those who met his gaze either greeted him with a nod or hastily averted their eyes, making clear who enjoyed familiarity and who did not. "The gathering at Fushingji will undoubtedly involve literary contests. Remember to stand out and not shy away. The more impressive you are, the more envy will arise." Yan Shan regarded her, speechless. Shi Buyu flashed him a smile, and given her proximity, it appeared to onlookers as if they were leaning into one another. Every person witnessing them could not help but believe they were truly in love, especially given how Yan Shan's gaze seemed to linger on his betrothed's face. Upon Zhang Susu's arrival, she quickly learned that Yan Shan was present, barely processing the latter part of the announcement about ladies being welcome. Eagerly, she ascended to the second floor, only to be met with the sight of the intimate scene before her, which sent her into a fit of fury. Without a moment's thought, she lashed out with her whip. Yan Shan had only just managed to shield Shi Buyu behind him when Yan Zhe, quick on his feet, stepped in front of his master to absorb the blow. The atmosphere on the second floor grew tense, silence falling like a heavy curtain. Shi Buyu nearly lost her composed facade, discreetly pushing Yan Shan aside to check on Yan Zhe's injury. Fortunately, the cold weather had prompted him to dress warmly. While he would feel pain, he appeared unscathed, save for a slight red mark on his neck. Yan Zhe murmured, "Miss, I am unharmed." Yan Shan's expression hardened. "Miss Zhang, this is not the Zhang residence. It is not a place for you to run amok." Ignoring him, Zhang Susu raised her hand to strike again, only to be restrained by those who had rushed in, offering a forced smile. "My sister is impulsive. She cannot bear to see her beloved treating another kindly. I hope Lord Shan can show some understanding." This was Zhang Leji, the second son of the Zhang family, his words dripping with audacity. Anger surged within Yan Shan, aware that he could not confront the Zhang family directly, yet unwilling to yield at this moment. That whip was aimed at Shi Buyu. Before he could voice his indignation, someone beside him interjected, "What the gentleman means is, should I sustain injuries at the hands of your sister today, I must simply accept them, while my cousin ought to empathize with her distress over wielding the whip?" The retort was equally sharp, rivaling Zhang Leji's earlier comment. Zhang Leji was taken aback, glancing at his sister, who appeared delicate yet was now radiating a resolute demeanor. Such a person could not possibly possess a feeble temperament. He ordered those nearby to keep an eye on his sister and stepped forward to bow slightly. "Indeed, my sister has acted impulsively. Her heart is simple, whoever she favors occupies her thoughts entirely, and it was wrong of her to disturb the young lady. Just because she favors my fiancé, does that grant her the right to insult and humiliate me and lash out at will?" Shi Buyu pressed a hand to her chest, feigning fragility as though she might collapse at any moment, yet her words were resolute. She even suggested offering me gold and silver to persuade me to leave. "My background may be humble, far beneath that of Miss Zhang, yet I possess dignity and pride. I would never accept ill-gotten gains, nor allow anyone to belittle the bond between my cousin and myself." Turning her gaze toward the restrained Zhang Susu, she sought to provoke her further. "Miss Zhang, you admire the esteemed Lord Shan, believing that such talent and beauty are worthy of your regard. But do you comprehend the struggles he endures? Do you know how diligently he works? Even after achieving his success, he studies late into the night, tirelessly honing his craft daily. I advised him to take a break after his success, yet he insisted that this is merely the beginning, and there is no time for rest." Shifting her tone, Shi Buyu continued, "He has lived honorably to this day, with a clear conscience, deserving of respect from all. Just because you have taken a liking to him, does that entitle you to demand he abandon his betrothed? He is unwilling, yet you persist in your entanglement. Should you get your way, any future accomplishments he achieves would be marred by your influence. This is not love, you are only seeking to harm him. You speak nonsense. If he were with me, I could provide him with anything he desires." Shi Buyu leaned against Yan Shan, pointing at her as if she wished to scold her but found herself at a loss for words. "You could provide him with anything he desires?" A voice pierced the air before Qinghuan even made her appearance. Shi Buyu stifled a laugh, pleased that everyone had arrived. Qinghuan ascended the stairs, waving dismissively at the assembled crowd, her gaze landing on Zhang Susu, who stood up in response. "Did this princess permit you to rise?" Chapter 086. The wrath of Qinghuan. Princess Qinghuan's reputation in the capital is far from commendable, particularly among the women of high society, who deem her a quintessential example of moral decay and personal disgrace. In her presence, they feign deference and admiration, yet behind closed doors, they spare no effort in their criticisms. Influenced by the women of the inner quarters, the vast majority of young ladies also look down upon her. However, Zhang Susu is one of the rare exceptions. She even aspires to emulate Princess Qinghuan by maintaining numerous suitors, believing such a lifestyle is akin to living like a celestial being. Although the Zhang family indulges her, they share the same disapproving stance as others, and upon learning of her desires, they took precautions to prevent her from associating with the princess, resulting in years of knowing only her name without ever having laid eyes on her. To her surprise, an opportunity to meet finally presented itself, yet before she could utter a word, she was abruptly chastised and found herself kneeling, bewildered as her second brother dragged her down, looking up at the princess with a confused expression. Qinghuan settled into the grand chair brought by the palace maids, crossing her legs and leaning languidly against the armrest, her gaze meeting Zhang Susu's with a smile. "What is this? Does this palace not merit your kneeling?" Zhang Liji, concerned that his younger sister's temper might provoke the princess, hastily interjected, "Your Highness, my sister has long admired you, and upon finally meeting you, her awe has rendered her speechless." "There is no intention of disrespect. She possesses such discerning taste?" Qinghuan scrutinized Zhang Susu from head to toe. "Is that truly the case?" Had this question been posed a moment earlier, Zhang Susu would have eagerly affirmed it. However, now, humiliated by being publicly punished and scrutinized with such disdainful eyes, she found herself not only devoid of admiration but harboring resentment instead. Where had she, Zhang Susu, ever been treated in such a manner? Seeing her silence, Zhang Liji grew anxious and softly urged, "Do you not often express your desire to meet the princess? Why, then, do you remain so quiet in her presence? Those were merely childish whims of the past. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten I ever uttered such words. I beg the princess's pardon for any amusement I may have caused." Zhang Susu suppressed her temper, refusing to confront the princess, yet she was equally unwilling to concede to her words. Qinghuan, ever perceptive, understood her attitude all too well, resting her chin on her arm with a smile. "How amusing, truly amusing. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to the Zhang family and inquire what has emboldened you to display such audacity. I would like to partake in whatever it is that has granted you such courage, for I cannot promise to give you anything you desire." Zhang Liji's expression shifted dramatically, hastily kneeling to speak, but Qinghuan interrupted with a cold snort, "If you wish to kneel, do so properly. Speak and I shall make your words a waste." Zhang Susu, though brash with outsiders, was tender-hearted towards her kin. Observing her brother's reprimand on her behalf, she immediately declared, "This humble daughter is unworthy of the princess's favor and willingly accepts her punishment. I implore the princess not to implicate my brother." Inwardly, she urged herself to remain resolute, urging Zhang Susu to hold her ground, not to yield. Qinghuan thrived on softness over hardness. Had Zhang Susu uttered a few conciliatory words, this matter might have been easily resolved, for they had come to enjoy an elegant gathering, not to seek conflict. Yet, Zhang Susu, with her unyielding spirit, believed she had spoken softly enough, though her demeanor and attitude betrayed her hardened stance. Qinghuan, recognizing this, was determined not to relent. "Ah, do continue, I relish this." As anticipated, Qinghuan's laughter grew more exuberant. "Are you implying that my distaste for you justifies tormenting you, and your brother as well?" Zhang Susu's hands, hanging by her sides, clenched into fists, her lips pressed tightly together. Though she remained silent, her posture spoke volumes. "Now, I am curious, Zhang family, what transgression have you committed to earn my disdain? What prompts me to torment you so?" Recalling prior rumors, her words slipped out, "Because the man I admire, Lord Yanshuren, was once a suitor you wished to take as your own. You resent me for vying for his affection." The onlookers, who had been engrossed in the spectacle, immediately shifted their gaze from the two women to Yanshuren, their minds conjuring a singular phrase, "a beautiful disaster." Yanshuren remained composed, only pulling the anxious girl closer behind him to shield her from the scrutiny. "That statement holds some truth," Qinghuan replied unexpectedly, acknowledging, "Lord Yan possesses both talent and charm. It is only natural to be enamored by him. Many in the capital share this sentiment, yet, even I, despite my inclinations, would only approach him with enticements and promises of benefit. He is steadfast in his principles, and while I regret this, I respect his choices and refrain from intruding further, and you persist in your harassment, invading his space and resorting to violence. One can only imagine what vile tactics you might employ next." Qinghuan straightened, shedding her previously languid demeanor, her gaze directed coldly at Zhang Susu, reminiscent of a celestial being. "The Luo family may not befit Lord Yan, yet they do speak a truth. Lord Yan remains above reproach, unblemished in character. Even after his success in the examination, he retains his focus and diligence, destined for greatness. Only such a man is worthy of my regard. If he were to compromise his integrity for power, abandoning his fiancée Yi to become a faithless wretch, he would merely be an inconsequential man. Your relentless pursuit, driven by selfish desires, serves only to ruin a noble soul with aspirations of serving his country. Summon someone." A female official stepped forward. "How may I serve the princess?" "Deliver Zhang Susu to her parents and inquire how they have raised their daughter. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit them to discuss the meaning of to give anything one desires, for I wish to see if they can fulfill my requests." Though Princess Qinghuan indulged in the company of suitors and maintained a strained relationship with her sister, she had no intention of creating discord unless provoked. Her blatant disregard for the Zhang family's dignity left the gathering in stunned silence. Zhang Susu, however, was indignant. Her grandfather was the prime minister, and the favored concubine often showered her with gifts. How dare Qinghuan treat her with such disdain? Just as she prepared to argue her case, the appointed female official offered no opportunity for rebuttal. As soon as the princess's proclamation concluded, she waved her hand, and 4 palace maids swiftly approached, adeptly covering Zhang Susu's mouth, restraining her hands, and twisting her body as they half carried her away from the second floor. Zhang Susu burst into tears, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please show mercy. Zhang Liji prostrated himself in a formal appeal. My sister has been spoiled since childhood, lacking proper decorum. I shall ensure our parents discipline her upon our return. Were it not for my leniency, it would not be your family visiting me, but rather your parents seeking an audience to plead for forgiveness, Qinghuan retorted coldly.
If one can give anything, what if someone else wishes to rebel? Would the Zhang family acquiesce?
The weight of her words struck Zhang Liji with terror, and he immediately prostrated further, stammering, Please, your highness, rest assured that the Zhang family harbors no treachery.
Then teach your foolish sister the boundaries of discourse, what can and cannot be said. Qinghuan turned away, addressing Yan Shuren, Lord Yan, may I have the fortune of witnessing your triumph at today's elegant gathering?
Yan Shuren bowed respectfully, I shall exert every effort.
Chapter 087 For you sure Wushu followed suit with a respectful bow, then expressed her gratitude, Thank you, princess, for speaking on behalf of my cousin.
There is no need for you to thank me, Qinghuan remarked, resting her chin on her hand as she scrutinized her. Merely an ordinary hue, it pales in comparison to the charm of young Master Yin Shan.
What is it that you see in her?
Sure Wushu lowered her head, feeling a deep sorrow. Yin Shan cast her a meaningful glance, his gaze imbued with profound affection. Perhaps it is because, regardless of whether I find myself in misfortune or in high spirits, her gaze upon me remains unwavering. It is also because, in her presence, I feel a sense of peace. Whatever she does, I perceive it as being for my benefit. Such trust is instinctively bestowed upon her, a sentiment I cannot extend to others. That was beautifully articulated, Sure Wushu mused, nearly believing it herself. I, as that other, understand. Qinghuan masked her inner turmoil with jest, her gaze toward Sure Wushu now tinged with admiration. Though you appear to be one who readily concedes in the face of adversity, you have never truly backed down before me, even daring to argue your case against the Zhang family. This demonstrates that you possess commendable qualities. Time will tell how far such sentiments can sustain you.
Qinghuan's smile was like a gentle breeze.
I hope that, even when his hair turns white, young Master Xian retains the same aspirations as today. Yan Xian and Miss Shi bowed in unison. Enough, I shall no longer dwell on you. Qinghuan waved her hand dismissively and reclined once more onto the broad chair.
Bring me some fine wine. Go fetch Shan Yan to keep me company.
Yan Shan escorted Miss Shi back to their previous spot, and the others no longer stared openly in their direction, engaging instead in laughter and conversation, some paying their respects to the princess while others chatted. Yet, regardless of their activities, their eyes subtly remained fixed on this pair, compelling Sure Wushu to maintain her delicate facade and stay close to Yan Shan. She did not perceive any impropriety in this. It was a perfect moment for discourse. What do you think of my plan? It worked splendidly, didn't it? Sure Wushu covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. The princess no longer pines for you, and the Zhang family dares not entangle you further. A perfect two birds with one stone. Surpassed my expectations. At last, the waiter arrived with the food. Yan Shan paused his conversation, and once the waiter had departed, he placed a fishbone before Miss Shi and continued, the Zhang family will receive a significant lesson this time. Having been unjustly oppressed, I must certainly return the favor. Sure Wushu picked up a piece of fishbone, examining it. It had a morsel of fish still clinging to it. Upon tasting it, her eyes brightened. The bone was delectably crispy and utterly delicious. You should try some too. After saying this, Sure Wushu suddenly recalled that they were in a public setting, an opportune moment to showcase their affection, and she deftly offered a piece to Yan Shan's lips. Yan Shan regarded her, his expression shifting several times, before lowering his gaze and parting his lips to accept it. Sure Wushu became entranced by the act of feeding him, adopting a shy demeanor, lowering her head and fidgeting, yet she did not let that deter her from taking another piece for herself, completely forgetting that she had just used the same chopsticks to feed Yan Shan. Yan Shan paused mid-chew, his gaze landing on the chopsticks. Sure Wushu leaned closer, whispering, Do you think we are hiding behind Qinghuan? With her in front to hold the fort, no one dares approach you. Just right. It was perfectly serene, allowing him to enjoy the close company of Sure Wushu. Everything was just as it should be. Just right for some good food. Sure Wushu stole a glance around, swiftly sending another fish bone into her mouth. If I had known fish bones were this delicious, I would have had seventh brother bring them to me every day. After a moment's thought, Sure Wushu shook her head. No, that would be too much trouble. Perhaps we should bring the cook home instead. I'm sure my brother would oblige. No need. Yan Shan reasoned gently, Auntie does not approve of you eating from outside. We can have your brother inquire about the cook's method for preparing fish bones. Once your aunt learns, she can make them whenever she desires. That makes sense. Sure Wushu nodded in agreement, turning to inform her brother, once Auntie observes it done once, she will surely master it, a more convenient solution. As they shared whispers and secrets, their intimate exchanges became irrefutable evidence of their deep bond to the onlookers. This only enhanced Yan Shan's reputation rather than diminish it. With Princess Qinghuan's explicit endorsement, Yan Shan resisted the temptations of fame and power, foregoing shortcuts and relying solely on his own merit to succeed. People are often enamored by strength. In the eyes of many, Yan Shan had already become a figure of prowess. Once this news spread, the conservative literati would harbor even greater admiration for him. For Yan Shan, this admiration would prove invaluable in the future. Sure Wushu glanced around, taking another bite. As the hour arrived, the elegant gathering commenced. Yan Shan declared, I shall go to the railing. Very well. Sure Wushu clenched her fist. Defeat them and claim the top spot. Yan Shan looked deeply into her eyes. Today, I have numerous compelling reasons to seize the first place. For your strategy, for my future, for Qinghuan's rescue. For you. Shi Buyu could not decipher the depths of his gaze, nor did she dwell upon it. If he could secure the top position today, young Master Xian's name would echo even louder, especially with the Zhang family and Qinghuan providing him with support and a platform. Today's gathering was a poetic tribute to the impending winter. The floating life gathering was typically filled with exuberance, but today, with Qinghuan and numerous ladies present, the atmosphere was more vibrant than ever. One poem after another was recited, accompanied by cheers, applause, and the sound of drums, elevating the ambience to a crescendo. By the halfway point, Yan Shan had already moved to the first floor. As the final segment approached, Yan Shan ascended to the high platform. Shi Buyu gazed at the radiant figure, surrounded by adoration, whose brilliance rendered him nearly blinding, and suddenly comprehended why Zhang Susu was so relentless in her pursuit. Even Princess Qinghuan, having seen many beauties, was captivated by him. With an outstanding appearance and exceptional talent, he hailed from humble origins yet maintained a dignified composure, neither obsequious nor arrogant, neither self-important nor inferior. Such a person was indeed a rarity. Feeling quite pleased, are we? Shi Buyu turned to find Princess Qinghuan standing beside her, having approached without her notice. The first time I encountered him was at a poetry gathering by the riverside. While others were racking their brains for verses, he remained calm and composed, displaying not a hint of disarray. Even now, recalling that moment, Qinghuan felt a flutter in her heart. Among so many young gentlemen, all handsome in their own right, I cannot explain why he evokes such a sense of familiarity within me, as if he were someone from a past life come to seek me out. Qinghuan chuckled. I am not ashamed to admit that at that moment, I felt he was meant to be mine. I even contemplated dismissing those suitors and inviting him to be my companion, yet, he never granted me the opportunity, promptly rejecting my initial overture. I initially thought him to be reserved, only to realize after several attempts that he had no intention of reciprocating. Shi Buyu thought to herself, had he dared to accept, the heavens would surely have rumbled, and the royal tombs would tremble, the coffins lifted in shock. Luo Shi. Shi Buyu raised her eyes to meet hers, while Qinghuan continued to gaze at the figure on the platform below. There is no need to put on airs before me. As another exquisite poem was crafted below, conveniently muffling Qinghuan's words, only Shi Buyu caught her whispered remark, this is quite good. Young Master Xian needs a wise and supportive partner by his side. On the day of your union, I shall bestow upon you a generous gift. Shi Buyu pondered for a moment, then decided to cease her pretense, performing a respectful bow. Princess, your kindness shall surely be repaid in due course. Repay? Qinghuan smiled. Then I shall await it eagerly. Chapter 088. Ascending the stage, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, and the two ceased their conversation, their gazes fixated upon the high platform. A man, embodying the youthful exuberance of a scholar and the audacious spirit of a poet, was engaged in a spirited contest with others. As the contest neared its conclusion, most participants had withdrawn, leaving only 4 to persist. You recited a poem, and I could effortlessly continue, with the time for contemplation diminishing alongside the dwindling numbers, testing the fruits of our prior labors. In terms of private diligence, Yan Shan could rival anyone, for his life had been devoid of frivolity. Thus, it was only natural that he emerged victorious in the end amidst the rhythmic beating of drums, the resounding notes of the qin, and the jingling of bells adorning the dancers' hands and feet. The cheers and applause of the crowd filled the air. Yan Shan stood alone upon the platform, lifting his gaze toward the onlookers at the railing, extending his hand toward her under the scrutiny of many. The uproar from the crowd was so immense it threatened to lift the very roof. Even Qinghuan smiled at the person beside her, wondering what demeanor you intended to adopt. Shi Buyu blinked in surprise. She had yet to ascend this platform. With a bashful smile, she covered her mouth and laughed, taking Yanzai's arm as they descended the stairs, step by step, toward the one awaiting her at the bottom. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and Shi Buyu shifted to hold his arm, ascending the steps alongside him. Zhang Junyu, watching from across the platform, unexpectedly envisioned a scene of him reigning supreme, pondering whether he would still stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Shire at that time. And would Xiao Shire choose to forsake the vast world outside, clipping her own wings to remain by his side? Brother Xian, remember to invite everyone present to your wedding. If I cannot partake in this cup of celebratory wine, it would be a lifelong regret. Indeed, I must partake in this celebratory wine. The voices from the third floor chimed in harmony, and Yan Shan bowed to all directions. I shall inquire with the proprietor of the Floating Life Collection for a guest list, and anyone present at today's gathering shall certainly be invited to partake in my wedding feast. What of Brother Junyu? Where are you hiding? Here I am. Zhang Junyu was pushed forward by the crowd, laughing heartily as he chimed in, of course, if young Master Xian wants the guest list, I shall provide it. Should anyone arrive uninvited, remember to bribe me, otherwise, I won't include their names, and they shall miss out on this celebratory wine. Laughter erupted once more. Zhang Junyu then glanced at Xiao Shire, who remained shy and demure, putting on quite the act, her heart likely brimming with joy. This gathering of refinement had effortlessly dispatched Zhang Susu, shifting the conflict to the Zhang family and Qinghuan. The two had managed to extricate themselves from the fray, allowing Qinghuan to openly declare that she would not coerce Yan Shan into becoming a heartless traitor. Now that Yan Shan had claimed the top spot, riding the coattails of the Zhang family's daughter and Qinghuan, he, as the object of their rivalry, would see his fame spread far and wide alongside this romantic entanglement. Xiao Shire had meticulously orchestrated these circumstances, prompting him to host this gathering. Zhang Junyu joined in the laughter, realizing that they had all been shirking their responsibilities. Xiao Shire felt as though she were merely a performer, presenting a play titled When Love is Most Profound, evoking memories of many a couple, laughing and crying as they recalled their beginnings. laughing at the beauty of those moments, weeping over how fleeting such beauty can be. Heartbreakers are common, yet those who remain steadfast in love are rare, Shi Buyu mused internally, turning away only to smile bashfully once more.
May I have the honor of preface this esteemed gathering?
An elder stepped forward from the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, striding toward the platform with a beaming smile directed at those on stage.
Recognition sparked gasps among the onlookers. Is that Lord Zhongjing Shaoqing?
The Zhongjing Temple, which oversees royal affairs, is staffed by officials of noble lineage. The Daegu dynasty embraced a liberal atmosphere, where members of the royal family were not always aloof. Their presence was often felt at banquets. Lord Zhongjing Shaoqing, in his youth, frequently graced various gatherings, but his elevated rank had since rendered him scarce, his talent and reputation quite notable. Shi Buyu, along with the others, offered a respectful bow. Zhongjing Shaoqing, Ji Hui, was distantly related to Ji, and his willingness to step forth and preface the gathering clearly indicated his desire to facilitate a publication, reflecting his recognition of Yin Shan's talents. What a splendid opportunity! Shi Buyu gently tapped Yin Shan's shoulder. Yin Shan concealed all his emotions within, stepping forward to say, "It is our fortune to have you preface this occasion." The other attendees were equally excited, echoing his sentiments. Gatherings abound, yet few lead to publications. With Lord Zhongjing Shaoqing's active involvement, this book was assuredly forthcoming, and their talents would be further acknowledged with his endorsement. Who would have thought? Today's floating life gathering proved to be so worthwhile. Ji Hui ascended the platform, looking at the two and proclaiming, "A match made in heaven. With such talent and beauty, I too desire to partake in this celebratory wine.
Chung Junyu, remember to inscribe my name on the guest list." Chung Junyu responded with a hearty affirmation.
"I hope to receive your blessings when the time comes." Yin Shan bowed, this being his first formal interaction with a member of the royal family, Cheng Huan not counting. Ji Hui patted his shoulder, his fondness evident, to remain humble and unassuming after achieving success. "Well done, no wonder that girl Cheng Huan has taken a liking to you.
What good is it if I fancy her, when she does not return my affections? Uncle, are you mocking me?"
Just then, Cheng Huan descended from the stairs, her demeanor as casual as ever, her manner of greeting somewhat lackadaisical yet imbued with warmth. Ji Hui laughed heartily. "You've caught on." Cheng Huan ascended the platform from the opposite side. "I shan't be as troublesome as the Zhang family, nor should one consider forcing someone into betrayal."
"Is our esteemed young master Xian truly the man we admire?"
Ji Hui stroked his beard, smiling and nodding. "Indeed, you are not troublesome, you simply act with intelligence."
"Uncle understands me well." Cheng Huan laughed freely, redirecting the conversation. "Uncle, do you only intend to preface?
Why not assist in publishing the book instead? I happen to have a poem to contribute, and thus I could share in the glory with all these talented gentlemen."
"You have quite the imagination."
Ji Hui shot her a playful glare, yet the mirth on his face rendered him devoid of authority. "Today's gathering is of high caliber.
Do not come to ruin it. Sounds like Uncle is inclined to help with the publication."
Cheng Huan smiled as she surveyed the crowd. "Everyone, do not forget to express your gratitude to Lord Zhongjing Shaoqing." The crowd erupted in delighted exclamations, expressing their thanks in unison. Shi Buyu followed suit, feeling an increased admiration for Cheng Huan. This princess might be somewhat self-absorbed, yet her self-involvement harmed no one. Her actions were remarkably candid and generous, regardless of whether this endeavor succeeded or failed. She stood to gain nothing, yet she spoke out. Ji Hui, despite his intentions, would not rush into the fray. Someone had to take the lead, and with his status, anyone else would be begging. Cheng Huan's words felt like family conversation. Her seemingly superfluous actions had facilitated many, as she genuinely wished to avoid belittling these literary talents. In truth, she was merely the daughter of a former emperor, her status awkward. No matter how favored she was, her position remained tenuous, or else how could Zhang Susu dare confront a princess? One could only wonder what experiences molded her into the person she had become. Noticing her gaze, Cheng Huan looked over. Shi Buyu smiled at her, bowing slightly. She had also safeguarded Yin Shan's dignity, as the one who had claimed the top spot. This request would ultimately fall upon him. Cheng Huan raised an eyebrow, making no further comment as she assisted her uncle down from the platform. Chapter 089. Wan Jia Xuanning having claimed the top position, she was naturally not inclined to leave so easily. Shi Buyu had already consumed 2 servings of fish bones, yet still, there was no sign of her return, and unable to remain seated any longer, she strolled downstairs, intending to seek out her elder brother Qi for a conversation. But midway, she was intercepted by Qi. "Are you in search of a place to wash your hands, miss?" "Ah, it's you!" Shi Buyu exclaimed, her face a mask of surprise. "The last time I saw you, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. How did you come to be here?" "I am now the steward here," Qi replied in kind. "Today I witnessed how Master Shi treats you, and I realized that my past insistence was indeed unreasonable. It was my fault." Qi knelt and bowed. "To be appointed as the steward here speaks volumes of your capabilities," Shi Buyu said, lifting her up and holding her arm, smiling as if they were sisters. "With the gathering of distinguished individuals at Fu Shengji, I am certain that Miss Qi will find someone to her liking." "Thank you for your kind words," Qi replied. "Today's gathering is filled with many men, and you, being precious, might prefer to wash your hands in my quarters. Then I shall trouble you." Fu Shengji was divided into front and back courtyards. The front served as the gathering area while the back was for lodging. As the steward, Qi ensured that the accommodations were quite satisfactory, spacious enough with 3 rooms and a quaint little courtyard. With a small window opened, the view outside was unobstructed, allowing for private conversations without the fear of eavesdropping. Shi Buyu nodded in approval.
Indeed, quite large. This is the finest room in Fu Shengji, Shi declared, bringing over water, eager to assist Shi Buyu in washing her hands, only to be gently evaded. You are not my maid. Such formality is unnecessary, Shi Buyu said, washing her hands herself and smiling at her. How has Xuanning been of late? Ruan Xuanning cast her gaze downward, and after a moment, looked up. I am well. Having once been powerless myself, I understand the plight of others. I have spoken to each of them about their needs, and after discussing with Master Chang, I have agreed to some of their requests. As Fu Shengji's reputation grows, their worries about the future diminish, and they now feel quite at ease. And you? Chi looked at her in confusion. Shi Buyu took a seat in a circular chair. Do you not care about the Ruan family's exile? Chi was taken aback, suddenly realizing something. She knelt before her and grasped her hand, her eyes and posture pleading without uttering a word. Shi Buyu pulled her up, having her retrieve a round stool to sit beside her before speaking. I cannot guarantee the return of the Ruan family, but since you are assisting me, I must consider what it is you desire and what I can offer. If it is the restoration of the Ruan family's former glory that you seek, I shall contemplate its feasibility. I hope to provide you with what you truly want. Shi Buyu smiled. It seems you are easily swayed. Were it me, I would certainly lay down my conditions before agreeing to serve. Chi lowered her head and chuckled. For some reason, upon hearing you say that, I could think of nothing else but to agree directly. Later, I felt as though I undervalued myself. However, considering it is you, I gave it no further thought. You trust me, and I shall strive to be worthy of that trust. Shi Buyu caressed her face. I inquired about the Ruan family's exile in Lingnan. I will seek assistance from anyone who can help. If they cannot assist, I will send them some silver. I will inform them that it is from Xuanning. Tears streamed down Ruan Xuanning's face. In her days of splendor as a daughter of the Ruan family, she had enjoyed great riches, yet compared to her brothers, she was still lacking now. However, it was she who could support her family, and Shi Buyu had given her due dignity. Do not cry. It diminishes your beauty. Shi Buyu wiped away her tears. You need only manage the affairs of Fu Shengji. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else, nor to venture into danger alone upon hearing of any matters. Simply consult with Master Chang. Sometimes what you hear is not the truth, it is a trap, and believing it means you are ensnared. I do not wish for you to encounter peril. Chi nodded repeatedly. I understand. I will focus on comforting the other young ladies. Master Chang is my elder brother, you can trust him with everything. Shi Buyu whispered. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may inform him. Ruan Xuanning nodded earnestly. Shi Buyu patted her head. There is nothing else that cannot be spoken of, no need to be so tense, just live your life as usual, and if you encounter someone you fancy, do not hesitate to explore that possibility. Miss, you jest, Chi laughed. I have no such qualifications. To live as freely as I do now is already a blessing. Who knows, there may be someone discerning among them. Hold yourself in higher regard, with your virtue, talent, and looks, who would be unworthy of you? If one must speak of family background, ask about his ancestors, who is truly superior. Ruan Xuanning covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes sparkling with joy. I shall heed your words. Should anyone dare to look down on me, I will inquire about their family history. Perhaps my ancestors are even more illustrious. Precisely so, it matters little whether others recognize it or not. What matters is that I do. Do not concern yourself with the idle gossip of others, they are unrelated to you, but I am related to you. Shi Buyu stood up after patting her head, for she cherished obedient and gentle girls. It was time to wash her hands. Returning to the front courtyard, she spotted Yanshi striding towards her. Knowing well her whereabouts, he nonetheless sighed in relief upon seeing her. Where have you been? You vanished upon your return and startled me. Am I to be abducted by the Zheng family within Fu Shengji? Shi Buyu replied, not forgetting to jest about the Zheng family. I accompanied Chi to her quarters to wash my hands. I did not realize she had become the steward here. Since you frequent this place, are you here for the gathering or to see someone? Yanshi raised his hands in protest. I swear, I have no ulterior motives. Those eager for entertainment chimed in, I'm not so sure. I'm not convinced either. I doubt it as well. Instantly, those present echoed the sentiment. Yanshi repeatedly bowed in supplication. I shall treat everyone to drinks today. With such esteemed character as Master Shi, how could he be distracted by others? Dear sister-in-law, you have wronged him. Sister-in-law, you have indeed misjudged him. Master Shi is a man of integrity. Master Shi and sister-in-law are a match made in heaven. The conversation swayed back and forth, and a crowd of people promptly turned to offer their support for Master Shi. Yanshi leaned closer to Shi Buyu, seeking mercy. Shi Buyu feigned shyness, playfully tapping his chest and retreating behind him, her laughter resonating throughout the entire floor. Yanshi once again bowed to the crowd, guiding them back to their original seats. How did I perform? Did I not appear particularly convincing? Catching her excited gaze, Yanshi thought, it is not merely about appearing convincing. What matters is that it is indeed true. He nodded. Especially convincing. He. As the revelry reached a peak, Yanshi was the first to take his leave, his reason sufficient. His cousin was fatigued.
After assuring everyone he would return after escorting her home, the others reluctantly agreed, nearly demanding he write a guarantee to avoid being ensnared by temptation. Yet upon arriving home, he found himself reluctant to depart. Shi Buyu waved her hand. "You may go, enjoy yourself." Yan Shuren inquired, "Is there nothing else you wish to say?" Shi Buyu wore a puzzled expression. What else could there be? She pondered earnestly. Zhang Susu was preoccupied, Jing Huan had set aside her concerns, and the others were inconsequential. Tentatively, she suggested, "Then, drink less?" Yan Shuren nodded in satisfaction. "I shall try to drink less." In truth, drinking a bit more would not pose a problem, Shi Buyu mused, for it had no bearing on her. If her true husband were to return intoxicated, she would certainly toss him into the pond. Their relationship had not yet reached that level. Returning to her study, the echoes of the lively gathering still rang in her ears, while her heart remained tranquil as if in a Zen temple. She recorded every detail, then expanded upon these observations further. The Xian paper hanging in the study now bore 2 additional sheets. Chapter 090. The Orchid's visit, Miss, and Orchid has arrived. Hearing the voice of Yan Zhe, Shi Buyu rose and stepped outside. "Did you not accompany Yan Shan?" "The young master took Yan Yi with him and left me behind." He estimated that the madam would soon have guests, Yan Zhe replied. Shi Buyu nodded, recalling Yan Shan mentioning that the madam always stayed overnight whenever she entered the palace. It was indeed time for her arrival. "However," she added, "shall we have Aunt Orchid wait a moment? Your young master may not return anytime soon." Yan Zhe chuckled. "I mentioned it to her. Aunt Orchid said that informing you would suffice." This aunt has more patience than the madam, Shi Buyu mused. She was typically accommodating, easily swayed by agreeable words, but could become quite obstinate when faced with opposition. Unlike the madam, who often sought to provoke others, Aunt Orchid was amiable, and thus, she too would reciprocate in kind. "Is she in Yan Xian's courtyard?" "Please ask her to wait. I need to wash off this makeup, it feels uncomfortable." In truth, she was not in the young master's quarters, but Yan Zhe had thought ahead. Aunt Orchid was the eyes of the madam. Whatever she perceived, the madam would be aware of as well. It would be best for Miss Shi to visit the young master's study, allowing the madam to see how much trust the young master placed in her. As for the madam's potential anger upon discovering this, it was a risk worth taking, for Miss Shi had her ways to manage it. Yan Zhe readily agreed and proceeded to invite Aunt Orchid to the main courtyard. Aunt Orchid appeared somewhat surprised. "Has the young master returned?" Yan Zhe personally served her tea. The young master triumphed at today's floating life gathering, and not only that, but the lord of the Zhongjing also volunteered to write the preface and promised to facilitate its publication. Such a joyful event deserves celebration, and the young master likely won't return for a while. Aunt Orchid was both astonished and delighted, as the news was still fresh to them of the lord of the Zhongjing writing the preface. With him endorsing the young master, his talents will gain wider recognition. Today's gathering was orchestrated by Miss Shi. Yan Zhe explained succinctly about the events of the gathering. Having been by the madam's side for many years, Aunt Orchid had become somewhat of a strategist herself, understanding the benefits the young master had gained and how the Zhang family's attention had shifted from the young master to resentment towards Qing Huan. This alleviated one of the young master's hidden concerns. Should the Zhang family entangle him further, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Aunt Orchid laughed. "You tell me all this, yet leave me waiting here for Miss Shi. Yan Zhe, what is it you truly wish to convey?" Yan Zhe glanced towards the door, noting that the young lady had yet to arrive. "You are most aware of the madam's health, Aunt. And as for the young master, his wings have grown strong. Since 2 years ago, he has become less inclined to heed the madam's directives, and the relationship has grown increasingly tense. This cannot bode well for any of us. I trust you have been doing everything in your power to advise the madam, but her stubborn nature makes her difficult to sway. We, as her subordinates, inevitably find ourselves in the position of intermediaries. Would you not agree? Are you suggesting I should play a double game?" "I would not dare," Yan Zhe replied, bowing slightly. "I merely believe that the young master's relationship with the madam cannot deteriorate further, and Miss Shi's presence may serve as a turning point. When has the madam ever found herself powerless against someone? No matter how irate she may feel, should Miss Shi send a letter requesting assistance, the madam would have no choice but to comply, for both she and Miss Shi act solely for the benefit of the young master." Aunt Orchid recalled the madam's reluctant entry into the palace yesterday, her teeth clenched in frustration, and found it amusing. Miss Shi's actions were never intended to harm, rather, she merely poked at existing wounds, causing discomfort where it hurt most. The madam, wary of the young master, could not truly take action against her, yet in their contests of wills, she was no match for Miss Shi, losing decisively and growing ever more vexed. Nonetheless, this spirited madam was far more vibrant. Privately, the sisters felt that Miss Shi's letters should come frequently. Hearing movement at the door, Yan Zhe quietly urged, "Aunt, please consider my words carefully. Ultimately, all these matters must be resolved by the young master." Aunt Orchid remained silent, rising to gaze at the figure walking in the sunlight, her steps light as if carried by a breeze. Like a kite, she thought, though it remained uncertain whether the string tethering that kite would ultimately land in the young master's hands. "Thank you for your patience, Aunt Orchid," Shi Buyu said, her forehead still damp. Without the excess makeup on her face, she felt much more at ease. Aunt Orchid curtsied. "I have the pleasure of meeting you, Mississippi." As Shi Buyu passed by, she helped Aunt Orchid rise and took her seat at the main position, gesturing for her to sit as well. "Has Aunt Orchid come on behalf of the madam with a message?" "Indeed, I speak with utmost respect," Aunt Orchid smiled. After the madam visited the palace yesterday, she pointed out the errors of the laundry palace, prompting the palace attendant to come here to apologize. We encountered her openly with the multitude of eyes in the palace. I discreetly handed her a gourd. She understood immediately and inquired about Yi Shang's identity. I informed her that it was Yi Shang, and she neither promised nor refused, merely took the gourd with her. Today, she returned under the pretext of delivering garments, inquiring about Yi Shang's whereabouts, and insisted that we mention her sister's name next time we enter the palace, otherwise she would not believe us. She stated that their existence in this world has long been erased, and the only ones who know her sister's name are herself and Yi Shang. Having spent years in the emperor's inner palace, she must remain vigilant, Shi Buyu remarked, looking to Yanzei. Please fetch Yi Shang. Yes. Yi Shang arrived swiftly, dressed in women's attire, her voice soft and ambiguous in gender. Miss, you called for me? Aunt Orchid privately wondered, was Yi Shang not male? Upon closer inspection, she noticed a slight difference. The hands were somewhat larger than those of an average woman. This is Aunt Orchid, who was close to the madam. They encountered Su Wan and received the gourd, but she remains distrustful and asked for your sister's name. Chani, Ing Chani, Yi Shang replied. Their father chose their names from traditional herbal medicine. Ing Chani, Aunt Orchid noted. Is the young lady in urgent need of this individual? The madam rarely visits the palace. If she were to do so more frequently, it might attract unwanted attention. No rush, we can take our time. We will need her more in the future. Understood. Aunt Orchid prepared to take her leave, but Shi Buyu had further inquiries. Is there a palace located behind the emperor's sleeping quarters, inaccessible to common folk? Do you know anything about it, Aunt Orchid? Aunt Orchid was puzzled by the question but answered truthfully that palace's location would not disturb the palace ladies. It was often used during the previous emperor's reign to host intimate gatherings with trusted officials. However, after the madam's position became delicate, she ceased to visit there, and I am unaware of its current state. Chapter 091 Greeting the lady. That place has become a living hell. Yi Shang is the only one who managed to escape alive, aided by Su Juan, whose sister perished there. Shi Buyu's expression turned cold. The incident of tossing corpses at the city gate was exposed as my doing. They would throw bodies at intervals, all originating from that palace. After that incident, they remained subdued for a while, but now they have changed the location for burying the dead. Lan Hua could hardly believe it. That place was once so noble and elegant. All the ministers stood pride in being able to enter there. It's merely a location, its significance is derived from its use. Lan Hua pressed her lips together. I understand, I shall convey this to the lady. Yi Shang mentioned that anyone who ventures there to inquire has met their demise. The lady need not take such risks, merely exercise caution. Shi Buyu reminded her, our focus is not on the palace now, those matters are for later, it is still too early. Understood. After inquiring and receiving no useful information, Shi Buyu did not feel disheartened. Matters within the palace are not easily discerned. Just as she was about to see her off, Luo Chang hurriedly entered from outside. Miss, a messenger has entered the city, Pingyang has fallen, and the remnants are retreating to Bako. At last, there is news. Shi Buyu chuckled lightly, there will undoubtedly be a battle after autumn. The Danba kingdom is more resilient than I anticipated. Such an opponent, how could the incompetent Duanqi handle them? Previously, I thought they might not attack Bako. Now, that is uncertain. With such minimal resistance to taking the city, if it were me, I would seize the opportunity to pursue and capture Bako, a prime piece of meat. Luo Chang frowned. Does the miss mean that Bako will also fall? There is a 70% chance. Shi Buyu's demeanor shifted from casualness to seriousness. The Danba kingdom understands Du very well. They must know that behind Bako lies Fuyuan. Fuyuan city is the administrative center of Fuyuan prefecture and the base of the Pingyao military governor. Governor He Qiliang is valiant but lacks strategy. However, he has a strategist named Lin Ko, who is exceptionally astute, and they complement each other perfectly. With He Qiliang's provincial army combined with the remnants, even if Duanqi and he are at odds, it will not be easy for the Danba kingdom to conquer. The best course of action would be to capture Bako, engage in a stalemate with Du's army, and then strip Bako, Pingyang, Sidong, and Xinfeng of resources for their troops to endure the harsh winter, thus avoiding the complications of transporting supplies. Shi Buyu lightly tapped her two fingers together, akin to a clap. It appears that every time the Danba kingdom loses a city, they play it safe, not overly ambitious or reckless. Their commander must be an experienced veteran. If I can think of these strategies, he certainly can as well. Just wait, in a few days, there will likely be another messenger arriving. It is a pity that such a fine day is marred by this news. I wonder how many will curse the loyal and brave Marquis. As Lan Hua listened to her articulate the various border matters and observed her calm analysis, she began to understand why Yanzei and Luo Chang would favor her in such a short span. Shi Buyu exuded an air of control over all affairs, instilling a sense of assurance that following her path would lead to the right outcome. Even she found herself contemplating Yanzei's words seriously at this moment. Aunt Lan, I leave the palace to you, and please extend my regards to the lady. Shi Buyu tilted her head, smiling innocently. Even though she does not favor me, I still hold affection for her. I shall seek her out again when the occasion arises. Lan Hua found herself at a loss for words, rising to bow and take her leave briskly, as if fearing that lingering would lead her to hear more of Shi Buyu's amusing remarks. Shi Buyu stretched languidly, finding her aunt delightful, while regarding the lady with a sense of reluctant acceptance. Not long after, Yan Shuren returned, carrying a bundle of fish bones. Upon seeing him, Shi Buyu smiled. It seems the gathering concluded earlier than anticipated. Aware that she had received news, Yan Shuren did not conceal the truth. Aside from expressing outrage verbally, cursing this and blaming that, what else can they do?
Are you expecting them to abandon their pens and take up arms, or do you believe they can wield swords and fight?
Shi Buyu turned and entered the study. In times like these, it would be better if the scholars refrained from squabbling over trivial matters. A good official is one who readily dispenses funds to those in need. Do you know how many such officials exist? Even if they are still in Baokou, they would still bicker even when the enemy is at the gates. Yan Shuren unwrapped the oil paper bundle and placed it before her. It seems that has always been the case in the court. It was not so during the reign of the Taizu Emperor, nor during the reign of the Qizong Emperor. Ultimately, it depends on the emperor's capabilities. Can he manage the ministers, and is he focused on governance? Is he a wise ruler who cares for the state and its people? An emperor capable of controlling the court allows for discourse but does not tolerate chaos. He permits personal interests but does not allow for the blurring of public and private matters. If the court is embroiled in daily disputes without discernment, Shi Buyu looked at the person opposite her. It is already out of control, indicative of a declining dynasty.
Yan Shuren met her gaze, wanting to ask. Is this also what the white-bearded elder taught you? Yet, in the end, he merely said, were it not for my grandfather's efforts, Diyu would have long since fallen. If you could once again provide support, it would be akin to extending Diyu's life. What should I do next? Shi Buyu picked up a fish bone and pondered as she ate, arriving at a conclusion by the time she had finished. The significant event ahead seems to be my 16th birthday. This statement caught Yan Shuren off guard. His mind, previously preoccupied with matters of state and warfare, experienced a momentary pause as he processed this undeniably momentous occasion. He inquired, how has it been celebrated in previous years? Feasting and merriment, followed by receiving gifts, and the opportunity to make a request. The white-bearded elder shares the same birthday as I, so all his gifts ultimately belong to me. Shi Buyu popped another fish bone into her mouth. This delicacy, often forgotten when not consumed, became utterly irresistible once savored. So delicious. Yan Shuren asked curiously, are the requests always fulfilled?
Of course, why bring forth requests that cannot be realized? Shi Buyu wiped her hands with a cloth, finding it inconvenient to speak while eating, planning to resume shortly. Last year, my request was to learn who my second brother is. I have never seen him all these years. The white-bearded elder never spoke of it, but once I raised the question, he promised to tell me by my next birthday. Yan Shuren stifled a laugh, realizing that the next birthday would be. I thought I could just wait a year, but unexpectedly, here I am waiting.
Shi Buyu huffed, I will return to address this matter once I am done. Have you inquired about the second brother with the other brothers?
I have. The third brother mentioned that from him downwards, they only know of a second brother but have never seen him. He said only the eldest brother has met him. However, the eldest brother is too stern. He dares to discipline even the white-bearded elder. Once, he punished both me and the white-bearded elder, and I felt like hiding upon seeing him.
Yan Shuren often felt curious about their sect, now even more so.
What kind of sect could raise such a diverse group of individuals, yet maintain harmonious relationships? Chapter 092 The arrival of Princess Qinghuan. This dispatch of war news seems to have failed to create any significant stir in the capital. After a night filled with curses and complaints, the following day returned to its usual routine. The citizens indulged in their meals and drinks as before, and the social gatherings continued to flourish, the capital bustling with opulence and extravagance. Yet, today as topic of conversation had shifted to the arrival of Princess Qinghuan at the residence of the Prime Minister. True to her word, Princess Qinghuan made a grand entrance, her entourage and ceremonial display in full force as she approached the Zhang family. Zhang Shuji, who had held a prestigious position for many years and enjoyed the support of a favored concubine, did not regard this daughter of the late emperor with any deference. It was precisely this attitude that influenced the members of the Zhang family, allowing Zhang Susu to treat Qinghuan with disrespect. However, as a member of the Ji family, and with the emperor's ample favor, no matter how dismissive he might feel, the prime minister had to maintain a facade of respectability, leading his family to welcome her in the main hall to avoid being accused of disrespecting the royal family. Nevertheless, given his rank, he was not obliged to kneel before a princess who held only a nominal title. A Princess Qinghuan was carried on a palanquin to the entrance of the hall, and upon being helped to her feet by the female attendants, she smiled at the prime minister, clad in official robes. I have no official matters to discuss with you, esteemed prime minister, thus there is no need for such elaborate attire. With your status, even in plain brown garb, I would not dare to expect you to kneel before me. Zhang Shuji had witnessed Qinghuan's unrelenting demeanor towards others, yet now, faced with her sharp tongue, he experienced firsthand the discomfort of being cornered by her words. He feigned ignorance and led his family in greeting her. Zhang Susu, who had always been domineering, felt utterly humiliated after Qinghuan's public rebuke the previous day. Upon returning home, she had caused a tremendous uproar, and it took considerable effort from her mother to pacify her. Now, seeing Qinghuan truly come to their door, her resentment surged anew. However, remembering her mother's repeated warnings against confronting members of the royal family, she kept her head down, wary of incurring further accusations from Qinghuan.
Spare me, Qinghuan glanced at her with a smirk. If Zhang Susu had truly been obedient, today would have ended with her leaving in disappointment. Without hesitation, she took her seat at the head of the table, leaning back with one hand propping her chin lazily, and asked, "Do you require me to repeat my purpose for coming?" The newly risen Lady Zhang hastily tugged at Zhang Susu to step forward and kneel, saying, "Your Highness, Susu is the youngest daughter of our household, born after her mother had aged, and she has been somewhat spoiled. Now, having offended your Highness and committed a grave error, it is entirely my fault for not having raised her properly. I beseech your Highness to impose a fitting punishment." Qinghuan chuckled lightly. Allowing Lady Zhang to accept this blame meant she could no longer pursue Zhang Susu, and besides, what could she do to a woman who had already admitted her wrongdoing?
No matter how she punished her, word would spread that Qinghuan was merciless, and no one would remember that it was Zhang Susu who had provoked the incident with her remark, "Whatever she desires, I can provide." With a subtle nudge from Prime Minister Zhang, the narrative could easily twist to portray Qinghuan as the one troubling the Zhang mother and daughter over a man. What a clever scheme. Did Prime Minister Zhang truly consider her to be such a dim-witted fool? Straightening her posture, Qinghuan directed her gaze at Zhang Susu, who had kept her head bowed since her entrance. "Zhang Susu, do you believe your mother is at fault?" Lady Zhang gasped, quickly interjecting, "Your Highness, I did not ask you," Qinghuan replied, lowering her gaze slightly as she adjusted her slightly disheveled garment. "Zhang Susu, you tell me, is it your mother who has failed to teach you properly? Is it entirely her fault?" Zhang Susu was caught off guard by the question being directed back at her in such a manner. The hatred that had surged within her seemed to freeze in place as she stared blankly at Qinghuan, then at her mother. How could it possibly be her mother's fault? No one in the world had treated her better than her own mother. "Have you come to a conclusion?" Zhang Susu lifted her gaze, meeting Qinghuan's condescending stare, her expression filled with disdain, as if looking at an insignificant insect. It became clear that not all princesses were the same. She had encountered the eldest princess of the late emperor and the current Princess Changrun, both of whom smiled upon seeing her and gifted her with tokens. Yet, only Qinghuan regarded her with such disdainful eyes. "If I were to say yes, what would happen?" "Then your mother shall be punished." Zhang Susu straightened her back defiantly. "Your Highness, are you not afraid of public condemnation for such coercion towards a humble woman?" Qinghuan's laughter rang like silver bells. "Have I not faced public condemnation before? One more or less makes no difference. Who could possibly lay a hand upon me? Your grandfather, the Prime Minister?" Having cultivated his composure over many years, Zhang Shuji was not swayed by such trivial matters. Recognizing the opportunity, he stepped forward. "Your Highness, it is better to show mercy when one can. Susu acted foolishly and offended you. How might we remedy this situation to appease your Highness's anger? Please, speak plainly." "Simple. If Zhang Susu answers this question, I shall be appeased." Zhang Shuji was well aware that Qinghuan was not easily dealt with, yet he had not anticipated her persistence on this matter. He signaled, and the steward led forward two imposing figures, one robust and the other handsome, seemingly tailored to Qinghuan's preferences. Qinghuan reclined again, her eyes sparkling as she appraised the two. "What is the meaning of this, Prime Minister? Are you attempting to compare me to a lecherous person?" "Your Highness has misunderstood. These are not my household servants. One is a master of martial arts, certain to excel in next year's imperial examinations, while the other is gifted in poetry and prose. Were it not for their recent arrival in the capital, they would undoubtedly make a name for themselves in social gatherings. At that point, I would not need to recommend them. They would catch your Highness's eye on their own." Qinghuan's smile widened. Finding talented and handsome companions was a rare delight, yet not just any person could be deemed worthy of being her consort. "Zhang Susu, have you made a decision?" The Zhang family members observed the shift in Qinghuan's demeanor, initially hopeful for a resolution, only to see the conversation circle back to its starting point, causing their expressions to darken. Zhang Shuji's eyes narrowed, realizing this strategy was futile, and he ceased to speak further. As his family members faced such pressure, Zhang Susu gritted her teeth. "If I acquiesce, what does your Highness intend to do with me? In matters of state, there are laws. In households, there are rules. You have erred, and it is your family's duty to discipline and guide you. I hold no responsibility for your education," Qinghuan replied sweetly, turning her gaze towards Zhang Shuji. "Prime Minister, I wonder how the Zhang family intends to discipline her." Zhang Shuji glanced at his granddaughter, his voice cold. "She shall kneel before the ancestral hall for 2 hours each day, for 100 days. Father! Grandfather!" Ignoring the protests, Zhang Shuji fixed his gaze on Qinghuan. "I wonder if this arrangement satisfies your Highness?" "You have erred in your question, Prime Minister. As an outsider, how could I possibly know the particulars of the Zhang family's laws, whether they are severe or lenient? Is it not for you to decide?" Qinghuan waved her hand dismissively. "I shall temper my anger for now." Even as Zhang Shuji's patience had been stretched thin over the years, Qinghuan's audacity incited his ire. However, she had only fulfilled half of her purpose for coming, and after casting an appraising glance at the two men, she turned her attention back to Zhang Shuji. Chapter 093. Departing with grace yesterday, the Zhang family publicly declared that they could provide anything one desired. "How fortuitous, for I do indeed have a wish," Qinghuan remarked with a playful smile, her eyes curving with delight. "I wish to attend court and participate in governance, Zhang family. When do you intend to grant me this request?" At long last, the conversation had shifted to this topic. However, to partake in court affairs, Qinghuan seeks real power. Zhang Shuji lifted his gaze and met Qinghuan's enigmatic smile, suddenly grasping the implications. Her inquiry to Susu about whether she could fulfill this request was indeed a dilemma. If she acquiesced, the Zhang family would face difficulties. If she declined, Qinghuan would continue to create disturbances. This Qinghuan was undeniably a formidable opponent, yet, they bore no personal grievances. Why had she suddenly turned against Susu? Was it truly for Yin Shan? But if it were for him, she ought to compete with Yin Shan's betrothed instead. The astute Zhang Prime Minister, whose mind was filled with countless secrets and schemes, found himself unable to decipher Qinghuan's intentions at this moment. However, the matter at hand needed resolution. Zhang Shuji exchanged a glance with his daughter-in-law, and with a tight jaw, the first lady of the Zhang family delivered a resounding slap to her own face, prostrating herself on the ground. "Your servant has sinned. Had I not indulged my daughter, granting her every whim, she would not have grown so arrogant and presumptuous, believing herself invincible. I beseech the princess to administer punishment." "The Zhang family truly is remarkable," Qinghuan mused with a tone of feigned admiration. The influence of the inner chambers is indeed substantial, allowing them to guide their children even beyond the authority of their husbands and in-laws.
Yet, how does the saying go? To raise without teaching is the father's fault, is it not?
The usually reticent Zhang Yangzi felt a sudden pang of anxiety as he was called upon. If his father had suffered a loss at Qinghuan's hands, what fate awaited him? Yet, he had no choice but to step forward, for the opposing party bore the surname Ji.
Your Highness speaks truly.
It is my failure to properly educate my children. I implore you to impose a penalty. You Zheng family members are indeed amusing. Family matters should be resolved by family law. Why do you all prostrate yourselves before me?
However, since you insist, I shall inquire.
Qinghuan turned to Zhang Shuji.
What would the Zhang family law dictate as punishment for failing to educate?
Zhang Shuji clenched his teeth, at that moment genuinely harboring animosity towards Qinghuan.
According to family law, one must be reprimanded and punished. Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that all?
I did not expect the Zhang family to be so harsh towards women while being lenient towards men. Furthermore, 10 strokes of the rod.
I stand corrected, the Zhang family's laws are indeed stringent.
Qinghuan's tone shifted.
By the way, it is not a light punishment, is it? I have witnessed 30 strokes in the palace that left no mark. I presume the Zhang family's punishment is not so mild?
Certainly, it is not. Qinghuan appeared oblivious to the barely concealed rage in Zhang Shuji's voice as she rose, supported by her lady-in-waiting, and began to walk out leisurely. I shall take my leave now, so as not to impede the Prime Minister's enforcement of family law.
Of course, should you choose to raise the matter lightly, it would not trouble me, for I would not be privy to it, would I?
The old minister will act according to family law and will not show favoritism, Zhang Shuji declared, bowing as he turned to follow Qinghuan.
I bid farewell to your highness. The others knelt in reverence, proclaiming, we bid farewell to your highness.
Only after the princess and her entourage had departed, becoming unseen and unheard, did Zhang Yangzi break the heavy silence with a bitter exclamation.
Father, she has gone too far.
You have lived your lives without facing adversity, never having suffered an affront. Today, Qinghuan's mere words have left you feeling humiliated. Zhang Shuji's gaze swept over the assembled individuals. Accustomed to being pampered, you believe everyone should treat you with such deference. Today, Qinghuan has taught you a lesson, reminding you that there are individuals you cannot contend with in moments when you will encounter insurmountable challenges. If you cannot withstand such trivial matters, Zhang Shuji's expression hardened.
How can we expect you to shoulder greater responsibilities?
But father, bring him in.
Zhang Shuji interrupted sharply, waving his sleeve. Summon the clan elders. Open the ancestral hall and invoke family law.
Yes. Zheng Susu lay crumpled on the ground, her face ashen. After 2 hours of kneeling, her punishment would be akin to 100 days. If this news were to spread, suddenly, she clutched the first lady's sleeve tightly.
Mother, this will not lead to me being hastily betrothed, will it?
The first lady embraced her daughter, her voice a hoarse whisper.
No, absolutely not. You are a daughter of the Zhang family, how could you be easily given away? Do not fear, my daughter, you are not destined for just any family.
Though she spoke with conviction, the first lady knew that if her daughter's marriage had once been a matter of choice, it had now shifted to a situation where others would choose her. Even if they increased the dowry by 20%, respectable families that valued reputation would not accept a daughter-in-law who had brought disgrace upon her family by kneeling in the ancestral hall. The first lady's resentment boiled, her daughter's promising future had been utterly ruined by that Qinghuan, yet Zhang Susu believed her mother, collapsing into her embrace with a sigh of relief. However, the thought of kneeling for 100 days in the ancestral hall made her want to weep. 2 hours, her legs would be ruined. The princess returned to the palace, her face radiating with satisfaction. She observed Zhang Yan practicing with a spear, fluttering towards him like a butterfly, leaning against his sweat-drenched chest, and inhaling deeply. Zhang Shuji just presented me with 2 individuals, one literary and one martial. He also indicated that next year, in the martial examination, one of them is bound to secure a position. Zhang Yan, what are your thoughts? Zhang Yan's body tensed, his chest was as solid as stone.
If the princess looks down upon Zhang Shuji, how could she possibly regard the individuals he presents?
Zhang Yan, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Rest assured, with you as my benchmark, I would not even glance at those who fall short. The princess laughed heartily, affectionately stroking Zhang Yan's face before departing with grace. Zhang Yan watched her retreating figure until it disappeared into the palace, then refocused on his spear practice. Next year's martial examination, he must secure the top rank. As Qinghuan walked in, she kicked off her shoes and shed her elaborate outer robe, spinning around before collapsing onto a broad chair, resting her chin on the armrest, giggling with delight. What a joy, today was truly exhilarating. Her lady-in-waiting followed closely behind, collecting the discarded garments to hand over to the palace maids, before receiving water from them to cleanse the princess's hands, leaving no detail unattended. Seeing the princess in such high spirits, the lady-in-waiting smiled. The last time you confronted someone so directly was when your marriage was discussed. I do not understand. The prime minister holds significant power, and he is related to the noble consort. He typically bears no ill will towards you. Why today? Qinghuan took a sip of tea and swished it around her mouth, the smile gradually fading from her face. My father dotes upon me greatly and has permitted me access to his study, where I have encountered many dignitaries. I have witnessed individuals being punished, rewarded, scolded, and even objects being hurled. The current Zhang Prime Minister was once merely Zhang Durun of the 6th rank, specifically summoned by my father to be reprimanded in the study. Handing the teacup back to her lady-in-waiting, Qinghuan's demeanor grew somber. My father does not favor him, claiming he is duplicitous and untrustworthy. Yet, such a person has been promoted and has ascended to the position of Prime Minister. The quality of a ruler is reflected in the character of their ministers. Your Highness, tread carefully, the lady-in-waiting gently cautioned. If I cannot even express a few words in my own palace, then I would truly be a fool. Leaning back, Qinghuan gazed at the ceiling and whispered, Aunt, I am weary. Yes, allow me to carry you to rest. Chapter 094. The schemes of the Prime Minister, the grand spectacle orchestrated by Qinghuan, despite the Zhang family's fervent attempts to conceal it for the sake of Zhang Susu's reputation, could not be easily suppressed. The intricate web of family relations led to a flurry of visits from various clans, each curious to glean information and compare notes, ultimately arriving at a near-complete understanding of the situation. With so many individuals captivated by the unfolding drama, there was no need for anyone to deliberately spread the word. A mere exchange among acquaintances soon had the capital abuzz with gossip. The Zhang family was not idle in this affair. They subtly steered the narrative towards a romantic scandal, framing the tale such that Yan Shan was portrayed as a true mischief-maker. Shi Buyu, upon hearing the news, burst into laughter. She admired Qinghuan's spirit and her unyielding demeanor in the face of high-ranking officials, recognizing that she treated others with dignity when it mattered. Such qualities, indeed, befitted the status of a princess. The tale eventually reached the ears of the emperor. In his 50s, the emperor possessed a striking appearance, yet his gaze often left others feeling uneasy, an unsettling sensation that lingered even when he smiled. Upon meeting the Prime Minister, he jested, I hear you've suffered at the hands of Qinghuan? The Prime Minister bowed his head respectfully. Her Highness carries a noble title. If she took the initiative to instruct us, it must indicate a misstep on the part of the Zhang family. The Emperor sipped his tea. Qinghuan has her own temperament, and I indulge her whims. Why would you provoke her? My fault, Your Majesty. I shall be more cautious in the future when encountering Her Highness. You need not present yourself so contritely before me. While she may act capriciously, reflect on her actions over the years. When has she ever unjustly lashed out at anyone? The Emperor cast a light glance in his direction. To claim one can have anything is quite a bold assertion. It was only because Qinghuan acted first, otherwise, humph. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuji felt a weight lift from his heart. The Emperor's awareness of Qinghuan's visit implied he understood the reasons behind it. Had he chosen to remain silent, it would have been a blade poised over the Zhang family's head. Now, having acknowledged it, Zhang felt relieved. I am guilty, Zhang Shuji stated decisively as he knelt. It is entirely due to my lax discipline that she uttered such reckless words. I beseech Your Majesty to mete out punishment. Qinghuan has already addressed the matter. Consider it a task fulfilled on my behalf, the Emperor replied, his eyes glinting with warning. Should you harbor resentment towards her and act against her in secret, I shall not forgive you. I dare not. Zhang Shuji's heart steadied. I must also express my gratitude to Princess Qinghuan for her timely admonition. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to my family's shortcomings and invited such troubles due to a man. The Emperor's demeanor shifted from stern to curious. I find myself intrigued by their quarrel. Was it truly instigated by a man? I have heard that Qinghuan wished to take him as a concubine, but he declined, and your granddaughter pursued him with relentless fervor. I am utterly ashamed to speak of it, Zhang Shuji replied, his heart steadied yet tinged with frustration. While Yan Xian is indeed handsome and possesses considerable talent, having achieved the imperial examination at such a young age, he already has a fiancée and openly rejected my granddaughter. Yet she, as if bewitched, insisted on pursuing him, even causing a scene at his home. It is truly a disgrace to the Zhang family. To have captured Qinghuan's attention to such a degree, that even in rejection he would assist in facilitating Yan Xian's gatherings at the Zhang residence, must surely stem from Yan's influence. The Emperor pondered, intrigued by the allure of Yan Xian. Zhang Shuji discreetly raised an eyebrow at the Emperor, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having achieved his aim. A mere man, attractive though he may be, had brought shame upon the Zhang family through Qinghuan's indignation. Zhang harbored disdain for Qinghuan, but even more so for the instigator of these troubles, Yan Xian. For the moment, Qinghuan was beyond reach, but Yan Xian, having observed the unfolding spectacle, Shi Buyu began contemplating how to celebrate her upcoming birthday. An annual event, and today her aunt was particularly amiable, prompting her to deliberate carefully. She penned the words fish sashimi with utmost seriousness, considering the tone in which she might approach her aunt for the best chance of acquiescence. Should she claim this was the last meal of the year, yet, she had already made such a promise previously, perhaps she could present it as her birthday wish, but to use her solitary opportunity to voice a request on merely a meal of fish sashimi felt a tad excessive. Propping her chin in her hand, Shi Buyu gazed at the two characters, envisioning a luscious platter of sashimi that made her mouth water. How could such a delectable dish exist? Fresh and tender, paired with her aunt's special sauce. Wiping her mouth, Shi Buyu felt her thoughts gravitate towards the fish sashimi, her longing intensifying. Just then, Wan Xia entered, holding a letter and a small box. Upon noticing the two characters on the table, she cast a knowing glance at Shi Buyu before placing the items down, folding the letter, and departing. Shi Buyu slumped her shoulders, conceding that her aunt would likely not indulge her this year after all. Remembering her eldest brother's previous dispatch of someone to check on the old man, she eagerly tore open the letter. Dear 12, under the care of Mr. Gongyi, the teacher's health has improved significantly, though he still requires further rest. I have sent someone back to tend to him. All matters are known to your eldest brother. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me. Enclosed is a birthday gift. Everyone else calls me Little 12, but only my eldest brother has ever called me 12, Shi Buyu murmured, her spirits lifting at the news of the old man's recovery. She placed the letter aside and drew the box closer, curiosity piqued. What could it be? Recalling the gifts her eldest brother had previously sent, her anticipation waned. While her other brothers selected gifts tailored to her preferences, her eldest brother opted for practicality, even gifting her a ruler once. Regardless of the material, a ruler is still a ruler. She wondered if he understood this principle. This time, surely it wouldn't be something meant for self-reflection, would it? After gathering her courage for a while, Shi Buyu cautiously opened the box just a crack. It was dark inside, but as she gradually lifted the lid, she discovered a small sphere, just the size of her thumb and forefinger, resting atop a piece of paper within the box.
This item comes from the descendants of the Mo family.
Pressing the slightly concave area allows one to shoot out 100 needles at the opposite side. It can be used twice, and it is imperative to keep it on your person. Shi Buyu gingerly picked up the sphere, turning it in her palm. Spotting the slight indentation, she marveled at the thought of this diminutive object capable of launching 100 needles at once, essentially granting her 2 lives, a splendid protective charm. But how long had it been since the Mo family had been heard from? Where had her eldest brother found such a treasure? Shi Buyu couldn't quite pinpoint what stirred within her heart, but suddenly, her spirit soared. If her eldest brother had procured this, he must know where to find more. The Mo family had many fine items she wouldn't steal, but she could certainly buy. Her cousin was wealthy. Chapter 095 Self-debasement and self-rescue. The disaster now had little desire to venture outside, yet he still had to pay a visit to his teacher, and could not refuse the invitations from his classmates. Under the scrutinizing gazes of many, he felt his character increasingly tested, which he considered an unexpected delight. Later, he returned with news.
The emperor has grandly bestowed 4 carriages of rewards upon Qinghuan.
That is truly splendid, Shi Buyu remarked, deeply moved. Just as Qinghuan dealt with Prime Minister Zhang, he promptly rewards her, which only solidifies her favored status. Should there come a day when he suddenly alters his previous stance and strips her of everything, the world would only deem it a grave error on the princess's part, rather than the emperor's sudden betrayal. Shi Buyu shook his head.
Though Qinghuan appears to live a life of luxury, she is entirely in a passive position.
Thus, she takes in lovers without marrying, wielding the princess's identity to reprimand those who offend her. Yan Shiren understood. She is debasing herself. Not merely debasing, but also seeking salvation. Shi Buyu opened a box containing gifts from her elder brother, closed it, and then reopened it. She has provided many talented scholars with opportunities, some of whom have already entered officialdom, while others have gained renown. Despite her private morals being criticized, her reputation among literati is quite favorable. Many talented individuals of low birth have found opportunities because of her, and it is possible that these scholars' pens and the acclaim of the eminent may ultimately save her. Yan Shiren fell silent for a moment. I only saw her folly, never realizing how dire her circumstances were. Does the emperor harbor suspicions of her? Initially, when she assisted others, the emperor likely thought little of it. However, as her list of connections grew, a suspicious emperor would certainly begin to contemplate. Shi Buyu closed the box and looked at him. If you wish to ascertain this, it is not difficult. Simply investigate the changes in the emperor's attitude toward Qinghuan over the years. Yan Shiren nodded. Unlike the ethereal Princess Chang, he felt a greater sense of identification with his second sister, Qinghuan. Witnessing her actions, he had even contemplated, in a moment of desperation, approaching her as a lover to confess his identity, hoping she might not betray him. Now, he believed that if he truly did so, Qinghuan would assuredly not betray him, but would instead do everything in her power to assist him. Having such a sister felt advantageous. Suppressing this flutter of emotion, Yan Shiren glanced at the box that Shi Buyu had been toying with. What is it? This, a treasure. Shi Buyu proudly turned the box towards him and opened it for him to see. A birthday gift from my elder brother. Yan Shiren had long instructed the steward to inform Aunt Wan immediately if anyone sought his cousin, allowing her great autonomy in this household. He examined the small orb but could not discern its purpose, so he inquired, what material is this treasure made of? I assure you, its value is not determined by the material. Shi Buyu explained its function, concluding, most importantly, it is crafted by a descendant of the Mo family. A descendant of the Mo family? Yan Shiren's eyes widened in astonishment. A descendant of the Mo family. Shi Buyu was amused by his reaction and laughed. My elder brother knows me well. He informed me it came from a descendant of the Mo family. With his intellect, how could he not anticipate that I would covet this? My elder brother only gifts me useful items and valuable information. Prepare your silver. If my elder brother can bring the person back, that would be splendid. If not, we shall purchase it. Whatever the quantity, we shall buy. Cousin is wealthy, Yan Shiren chimed in, a smile spreading across his face. He felt he had made the shrewdest transaction in the world. Ever since Shi Buyu had come into his life, the dynamics of his situation had visibly transformed. He previously felt like a spider ensnared in a web, struggling to move, and now, with the presence of another spider, who had her own web to manipulate from afar, he found that she was untangling his web into hers, allowing him to breathe freely once more. The two exchanged smiles, each with differing thoughts yet equally pleased. The birthday gifts from his elder brothers seemed to activate a switch. As the birthday approached, presents from various brothers arrived from all directions. Shi Buyu eagerly awaited reports from the steward, and upon Wan Xiao's return, she would lean over the railing, guessing the identity of each day's gift. Initially, it was tricky to guess, for aside from the already acknowledged elder brother, there were still 9 other brothers to consider, making the possibilities vast. As time passed, the pool of potential givers narrowed, and she found herself guessing correctly, opening the gifts to see what treasures awaited her. Her brothers, significantly older than her, with the youngest being 7 years her senior, had all raised her like a daughter. They knew her well, understanding that she valued the sentiment behind a gift more than its price. A gift meant she was cherished, while its absence signified neglect, making it challenging to appease her. Each brother had thoughtfully prepared delightful and intriguing gifts for several days. Shi Buyu had been grinning, occasionally gathering the gifts together to admire them, stowing the most cherished items away for a later return home when all matters here were settled. By the 12th day of October, she had yet to receive a gift from her seventh brother. As morning arrived, while Aunt Wu diligently arranged to retire, she muttered, "He is the closest to me, yet he is the last to arrive. He better remember my birthday and intends to deliver it personally today, otherwise, humph." Wan Xia laughed. "What do you plan to do to him, burn his library?" "Certainly not, the library must not be burned," Shi Buyu replied. "The old man's eyesight is so poor, he personally repairs any damaged books, meticulously smoothing out any creased corners. If I dare to set fire to the library, I fear he might retaliate against me." As Wan Xia styled her hair, she playfully tapped her on the head. "Childish words, quickly spit that out. Do not speak recklessly today. Spit, spit, spit." Shi Buyu tilted her head to look at Aunt Wu. "Having spat thrice, I can still utter a few more words." Wan Xia shot her a reproachful glance, adjusting her head and continuing her work. Meanwhile, Shi Buyu busied herself with thoughts, contemplating how to reprimand her seventh brother if he forgot her birthday, and also what delightful dishes Aunt Wu would prepare for her that day. Every year, Aunt Wu personally cooked a grand feast, and she and the old man would only nibble at breakfast, saving their appetites for the midday meal. However, this year, she would eat the old man's portion as well. Thinking of not being able to celebrate her birthday with the old man, Shi Buyu's mood inevitably dipped for a moment, but she quickly cheered herself up and resumed her joyful musings. Chapter 096 Visitors from the Shi family. As in previous years, breakfast consisted of a long noodle boiled in egg broth, which one must consume in a single breath, without interruption. After years of practice, Shi Buyu had become quite adept at this, slurping the noodles while deftly maneuvering them with her chin, successfully swallowing them in one go, along with the broth. Wan Xia, standing nearby, offered auspicious words, "May the young lady, in this new year, be free from illness and misfortune." "What Auntie says is true," Wan Xia smiled. "The weather is pleasant today, with only a gentle breeze. Would the young lady care to step out for a stroll?" "No." Shi Buyu answered without a moment's hesitation. "I am waiting for seventh brother. Do you really believe that young Master Qi would forget you?" "He dares." Shi Buyu huffed, feeling quite confident in seventh brother's memory. Over the past few years, he had always remembered her birthday upon returning to the capital. How could he possibly forget her now? Wan Xia chose not to press the matter further, knowing that the young lady possessed a remarkable talent for self-entertainment, equal to any of her other skills. Xing Ji approached to report, "Aunt Wan, the gatekeeper says someone has come to deliver something to the young lady." "It must be someone from seventh brother." Shi Buyu, torn between joy and annoyance, lamented, "Other brothers may be too far away to visit, but he is so close, why does he not come to keep me company? Young Master Qi dotes on you most. Unless he is truly unable to leave, he would not miss the chance to visit," Wan Xia reassured her, handing the bowls and chopsticks to Xing Ji before hurrying to the front yard. However, the person she brought back surprised Shi Buyu. Shi Su, sporting a false beard and a hat, looked like a traveling merchant with his bundle on his back, so much so that even old acquaintances would hardly recognize him. With a beaming smile, he greeted, "You've grown another year older, little sister, happy birthday." It took a moment for Shi Buyu to process. "Shi Su, what brings you here?" "Having traveled far and wide, I could hardly neglect a visit when I am so close," he replied. "Do you still intend to paint my portrait?" Shi Buyu asked instinctively, having grown accustomed to his arrival being accompanied by this tradition. Yet, upon uttering the question, she felt a twinge of discomfort. In the past, she had not understood the significance of his portraits. Now, however, she realized it was a way for family to see how much she had grown and what she had become. Yet, she could send her likeness back to them now, a thought that had never crossed her mind, nor had she considered those people at all. Shi Su paused for a moment, but noticing his little sister's dazed expression, he quickly affirmed, "Of course, I will paint you. It is a pity that the previous ones are no longer here." Feeling the need to make amends for her earlier misstep, Shi Buyu called out, "Aunt." Understanding her well, Wan Xia entered the inner room and returned with a painting jar, containing precisely 13 paintings. Shi Su quickly counted them and, realizing something, exclaimed, "You went home for a visit?" "Yes, when she mentioned it, I wanted to take a look." Still unable to voice the familial term, Shi Buyu did not force herself to do so. "I repaired some of the damaged ones." Shi Su, being astute, refrained from probing further and continued, "You can still fix paintings?" "I often watch the old master repair books and paintings. I learned a thing or two." "The old gentleman is skilled in many areas," Shi Su redirected the conversation. "Currently, we have few valuable items at hand, but with time on our hands, I made some things you might find useful." As he opened his bundle, he presented various items, including a garment made by his sister-in-law, ordinary fabric but in the latest fashionable colors and styles. There was a hand warmer crafted by their mother, which would soon come in handy, and several other items made by various aunts. "I found a fine piece of stone and carved a seal for you from the best part. You can play with it," he added, carefully repacking the items before tying the bundle. "These are all tokens of affection from everyone, choose what you like." Shi Buyu pulled the bundle closer, saying, "You may begin the painting now." Understanding the purpose of the portrait, Shi Buyu was no longer content to simply find a random spot to sit as she had in previous years. She felt a sense of impatience, knowing she would need to remain still for a while. She moved to the rain corridor, selecting a background that was quite pleasing, and sat quietly for him to paint, remaining perfectly still. During that time, no one could tell what thoughts occupied her mind. Yan Shan entered the courtyard and, upon spotting the unfamiliar figure, paused in surprise. Seeing Shi Buyu sitting obediently while he painted, he wondered if this was yet another acquaintance, albeit perhaps aged a bit.
As he approached, he inquired, "Has my cousin hired a painter?"
Shi Buyu glanced at Shi Su, a mischievous idea forming in her mind. Take a guess. Guess. Yan Shan pondered her playful nature and soon realized that the individual painting was not a stranger after all. Upon closer inspection, he found the figure bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. Shi Su hesitated momentarily but continued painting. He had previously discussed with his third uncle how to interact with Yan Shan, concluding that it was best to maintain a respectful demeanor for the sake of the future. However, observing the interaction between his little sister and Yan Shan, he opted to remain silent for the moment. Yan Shan examined the painting, confirming it was indeed Shi Buyu, yet given her character, he wondered why she would allow someone inconsequential to paint her. Following the lines of the painting to the hand holding the brush, he felt a sharp realization: such youthful hands could not belong to someone of this age. Had he not recognized the connection to Shi Buyu, he might have summoned guards to apprehend him. Just then, Shi Su lifted his gaze toward Yan Shan and smiled with a hint of familiarity in his features. Yan Shan's mind sparked with recognition. Shi Su? Young Master Yan, I apologize for the disturbance, Shi Su replied. Shi Buyu exclaimed, how did you recognize him? His smile is quite distinctive, Yan Shan replied with a grin. When did you arrive? This was Yan's residence, yet he was unaware of when Shi Su had come. Considering that Wan Xia had gone to fetch him, it was clear that Shi Buyu was quite capable of managing her own affairs, which Shi Su chose not to ponder further. Thinking this over, Shi Su responded promptly, not long ago, I must leave after finishing the painting. Now that you're here, why rush? Shi Buyu frowned slightly. If you've come to the capital, don't fret about the dangers. It's already late. Shi Su sighed, the last part of your statement could have been omitted. You can do as you wish, why should I hold my tongue? Though she said this, Shi Buyu ultimately refrained from saying more. She was well aware that Shi Su had her best interests at heart. In the year she had been sent away, she could not comprehend why it was for her own good. She merely felt abandoned by the Shi family and thought to herself that she no longer wanted anything to do with them. Yet, during her birthday, the young Shi Su had come, bearing gifts from the family and spending several days with her, assuring her that he would return for her next birthday. At that time, she had been somewhat troubled. It took her a long while for words to settle in her mind, and even when her understanding caught up, her actions did not reflect that clarity. Nonetheless, she began to look forward to the next year's birthday. However, the following year, she found herself in another place, unable to foresee that Shi Su might not be able to find her. Yet, as he had promised, he returned to her side for her birthday the following year, and so it continued year after year, never missing an occasion. This included this year as well. Chapter 97. The gift from Yan and the exquisite painting skills of Shi Su were entirely honed under the persistent encouragement of his younger sister. In her childhood, she could never sit still and would frequently inquire, is it done yet? Thus, he was compelled to hasten his work, eager to release her from her restless anticipation. Now, however, without allowing Shi Buyu a moment to ponder why the painting was not yet complete, he had already finished. Remarkably, this time, she did not flee before he could complete the artwork. Gazing at the likeness captured on the canvas, although the face was undeniably familiar, it felt strikingly alien. You've grown, Shi Su mused, returning her inquisitive gaze with a smile. This is the first time I have seen you so elegantly adorned, like a proper young lady. Indeed, Shi Buyu understood the source of that unfamiliarity as she looked at the portrait. In the previous 13 paintings, she had not been dressed so splendidly, her hair not styled in such a manner, nor adorned with jewelry or makeup. Had she truly matured? Leaning her chin on her hand, she pondered. While she had indeed aged a year, even if she were to age another decade, this makeup would not magically appear on her face. She leaned over the railing and shouted towards the kitchen, Auntie, I look beautiful today. Wang Xia appeared at the kitchen door with a spatula in hand, beaming, My dear, you always look lovely. It is just that the pearl has been cloaked in dust. Today, I have polished it to a radiant shine. Shining bright indeed. Wang Xia waved the spatula and returned to her cooking. As Shi Su observed their natural camaraderie, he could not help but think of their troubled mother. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, she had eagerly awaited Shi Buyu's return home. Even if she could not come back, a word or two would suffice. He had sent someone to her side to listen, and sending a letter was hardly a challenge, yet their mother had received nothing. Could one blame Shi Buyu? No one could. In her life, the traces of family had long since faded, and she had grown accustomed to not thinking about them. All the festivals no longer required her to celebrate with family or maintain correspondence. This had been her life for many years. It was unreasonable to expect her to adhere to formalities simply because she had risked her life to save them this year. However, witnessing her closeness with Wang Xia and recalling their mother's hopeful gaze inevitably tugged at his heart. Yet, such thoughts need not be voiced before Shi Buyu. Her willingness to mention the portrait this year, even altering her usual impatience to sit quietly for him to paint her, was already a significant change. Although they might not yet share a close bond, at the very least, she had begun to re-include her family in her heart, and the rest would come in time. With this in mind, he tentatively inquired, May I take this painting with me? Did you not always take them in previous years? Shi Buyu responded with confusion, Isn't the purpose of the portrait for you to bring it back? Yes, precisely, Shi smiled, completing her thought, it is to show the family what you look like now.
Let them see it, but why must he announce it?
Shi Buyu turned her gaze away, just in time to catch sight of Shiren, and swiftly redirected the conversation. What about you, have you prepared a birthday gift for me? Shi Buyu had already prepared to follow up with, this year, it's fine. Just remember for next year, but Shiren revealed a box hidden behind his back, presenting it to her with a smile and a blessing, happy birthday.
His reaction left Shi Buyu feeling slightly embarrassed, yet who would refuse a gift?
Then I shall graciously accept it. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what treasure her affluent cousin would bestow upon her. However, her aunt had taught her not to unveil the contents of a gift in front of the giver, so she turned her back to open it. This action did little to reflect the luxurious appearance Wang Xia had crafted for her today. Rather, it added a touch of charming spontaneity.
Is this a storybook?
Shi Buyu asked, uncertain as she turned back to him.
The latest tale by your favorite author, Mr. Ye Jie.
I purchased it just for you. A manuscript, not yet published, a unique treasure. Shi Buyu's eyes sparkled. How could fortune smile upon her in such a manner?
I adore this birthday gift.
Shiren, observing her radiant smile, mused that wealth had its merits, at least in procuring things she cherished. With time before dinner, Shi Buyu allowed Shi to continue their game while she immersed herself in the tale. The book appeared to have been carefully transcribed after completion, the handwriting neither hurried nor as polished as a printed copy, possessing a relaxed charm that was pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, the narrative was delightful, devoid of dramatic highs and lows, or the intense passions of life and death. It told a story of kindred spirits meeting across mountains and rivers, which she found immensely appealing. Thinking of how others cannot savor such a splendid tale makes me feel sorry for them, she lamented. Shiren, engrossed in a chess match with Shi, heard her comment and replied, you could have it printed as a book, all the profits would be yours. I shall not, Shi Buyu replied, lifting her chin defiantly, while I may feel regret, it is far more enjoyable to relish it alone.
Shiren chuckled.
This was indeed the spirited Shi girl, always taking a contrarian stance, playfully reveling in the discontent of others. If they were unhappy, she found joy in that. Shi, overhearing their exchange, made a move but was distracted by Shiren's demeanor towards his sister. However, observing her attitude towards him offered him some reassurance. If they could maintain this rapport, it would be wonderful. One misstep, and you have lost the entire game, Shiren stated calmly, capturing Shi's piece with ease, sealing his victory.
Indeed, Master Yan's skills surpass my own, Shi conceded.
Lost? Shi Buyu approached to examine the board, nudging Shi aside to take his seat.
Allow me to give it a try.
Shi watched as the seemingly hopeless position in his sister's hands transformed into a victory after a fierce battle of half an hour, ultimately winning by a narrow margin.
Well. Shi Buyu turned to face her opponent. Do you concede?
I concede, Shiren replied, studying the board. Despite having had two clear winning positions, she had managed to turn the tables. Had he been in Shi's place, he might have similarly surrendered, but the Shi girl seemed to have never entertained the notion of defeat. She sought every opportunity to turn the tide and truly did so. He looked up at her. I have learned from you. Shi Buyu was indifferent to what he had learned. Hearing his words inspired her to take action. She extended her hand towards him, palm up, pay me my tuition. Without a moment's hesitation, Shiren removed a jade ring from his finger and placed it in her palm. Shi Buyu, with an air of greed, held it up to the light, nodding with mock seriousness, fine jade. Of course, it was fine jade, how else could it possibly belong to Shiren? He chuckled, it was merely something I wore casually, I shall send you more later.
Don't.
After trying it on each finger, she finally settled it on her thumb, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Such ornamentation was more for show than for utility. One was already too many, so why add more? Her makeup box was already overflowing, and her aunt would have to worry about where to place them. No, absolutely not. Chapter 098 The arrival of my elder brother. At that moment, Yanzei entered from outside and first bowed respectfully to Shi Buyu, saying, I wish Miss a joyous birthday. There's no need for formalities, Shi Buyu replied, feeling a twinge of mischief. Upon seeing Yanzei, she teased, you've already offered your birthday wishes, what about the gifts? Surely, you haven't forgotten to prepare them. Of course, they are ready. I shall bring them shortly, Yanzei said, pondering what would be appropriate to present. He raised the item in his hand above his head, announcing, the doorman has delivered a congratulatory note for your perusal. Shiren was somewhat puzzled, for those acquainted with him knew well that today was the birthday of his fiancée. It was unlikely anyone would lack the sensibility to intrude on such an occasion. Noticing Uncle Zay standing aloof, he felt something was amiss and approached to open the note. Upon seeing the signature, he was taken aback and remarked, I shall step out for a moment. I will return shortly. Shi Buyu waved her hand dismissively, setting up the chessboard, eager to engage in a game with Shi, as they had yet to play together. Seizing the rare opportunity for solitude, Shi inquired while placing her pieces, is everything well here?
Do not worry about me.
I am fond of food, yet I do not suffer loss, Shi Buyu replied, gently placing her piece on the board. You need not feel indebted to me, matters I did not comprehend in my youth are clear to me now. I know that the Shi family has never abandoned me. As they played, the pace of their game was brisk, and Shi Buyu continued, it is because I know you have not forsaken me that I harbor no resentment within. This knowledge has allowed me to acquire my skills, ultimately rescuing the Shi family from its predicament. The old man with the white beard often says that all things in the world are predestined. I once scoffed at this notion, but after experiencing what I have, I find myself inclined to believe it. If it is indeed destiny, then it was meant to be this way. As for what the future holds, Shi Buyu placed another piece, stating, "We shall see when the time comes." Shi looked up, observing a stark transformation in Shi Buyu's demeanor, from playful to profoundly serene. She seemed to embody this duality. Most of the time she was gluttonous and mischievous, yet when seriousness beckoned, she never faltered. Recently, all 10 collateral branches on the list have returned. Now, the members of the Shi family and the household guards dedicate the majority of their time to training, not neglecting military strategy, Shi remarked. Keep us in your thoughts. When the time comes, be sure to utilize us. We are all members of the Shi family. It is unreasonable for you alone to face danger. Do you truly regard me as such a noble person? Shi Buyu chuckled. If there is even the slightest possibility of needing you, I would not hesitate. So practice diligently, your time will come. Encouraged by this assurance, Shi refrained from further inquiries regarding her plans with Shi Shiren. Just as their game was unfolding, sounds stirred at the entrance. Sha 12, hurry and welcome your elder brother. In an instant, the previously composed Shi Buyu sprang to her feet, only to feel a pang of embarrassment at her own eagerness. With a huff, she seated herself again, declaring, "Do you simply announce his arrival and expect me to welcome him? Then I shall keep this entire trove of gifts for myself," came the playful retort. Gifts, a trove. Shi Buyu turned to see a line of servants, no fewer than a dozen, each carrying their arms full. She hurriedly dashed towards the door, feigning nonchalance. "Considering the multitude of gifts you brought, I shall forgive your tardiness. These are not solely from me." Cheng Junya smiled as he revealed the surprise. "The teacher sent word early to the brothers, and this year, all birthday gifts have been entrusted to me for delivery to you. As in previous years, you shall receive a double portion. Here is your letter." Upon hearing this, Shi Buyu halted mid-step. She should have been elated, yet a wave of melancholy washed over her. Cheng Junya approached and placed the letter in her hand, giving her nose a gentle pinch. "Happy birthday, Sha 12. Shi Buyu clutched the letter, a thin envelope. Reluctant to open it, she instead counted the gifts, finding 12 in total. Yet, she had only 11 elder brothers. Even accounting for big brother often sending second brother's share, it should amount to 11 gifts. Seeing her prepare to count again, Cheng Junya chuckled. "Foolish girl, the extra is certainly from the teacher." Ah, indeed. In past years, she had celebrated her birthday alongside the old man. They had only received without giving. It slipped her mind that they had not celebrated together this year. "Place them on the wind and rain corridor," Shi Buyu said, leading the way back to clear space for the gifts, creating a small mountain of presents. Shi paid her respects to Cheng Junya, having encountered him at the old master's residence and heard tales of his renown while in the capital, yet they had never met face to face. Cheng Junya returned the courtesy. "It has indeed been years. You appear much more composed now." Shi smiled wryly. Having faced great adversity that nearly led to his demise, how could he not be composed? "The extremes of misfortune lead to fortune," Cheng Junya remarked, patting his arm, treating him as an equal brother, which Shi found quite agreeable. Meanwhile, Shi Buyu had begun unwrapping the gifts: a warming inkstone, an unknown quality brush, a ginseng shaped vaguely like a human, and more, even a piece of wood that emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. Delighted, Shi Buyu planned to save them to show the old man before hiding them away. Curiously, she opened a small package, revealing a seal, an old one, still bearing traces of unwashed vermilion. She examined it, unable to discern the characters, but deemed the object inconsequential. What mattered was that the sender remembered her. Finally, she unfolded the letter. It contained a simple message: "Sha 12, enjoy your gifts." Surrounding that line were numerous erratic black marks, as if hastily scribbled, filling the paper in a haphazard manner. Shi Buyu gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Do you believe, elder brother, that this is undoubtedly ink from his beard?" Cheng Junya leaned in for a glance, stifling laughter. "You know the teacher best. I shall get back at him." Shi Buyu vowed silently, yet as she gazed at the words, she could almost envision the old man smiling as he penned them, perhaps even sneaking a candy into his mouth, oblivious to the ink smudging his beard, leaving dark splotches all over his chest. Usually, she would have her own candy, Shi Buyu thought wistfully. Today, she had yet to taste any, and she wondered if the old man had lost another tooth, given that he had so few remaining. No, Shi Buyu resolved, she must write to third brother to inform him of where the old man had hidden his candies. She could not allow him to consume more than she did. She had to ensure she had the upper hand. She would secretly ask Yan Shiren to purchase some and place them in his study, thus avoiding Aunt Gu. After a quiet mental competition, Shi Buyu folded the letter and tucked it away, her spirits lifting as she gazed at the pile of gifts. Surely, she would still be in the capital next year, able to receive another year's worth of birthday gifts. When it came time to leave, she would need a grand carriage to transport all these treasures. Chapter 099. Who has arrived? Wan Xia, attuned to the preferences of the young lady, prepared a sumptuous feast of fish, employing various cooking methods. The tantalizing aroma enticed Shi Buyu, who could not resist making several trips to the kitchen. When the final dish was ready, she eagerly called out, "Time to eat." Upon counting the guests, she inquired, "Where is Yan Shan?" Cheng Junya, who was engaged in a game of chess with Shi, recalled, "I delivered his invitation, but after ushering me inside, he merely escorted me to the door and returned." Shi Buyu quickly deduced that he had distanced himself, not wishing to intrude upon her brothers as they celebrated her birthday, displaying a thoughtfulness that made one want to pat his head. "Xingji, please fetch your young master for dinner. We shall not wait for him if he lingers." "Understood." Yan Shan arrived shortly, and the two exchanged no words, taking their seats together. At 16, Shi Buyu felt that this birthday was both familiar and novel. The familiar aspect lay in the gifts she received. Two more than in previous years, the banquet retained its traditional flavors, and Agu was still by her side, though regrettably, there was no fish sashimi, as had been the case in years past. What was different this year was the presence of Yan Shan, yet the absence of the white-bearded elder who used to compete with her for food. She wondered how smoothly he had enjoyed his longevity noodles this year, having nearly missed out last year. Reflecting on his recent illness, Shi Buyu found herself contemplating the mysterious forces of fate with a sense of belief. As they dined, conversation flowed easily, yet her mind was restless. She realized she genuinely missed the white-bearded elder, longing to sneak back and see for herself if he had improved, if he could indeed rise from his bed, and if this year's longevity noodles had gone down easily. However, the elder had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme, she dared not disrupt it for fear of jeopardizing his plans. Shi Buyu raised her cup to clink with her seventh brother, secretly wishing to inquire, "What are you truly scheming?" After the meal, Shi Su and Cheng Junyu did not linger long and departed. Yan Shan, however, spent the entire day with her in the study, engaged in reading, chess, conversation, or simply tending to their individual pursuits, comfortably silent, without any awkwardness. They later shared dinner together, allowing her to enjoy her entire birthday in his company. During this time, Yanzei also delivered a birthday gift, freshly made fish balls, delightfully bouncy, which Shi Buyu adored. She resolved to keep Yan Shan from knowing about the outside food until tomorrow, planning to present it to him the day after. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the weather suddenly turned cold. Shi Buyu, averse to the chill, wrapped herself up like a little worm, reluctant to step outside. Wanxia led a team to transform the wind and rain corridor into a cozy refuge, ensuring that the young lady could continue to amuse herself with the fish. Yet, no amount of cold could dampen the enthusiasm of the literary talents. Since its inception less than 3 months ago, the Floating Life Gathering had become the most prominent literary assembly in the capital. Here, genuine talent would never go unnoticed. It was common to encounter renowned scholars and poets, and even members of the royal family could be seen amongst the crowd. The assembly featured the most exquisite dancers, talented musicians, young women skilled in chess, and artists whose painting techniques could be considered masterful. Within this space, there was freedom, indulgence, wine, and song. There existed a camaraderie of rivalry and mutual admiration, where applause was exchanged generously. The most resplendent side of the literati could be witnessed here. In such a brief period, aside from the preface written by the Deputy Minister of Rights, Ji Hui, for the anthology of the gathering, there had been 2 more assemblies so remarkable that Cheng Junyu, the proprietor of the bookstore, decided to publish them for posterity. Yan Shan had attended both. Shi Buyu flipped through the sample book sent by her brother. Although she was not particularly skilled in this area and lacked the patience for it, her years of cultivation had endowed her with an eye for quality, and she discerned that the caliber of these 2 gatherings surpassed even that which occurred in the presence of the Deputy Minister, indicating that her brother's decision to publish was not merely due to Yan Shan's status. Miss Yanzei abruptly entered, reporting, "There are numerous people at the Floating Life Gathering, both inside and out, and they are all skilled practitioners, with their sights set on something significant." Shi Buyu closed the book and looked up. "Who is hosting today's gathering?" "The Zhu family." Zhu Ran, Yanzei replied promptly. "Today's event is a gathering of young masters, named Listening Attentively. Zhu Ran, the nephew of Zhu Ling." Shi Buyu rose and approached the area where the hanging rice paper displayed information about Zhu Ling, scrutinizing the details. Those who had traveled to his hometown had yet to return, but it was certain that this individual posed a problem. The palace was still in disarray, and the matter of Yan Shan's subordinate sketching portraits had not ceased. It was unclear whether the individuals abducting people had already left the capital or if they had simply not found the right location. Yan Shan's people had yet to track anyone down, and she suspected all these unanswered questions were somehow linked to Zhu Ling. Coincidentally, his nephew was hosting a gathering that attracted uninvited guests. Yanzei, anxious, could not contain himself and asked, "Miss, what should we do?" "Do not panic, let us observe the situation." Agu, help me with my hair. Wanxia dressed the young lady in male attire and placed the item gifted by the eldest son into her pouch for precaution. As she prepared to leave with Wanxia, Yanzei followed closely, stating, "I'll increase our manpower outside for support. Be at ease, do not act rashly." Even if it were indeed the emperor who arrived, he would not abduct anyone in public. Yanzei had not considered this possibility, and his eyes widened in shock. "Are you suggesting that?" Shi Buyu gestured for him to refrain from following her. Those working at the Floating Life Gathering were no strangers to grand occasions, and the urgency with which they returned with news indicated that something was indeed amiss. In this world, who could be more exceptional than the emperor? Shi Buyu took a carriage to the venue, using the time to organize her thoughts once, then twice, then several times. She had not considered this direction before. After all, those who perished at the hands of the emperor were typically young men and women. Yan Shan had long since outgrown that category, so she had not imagined that the emperor might take an interest in him due to his notorious reputation as a disaster or his celebrated talents. She walked the righteous path, yet forgot that some were born to tread a crooked and malevolent one, not to be judged by the standards of normalcy. "Miss, we have arrived." As Shi Buyu alighted from the carriage, she saw Cheng Junyu conversing at the entrance. Upon spotting her, he concluded his discussion and approached, saying, "You have arrived a bit late, the gathering has already commenced. Family matters delayed me." The two walked side by side. Cheng Junyu leaned in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. "He arrived not long ago, on the northern side of the 2nd floor. Do you recognize him? I met him many years ago. I recall his appearance." Cheng Junyu's voice rose again. "Hurry, do not miss out on the excitement." Chapter 100. Under his gaze the atmosphere in the floating life collection was vibrant and intoxicating. As the revelry escalated, the scholars, emboldened by drink, became increasingly boisterous. Few remained stationary, some would rush to their companions for a toast, while others would descend from the third floor to the second to compose poetry, laughter and banter echoing throughout the venue. Shi Buyu, ever so cautious, sought out the position of Yan Shan and, unsurprisingly, found him elevated on the platform. Since his reputation had burgeoned, this high stage had become his permanent perch, and any attempt to descend was thwarted by the throngs blocking every exit. Yan Shan spotted her immediately, their eyes met, and Shi Buyu understood he was already aware of her presence. After all, the news had undoubtedly reached him. She nodded gently in his direction and ascended to the second floor, deliberately avoiding the railing, instead choosing to conceal herself behind the crowd, mingling with others who were equally engrossed in the talented poets performing. She clapped at appropriate moments, striving to remain inconspicuous, evading the watchful eyes of the guards and the emperor himself, for a woman masquerading as a man could hardly escape scrutiny. After engaging with the lively atmosphere, she seized an opportune moment to follow the crowd up to the third floor, flowing naturally with the throng towards the southern end, where she spotted the man clad in scholarly garb. He was unmistakable. Not everyone in attendance partook in the elegant gathering. Some sat quietly, sipping wine and nibbling on snacks, merely listening, while others leaned against the railing, observing without offering their applause. Yet, none bore an expression as repugnant as his, sticky, sinister, and filled with a disturbing intrigue. His features seemed to writhe. Shi Buyu brushed her arm, calming the bristling hairs that stood on end, and shifted her position, forcing herself to keep him in her peripheral vision. She watched him lick his lips, touch the corner of his mouth, and caress his neck repeatedly. Ugh! Shi Buyu turned away, gagging slightly, her complexion paling. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a loathsome individual.
Young Master Xian, it's your turn. Ah, don't hold back.
Hold back? I can no longer conceal my talents. Quickly, join in. Amidst the raucous encouragement, Shi Buyu peered through the shoulders of those in front of her. Only 3 remained on stage. Yan Shan appeared more composed than ever, having anticipated the purpose of his presence even before he arrived, a chill settling deep within him. Under the predatory gaze that clung to him like a venomous serpent, he felt increasingly uneasy, unable to remain there a moment longer, until he caught sight of Shi Buyu. Uncertain of where her aunt was hiding, she appeared alone within his line of sight, her reassuring gaze enveloping him like a protective shroud, alleviating some of the discomfort he felt. If he was not meant to stand out, Shi Buyu had already signaled him, yet she ascended the stairs instead. Thus, until she revealed her next move, he was compelled to remain on this elevated stage. However, his distraction today was overwhelming, and he ultimately failed to secure the top position, succumbing in the final round. Before descending, Yan Shan performed a deep bow, his gaze fleetingly grazing the loathsome figure, and with that single glance, he felt as if his very crown might be lifted from his head by the sheer discomfort. How could one person's stare be so repulsive? Upon leaving the stage, just as he intended to reunite with Shi Buyu and depart, he soon found the man approaching him with a beaming smile. His body stiffened, yet after years of living a double life, he instinctively donned the courteous smile he often wore in public. Though it is our first meeting, I cannot shake the feeling that you seem familiar, the man remarked with a grin.
It is widely said that young Master Xian is exceptionally gifted in both talent and appearance.
I see that the reputation is well deserved. Yan Shan clasped his hands together. Rumors are often misleading. I, however, find that young Master Xian lives up to his name, the man replied, gazing deeply into his eyes before turning away. As the crowd of 3 floors dispersed like a flowing river, Yan Shan retreated to a corner, taking several deep breaths as if trying to expel the unsettling sensation of being scrutinized. Shi Buyu approached him, firmly grasping his arm as they made their way outside. Yan Shan lagged a few steps behind, spotting his aunt waiting at the entrance, and the two returned home in single file. Mounted on horseback, Yan Shan arrived home first, waiting in the front courtyard for her. They exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of discomfort. Upon entering his study, before Shi Buyu could inquire, he recounted the emperor's words from their departure, his hand continuously rubbing his arm, clearly disturbed. Shi Buyu, having initially calmed the prickling sensation on her skin, felt it rise again upon hearing his account and began to rub her arms as well, creating a scene both comical and pitiful.
Why has he suddenly taken an interest in me? Zhang Shanghua, Shi Buyu deduced, I see now that I was remiss.
The corpses cast aside by the palace were no older than 16 or 17, you were already 20. I had not considered this angle. I originally believed that Zhang Shanghua would wait until the palace examination next year to employ underhanded tactics against you, for which I had devised a counter-strategy.
Little did I expect he would use the emperor to target you.
Yan Shan had never contemplated that the man would harbor such intentions towards him, merely thinking of him sent shivers down his spine, as if lice were crawling upon him. He began to scratch, unable to resist the urge even through his clothing, rolling up his sleeves to scratch vigorously until marks appeared and the discomfort lessened. Shi Buyu turned and instructed, Yanza, fetch a basin of well water and prepare a cloth.
Yanza, feeling a tightness in his chest, hurriedly brought the requested items.
Yan Shan immersed his hands in the basin. The well water was quite cold for the season, and soon the chill dulled the sensations of discomfort. All right, dry your hands, Shi Buyu said, helping him suppress his immediate feelings, shifting the conversation to more pressing matters.
What do you believe his next move will be?
If he has set his mind on it, he will investigate me.
Can you withstand such scrutiny?
Yan Shan looked down at his arms wrapped in the cloth. I have prepared for this day for 20 years.
Fear not, there will be not a single flaw.
Shi Buyu regarded him thoughtfully.
If he truly intends to act against you, what will you do? Do you have a strategy, Miss Shi?
Yan Shan met her gaze. If I wish to extricate myself from this situation, to avoid such repugnance, do you have a method?
I do.
Her resolute reply caught him off guard. Given Shi Buyu's intellect, it was surprising she would willingly forego the advantage of his involvement in this scheme. He found himself asking, why?
Shi Buyu smiled softly, surveying the scholarly room filled with tomes. Why not?
You have worked so diligently to arrive at this point. Why should you, a scholar, endure such humiliation, even if it means achieving your desire a little later? What of it? Yan Shan gazed at her, a multitude of thoughts settling within him at that moment. This person was safeguarding his dignity, respecting his preferences, not coercing him, nor persuading him by any means, yet, he was acutely aware that had his mother been faced with this situation, she would have compelled him, commanded him, disregarding his discomfort and thrusting him into the fray.